My name is Zhang Lin, an ordinary office worker with ordinary looks and no savings at all. I originally thought that my life would go on like this in mediocrity. But one day, I was getting up to go to work. I discovered that zombies are coming, and millions of people are being infected every day, turning into cold-blooded monsters. I was trapped at home with little food left, anxiously waiting for some kind of miracle. At this moment, a strange system suddenly came into being. As long as you get married and have children, you can get rich rewards. Before I had time to think about it, there was a gentle knock on the door of the next room. "Brother Lin, what's going on outside?" And Qing Wu, the girl he roomed with, came over nervously, her face pale. She was still studying at the music conservatory, and she was young, and was obviously frightened by the horrific scene outside. I turned sideways and let her look out the window by herself. And Qing Wu glanced down and took 2 steps back in shock, her chest heaving violently. How could this happen? At this time, her sister and Chinga also came out with a serious expression. "I just looked from the other side, the situation is the same, there are zombies everywhere." Then both sisters looked towards me, as if silently asking for help. The sisters were my roommates. The elder sister, and Chinga, and I worked in the same company, while the younger sister, Qing Wu, was attending classes at a nearby music school. They rented the house, and because the rent pressure was too high, they asked me to move in and share the rent. We didn't communicate much in normal times. They are beautiful and each has a busy life. But I knew that I was ordinary and my financial situation was average, and I knew we had nothing in common, so I always kept my distance. However, the situation today is different. Facing the zombie apocalypse, the 2 sisters obviously regard me as their only support. "The only thing we can do right now is to stay in the room and wait for rescue." I tried to stay calm and comfort them. But Qing Wu was obviously frightened. Her pale face was full of confusion and despair. "In this way, will anyone really come to save us?" Her voice trembled, and she seemed to have lost all hope. Sister and Chinga stood by the window, silently watching the group of violent zombies outside. Her expression was extremely solemn, and she seemed full of uncertainty about the future. At this moment, I suddenly remembered the system's prompt: "You can get rewards if you get married and have children." In daily life, the idea of getting married and having children is simply a fantasy. How can an ordinary wage earner save enough money to marry a wife after deducting daily expenses? However, in the chaos of doomsday, the thresholds of dowry, cars, houses, and hardware may no longer be important, and even a piece of bread may become a rare bargaining chip. Looking at the 2 sisters in front of me, I suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of luck. If I can operate safely, the system's reward may be within reach. And this may be the capital for me to survive in the doomsday. After comforting the 2 sisters, I asked them to go back to the room, stay calm and wait for rescue. I went back to my bedroom and counted my food. Because I usually exercise, I have some meal replacement food stored at home: whole wheat bread, instant chicken breast, and oatmeal. Although the reserves are not much, if I use them sparingly, it won't be a problem to last for 4 or 5 days. "System, what are the conditions for getting married?" I asked silently in my heart while lying on the bed. "As long as the woman is truly willing to be with the host and give birth to a child for the host." The system's answer made me breathe a sigh of relief. The conditions were not harsh, and this goal was no longer out of reach. However, the sisters on the other side were obviously not so lucky. They did not usually have the habit of hoarding food. My younger sister Qing Wu needed to maintain her weight due to her art studies, and she often ate less, so there was almost nothing to eat at home. My sister Chinga was busy with work and ate at the company most of the time. She would occasionally have some fruits and cucumbers, but this little supply obviously would not last for a few days. The 3 of us huddled in the cramped room, and the growls of zombies outside the window kept roaming in the corridor. The air was filled with anxiety and helplessness. Sisters and Chinga and Qing Wu remained silent, looking at each other with pale faces. The lack of food made this already cruel apocalypse even more difficult to endure. "How long can we hold out? Will there really be help?" And Qing Wu's voice was soft, but her eyes revealed fear. She had always been concerned about her figure, and dieting had become a normal habit, but this time she was really out of food, and fear swallowed her like a flood. And Chinga shook his head calmly, with a hint of despair in his eyes. Just the zombies outside the door. If we go out, we will never come back. There is no way we can take this risk. Their words made me fall silent. The sudden outbreak of the apocalypse left people at a loss as to what to do, and food reserves were particularly precious in such a situation. But I smiled and said to them, "Don't worry, I will share some food with you." In the afternoon, more than 10 hours had passed, and the feeling of hunger gradually became clearer. The zombies outside continued to beat the wall like a timed alarm clock. The room was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. "Brother Lin, thank you." And Qingwu's eyes were full of gratitude, and her voice was a little trembling. They probably didn't expect that I would agree so straightforwardly. In fact, in this apocalypse, I also know the importance of food, but now supporting each other is the key to survival. "You don't have to thank me. Since we live together, we should help each other. You go back to your room and rest. I'll cook." I waved my hand to reassure them. A hint of hesitation flashed across Nshinga's face. "How about we come and help too?" "Let me do it." I smiled. "You guys don't have much experience, we can't waste food at this time." After hearing what I said, the two sisters did not insist and went back to their room to wait. In fact, in this environment, too much gratitude and sympathy are meaningless. As long as you keep your mind rational, you can live a little longer. I simply cooked some vegetables and shredded pork, and saved the rice. This is not a normal time, and this amount of food can only fill everyone's stomach a little. The three of them gathered around the dining table, looking at the simple meal in front of them. The two sisters were visibly stunned. "That's all?" Nshinga asked subconsciously. "There's not much in the refrigerator, so we have to save money. No one knows when help will come." I shrugged. The fear brought by the end of the world has made people uneasy, so saving money is necessary. And Qingwu sighed deeply and nodded to show her understanding. Nshinga also nodded silently. "You are right. We can only make do with it for now." Just like that, the three of us finished our meal, and while I was clearing the table, I asked, "Did you guys check it online? The network is still connected for now, and the news can still be updated." Nshinga sighed, his eyes full of worry. "Yes, there has been no movement in the company group for a day. I don't know if it's because of the internet outage or other reasons." And Qingwu also sighed. "My roommate said that if one person in the building was infected, the whole building would collapse. I'm glad I rented a room, otherwise, it would be too scary." We were silent to each other, and there was an invisible pressure in the air. The number of zombies increases, and rescue seems like a distant phantom. Faced with this situation, we can only bury all the anxiety in our hearts and deal with everything with our limited rationality. "Don't think too much, all we can do now is wait." I comforted them, not wanting to give them too much false hope. Staying alive is the only belief now. In fact, I wasn't sure if help would come. The zombies in those movies were nothing like the zombies now. They were fast, had good hearing, and could break through the defense line easily. After dinner, Nshinga and Qingwu went to wash the dishes. I started looking for all the containers in my house that could hold water and tried to store as much water as possible. We don't know how long the water and electricity will last, so it's always a good idea to prepare now. As the night deepened, the three of them collected water in silence, as if they had already understood that there was not much more to say in this ruin. As the days passed, we gradually adapted to this kind of life, staying calm, restrained, saving energy and waiting for the opportunity. The food in the refrigerator was cleared out on the third day. On the morning of the fourth day, the two sisters next door, Nshinga and Qingwu, were so hungry that their faces turned pale and their eyes were dazed. At the same time, I stayed in the room chewing meal replacement food. The feeling of fullness of this food was very poor. My empty stomach reminded me all the time that food shortage was imminent, but at least I could maintain some physical strength. I didn't share the food in the room with them. To be honest, I was already very merciful by letting them take out the little food in the refrigerator. If someone else were in this situation, I'm afraid they wouldn't even give me a chance to take a look. After all, I had stored these food in advance, and in terms of combat power, I was much stronger than these two weak girls. Now, the key was to ensure that I could survive. On the third day, the water and electricity were cut off at home. There was a popular science article online saying that the water plant could maintain water supply for a month even if no one was operating it, but it only lasted until the third day when it was completely shut down. Fortunately, I stored a lot of water in advance, so I don't have to worry about the water source problem for the moment. However, the battery of the mobile phone is running low, which is a big problem. Although the signal is still there, and you can use the data to get online to get information, once the mobile phone is completely out of power, the last source of information will be cut off. During these 4 days, the internet was in chaos. Some people were completely desperate, and did all kinds of crazy things, even posting videos online. The tragic scenes were endless and almost unbearable to watch. Some people still hold on to hope and look forward to rescue. Some people even ventured out to hunt zombies. They formed small teams, picked lone zombies, and killed many monsters with weapons. They also posted guides online to encourage everyone to join the ranks of killing zombies, hoping to restore some order. But most people, like me, don't dare to go out. After all, I don't have a deep relationship with my neighbors, and going out to hunt zombies together is undoubtedly playing with my life. Moreover, I am still waiting for the reward from the system task. In the end of the world, the relationship between neighbors is insignificant compared to the mission. Moreover, there are 2 sisters next door to support me, and their presence may bring me some unexpected benefits. Time passed by minute, and a faint whisper came from next door. And Chin Woo said weakly, "Sister, I'm almost dying." She covered her stomach and curled up on the bed, the hunger burning her internal organs like a flame. Because of years of weight loss, and Chin Woo's stomach was not in good condition. She could not fill her stomach even after eating a little in the past 3 days. Today, she could only drink a few sips of water, which was almost at her limit. And Chinga didn't say anything. She was even hungrier than her sister. A few days ago, she silently endured hunger and tried to leave food for her sister. Now she was so weak that she almost didn't have the strength to speak. These days, apart from browsing information online, they just sit by the window and watch what's happening outside. Many people were forced to go out to look for food due to food shortages, but most of them never came back, and the proportion of those who returned alive was surprisingly low. And Chinga thought that it would be great if Zhang Lin could go out to find something to eat, but she smiled bitterly in her heart. Why should other people share the food they have earned with their lives with me and my sister? She couldn't help but secretly make up her mind and didn't want to wait any longer. "Xiao Wu, hold on a little longer." And Chinga comforted her softly, stood up despite her weakness, touched her sister's head, and then walked out of the room resolutely. "Sister." And Chin Wu called out weakly, but because she was too weak, her voice was almost inaudible. "Bang bang!" And Chinga knocked on my door. I smiled, feeling in my heart that the long-awaited opportunity had finally arrived. The system task requires me to find a willing wife. Under such conditions, I can't force the insisters to eat directly. Besides, I'm not that kind of person. Now that Nchinga has taken the initiative to come to my house, everything will be easy. When I opened the door, Nchinga was standing at the door, with an anxious but stubborn look in her eyes. Nchinga looked at me and obviously understood something, but she didn't ask for food directly. Instead, she whispered, "Zhang Lin, let's go out and find food together." I had experienced this persistence. Nchinga is the ace of our company's sales department. Her performance has always been far ahead. She supports the whole family entirely by herself, and even has to support her father who owes a lot of debts. Everyone can see Nchinga's indomitable spirit. So, I expected her to come to my house in person. "What a joke! You're so weak now. Wouldn't it be suicide if you go out?" I replied without any surprise. "What's the difference between waiting to die at home and going out to die? Xiao Wu can't hold on any longer, she has a severe stomachache." Nchinga paused and whispered, "If you don't want to go, help me move the things blocking the door, and I'll go out by myself." I looked at Nchinga quietly, her thin figure, her weak but still straight back, and her tired eyes burning with a glimmer of unyielding light. Nchinga is about 1.65 meters tall. She always has exquisite makeup and an elite air. When she walks in the company, people can feel her strong aura. But now, Nchinga looked pale and haggard, and she seemed to be about to collapse at any time. However, she was still fighting for her sister's chance of survival. "You know I have some food here, right?" I asked calmly. Nchinga nodded. "I know. But since you didn't take the initiative to take it out, it means you don't plan to share it with us. The food in the refrigerator is already a great mercy from you, I won't ask for more." I couldn't help but nod, thinking, this is a normal person. Seeing the slight anxiety on her face, I knew that her weakness had reached its limit. I felt something in my heart, and thought that the time had come. So I said, "I can share some food with you. I can barely hold out for a day or two. The 3 of us should be able to eat together and get through these few days." As I said this, I placed the remaining food in front of her. Nchinga couldn't help swallowing her saliva when she saw the food, but she quickly looked away, suppressed her inner desire, and asked, "What are the conditions?" I looked at her and said seriously, "I can continue to go out to find food, and even share the food I find with you 2 sisters. I will definitely find a way to feed you." After a pause, I continued to say the words I had prepared long ago with some sincerity. "Because I like you." Nchinga was stunned for a moment, then looked up at me, as if to confirm my sincerity. I know that this is a bit exaggerated, but at this moment, this is the reason she can accept. And in the end of the world, There is no need for me to desperately support them for a little goodwill. For me, this is an opportunity to complete the system task. And Chinga pondered over it again and again, and many assumptions emerged in her mind. She thought that I would use food to coerce her and make some unacceptable demands. In fact, she was already thinking silently in her heart, should she agree reluctantly? After all, my sister's health was in danger, and if I continued to suffer from hunger, I might not be able to survive. For the lives of two people, perhaps it is not impossible to sacrifice a little. However, to her surprise, I did not choose to threaten, but said gently, I am not forcing you. I am also a dignified person. I just hope that you can be with me willingly. This wording left Chinga speechless for a moment. Another expression makes everything sound completely different, as if there is an indescribable sincerity. She couldn't help recalling her previous impression of me. I was a man who had a harmonious relationship with my colleagues, was upright, and was diligent. It was precisely because of this good reputation that she felt comfortable sharing the apartment with me. After the end of the world, I even gave them food without asking for anything in return. Although I kept a few of them myself, but in that case, it made sense. Now, not only did I continue to share food with them, I also took risks to go out and find food for her and her sister. Is this because I really like myself? If so, why have I never mentioned it to her? All kinds of doubts lingered in her mind, and Chinga's thoughts gradually became clear. She deeply understood that even if she refused, I might still help them. This touched her heart, but she was unwilling to accept his efforts for nothing. In this case, Chinga, I urged in a low voice, with anticipation in my eyes. And Chinga blushed slightly, lowered her head slightly, and said softly as if she had made up her mind. Actually, I like you very much too. You should have told me earlier. She thought, I probably didn't dare to express my feelings because of my low self-esteem, and it's not that I don't like him at all, I just haven't expressed it. Saying, I like him, at this time can also give him some face. I was stunned and looked at her in disbelief. I didn't expect that she would say this. This usually quiet girl in front of me is beautiful and capable, and her income is much higher than his. I no longer hesitated and blurted out, Chinga, will you be my wife? I do. And Chinga answered firmly in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. The tenderness and emotion in her heart surged up at the same time. I didn't know whether Chinga's answer was sincere, so I could only wait for the system's feedback in my heart. After a while, a voice came from the system in my ear. Dear host, you have successfully married your first wife, your family has developed, and you have won a 212 square meter luxury house within the second ring road of Chengdu. A cash reward of 10 million yuan. A Rolls-Royce Phantom as a means of transportation. What's going on? I almost vomited blood. In this apocalypse, these rewards are completely useless. Suddenly, the system sounded a prompt. System error. Changes in the host environment have been detected. Do you want to change the reward system? Replace. I was ecstatic. If the system is not replaced, it will be a waste of time to use these useless assets. The system quickly made adjustments. Reward system replacement is complete. You marry your first wife, and get the Type 92 semi-automatic pistol, unlimited bullets version, genetic modification potion, overall improvement of 3 times, and space ring, 100 cubic meters. These are the real good stuff. I was so excited that I couldn't help but smile. The pistol with unlimited bullets ensured my combat effectiveness, the genetic modification potion enhanced my physical fitness, and the space ring made it easy to store food. These equipments were not only suitable for surviving in the apocalypse, but also greatly improved my ability to fight against zombies. Why are you standing there? And Chinga touched me lightly, thinking that I was too happy. I quickly took out the food and handed it to her. Take it, you and your sister eat it first, and then I will go out to find more food. In my excitement, I didn't even realize that my tone was already full of solicitude. I'll just take some food for today and leave the rest to you. And Chinga took some food and turned back to the room. I stood at the door and couldn't help but think. And her sister, if she can get double rewards, she will undoubtedly be like a fish in water in the apocalypse. But with Chinga here, I'm afraid it won't be easy to succeed. Forget it, let's get Chinga pregnant first, so that we can trigger new rewards. I turned back to my room, locked the door, and excitedly took out the system rewards. I started to play with the Type 92 pistol. The exquisite standard pistol feels great in hand. I will have to practice my marksmanship in the future. Next was the medicine. I injected it into my arm and instantly felt a warm current filling my body. Sweat poured out, accompanied by the crispness of bones, and the fat gradually transformed into solid muscle. With a light jump, I was able to easily touch the nearly 3-meter-high ceiling. I felt a huge increase in strength, and my vision and hearing became sharper. Finally, I picked up the silver space ring, which was cool to the touch and had a small transparent crystal inlaid on it. As soon as I put the ring on my hand, I felt a huge space expanding in my mind. Although it is slightly smaller than the apartment I live in now, it is more than enough to store food. I pursed my lips, wanting to rush downstairs and clean up the supermarket immediately. However, it was already dark outside, and it was too dangerous to act rashly, so I could only suppress the impulse in my heart. I picked up my phone and saw that the battery level was only 4%, which could go out at any time. I quickly sent a WeChat message to Inchinga. Come to my place and rest later. As soon as I pressed the send button, the screen went dark and the phone turned off. Looking at the black screen of the phone, I smiled helplessly and thought, if Inchinga really wanted to rely on me, she would come. There was a rustling sound coming from next door. Inchinga was whispering to her sister in Qingwu. Xiaowu, eat quickly. She took the food I gave her and fed it to Qingwu's mouth. Xiaowu's eyes were shining with hunger. She grabbed the food and started to eat it in big mouthfuls. However, she choked because she was too anxious. She coughed for a while, and quickly took a few sips of water before she felt better. Sister, where do these foods come from? And Qingwu asked, looking up, with confusion and a hint of uneasiness in her eyes. Your brother Lin gave it to me, Inchinga replied softly. He's still hiding food? And Qingwu was stunned for a moment, her face darkened, and she complained in a low voice. We're almost starving to death, and he's still hiding it? I listened to the voices from next door, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. When the end of the world comes, everyone's mind becomes complicated. But Inchinga's response warmed my heart a little. These originally belonged to him, and he took them out, didn't he? And Qingwu was speechless for a moment. She just lowered her head and handed the remaining food to her sister. Sister, you haven't eaten yet? And Inchinga took it, tore it into small pieces, and ate it slowly, as if savoring this brief moment of peace. Suddenly, the phone made a slight sound. Inchinga glanced at the screen and her face flushed. She saw the message I sent and replied softly. Okay. But Inchinga didn't know that my phone had been turned off and I couldn't see this reply. The outside of the house was completely dark, the power was cut off, and the whole world was terribly silent. Inchinga turned around and said to Qingwu, John Lin still has some food stored, enough to last for a day or two. Tomorrow, after I recover a little, I will go with him to find new food. We can't just sit there and eat up all the food. But sister, that's very dangerous. There was a hint of worry in Qingwu's voice. You can't just wait to starve to death. Inchinga sighed, with a bit more determination in her eyes. She covered Qingwu with a quilt, and gently touched her face. You can rest by yourself tonight. And Qingwu blinked, looking a little surprised. What about you? In the darkness, I couldn't hear their conversation, but my heartbeat gradually quickened. I knew she would come. Sure enough, a few minutes later, the door opened gently. I thought you weren't coming. I heard my own voice echoing in the night, with a slightly relaxed smile. I replied to you, didn't you see it? And Qingga groped her way to the bed, her tone a little shy. My phone is out of battery, I said helplessly. And Qingga stood beside the bed, looking a little uneasy. In the pitch black, I took the initiative to lift a corner of the quilt, and gently pulled her in. Her hands were a little cold, but I could feel that she was trying to relax. I held her in my arms, and the air was filled with a subtle scent. Just as I was about to take further action, Qingga suddenly pressed my chest and whispered, We still have to look for food tomorrow. Will this affect our condition? I couldn't help but laugh out loud, and whispered to comfort him. Don't worry, it won't happen. I mean me. And Qingga added softly, her voice as thin as a mosquito's buzz. I've never been in love before. This made me stunned for a moment. I didn't expect that this was Qingga's first time. I looked down at her. Although the room was dark, I could feel her shyness and uneasiness. My heart warmed up and I put away my anxiety. It's too dangerous for you to go find food alone. I'll go with you tomorrow, and when we find a safer place, we'll... And Qingga's voice became smaller and smaller, and his tone was full of seriousness and concern. You don't have to go, I can do it alone. I smiled and whispered, wanting to reassure Qingga. I can support you sisters. I don't want to drag you down. And Qingga shook his head stubbornly. To reassure her, I held her hand, gently placed it under the pillow, and whispered, Feel it and see what it is. And Qingga's hand touched the metal. The cold touch made her tremble all over. Her eyes widened and her breathing became rapid. Done? Yes. I nodded and whispered in her ear. So don't worry, I will be able to protect you no matter what happens tomorrow. After hearing this, Qingga breathed a sigh of relief, closed her eyes, and finally let down her guard. She said softly, Then come on. A night of storm passed. Fortunately, I managed to control my strength. Otherwise, with my current strength tripled, I'm afraid Enchinga wouldn't be able to bear it. When I woke up in the morning, Enchinga was still sleeping soundly. Her face looked a little tired, but it looked more radiant than the haggard look of last night. I stood up gently, feeling emotional that this woman, whom I once didn't dare to look at for too long, now belongs to me. I put the pistol back into the space ring, walked out of the bedroom, and planned to go out to find food. After all, now is not the time to be single and only care about myself. The refrigerator and wardrobe blocked the doorway. The refrigerator was easy to push away, but the wardrobe was a heavy wooden object made by the landlord. Two sisters helped me move it when I moved in, but now I can move it easily by myself. I grinned, feeling proud in my heart. This increase in strength is really cool. At this moment, a childish voice sounded. Brother Lin, are you going out? I looked back and saw Qingwu, standing behind me with sleepy eyes, wearing a thin nightgown. I nodded and continued to move things while saying, the food at home is almost gone, I have to go out and find something to eat. From now on, you should call me brother-in-law. And Qingwu was slightly stunned, and the memories of last night seemed to flood her mind. She looked at me with a complicated expression, but she didn't say anything. She responded softly, Sister, brother-in-law. I couldn't help but laugh when I saw her like this. Your sister was too tired last night, you go and keep her company, I'll come back and bring you some food. Okay, brother-in-law, be careful. And Qingwu said softly, looking at my back, as if she felt something was different about me. I couldn't help but smile in my heart. With a gun in my hand, I was naturally not panicked. The dangers in this doomsday were no longer a problem for me. I finally cleared the clutter at the door. Before leaving, I turned back and reminded her. After I leave, lock the door and find something to block it. Don't open the door unless I come back. In the end times, the biggest threat is often not zombies, but people. I know that there are 2 beautiful women and some food at home, all of which are sources of danger in this turbulent era. And Qingwu nodded seriously, and when she saw me off, she suddenly said softly, Brother-in-law, be careful. I smiled and waved my hand, then walked out without looking back. My sister-in-law is quite well behaved. I just walked into the corridor, and there were no zombies in the hallway. It might be that the residents on the same floor didn't dare to go out, so the zombies all ran to other places to find food. The elevator was out of power, so I had to take the stairs. As soon as I turned into the corridor, a terrifying roar like that of a wild animal sounded, followed by a foul smell. I looked up and saw a zombie rushing towards me in the stairwell. This monster couldn't even climb stairs in the movie, but this zombie ran like the wind, faster than a wild animal, and rushed straight towards me. My heart skipped a beat, but I quickly calmed down. I pulled out a pistol from the space ring and fired several shots. Bang, bang, bang. To be honest, I couldn't help but feel a little panicked when fighting a zombie at such a close distance. I fired several shots and shot it into a sieve. A few bullets hit its head, and the zombie fell to the ground motionless. Damn, I was scared to death. I took a breath, but secretly felt lucky in my heart that this gun was really powerful. The gunshots might attract other zombies, so I didn't dare to stop any longer and quickly went downstairs through another fire escape. There was a door at the entrance of this passage, which temporarily blocked the zombies and allowed me to reach the first floor smoothly. We are in an apartment complex, with a total of 6 buildings, all of which are apartments. The population is dense, so there are naturally many zombies. I pushed open the staircase door and saw a lot of zombies wandering in the lobby on the first floor, and immediately gave up the idea of going out through the front door. I remembered that there was a back door on the first floor of the apartment, which led to the convenience store downstairs, so I could go around and find food. But the problem now is that there are too many zombies outside the staircase. Although I have a gun in my hand, if I get caught by mistake, I will lose my life. I can only wait for an opportunity. Fortunately, there are no shortage of hungry people in this apocalypse. Through the crack in the door, I saw people rushing out of the main door of the 3 apartment buildings next door, holding fire axes, kitchen knives, baseball bats and other weapons, and wearing simple armor made of iron sheets and hard plastic wrapped with tape. It seems that they are well prepared and have a tacit understanding of each other. The zombies sensed the scent of living people. When they smelled the breath of that group of people, they immediately pounced on them frantically like hyenas seeing their prey. Seeing this, I seized the opportunity, gently pushed open the door, and quickly ran to the convenience store. As soon as I entered the convenience store, a foul smell hit my nose. I looked down and saw 2 bodies lying on the ground. The clothes were printed with the logo of the convenience store. They were obviously store employees. Their bodies were intact. They didn't look like they were bitten to death by zombies, but more like they were killed by humans. After confirming that there was no one else around, I breathed a sigh of relief and began to frantically sweep the food on the shelves. Although the shelves were already more than half empty, the remaining food was enough for the three of us to eat for a while. I activated my space ring and put all the food and purified water I could see into the ring. Although this convenience store seemed to have a lot of things, it didn't take up much space if I put them in the space ring. Within a few minutes, I had bought out all the goods in the convenience store. I glanced at the lobby on the first floor. The group of people from the 3 buildings next door had already guarded the gate. They were swinging their weapons again and again, and had already knocked down several zombies. Some of them also rushed into the convenience store through the back door and swept up supplies like me, but they didn't have space rings, so they could only carry bags and fill them up bit by bit. I continued to observe for a while, and after confirming that all the zombies were attracted over, I prepared to go home. However, just as I stepped out of the convenience store, I felt a sharp pain in the back of my head, and my vision went black and I saw stars. Oh no! Someone attacked me! A brick fell heavily to the ground. The guy who attacked used too much strength, and the recoil made him lose his grip. If my physical strength had not tripled, I would have fainted on the spot. I was so angry that I turned around and shot. Bang! Ah! The man screamed, fell to the ground covering his legs, his face distorted with pain. Then, he trembled and shouted, "Fuck, you actually have a gun!" Looking at the Type 92 pistol in my hand, his fear became even greater. It was only the 5th day of the apocalypse, and this man had obviously never seen anyone with a gun in their hands. I looked at his face and found that he was an acquaintance. "It's you!" My memory goes back to half a year ago. This guy was the agent I met when I was renting a house. His name was Sukan. At that time, he confidently and eloquently sold me a single apartment, and even tricked me into paying half a year's rent. Not long after, the landlord came to my house. It turned out that he was a sub-landlord. After that, I couldn't find him anywhere. It took me 3 months to recover. I was so poor that even my girlfriend broke up with me. Sukan in front of me had a bewildered look on his face. It was probably because he had cheated so many people that he had long forgotten who I was. I sneered, pointed the gun at his head, and asked, "What did you see just now?" His face was instantly covered with cold sweat, and he quickly shook his head. "No. I didn't see anything." I sneered in my heart. When I was packing up the supplies just now, I vaguely noticed that the bar was a little messy. He must have been hiding there. He must have seen me using the space ring to store things. This space ring is my biggest trump card and must not be exposed. "I'll give you one more chance," I said coldly, my finger lightly on the trigger. Sukan was shaking like a sieve, swallowed hard, and quickly changed the subject. "I saw it, you waved your hand, and the things on the shelf disappeared." After saying that, he immediately knelt on the ground, begging with a face full of pain and fear. "Brother, spare my life, I promise not to tell anyone, please." Just then, a hissing sound came from outside the door. I turned my head and saw that the gunshots had indeed attracted the zombies. They began to scratch the door frantically, making a harsh scraping sound. No more entanglement. I quickly raised my hand and shot, injuring Sukan's other leg. Ignoring his miserable wails, I dragged him to the back door of the convenience store. I threw him into the lobby on the first floor of the apartment, and quickly entered the fire escape from the back door. Now that my physical fitness has improved, I don't feel tired at all, and I ran all the way to the 24th floor. As for Sukan, the zombies in the convenience store downstairs had already swarmed over him, surrounding him and feasting on him. The scene was extremely bloody. Arriving at the door of my house, I calmed my breath, took out some food from the space ring and put it into a big bag. The space ring is an absolute secret, and I don't even plan to tell Nshinga. Although guns are rare, they are still possible to obtain in reality. However, artifacts such as space rings have never been invented. After knocking on the door, Nshinga's nervous voice came from inside. "Who?" I smiled and replied in a relaxed manner. "Xiao Wu, it's my brother-in-law." There was a lot of noise in the house, and the 2 sisters began to move the furniture blocking the door. After a while, the door opened, and Nshinga's little face came into view, pure and tender, while Nshinga stood behind her, with a more mature charm. Seeing that I returned safely, both of them were relieved. "Fortunately you're back safely." Nshinga finally smiled. "Xiao Wu and I have been worried about you." I handed them the big bag of food and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Then he took Nshinga into his arms, put one hand on her shoulder, and gently stroked her belly with the other hand, saying softly, "I will always protect you and Xiao Wu, and I will also protect our child." Nshinga slapped my hand away and said shyly, "How can it be so fast?" She glanced at her sister and found that Nshinga was blushing and looking away, so she glared at me in reproach. "After all, isn't this the same as telling everything that happened last night?" I smiled and said, Hurry up, I want you to give birth to some children for me. I'm not an old sow. Chinga didn't know whether to laugh or cry, while Chingwu blushed and felt very shy. This small, shabby apartment had very poor sound insulation, and the noise last night must have been heard enough by my sister-in-law. They hadn't eaten breakfast yet, probably because they were worried that I wouldn't be able to find food, so they could only look at the reserves and didn't dare to eat more. But now, looking at this big bag of food, the worries in their eyes finally disappeared. Brother-in-law, you are so awesome! You brought back so much food in just a short while! And Qingwu held the bag with a happy smile on her face and eyes full of admiration. You must be tired. Sit down and rest for a while. And Chinga took me to sit on the sofa, brought me a glass of water, and asked with concern. I heard gunshots just now. Are you in danger? I nodded and said briefly. I encountered zombies once in the corridor and again downstairs. As for Sukan's matter, I didn't mention it for the time being. And Chinga said with some concern. I'll go with you from now on. We are all too worried when you go out alone. At least I can take care of you if I follow you. I couldn't help but tease him. But what if you can't get out of bed tomorrow? How can you go with me? And Chinga blushed, obviously remembering the madness of last night, but still replied in a firm tone. Don't think I don't understand. Men will become weak if they do this too much. I don't believe you can do this every day. I chuckled and said, let's wait and see. Sister, brother-in-law, let's eat something. And Qingwu put some of the packaged braised food that Zhang Lin brought back on a plate, and took a few loaves of bread as the staple food. The only thing missing was some vegetables. During the meal, the three of them chatted about everything and the atmosphere was relaxed. After filling my stomach, I took Nchinga's hand and went back to the house. And Qingwu seemed to be still confused. I'm full and I'm going back? What's the point of saving money? She sat on the small sofa in the living room for a few seconds, and then she realized that her face was red as if it was dyed with the sunset glow. Bah! In broad daylight! How shameless! In this end times, although life is hard, I have found a taste of peace. However, others are not so lucky. For example, my neighbor Wang Jia, who lives in number 11 on the 24th floor. This Wang Jia is a typical fat black man with a full beard and a hot temper. His name sounds a bit delicate, but he is not as kind as his name. Before the end of the world, he often went home with a group of bad friends to drink and play cards, making the whole floor in chaos, with curses and dirty jokes ringing in the ears. The insisters were often unable to fall asleep because of his noise. I couldn't help but come forward to negotiate, but what I got in return was Wang Jia pointing at my nose and scolding. You think it's noisy? Then move out! How can you expect to live in a quiet apartment? I almost got into a fight with him, and since then his revenge has become even more severe. Today, the world has changed drastically, but he is still restless. Hey guys, the kid next door brought back a big bag of food. Wang Jia licked his lips, his eyes full of greed. 3 of his poker friends also sat around him, all of them exhausted, with hunger in their eyes. Before the end of the world, they played cards all night long every day, and they stocked up a lot of instant noodles and snacks at home. But 5 days later, the stock had already been eaten up. Lao Wang, didn't you hear the gunshot just now? That means the guy next door has a gun. A hairy man in a vest asked with a frown. So what if he has a gun? Wang Jia sneered disdainfully. I know that guy best. He's a coward. What can a gun do to him? It's easy for you to say that. But what if they really open fire? The man with hairy arms hesitated. Wang Jia sneered. Think about it. As long as we get guns, will we still be short of food and women in this apocalypse? With guns, we can live our lives however we want, not to mention the pair of sisters next door. A fellow player nearby grinned when he heard this. Those 2 girls are so pretty. Wang Jia whispered. Let's make a plan. Trick him into opening the door, and then catch him by surprise. As soon as he finished speaking, the hairy-armed man and several of his poker friends all smiled knowingly. They acted right away and planned to find a woman to pretend to knock on the door. Wang Jia had already set his sights on Ji Wetong, the resident of number 16 on the 24th floor. Normally, Wang Jia could only stare blankly, but now in the end times, he is acting recklessly. Knock, knock! Wang Jia knocked on the door of number 16 and lowered his voice. We are the rescue team. We have food. Open the door quickly. When Ji Wetong in the room heard this, her pale face brightened for a moment, but she soon hesitated again. Wang Jia noticed her hesitation outside the door and continued. Did you hear the gunshots just now? Those were the shots fired by our rescue team. Think about it, who else would have a gun? Ji Wetong half-believingly opened the door a little, revealing a haggard face. When she saw it was Wang Jia, she wanted to close the door immediately. But how could she, who was so hungry and weak, be able to compete with Wang Jia and his poker friends. Be quiet! Wang Jia grabbed her hair. Ji Wedong wanted to scream in pain, but he punched her to her knees, unable to speak in pain. Brother Wang, this girl is pretty good. The man with hairy arms stared at Ji Wedong greedily. Mousie, stop thinking about women all the time. Are women important now? Wang Jia was a little angry. The important thing now is to get the gun. As long as we have the gun, we can have any woman. By then, the sisters next door will all be ours. Ji Wedong knelt on the ground, tears on her cheeks, and her heart was full of regret. She hated herself for being blinded by hunger, believing other people's lies, opening the door for the evil, and falling into the desperate situation now. The only thing that made Ji Wedong feel lucky was that these people had other things to do and had no time to violate her for the time being. But she knew that once these people were done, she would inevitably become a plaything. Be good and listen to me. Wang Jia sneered at her. The threat of violence had made her completely surrender. Then, he whispered, next you have to do this. He told Ji Wedong the plan in detail, teaching her how to pretend to be pitiful and trick me into opening the door. After that, Wang Jia added viciously, hand over the two sisters of number 12, so that they can accompany you in the future. Otherwise, the four of us will take turns to make you regret it. Ji Wedong could only nod mechanically. Wang Jia grabbed her hair, pulled her up, and kicked her again. Go, knock on the door of number 12, don't play tricks, or you will bear the consequences. Ji Wedong dragged her tired body and walked step by step towards the door of room 12. She knew that the four villains in room 11 were hiding behind the peepholes and watching her, ready to act at any time. She raised her hand and knocked on the door of number 12. At first, there was no response from inside the house. She could only continue knocking, praying in her heart that someone would answer. Finally, a man's voice sounded. Who? I was playing games with Nchinga in the room, but a knock on the door interrupted his interest. It was Nchin Wu who heard the noise and asked me to come out to check. I was a little impatient, so I asked Nchin Wu to go back to her room and hide with her sister. I walked to the door and observed the outside through the peephole. I saw Ji Wedong and frowned slightly. Although she was a beautiful woman, such a visit under such circumstances made me suspicious. Hello, I'm the resident of number 16. Ji Wedong's voice was mournful, her face full of pain. I've been hungry for many days. I see you have food, can you give me some? This sounded miserable, but it made me more alert. In the end times, any seemingly harmless request could be a trap. You've got the wrong person, I replied coldly. I don't have any food here, go find someone else. Brother, I'm really starving. Ji Wedong's eyes were filled with tears, and she continued to recite Wang Jiajiao's words. I am willing to give everything just for a bite to eat. I felt a moment of sympathy, but quickly suppressed the slight relaxation in my heart and continued to refuse. Sorry, we don't have it here. Ji Wedong continued to speak according to Wang Jiajiao's words. As she spoke, she subconsciously turned the corner of her mouth to the right. Although this kind of detail is easy to overlook, I noticed it. Right? Number 11? My brain started to work quickly. Genetic modification made my thinking extremely clear, and I immediately thought of Wang Jia and his group. Alarm bells rang in my heart, and I immediately realized that the woman outside might have been forced. Ji Wedong was worried, but I didn't open the door. She prayed that I could understand her hint, because she knew that her fate would be completely different if the door was opened or not. Okay, I feel sorry for you. I suddenly changed my tone and said, I'll give you something to eat. Ji Wedong's heart trembled, not knowing whether I was really soft-hearted or understood the secret code. She put her hands together and bowed deeply to show her gratitude, but at an angle that Wang Jia and others could not see, she quietly raised 4 fingers to indicate that there were 4 enemies. I nodded calmly. The gun was in the space ring, and it only took a moment to take it out. I was not afraid of those people at all. The moment the door slowly opened, Ji Wedong glanced at Zhang Lin, and when she saw that my hands were empty, her heart suddenly sank into an ice cellar. It's over. Wang Jia and the others saw through the peephole that the door was open, and their eyes almost popped out of their heads in excitement. Taking the lead, Wang Jia roared, Go! Grab the guns, grab the food, grab the women! My expression was calm, as if I was defenseless. I waved to Ji Wedong. Come in, I have something for you. Ji Wedong closed her eyes, feeling despair in her heart. It's all over. No one can escape this time. She heard the man's wild laughter behind her, and only one thought remained in her mind. This time, she and the sisters in number 12 would probably fall into his clutches, and I would die miserably. Before Ji Wedong could react, 4 gunshots rang out, and 2 people fell down. Mousie and the quiet poker player were unlucky and were hit by my casual shooting skills. Mousie was shot in the head and died on the spot, and the other was shot in the chest. Although he was not dead yet, the wound was bleeding and he would not live long. Wang Jia and Haozi luckily escaped, as they managed to avoid 4 gunshots. However, they were frightened by the gunshots and stood there, not daring to move forward. Originally, they planned to see if I had a gun in my hand when I opened the door, and if I had a gun, they would retreat immediately, and if I didn't have a gun, they would take action later. However, they didn't expect that I could take out a gun in an instant when my hands were empty, which caught their plan off guard. "It's you!" I sneered, pointing the gun in my hand steadily at them, but I felt a little regretful in my heart. I originally wanted to take a life with every bullet. It seems that my shooting skills still need to be improved. "Brother, this is all a misunderstanding." Haozi's face was covered in cold sweat, his hands raised high, and his body uncontrollably stepped back. Wang Jia was standing closest to the mouse. He saw the muzzle of the gun pointed at the mouse, and a crazy idea flashed through his mind: launch a surprise attack while I am distracted. He knew very well that he only had one chance to gamble his life. I just killed 2 people decisively, which made Wang Jia realize that I was not the coward he thought. At this time, he had no choice but to fight desperately, betting that my reaction would be a beat slower. Once he succeeded, the gun would be his, and the woman would be his too. At the moment when Wang Jia threw himself at me with all his strength, Ji Wetong suddenly opened her eyes. She thought she was going to die, but hope ignited in her when the gunshot rang out. Seeing the 2 men fall down and not daring to move, Ji Wetong smiled, thanking herself for her wit and my keen understanding of the code. However, she was puzzled. Where did I get the gun from? "Haozi, do it!" Wang Jia roared, a desperate test. He had no intention of cooperating with Haozi, he just wanted to use him to distract me. Haozi was startled by the shouting. Just as he opened his mouth to say something, a few flowers of blood burst out from his chest. He died before he could finish his words. Wang Jia grinned, thinking he was on the verge of success, and he approached me, punching me hard at the arm holding the gun. He was confident that this blow would make me lose my grip, and as long as I lost the gun, he could get close and kill me. However, my other hand was already ready. With a bang, my fist collided with his head, and his body stiffened as if he had been hit by a hammer. His eyes went dark and he fell straight down. Ji Wetong was about to remind me to be careful, but the words were stuck in her throat. She stared with wide eyes, watching Wang Jia fall to the ground in an instant. She was shocked. Is this man usually so strong? I stepped on Wang Jia's neck and pointed the gun at his head. "Don't you know I know Kung Fu?" With a gunshot, a small blood-red flower bloomed on Wang Jia's head. Finally, the hatred was resolved. "Hello, have we met before?" I put away the gun, looked at the stunned Ji Wetong, and waved gently. Ji Wetong hurriedly came back to her senses and nodded. "I live at number 16. We have met before and I have an impression of him." She quickly adjusted her attitude. After all, she had to maintain good relations with such a ruthless person. I smiled in my heart. Before the apocalypse, I was an ordinary person who had never killed a chicken, but now, killing people makes me feel a little excited. Have I become a monster? I'm not sure, but now, this beautiful woman is a good candidate for cooperation. If you hadn't reminded me cleverly, I would have really fallen into your trap. I praised her and then said, "Why don't you come in and sit down? I have something to eat." Ji Wetong swallowed subconsciously. Although she had just been cheated, her hunger quickly took over. Moreover, she believed that I had no reason to lie to her when I was holding a gun. "Then I won't be polite." I led her into the house, and Enchinga and Enchingwu ran out of the room. Enchinga asked nervously, "John Lin, I heard you shoot." "It's okay," I said with a relaxed smile. "I dealt with the few people who stole the food." Enchingwu caught a glimpse of the corpse and blood outside the door, couldn't help but dry heave, and quickly closed the door. Enchinga looked at the body on the ground and was silent for a few seconds, with a complicated feeling in her heart. They realized that although I usually seemed gentle, I would never show mercy at a critical moment. Chapter 11, Doomsday Shelter. Enchinga still felt a little unnatural at this time. Her cheeks were flushed and her clothes were a little messy. She stopped playing the game suddenly in the middle of it, which made her feel very uncomfortable. But after seeing the 4 corpses outside the door, this discomfort disappeared and was replaced by another kind of discomfort. Then, she saw Zhang Lin bring the beautiful woman outside the door into the house. She had already determined that Zhang Lin liked her very much, and she didn't think there was anything wrong with Zhang Lin's behavior. Instead, she thought Zhang Lin was a kind person. But she didn't think about it. How could a person who killed 4 people without blinking an eye be a good person? And Qingwu was a little worried. After all, her sisters are now supported by Zhang Lin. What should she do if Zhang Lin falls in love with someone else? She gave her sister a worried look. And Xinga would have a calm expression, and Qingwu would feel a little relieved. As long as her sister was confident, it was good enough. Here, Zhang Lin and Ji Yuetong have already sat down in the living room. And Chinga felt that as the host she should be generous, so she asked her sister to bring some water to Ji Yuetong, and she went into the house to get some food for Ji Yuetong. After all, my man has spoken. How did they force you to knock on my door? Zhang Lin asked curiously. Just as Ji Yuetong opened her mouth to answer, she saw Chinga coming out with food. She didn't even look at the water that Wu was holding, and just picked up the food and started eating. She had been without food for 2 or 3 days and had survived by drinking water. When she came, her stomach was still full of water. Looking at Ji Yuetong wolfing down the food, Chinga and Wu were extremely grateful. Fortunately, they had Zhang Lin, otherwise they would definitely be worse off than Ji Yuetong now. After eating a piece of bread and a sausage, Ji Yuetong finally felt that she was alive again, and then she talked about the experience of being caught by Wang Jia and others. These people are so insidious. And Wu had not yet left the campus and was a relatively innocent person. After listening to Ji Yuetong's story, she felt cold all over and had a deeper understanding of the dangers of the end of the world. Zhang Lin asked her, "What are your plans for the future?" Ji Yuetong is also a great beauty, a petite and seemingly weak girl, but she is very smart and decisive, and she dares to take the risk to give Zhang Lin a secret signal. Zhang Lin felt that she was very suitable as the next target. Ji Yuetong was silent for a moment, then sighed and said, "What can I plan? I don't dare to go downstairs. After eating this meal, I will go back to my room and lie down and wait for rescue." "There's no rescue." And Chinga shook his head slightly. "In the current situation, it's good enough if I can survive. How can I have time to rescue others?" Ji Yuetong became even more silent. Going back to her room meant waiting for death. She could see clearly that in the current situation, the only way to survive was to follow a strong person. And this strong man is Zhang Lin in front of her. If Zhang Lin was alone, she would have planned to act cute and act coquettish to see if she could persuade Zhang Lin to protect her. But there are 2 women here. The younger one is called Zhang Lin's brother-in-law, and the older one must be Zhang Lin's woman. The older one is fine, he doesn't have any hostility towards me. But the little one had been looking at him warily since he came in. Ji Yuetong knew that if she asked for help rashly, even if Zhang Lin was willing to help her, the 2 sisters would not agree. Zhang Lin also noticed Ji Yuetong's embarrassment, but he didn't say anything. Sometimes, one cannot be too proactive, otherwise one will appear cheap and like a lapdog. Ji Yuetong has to take the initiative to speak, so that she will be more willing. And Chinga and Wu also remained silent. The 2 sisters are of the same opinion. "Hey, Zhang Lin, can I call you Brother Lin?" Ji Yuetong spoke slowly, her voice low and pitiful. "Look at me, I'm helpless, I don't have anything to eat, and I'm bullied by bad guys. Can you protect me?" As she spoke, she looked up at Zhang Lin, as if the word pleading was written on her face. Before Zhang Lin could speak, Chinga said, "Our lives are not easy either. It's already very hard for Zhang Lin to support 3 people by himself. If you follow us, I'm afraid you won't survive." And Wu glared at Ji Yuetong. She knew that this woman coveted her brother-in-law. Zhang Lin also sighed. "You are very smart, and you also gave me a secret signal to remind me. I also want to help you, but my wife is also saying that I am alone. How can I possibly support the 4 of us?" Ji Yuetong was mentally prepared for the rejection from Zhang Lin and Chinga. She knew that if she wanted to stay, she had to demonstrate her worth. "Do you want to live in a villa?" she suddenly asked, and then continued. "A villa that has been modified, well protected, equipped with a water purifier, a generator, and a certain amount of food reserves can also be said to be a doomsday shelter." "What do you mean, you have such a place?" Zhang Lin was really tempted. Living in such an apartment, there were all kinds of people. Even if he was very strong, he could not be harmed by anyone. If he could have a shelter, it would be much safer. Ji Yuetong explained. "I'm a real estate agent, and I'm an agent for high-end properties. I have a client who entrusted me with a house before he went abroad. The key is also with me. He is a fan of the end of the world and has always believed that the end of the world will come, so he prepared a shelter in advance. If his business hadn't failed and he owed money, he would never have sold this house." "TSK." Zhang Lin looked at her and asked, "Is what you said true or false? Are you trying to fool us?" "Of course it's true. Let's go and see whether there is such a house or not. If not, I'll let you do whatever you want with me. How about that?" She puffed out her chest towards Zhang Lin, looking very confident. Zhang Lin stroked his chin and began to think. Ji Yuetong was very nervous. She thought this was her only bargaining chip. If Zhang Lin was not interested, she didn't know how to ask Zhang Lin to protect her. On the side, and Qingwu gave her sister a grinning expression, as if urging her sister to persuade Zhang Lin not to agree to Ji Weitong. She felt that the villa's shelter was all a lie made up by this woman, and Ji Weitong just wanted to trick her brother-in-law into protecting her. And Qingge looked at Zhang Lin. She didn't think Ji Weitong wanted to seduce Zhang Lin. It would be a good thing if there was a shelter where everyone could be safe. Okay, I believe you. Zhang Lin stood up and stretched out a hand to Ji Weitong. Tell us the location, we'll study the route and go to the villa to take a look. Ji Weitong showed her little face, and her heart was filled with excitement. She held out her small hand and placed it in Zhang Lin's big hand. Zhang Lin held her hand and shook it gently. Before you arrive at the villa, you will not lack food, and no one will be able to bully you. Chapter 12 Subway Tracks. It was obvious that Ji Weitong had never done any rough work. Her hands were white and tender, as if they had no bones, and they felt very comfortable to hold in the hands. But Zhang Lin did not linger, he just squeezed it gently and then let go. We are now within the 4th Ring Road, on the edge of Jindu District. The villa I'm talking about is even further away, in a villa area backed by mountains outside the 5th Ring Road, about 10 kilometers away from us. Ji Weitong took the initiative to talk about the location of the villa. If you want to go there, you must plan carefully. I have a drone in my room with a filming function. I'll go get it. It can help us a lot. Great stuff. I'll go with you to get it. Zhang Lin was overjoyed. He was afraid that the zombies would suddenly jump up and hurt Ji Weitong, so he got up and went to number 16 with her. Looking at the backs of the two people leaving. And Qingwu said angrily, Sister, I think this woman has bad intentions, you must be careful. Originally, she was a little uncomfortable with Zhang Lin suddenly becoming her brother-in-law, but at this moment, feeling a sense of crisis, she instantly accepted the fact that Zhang Lin was her brother-in-law. Don't think too much. And Qingge rubbed her sister's head and said with a smile, Zhang Lin just wanted to find a safe shelter for us. Besides, I can see that Ji Weitong just wants to survive. Room No. After Zhang Lin arrived, he looked around and became more suspicious of Ji Weitong. She said she was a real estate agent. But can the agent afford to live in such a nice house? This apartment complex is not low-end, but not high-end either. 3 of the buildings are single-person apartments, 2 are double-person apartments, and 1 is a large triple-person apartment. The 4 buildings where Zhang Lin and Ji Weitong live are all double apartments. Like the house rented by Qingge, the interior decoration is very ordinary, and the furniture and appliances are all cheap. They are specially bought by the landlord to make up the number in order to rent out the house. But Ji Weitong's house is different. The interior decoration is very exquisite, and the furniture and appliances are all high-end goods. More importantly, judging from the situation inside, she lives alone. This is not something a real estate agent can afford to live in. As if she had noticed Zhang Lin's suspicion, Ji Weitong quickly explained. You know, I'm an agent and I have a lot of properties. Some landlords have completely entrusted their houses to me, and I have the keys. When they're not rented out, I come here to live for free. It's just a small benefit of my job. Zhang Lin didn't quite believe it. It doesn't matter, as long as you don't lie to me about the shelter. If there is no villa after we get there, you can kill me or do whatever you want with me. Ji Weitong seemed a little aggrieved that she was not trusted. I just want to survive. I won't lie to you. After she finished speaking, she ran to her bedroom and brought out a big box. Zhang Lin took a glance. It is a high-end model, priced at more than 120,000 yuan on JD.com, and that is the basic configuration. If you add peripherals, the total cost may be 180,000 yuan. Zhang Lin sneered in his heart. This plane couldn't possibly be left by the landlord, right? A real estate agent, could he afford a drone worth hundreds of thousands? But he didn't say it. The secrets about Ji Weitong can be slowly unearthed. Ji Weitong came out holding the plane and said, There are 6 batteries in total. 2 are dead. There are 4 batteries left. It can fly for more than an hour. Zhang Lin asked. During this period, have you been staying with us or with you? Ji Weitong said without hesitation. Of course I'll live with you. Although the anti-theft door here is strong, it can't withstand the evil of people's hearts. 2 bedrooms, 1 for me and my wife, 1 for you and my sister-in-law, is that okay? Ji Weitong was not used to living with others. She had always lived in a 2-bedroom apartment before. But now, she agreed very quickly. No problem. Zhang Lin took the drone and said to her, Take the things you want to bring. You probably won't come here again. Ji Weitong thought for a moment, then went to get a set of clothes to change into, and nothing else. This woman is very smart. Zhang Lin took her back to number 12 and began to study drones. Ji Weitong has several mobile phones, one of which still has battery. It contains a video she shot with a drone, which she showed to Zhang Lin and the sisters. What she filmed was the road from the apartment to the suburban villa. She saw that whether it was the main road or the small road, there were zombies wandering around, and the situation was the same in all the communities. After reading this, and Qingwu was overwhelmed. How are we going to get there? There is absolutely no safe route. Zhang Lin was silent for a while, and then he said, walking on the ground is definitely not an option. There is only one way left, and that is taking the subway track. There is a subway entrance right below the apartment. And Qingge rented a house here because it was convenient for commuting to work. The location of the villa that Ji Wetong mentioned is not far from the subway entrance of the terminal station. It might be safer if you walk along the subway line. Wetong, does your drone have a signal underground? Zhang Lin asked. Ji Wetong thought for a moment and said, there is a signal, but it can only fly 2 or 3 kilometers. It probably won't work if it goes further. Okay then, you control the drone to check the situation in the subway. If there aren't many zombies, we'll go through the subway passage. Good. Ji Wetong was very efficient and immediately moved the drone to the window and flew it towards the subway station. Fortunately, the wireless network is still connected. The drone's remote control has a built-in screen, and soon the situation in the subway station was displayed on the remote control's screen. Hiss! There are quite a few zombies in the subway station. When Qingge saw the situation inside, he couldn't help but gasp. Everyone was also shocked. The zombies in the subway station are much denser than in the residential area. It can be said that there are mountains of corpses and seas of corpses. The subway station has a small space and a large flow of people, so this situation is normal. Ji Wetong patted her face to calm herself down. It's impossible to go underground. There are so many zombies. You can't kill them all even if you run out of bullets. The 3 women couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. It doesn't work on the ground, and it doesn't work underground either. Do I have to fly over? Or give up the plan to go to the shelter? But Zhang Lin seemed to have seen something. He stared at the screen of the remote control closely. Wetong, control the drone to continue flying inside and take a look at the subway track. Look at what's going on inside. We can't get through it all. Ji Wetong said puzzledly, but still went to see as Zhang Lin instructed. On the subway tracks, several carriages have completely broken down. There are still some zombies in the carriages, but the doors are closed, and they can't get out. There were bloodstains on the glass of the carriage. Looking at these marks, one could seem to feel the fear of the living people in the carriage at that time. The drone flew over the carriage, and ahead was a subway track that stretched as far as the eye could see, like a giant dragon winding in the darkness. There are no zombies in the track. Chapter 13 for Hunting Teams. I remember that there was an open-air section of the subway when we were about to reach the next station. Maybe we could climb onto the tracks from there. Brother-in-law, can't we just not go? And Qingwu was a little reluctant to go out. She was too scared of the zombies outside. I feel like we can survive here. We have to go. Ji Wetong spoke first. The city is densely populated and all food is supplied by the outside world. After the end of the world, it won't be long before food in the city will be scarce. The villa I mentioned has a large amount of food reserves. In fact, Zhang Lin doesn't have to worry about the food problem. He has a space ring, and the food in it will not spoil. He can ensure that the 4 people will never lack food. But Zhang Lin wanted to find a safe and spacious place. His system was the family prosperity system, and he would definitely have many wives and children in the future. If he doesn't have a safe base, his wife and children may be in danger when he goes out. Zhang Lin is planning for the future. Xiao Wu, she's right. And Qingge stroked her sister's hair. The food we can collect now has a shelf life. It won't be long before we can find food. Even if we can find more food, it won't be edible. We have to make plans early. Ji Wetong seemed to want to go to the suburban villa very much, and said again. The owner of that house has made a lot of preparations for the coming of the end of the world. He even cultivated a vegetable garden and prepared all the seeds. Zhang Lin looked at her. Is this woman really not afraid of being doubted? The more you talk, the bigger the flaw becomes. As if she sensed Zhang Lin's gaze, Ji Wetong turned her head and looked at him. Her eyes were very frank, and a bright smile appeared on her pretty face. Then she said to the insisters, once we get to the suburban villa, we won't have to worry about food anymore. You don't want Zhang Lin to risk his life to find food outside, do you? I have no objection. And Qingwu was convinced. In fact, it didn't matter whether she agreed or not, and it didn't matter whether Qingge agreed or not. As long as Zhang Lin wanted to go, he had to go. But being able to have a unified thought is always better than having 4 people with different ideas. So, the plan is this. Zhang Lin said slowly. We will go to the subway entrance of the next station first, climb onto the subway track, and then walk along the subway track until we reach the terminal station, climb out of the terminal station, and then go to the suburban villa. The three women all nodded. Rest first today. I'll go explore the surrounding area tomorrow. If there are no major problems, we'll set off the day after tomorrow. Lin made the decision and said, Chinga, come back to the room with me. You two should also go back and rest. Eat whatever you want and keep your strength up. And Chinga couldn't help but give Lin a blank look. She didn't believe that Lin would rest after returning. But she still followed Lin obediently. The game was interrupted just now, and Lin was not the only one who was unhappy. Xiao Wu. Ji Wetong looked at Qing Wu and stretched out a small hand. Can I call you that? We will be together for a long time in the future, so please take good care of me. Although Qing Wu was very wary of this woman, she didn't want to show her hostility when she saw Ji Wetong was so proactive, so she stretched out a white and tender little hand and shook hands with Ji Wetong. Then, the two returned to the house together. The two of them sat on the bed, doing nothing. Ji Wetong took the initiative to talk to Qing Wu. After a short while, she had found out almost everything about Lin and the Yin sisters. After all, Qing Wu was a college student who had not yet stepped out of the ivory tower, and her mind was relatively simple. A smart woman like Ji Wetong took the initiative to ask her questions, and even though she reminded herself to stay alert, she still inadvertently revealed a lot of useful information. It turns out that Lin and Chinga have been together for only a short time. Ji Wetong repeated this key information in her mind, with an inexplicable look on her face, not knowing what she was thinking. Suddenly, some noises came from next door. And Qing Wu covered her ears helplessly. Here we go again. She didn't sleep well last night. Ji Wetong also had a strange expression on her face. It was not even dark yet. Well? Your sister and brother-in-law have a really good relationship. She could only say this helplessly. And Qing Wu nodded awkwardly. Ji Wetong didn't care about the noise coming from next door. She didn't know what she was thinking and was too lazy to even speak. And Qing Wu simply buried her head in the quilt. The noise from next door made her feel strange all over, as if there was a fire in her body that could not be released. Time flies. At first, Ji Wetong was able to ignore the noise from next door and think about her own things, but as time went on, she showed a look of surprise. Hey, Xiao Wu, has your brother-in-law always been so fierce? And Qing Wu. The next morning, Lin walked downstairs refreshed, still taking the fire escape. There were zombies wandering around in the lobby on the first floor again, and there were also a few skeletons that had been eaten clean on the ground. Someone must have gone downstairs to look for food, but ended up becoming food for the zombies. His space ring was full of food, but he was not in a hurry to find food today. His main purpose today was to explore the way. It's at least 2 kilometers from one subway station to the next. If you walk, it's a very long distance, especially when there are zombies everywhere on the road. So it is important to choose a safe route. Because there were zombies outside the corridor, Lin had to hide in the corridor. There were too many zombies. Although his gun had unlimited bullets, it was just a pistol. It was not very powerful and could not fight so many zombies at the same time. Moreover, the gunshots would attract zombies from other places. This is not the time to force it. After walking in the corridor for a while, I suddenly heard footsteps from above, and it sounded like there was more than one person. Lin immediately became alert. He put his pistol into the space and moved them down without making any sound. After a while, a group of people arrived in the corridor on the first floor. They also saw Lin. This is a group of people wearing various homemade protective gear and holding various weapons in their hands. Basically, they are long sticks with a kitchen knife or similar homemade weapons tied to one end. It seems that people from Building 4 have also joined forces. Brother, come down to find food? The leader was a very burly man. Lin, who was 1.8 meters tall, had to lower his head when standing in front of him. He was also very strong and seemed to be full of muscles. My name is Chinzibo, and I live on the 12th floor. We are all from the 12th floor. Now we are joining together to kill zombies and find food. Are you interested in joining us? The sturdy man named Chinzibo was quite friendly, and probably thought that one more person meant more strength. Lin also introduced himself, saying that he lived on the 23rd floor and had been hungry for several days, so he couldn't help but come downstairs to look for food today. He directly rejected Chinzibo's invitation. He had no shortage of food and could kill zombies by himself, so there was no need for him to join forces with others. Chinzibo didn't care much about Lin's refusal. He chuckled twice and asked, Brother, did you hear the gunshots in our building yesterday? Do you know who he is? Chapter 14 Pathfinder. I also heard the gunshots, but I don't know who he was, Lin said seriously. Haha. Shinzibo smiled. He seemed a little skeptical, but he didn't pursue it too much. Do you want to go out? You can follow behind us. It will be safer this way. Thank you then, John Lin said without hesitation. It was indeed difficult for him to get through the encirclement of so many zombies by himself. Shinzibo is a big and strong man who looks like a rough guy, but he is actually very smart. His team consists of 6 people, each of whom has weapons and protective gear. But he did not choose to fight the zombies outside head-on. Shinzibo waved his hand and a short man came over from behind him. He took out a mobile phone, opened the door of the corridor a crack, then placed the phone against the ground and pushed it hard, and the phone slid out. A moment later, a passionate and exciting song sounded outside. The zombies had sharp senses and immediately swarmed towards the phone. Shinzibo pushed open the door and said, "Now go to the convenience store downstairs, quick!" Jean Lin was stunned for a moment. Don't they know that the convenience store 4 buildings downstairs is out of stock? It seemed like they were going downstairs for the first time. The short guy in the lead was ready to rush out, but Jean Lin dodged and stopped him. The little man was anxious. What are you doing? The zombies were lured away, but they will come back if they can't find food. He felt that Jean Lin was committing a crime and wasting this hard-earned opportunity. You're here to cause trouble, aren't you? A man behind him started cursing. Brother Chen thinks highly of you, so he let you join. It's fine if you don't appreciate his kindness, but now you're delaying our important business? Shinzibo was also somewhat displeased, but he was still restrained and simply asked, Brother Jean Lin, isn't it inappropriate for you to do this? Jean Lin was not the kind of person who would give a kind reminder, but considering that Shinzibo was relatively friendly, he didn't want Shinzibo to take the risk of running to the convenience store and end up with nothing. The convenience store has nothing. You said there's nothing? Get out of here! The man behind him got anxious and pushed Jean Lin, cursing. I think you just want to occupy the things in the convenience store and deliberately prevent us from passing, right? The man behind was also quite strong, albeit shorter in stature. However, he was very strong. An ordinary person would have been pushed and staggered by him, but Jean Lin reacted quickly and had greater strength, so he directly knocked his hand away. Fuck, you're looking for trouble, right? The man behind him was furious. I'm going to fucking kill you! Xiao Wang, stop it! Shinzibo stopped him, and then looked at Jean Lin seriously, as if trying to find out something. How did you get this information? Jean Lin said calmly. If you don't believe it, just go over there. The zombies haven't come yet, so you still have a chance. Brother Chin, I don't believe it! The short man shouted. There are so many things in the convenience store, how could there be nothing left? Besides, he is alone, and there are so many zombies outside, he can't get to the convenience store. This news must be made up by him. Shinzibo was a little hesitant for a moment. He was very suspicious that the man with the gun was Jean Lin, and that it was Jean Lin who took the things in the convenience store. Okay, I won't say any more to you. Jean Lin had already fulfilled his duty of reminding, and stopped pestering. I'm going to go out through the main gate and help you lead away some of the zombies. If you're willing to go to the convenience store, go ahead. After saying that, Jean Lin pushed the door open and ran out. Just at this moment, a few zombies came back. When they saw Jean Lin, they were like perverts seeing a beautiful woman. They immediately pounced on him like wolves and tigers. Their speed was faster than that of a normal person running. However, Jean Lin is now faster. He went out through the main gate and the zombies could not catch up with him at all. Brother Chen, this guy really lured the zombies away. Xiao Wang was overjoyed. Shall we go to the convenience store? The short man also said. Damn it, if he hadn't led some zombies away now, I would have chopped him up and thrown him out to feed the zombies to make myself feel better. After saying that, he also looked at Shinzibo. Obviously, except Shinzibo, who somewhat believed it, no one else believed Jean Lin's words. Shinzibo had nothing to say. When leading a team, you can't just do whatever he says. Everyone is taking the risk to come out. There is a convenience store right in front of us, so we have to go and take a look. Let's go into the convenience store through the back door. While the zombies were being led away by Jean Lin, a group of people quickly came to the back door of the 4 apartment buildings. Through the back door was the holy place that everyone longed for in the early days of the apocalypse, a convenience store. However, when the group of 6 people found Sukan's body, which was only a skeleton, and they all fell silent. Oh my god, who is so wicked? There is really nothing left? Xiao Wang immediately uttered foul language. If I knew who it was, I would blow him to pieces. It wasn't just Xiao Wang who was cursing. Others were cursing as well, but their vocabulary was not as rich as Xiao Wang's, so their curses were not as aggressive. Shinzibo couldn't help but swear, and then he looked around with his eagle-like eyes. After seeing the 2 bullets under Sukan's bones, he seemed to understand something. The roars of zombies could be heard outside. Chen Zibo didn't have time to think anymore. He shouted, "Brothers, there's nothing in the convenience store. Let's change our target. It's going to be a tough battle next." The other side. Zhang Lin had already run out of the apartment. There are many zombies downstairs in the apartment building, but none of them can keep up with Zhang Lin's speed. As long as he is not surrounded by zombies, it will not be very dangerous. This was something he had just discovered, and although his physical fitness had tripled, he had only exerted his full strength in bed so far. After running out of the apartment, there were fewer zombies and the vision was wider. Even if a zombie wanted to attack him, Zhang Lin would be able to discover it in time and run to a safe place in advance. He glanced at the subway station. The once bustling night market was now deserted. There were only bones lying around, and occasionally zombies would appear, making terrifying roars. Zhang Lin bypassed the subway station entrance where there were more zombies and got on the main road nearby. There were even fewer zombies here, but there were many accident cars, and many of them had become cages. The hungry zombies inside banged their heads against the glass, but still couldn't get out. This made Zhang Lin feel somewhat comforted. Zombies are fast, strong, and have sharp senses, making them terrifying enemies. But there is one good thing about them: they are relatively dumb. At least, they can't open car doors. Walking along the main road, there were only a few zombies. When Zhang Lin saw them from a distance, he would use his casual shooting skills to shoot them. Even after firing more than a dozen bullets, he would always hit one. By the time he reached the next open-air subway track, he had killed more than a dozen zombies, but had used up hundreds of bullets. Fortunately, it is a gun with unlimited bullets. Zhang Lin felt fortunate. After making sure that this road was safe, Zhang Lin started to return. When he was almost at the apartment, he saw a few familiar faces on the street. Chapter 15: Getting Ready to Go. It was Chen Zibo and others. Each of them carried a backpack and a large bag full of food in their hands. Some of them even threw away their weapons and ran as fast as they could. Behind them, there were nearly 20 zombies chasing them. The zombies were very fast. Although not as fast as perverts like Zhang Lin, they were definitely faster than normal people. Moreover, Chen Zibo and others were holding a lot of food, which further slowed down their speed. "Brother Zhang Lin, run!" Chen Zibo also saw Zhang Lin and shouted from a distance. At this time, they were still nearly 100 meters away from the 4 apartments. But the zombies were only one step away from them. If nothing unexpected happens, at least some of them will die at the hands of zombies. Zhang Lin had a good impression of Chen Zibo, and he didn't want to see Chen Zibo die at the hands of zombies, so he immediately took out his pistol and started shooting at the zombies behind them. Sure enough, the gun belonged to Zhang Lin. Chen Zibo was not surprised at all when he saw Zhang Lin take out a gun. He had guessed that Zhang Lin had a gun, otherwise who would be so bold as to run downstairs alone? The bullets in the convenience store should be left behind by Zhang Lin's shooting. Zhang Lin just wanted to help them, and was not willing to risk his life. After firing more than 10 rounds of bullets and slightly slowing down the zombies' speed, he pretended that his magazine was empty and retreated with Chen Zibo and others. Although Zhang Lin was at the back, he was the first to enter the apartment building. After that, after other people entered the apartment building, Chen Zibo and others quickly closed the door, and then several people pushed the door to prevent the zombies from rushing in, while others found something to block the door. After a while, the gate was blocked firmly and Chen Zibo and others finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother Zhang Lin, thank you for your help." Chen Zibo came over. He did not mention the previous incident, but smiled bitterly and said, "You reminded us, but we still went to the convenience store. We were blocked by zombies and it took a lot of effort to get out. Then we went to other supermarkets to look for supplies. We encountered zombies and even lost a person." Zhang Lin looked around and found that the short man who had spoken to him before was gone. He shrugged indifferently. "I have already reminded them, but they don't believe it. What else can I do?" "Brother Chen, why are you being so polite to him?" The short and stocky Xiaowang walked up with his sleeves rolled up. "He must have taken everything from the convenience store. We are dead because of him." Chen Zibo frowned and said, "Xiaowang, shut up. It was Brother Zhang Lin who saved us just now." Xiaowang shut up indignantly, but still stared at Zhang Lin. "Since you don't welcome me, let's go our separate ways." Zhang Lin didn't care much, because he was targeting Chen Zibo anyway. "Okay, I'll go upstairs first." "Thank you anyway." Chen Zibo waved at Zhang Lin. "We are on the 12th floor. If you need help, come find us there." Zhang Lin waved his hand without looking back and went upstairs through the fire escape. "Brother Chen, I was just counting the bullets." Xiaowang saw the door of the corridor close automatically, and came up to Chen Zibo and said, "He has no bullets in his gun." We don't have to be afraid of him. Shinzibo was a little helpless. He reminded us before, but we didn't believe it. We shouldn't blame him, right? He thought that Xiaowang was resentful of the short man's determination to die. But Xiaowang said, "Brother, have you forgotten? He took away all the things in the convenience store. If we can get all the things, how long will it take us to eat?" It turned out that Xiaowang was thinking about the supplies in Zhang Lin's hands. Shinzibo glared at him and said, "I won't do anything ungrateful. Don't mention this matter again." "Brother!" Xiaowang had a look of disappointment on his face. Shinzibo snorted coldly and said to everyone, "Go upstairs, go back and have a good meal, rest for a day, and then we will go find new supplies. Now that we have experience in dealing with zombies, it will be much easier to go out next time." After saying that, he took the lead and walked into the corridor. The others followed closely behind, while Xiaowang followed at the end with a frustrated look on his face. When he reached the 12th floor, Shinzibo suddenly stopped. "Brother Zhanglin, why didn't you go up? By the way, let me tell you, I actually live on the 25th floor. If you have anything to do, you can come to the 25th floor to find me." Zhanglin smiled slightly. "You are a nice person, we can be friends." The tall man grinned, looking very happy. He walked over and patted Zhanglin on the shoulder. "Okay, I recognize you as my friend." Zhanglin didn't want to say more, so he waved his hand and said, "I'm going up first, we'll talk again when we have a chance." After saying that, he turned around and went upstairs. Shinzibo was waving his big hands as big as a palm leaf fan behind him. "Well, bye. Brother Zhanglin is a good person. We will be friends from now on." Shinzibo turned to Xiaowang and said, "Especially you, stop thinking about the things in other people's hands, understand?" "Brother, I understand," Xiaowang said expressionlessly. Before going home, Zhanglin took out some food from his space ring as usual and packed it in a large bag. Considering that he might have to take the subway tracks in the future, he also took out a few battery-powered flashlights from the sundries. Then, Zhanglin knocked on the door of room 12. "Who?" Ji Yuedong's voice came from inside the house. After that experience, she was very cautious about opening the door. "It's me." Hearing Zhanglin's voice, Ji Yuedong opened the door. Coincidentally, the two sisters in Xingge and in Qingwu also came out of the bedroom. Ji Yuedong wanted to take the thing from Zhanglin, but in Qingwu got there first. She took the thing from Zhanglin first and glared at Ji Yuedong. It seemed like he was demonstrating to her. Ji Yuedong couldn't help but feel funny. In her opinion, and Qingwu is very childish. "There are so many foods." And Qingwu put the food on the coffee table and began to count them. "Adding what my brother-in-law brought back yesterday, this much food is enough for us to eat when we go to the villa in the suburbs." I took a look. Except for the more zombies near the subway station, there are very few zombies on the road. The danger factor is not high. I think we can set off tomorrow. Zhanglin was a little anxious. He wanted to settle down at the villa as soon as possible, and then start to attack the next target. "I think it's okay." Ji Yuedong seemed very anxious to go to the villa. Zhanglin couldn't help but look at her. This woman has a big secret. However, there is no need to rush. Once you get there and capture her, you will naturally know her secret, and you can also get a reward from the system. Kill two birds with one stone. Although Qingge felt a little anxious about what Zhanglin had already decided, she did not raise any objections. And Qingwu agreed with her sister, and naturally did not say anything. "We've had enough to eat and drink today, so have a good rest and get ready for tomorrow," Zhanglin said to Qingwu and Ji Yuedong while he put his arm around Qingge's shoulders. "Wife, let's go back and have a rest too." Chapter 16: Ji Yuedong's Reverse Strategy. It was late at night and the apartment building was completely silent, but from time to time one could hear the roars of zombies coming from downstairs. Zhanglin lifted the quilt, quietly got up and left the bedroom. And Qingge's face did not look as tired tonight. It was not because Zhanglin was no longer able to do it, but in order not to affect her activities tomorrow, Zhanglin only used 30% of his strength. But even so, after it was over, and Qingge didn't want to move a single finger on his body. After wiping his body a little, his head touched the pillow and he lost consciousness. It was only a little after 8 o'clock. In the past, no one in this building would have slept. But after the end of the world, people were in danger of losing their lives at any time, and there was no electricity. People could not use their phones or computers, so most people went to bed early. It's not so bad for someone like Zhanglin. Although he doesn't have a mobile phone or computer to play with, he has a girlfriend who he can, hug while sleeping. It would be sad if you were single. For example, the two people next door, after the end of the world, they were already under pressure in their hearts, and they were alone and had trouble sleeping. What's worse was that there were always some strange noises coming from next door. Let alone sleeping, they were so upset that they couldn't even lie down. Zhang Lin was moving things at the door, while Ji Weitong and Qin Wu came out from the other side. Brother-in-law, are you going out? And Qin Wu changed into her usual suspender nightgown. In the dark night, bits of moonlight filtered into the room, shining on her skin and reflecting a bright white light. Ji Weitong was still wearing the same outfit as before, a very homely light-colored sweatshirt and trousers. Her long hair that reached her collarbone was casually tied into a ponytail. She had a slightly childish face and looked delicate and soft, like a little sister next door. I have something to do outside, you just need to rest, Zhang Lin replied casually. Then? And Qin Wu asked worriedly. Will it be dangerous? Xiao Wu, you have to trust Zhang Lin. Ji Weitong took over the conversation. If you are really worried, I will go with you and your brother-in-law. And Qin Wu was a little anxious. If I have to go, I will go with my brother-in-law. She was already wary of Ji Weitong. Ji Weitong pointed at her and asked, Are you going out with your brother-in-law like this? And Qin Wu looked down. Originally, she had not worn this nightgown at home since Zhang Lin moved in, but since Zhang Lin became her brother-in-law, she started wearing it again. After all, they were all family. But this outfit is too thin. It is comfortable to wear when sleeping, but not suitable for going out. I'll go back and change my clothes now. And Qin Wu said as she was about to go back. Ji Weitong said, Aren't you delaying your brother-in-law's business? Zhang Lin kept moving things and didn't interrupt. He could see that Ji Weitong had Qin Wu completely at his mercy. He could see that Ji Weitong seemed to have something to say to him. Xiao Wu, you go back and rest. Let Weitong come with me. He suddenly interrupted. Okay. And Qin Wu was a little unwilling, but Zhang Lin had spoken, so she could only watch Zhang Lin and Ji Weitong disappear in the moonlight, and then closed and locked the door unwillingly. Why did you come out with me? Zhang Lin led the way and walked from the corridor to the 25th floor, but did not go out. Instead, he went up another half floor and sat down on a step between the 25th and 26th floors. When I first heard Xiao Wu say that you and Nchinga were together, I thought you threatened Nchinga with food or force. Ji Weitong blew away the dust on the steps and sat down next to Zhang Lin. But I talked to her during the day and found that you didn't do that. What do you want to say? Zhang Lin asked directly. You are different from other men. Seeing Zhang Lin being so direct, Ji Weitong couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, I know that after we get to the suburban villa, I will have no value. You will definitely not protect me then, right? She is quite self-aware. After arriving at the suburban villa, if he cannot conquer her, Zhang Lin will definitely not tolerate outsiders living in his home, even if the villa may be hers. Zhang Lin didn't say anything, which was considered as his agreement. Ji Weitong also calmed down. In the end times, a shelter cannot resist the evil in people's hearts. I just want to know what I have to pay for you to protect me. Zhang Lin asked. What do you have? Ji Weitong smiled bitterly. I have nothing but myself. Zhang Lin spread his hands. That's it. Ji Weitong felt relieved after hearing this. Ever since the end of the world, she has always felt insecure. Although she has many secrets, as a weak and very beautiful woman, she has no ability to protect herself. Originally, she thought that she could rely on her beautiful appearance to make Zhang Lin protect her. After all, he had only been with Nchinga after the apocalypse, so it was obvious that there was something wrong. She had previously guessed that it must be Zhang Lin who threatened Nchinga with food and force. But after chatting with Nchinga, he found that Nchinga was extremely sure that Zhang Lin liked her, and Nchinga did not feel threatened by her appearance at all. This made Ji Weitong feel a little unsure. If Zhang Lin was so infatuated with Nchinga, then her plan of using her beauty to buy protection would never succeed. That's why she came out with Zhang Lin to ask in person. When she learned that Zhang Lin did have feelings for her, she did not feel disgusted, but relieved instead. Ji Weitong had no ill feelings towards Zhang Lin. Instead, she had a very good impression of him. After all, Zhang Lin saved her. Moreover, Zhang Lin was strong, ruthless, and had a gun, which was enough to protect her. It has to be said that Ji Weitong's thoughts are in stark contrast to her appearance. She looks like a weak little girl, but her mind is very calm and rational, like an old veteran who has experienced many hardships. Then it's settled. Ji Weitong stretched out a small hand to Zhang Lin. When we get there, you protect me, and I will belong to you. Zhang Lin never thought that this woman was so easy to conquer. To be precise, she even conquered himself. After shaking hands with her, Zhang Lin reminded her. I don't like to force others. You have to be willing to be with me. If I find out that you are not willing, then I will not care about you. You actually have such a quirk. Isn't it enough that the person is yours? You actually want my heart. Ji Weitong smiled indifferently. Don't worry, I really admire you. Although I am a little uncomfortable with you having Nshinga, I am not completely unacceptable. After all, it's the end of the world. The two of them reached a deal. Lin was quite looking forward to it. After settling down there, I can get rewards from the system again, and Ji Weitong is also a great beauty. Double happiness. This time, Lin did not let go of the handshake, just as if he was collecting some interest in advance. Ji Weitong's small hands are white and tender, as if they have no bones, and they feel very comfortable to hold in the hands. And she did not resist at all, and even cooperated by leaning her head on Lin's shoulder. She didn't ask what Lin was doing at night. The two of them sat on the cold steps, waiting quietly in the silent night. I don't know how long it was, but suddenly, footsteps were heard in the empty corridor. Lin opened his eyes, let go of Ji Yuedong's hand, and patted her shoulder. Come on, be careful later. If there are too many people, I may not be able to take care of you. Chapter 17. Two Screams. When going upstairs during the day, Lin did not actually go upstairs directly, but hid behind the fire door and listened for a while. He heard everything Xiao Wang and Chen Zibo said clearly. How could a cautious person like Lin not be on guard when he saw Xiao Wang's hostility towards him? And how could he casually tell the floor where he lived? Of course, the floors he mentioned were also fake. We are leaving for the suburban villa tomorrow. Before entering the subway tracks, we need to cross the apartment area, past the subway station, and walk along the main road. With 3 women and most of the supplies, how could Lin leave behind a hidden danger? So, he deliberately told Chen Zibo a false address. If Xiao Wang really wanted to do something, then tonight would be his death. The footsteps were getting closer, and there was the sound of 2 people talking in a low voice. Mr. Chen is too pedantic. This is Xiao Wang's voice. Lin is alone, and his gun may be out of bullets. I wonder what he is afraid of. Brother Wang, is he really out of bullets? Another person's voice was filled with fear. If he still has bullets, we're doomed. Are you stupid? Xiao Wang said unhappily. We definitely can't fight Zhang head-on. This time, let's find out his details first. When he goes out during the day, we can find a way to pry open the door. Then his supplies won't be mine, right? What should we do if we run into him? The other person was still a little scared. Xiao Wang said. So I said Chen is pedantic. Why would he kill Lin directly in the daytime? Why would there be so many things to do? But he's not dead. How could we be so unlucky? We just happened to run into him? Xiao Wang said. Besides, after we get the supplies, we will move to a new place immediately. Zhang will definitely cause trouble for Chen, but what does that have to do with us? I'll listen to you. The other person was convinced. Xiao Wang suddenly lowered his voice and said, Stop talking. The next floor up is the 25th floor. Lin's hearing was much sharper than before. Although the voices of Xiao Wang and his companions were very low, he could hear them clearly. Ji Weitong could hear voices but couldn't make out clearly what they were saying. She was very nervous and held her breath, trying not to make any sound. A series of button-clicking sounds were heard. Xiao Wang and his companions pushed open the door of the fire escape. They checked every house on the 25th floor, lying down through door cracks, listening to sounds by the doors, or checking for traces on the ground. Brother Wang, we can't tell which house it is. The companion next to him worked on the 25th floor for a long time but still found nothing. Xiao Wang was very patient. Don't worry, take your time to look for it. Think about it, if we can get that batch of supplies, how long will it last for us? At that time, we will be upstairs watching Chen and his men fighting to the death downstairs, and watching Lin go downstairs in a rage to collect supplies again. I understand, Brother Wang. The two of them were busy on the 25th floor for quite some time. They had already determined which households still had people alive, but they were still not sure where Lin lived specifically. The two were also tired, so they came to the end of the corridor and smoked by the window. The night breeze was very refreshing, and the two imagined the bright future after getting the supplies. But suddenly there was a sound of footsteps, which made the two of them alert instantly. Who? The person you are looking for. Lin held a flashlight, shining it on the two people opposite him, and walked towards them with a gun in his other hand. Lin! Xiao Wang was immediately frightened to death. His companion's legs also went weak and he almost fell down. Who wouldn't be scared when a gun is pointed at them? Be quiet and don't move, Lin threatened as he walked. Behind him, Ji Weitong followed closely, her eyes fixed on the two of them. If it comes to fighting, she can't help, so she can only do small things like this. At least, it will prevent Lin from worrying about being ambushed. You heard it all? Xiao Wang couldn't help but take a step back and leaned against the windowsill. Haha, you must have heard it. Tell me, what do you want to do? He still had some courage, but his companion was not so brave. He just knelt on the ground, raised his hands, and cried for mercy. John Lin ignored him and slowly approached. "That's it." As he said that, he pushed Xiao Wang hard. His short and strong body seemed to have no weight at all in John Lin's hands, and he flipped out of the window directly. Ah! A terrified scream cut through the night, waking up many people who were resting. In the end times, everyone was nervous, and one wondered if anyone would be frightened into developing a mental illness. Xiao Wang's companions were so frightened that they couldn't even beg for mercy. John Lin simply grabbed his collar and threw him down. There was another scream and the faint sound of something heavy falling to the ground. Many people opened the windows to check on the situation at the store, but they quickly closed the windows again. It was late at night and there was no light except the moonlight, so I couldn't see anything. "Let's go back." John Lin turned around, his expression as usual, holding Ji Yuedong's hand, and slowly walked towards the 24th floor. Ji Yuetong didn't say anything for a long time. Although he had seen John Lin kill someone last time, and it was even bloodier than this time, the shock he felt this time was much greater than last time. She had roughly understood the reason for this matter, and she felt a little scared of John Lin's sting operation and ruthlessness. But I felt inexplicably relieved. "Fortunately, I am yours." Ji Yuetong spoke only when they were almost at room 12 on the 24th floor. "In this way, your caution and ruthlessness can be used to protect me. To be precise, you are not mine yet," John Lin reminded. "I know, but it's going to happen sooner or later," Ji Yuetong said softly. "If you really want it, go and let Nshinga and her sister sleep, and I'll give it to you tonight." John Lin said nothing. He could see that if he really asked Ji Yuetong to accompany him at this moment, she would definitely not refuse, but she probably would not be willing to do so in her heart. "The suburban villa is safe. You can have fun however you want." Ji Yuetong seemed to be afraid that John Lin would be unhappy, and hurriedly said, "Besides, you will need some time to deal with Nshinga, right? Do you think I'm a sex-hungry ghost?" John Lin said unhappily. "I told you before that I want you to follow me willingly, not just to sleep with you and be done with it." For some reason, Ji Yuetong felt a little touched when she heard this. "I'm such a jerk." She couldn't help but curse herself in her heart. As they were talking, the two of them had already arrived at the door. John Lin knocked on the door and introduced his identity as usual, and Qing Wu opened the door. She first looked John Lin up and down, not knowing whether she wanted to see if John Lin was injured or alive, and to see if there were any signs of intimacy between John Lin and Ji Yuetong. Chapter 18, Over the Wall. "What are you thinking about, girl?" John Lin scratched Qing Wu's nose unhappily. "We're just going to go out for a while. What are you doubting? Are you doubting my ability?" And Qing Wu's actions were too obvious, and there seemed to be suspicion written on her face. Anyone could see what she meant. She took a step back shyly. "Brother-in-law, what are you talking about? What a doubting ability!" For a moment, Qing Wu remembered the voice of her sister next door, and her fair face suddenly turned red with embarrassment, but the room was too dark and no one could see it. Ji Yuetong on the side chuckled twice but said nothing. "Go back and rest. We still have a long way to walk tomorrow." John Lin patted Qing Wu's shoulder. "Nu." After being teased by John Lin, Qing Wu no longer had any doubts and returned to her room obediently. Ji Yuetong deliberately slowed down a few steps. After Qing Wu arrived at the room, she stood on tiptoe and whispered in John Lin's ear. "Brother Lin, you are so lucky, sister." As she spoke, she winked at John Lin. "You are." John Lin felt very strange, as if the petite woman in front of him actually had a veteran who had been in the underworld for many years. If it were an ordinary woman, would she be able to say such words? "We." Ji Yuetong ran away after she finished speaking, avoiding the slap that was meant for her little butt. It's late at night. John Lin also returned to his room to rest. Nshinga stared in the dark. When she heard the door open, she said, "I was so nervous when I heard those two screams just now." She sat up and helped John Lin take off his clothes. John Lin hugged her and lay down, kissing her on the cheek. "Don't worry, I will only make others scream." Although they have only been together for a few days, Nshinga has already accepted the change in identity. Once, in John Lin's eyes, she was a workaholic and a strong woman who worked like crazy. It seemed that she had nothing else to do except making money and working. She was also relatively indifferent to her colleagues and others, and rarely communicated with them. After becoming John Lin's woman, she, this beautiful piece of ice, began to melt slowly and turned into gentle clear water. Of course, her tenderness was only towards John Lin and her sister. To Ji Yuetong, she is still the same as before. They would exchange a few words when there was something going on, and if there was nothing going on, she could go a whole day without talking to Ji Yuetong. Holding Chinga's smooth shoulders, John Lin was thinking about things in his mind, and his consciousness gradually became blurred. Until a certain moment, his head tilted and he fell into the warm, soft, and comfortable airbag and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Chinga woke up earlier than John Lin, which was rare. Seeing that John Lin was still sleeping, she did not disturb him, but quietly went out and packed up with Ji Weitong and Qing Wu. The only things you need to bring, besides some food, are a set of clothes for changing. Basically, one person can just carry a bag. I originally wanted to bring a drone, but the drone was running out of battery and couldn't fly for long, and Ji Weitong said there was another one at the villa, so I didn't bring this bulky drone. When the three women had almost finished cleaning up, John Lin woke up. Set off! At John Lin's command, the four of them left the apartment carrying all their belongings. Building. Qin Zibo stood by the window, looking at the figures downstairs in silence. When he heard the screams in the middle of the night, he could roughly guess what had happened. It was too dark at night, and he didn't dare go out, but as soon as it got light, he went down to check the situation and found the bodies of Xiao Wang and a companion in the team. The bodies were in a horrible state. In the middle of the night, a group of zombies had gnawed them until only skeletons with a few pieces of meat hanging on them were left. However, he was able to recognize the identities of the two men by their tattered clothes. There is no doubt that Xiao Wang and his companions went to cause trouble for John Lin in the middle of the night, and were then dealt with by John Lin. Qin Zibo remembered what John Lin said yesterday. Actually, I live on the 25th floor. If you need anything, go find me on the 25th floor. Yesterday, Qin Zibo had no doubts. He thought to himself that when he went downstairs again, he would go to the 25th floor to look for John Lin. If they acted together, everyone would be safer. But now, I'd be an idiot if I believed you again. Qin Zibo cursed angrily. However, his eyes were fixed on the figures of John Lin and others until he saw them walking on the main road without stopping. Only then did he realize that he might not be able to hear John Lin speak in the future. Where are you going? Qin Zibo had to admit that John Lin was more suited to this end of the world than himself, and that he was too soft-hearted. Perhaps, if he had been tougher yesterday, Xiao Wang and his companions would not have dared to go upstairs. He believed that John Lin was definitely better than him, both in terms of physical strength and intelligence. Since John Lin chose to leave the apartment, there must be a reason. He can't figure it out now, but that doesn't mean he can't make a decision. He looked away only when he saw John Lin and his group stop by the river, as if they were about to climb onto the subway tracks. Brothers, Xiao Wang and Xiao Jiang both died in an accidental fall from a building. We need to recruit some new members into the team. Qin Zibo called the only two remaining members of the team to his side and said, You go door to door, give out some food first, and then invite them to join the team. We need to expand the team and increase food reserves. After that, I have new arrangements. Qin Zibo knew that he was not a smart person, but that didn't matter, he just had to follow the smart people. He planned to reorganize the team, obtain a certain amount of food reserves, and then climb onto the subway tracks and follow John Lin's footsteps. John Lin, it's so high, how can we get up there? Ji Weitong looked at the 2-meter-high outer wall of the track and said aggrievedly, Can you consider me? I'm only 1.6 meters tall. She is indeed not tall. But this does not affect her beauty. Petite beauties are also loved by people. However, if it is too low, it will be a problem for her to climb over the wall. At this time, there is a river next to the road, and the subway is crossing the river. This section of the subway is open air. After crossing the river, the subway goes underground again. This section of the intersection is where the wall is the lowest. John Lin chose to climb onto the subway tracks from here. You are indeed a little short. John Lin looked her up and down and said with a smile. But don't you still have me? The wall was more than 2 meters high, and there was a sharp protective net on top. If John Lin had not tripled his physical strength, he would not have dared to guarantee that he could climb over it. He first took out a rope from his backpack. At one end of the rope were several hooks. He swung the rope a few times, threw the hooks onto the protective net, and pulled it hard. After some effort, he managed to pull the protective net down. Chinga, you come first. John Lin stood under the wall and waved to Nchinga. After Nchinga came over, he picked up Nchinga and slowly pushed her up. After Nchinga climbed up, he directly held her feet with both hands and pushed her up. Fuck! Ji Weitong was stunned. She looked at Qing Wu who was standing beside her. Xiao Wu, your brother-in-law is not only fierce in bed. Chapter 19 Clearing the Subway Station. Ji Weitong is looking forward to her happy life in the future. But Qing Wu was not as shameless as her. Her little face turned red and she turned her head away, ignoring Ji Weitong. Xiao Wu, it's your turn next. After John Lin sent Nchinga up, he waved to Qing Wu. Compared with Enchinga, Enchin Wu is lighter and thinner. She is not as generous as Enchinga to her future children, but her legs are long and straight. Zhang Lin picked her up and threw her gently. Logically, she should have been clinging to the top of the wall, so Zhang Lin put in a little more effort, and she climbed up. But Enchin Wu had no idea what she was thinking and didn't react at all. Fortunately, Zhang Lin reacted quickly and caught her, otherwise, her small body might not have been able to withstand this fall. What are you thinking about? Zhang Lin was speechless as he held the boneless Enchin Wu in his arms. The little person in his arms exuded a scorching temperature. He felt soft and comfortable in his arms. But what time was it now? There were still zombies on the road. Time could not be wasted like this. I'm fine, brother-in-law, try again. Enchin Wu came back to her senses. Her heart was in turmoil, and she had no thoughts at all. She replied instinctively. She was just completely confused. The moment Zhang Lin hugged her, Enchin Wu felt an inexplicable throbbing suddenly appear. For a moment, her heart beat faster, her whole body felt hot, and her brain became a mess. She forgot everything she should do. This is too social. Enchin Wu burst into tears. Be careful this time and don't make mistakes again. Zhang Lin was a little stern. Enchin Wu perked up this time. Even though she still felt her heart pounding, she had regained her senses and knew what she should do. Zhang Lin used the same trick again and sent Enchin Wu back on track as he did before. Finally, it's Ji Wetong. Bring it on. Zhang Lin opened his arms to her. Seeing this, she threw herself into Zhang Lin's arms without hesitation. She was slightly heavier than Enchin Wu, but to Zhang Lin, this weight was nothing, and he easily put her on track. Be careful, my brother-in-law has a girlfriend. Enchin Wu warned Ji Wetong as soon as she came up. She felt that Ji Wetong was too proactive just now. She herself had never been like that. Hee. Ji Wetong smiled slightly and said insincerely. I know. Finally, it's Zhang Lin. He just took a few steps back, then took a running start, and when he was close to the wall, he jumped hard, grabbed the top of the wall with both hands, and flipped over directly. After getting on the track, Zhang Lin and others walked towards the terminal with flashlights. As Zhang Lin expected, there was not a single zombie on the track. After all, the subway station is protected by guardrails, and the short section of track outside is either on an elevated platform or protected by a wall. Zombies can't get in at all, and no one could enter the track before the end of the world. The four of them walked along the track. It was a distance of more than 10 kilometers, and if they kept walking, they would arrive before dark. However, the insisters and Ji Wetong did not have the physical strength to do so. So, Zhang Lin could only slow down and walk slowly with them. In this way, they walked and stopped until late at night, and they finally reached the terminal. The terminal, like other subway stations, is filled with zombies. Zhang Lin had thought about this issue before. After much thought, he felt that it was very safe on the track and that the zombies in the subway station could be dealt with slowly, so it would not be a big problem. So, he finally decided to take the subway track. It was late at night and not suitable for fighting, so Zhang Lin took the four women and found a place to sit down on the track, rest for a while, take a nap, and wait until dawn to deal with the zombies. After whispering this, Zhang Lin was half asleep and half awake until dawn. Then he stood up, climbed over the guardrail and came to the subway station. Hiss! Roar! The zombies seemed to have not eaten for a long time. When they suddenly saw a living person, they became very excited and rushed towards Zhang Lin. Of course Zhang Lin would not just sit there and wait to die. He had already made plans. He jumped directly onto the security scanner nearby. Standing on the high place, he took out his pistol and started shooting at the zombies below. The security scanner was not very high, and the zombies could still reach it with their hands, but Zhang Lin was no pushover. Although it was summer now, he still changed into a pair of thick leather boots for winter, and also specially selected thick pants with his trouser legs tucked into his boots, providing very tight protection. He shot zombies that were far away with his gun and kicked those that were nearby. Whenever a zombie approached, he would kick it away with one kick and then finish it off with his gun. The gunshots attracted more zombies. Zhang Lin stood on a high place and slowly cleared the zombies in the subway station. Not far away, in the subway duty room around the corner, a group of people were leaning against the glass window looking out, but their direction was not facing Zhang Lin, so they could not see anything. The gunshots mean the rescue team is here. It must be the authorities coming to rescue us. A middle-aged woman with disheveled hair and a dirty face couldn't help but shed tears of excitement. We are finally saved! A little girl with freckles on her face also shed tears. Oh my God, if no one comes, we will starve to death. Everyone, don't cause trouble for the rescue team. We will stay here and wait for the rescue team to clean up the zombies before leaving. A young man stood up, and he remained calm. The young man's name is Niole. He is the duty officer at the subway station. After the apocalypse, they were very lucky. Several people in the duty room did not turn into zombies. They hid in the duty room and escaped. During this period, Niole risked his life to go to the store in front of the subway station and brought back some food, which allowed everyone to survive until now. However, he couldn't guarantee that he would be able to come back alive if he went out again. Therefore, Niole was also very excited about the arrival of the rescue team. He listened to the gunshots outside and felt relieved. As the roars of the zombies became less and less, the people in the duty room finally showed a look of relief on their faces. After a while, the gunshots became less frequent. They could hear footsteps, sometimes approaching, sometimes receding, and occasionally gunshots. I guess this is the rescue team cleaning up the scattered zombies. Finally, the roars of the zombies stopped and the gunfire completely ceased. The people in the duty room cheered. Niole pushed open the door and led everyone to look for the rescue team, but after looking around, he only saw zombie corpses all over the ground. There was no rescue team at all. Could it be that the rescue team didn't find us and thought there were no living people here, so they left? He muttered, then turned a corner and saw a man standing by the track. He kicked over the guardrail and then pulled up several women from under the track. Suddenly, a very ridiculous idea arose in Niole's mind. Could it be that all these zombies were cleaned up by this man? Chapter 20, City of Hope. How is it possible? Niole's reason told him that no one could do it. There were so many zombies in the subway station that it was impossible to count them. How could one person kill them all? But the problem is that, in the subway station now, apart from the survivors of the subway station, John Lin is the only one left. And the 3 women who just crawled out of the tracks. Brother Nyo, what are you looking at? Have you found the rescue team? The freckled girl ran over, feeling very happy. The zombies are really all dead. We are safe. Niole pointed at John Lin and said, in the subway station, besides us, he is the only one. Where did he come from? The freckled girl was stunned for a moment, and suddenly looked at Niole. Brother Nyo, are you saying he was the one who cleaned up the zombies? Niole murmured. I don't believe it either, but there really is no one else in the subway station. The others also rushed over at this time. Niole shared his guess with them. Everyone couldn't believe it. Until Jean Lin also saw them, walked over with a few women, and asked, Are you the survivors of the subway station? Yes. We are employees of the subway station. We have been trapped in the duty room for several days. Niole answered, then hesitated and asked, Well, did you clean up all the zombies in the subway station? Well, I'm going to pass through here and clean it up at the same time. You don't have to be trapped here. Jean Lin nodded and said lightly. Really? Although he had already made some guesses before, Niole was still shocked when he got Jean Lin's answer. He really couldn't imagine how one person could clean up so many zombies. He saw that Jean Lin only had a pistol on his waist, and asked himself, he definitely couldn't do this even if he had a pistol. Thank God! The disheveled middle-aged woman felt relieved and started crying as she sat on the ground. We are finally saved! There are zombies outside, don't take it lightly. John Lin instructed Niole and others, then took the insisters and Ji Wetong out of the subway station. Niole suddenly felt a little confused. When he was trapped in the duty room, he just wanted to go out, but when he really got out, he didn't know where to go. Although they had been hiding in the duty room for the past few days, they were still able to get news from the outside world when the internet was first available. The whole world has been taken over by zombies. Where else can I go? Hey brother, can we follow you? Niole stopped John Lin and asked. John Lin said without even turning his head. No! A friendly reminder was the greatest help John Lin could give them, and he didn't want to bring on any more burdens. Outside the subway station is a crossroads surrounded by tall residential buildings. It is also a densely populated area. There are many zombies on the main road, but because the space is too big, they don't seem to be many. Moreover, in the open terrain, given John Lin's physical fitness, he is not afraid of zombies at all. Even if he brought in Shinga and the others with him, John Lin could detect the zombies in advance, kill them with a pistol, and would not give the zombies a chance to get close. At the same time, following the map, we walked towards the suburban villa. The further we went, the more desolate and sparsely populated the place became. There were fewer and fewer zombies, and it became safer and safer. Later, John Lin even found a few shared bicycles on the roadside, smashed the locks, and rode away with several people, which increased the speed immediately. After riding for about 2 hours, except for John Lin, the insisters and Ji Wetong had all reached their limits. At this time, they finally arrived at the foot of a mountain. Oh my god, we're finally here! Ji Wetong stopped the bike and kicked it aside. This is the bad thing about shared bikes. Your butt hurts after riding for too long. In fact, Enqingda and Enqingwu also had pain in their buttocks, and their legs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead. But Enqingda has a strong character. She started working at a very young age to support herself and her sister. This little hardship is nothing to her. And Enqingwu, she was a little pampered before, but with the arrival of the end of the world, she can overcome any problems on her own. As for John Lin, his butt was a little sore, but he wasn't very tired. Do you see that place? Ji Wetong stood up and pointed to a small path. Walk along that path for about 3 to 5 minutes and you will reach the villa area. Can villas built in such a remote place really be sold? As a professional salesperson, Enqingda asked a professional question. When this villa was built, we never considered selling it to ordinary people. Ji Wetong smiled. Besides, the land here is cheap. Stop talking nonsense and hurry over. John Lin urged. You must be tired after walking for so long. The sooner you get there, the sooner you can rest. Follow me. Ji Wetong led the way and walked into the path, saying, No matter what happens in a while, don't say anything. I will handle it all, okay? Why should I listen to you? And Enqingwu was a little indignant. I knew that everything you said before was false. You are definitely not a real estate agent, and the villa is definitely not your client's house. Xiaowu, don't talk. And Enqingda patted her sister's back and looked at John Lin. They are not stupid. As they spend more time with Ji Wetong, they find more and more loopholes in what Ji Wetong says. In other words, John Lin believed her, otherwise the Yin sisters would not have followed her to such a desolate place. Listen to Wetong. John Lin also touched Enqingwu's hair and said with a smile. Although Wetong has a secret hidden from us, she will not harm us. When the time comes, she will tell us the secret. I didn't mean to hide it from you, Ji Wetong explained. It's just that the facts are too bizarre. You wouldn't believe me even if I told you. Besides, some things only came to my mind slowly. The 4 people talked as they walked. After a few minutes, they turned a corner, and the view in front of them suddenly became clear. A newly built villa area with high walls came into view. Hope City! John Lin saw a huge brass plaque hanging above the gate of the villa area and softly read out the words on it. Yes, this is the city of hope in the end times. Ji Wetong also looked at the plaque, her tone carrying an indescribable complexity. Who is it? Several people were still looking at Hope City, which was said to be a villa area but was actually a small city. Several people in security uniforms walked out from behind the iron gate. They looked at John Lin and others with vigilance. John Lin immediately became alert, his hand already reaching for the pistol on his waist. Ji Wetong walked over and patted John Lin on the shoulder, gave him a reassuring look, then took a step forward, walked to the gate of Hope City, and said to the security guards. My name is Ji Wetong, and I'm the owner of number 16 Hope City. You can check it out. Chapter 21 The Second Reward. Ji Wetong seemed to like the number 16 very much. When she lived in the apartment, she also lived at number 16. The security guards inside the door heard her words and immediately started to check. After a moment, the leading security guard said respectfully, Dear owner, welcome home. As he said that, he opened the door and welcomed Ji Wetong in. Ji Wetong led everyone inside. When passing by the security guard, she said, They are all my people, and they have to go in together. Of course, it's your right, the security guard said respectfully. After entering the villa area, everyone walked in, looking around at the environment inside the villa area. Ji Wetong was also introducing. This villa area has a total of 100 small villas, each of which has been renovated and is very suitable for life in the end times. In fact, this place cannot be called a villa area. Although each house is a separate building with a garden at the back, the main area of the villa is not large. It has 3 floors in total. The first floor is built a bit like a shop. At this time, the doors are not open and the thick rolling doors are closed. The second and third floors are the living areas, with balconies. Sometimes the curtains are not drawn, and you can see the scenes inside the house through the glass. There are living rooms, bedrooms. Judging from the area and decoration alone, the houses here cannot be considered villas. Instead, they are more like self-built small houses in the countryside. John Lin was full of curiosity about this place. However, he was not in a hurry to ask since he hadn't settled down yet. Under Ji Yuetong's familiar leadership, the few people quickly arrived at the door of Villa number 16, which was close to the center of Hope City. Judging from the geographical location, number 16 should be a good place. Moreover, the villas before number 20 are larger than the later villas. I hope there is electricity and internet in the city. The door of Villa number 16 is actually unlocked by fingerprint and facial recognition, which is very advanced. Ji Yuedong's information had been entered, and the door opened when she stood at the door and scanned her face. I'll put your information in later so you can come and go as you please. After entering the villa, it was indeed similar to what Zhang Lin had observed before. There is no living area on the first floor, but a large shop with a staircase at the back leading to the second floor. There was basically nothing in the shop, it was completely empty. The four of them went up the stairs to the second floor. Compared with the first floor, the second floor is much better. A living room, 2 bedrooms, a kitchen, a dining room, a bathroom, and a storage room for sundries. The second floor is fully furnished, even with daily necessities, so you can move in right away. Then I went to see the third floor, which also had 2 bedrooms and a bathroom. The rest of the space was empty, probably left for the owner to play freely. Brother Lin, this place is our home. Ji Wetong looked at the things in the villa with a hint of nostalgia in her eyes. Zhang Lin was silent for a while. Before the end of the world, he couldn't afford to buy a house and was forced to break up by his girlfriend's mother. Who would have thought that after the end of the world, he would live directly in a small villa? Oh, there's a basement. Ji Wetong had forgotten about it before. The generator, water purifier, heating and cooling equipment are all in the basement. Sisters in Qingge and in Qinggu were also a little confused. After the end of the world, they had become accustomed to hard life, but they never expected that after moving into their new home, they would be able to even have heating and cooling. Is this still the end of the world? They couldn't afford to live in this kind of house before the end of the world. There's nothing planted in the garden behind the house right now. There are vegetable seeds stored in the warehouse, and we can plant them in the garden later. Ji Wetong sighed faintly. In the end times, the price of vegetables is more expensive than gold. Qingge Xiaowu, please choose a bedroom to rest first. I want to talk to you, Wetong, Zhang Lin suddenly said. Ji Wetong has too many secrets. Especially after arriving here, she has almost no intention of hiding them. Zhang Lin is also impatient to know her secrets. Okay. And Qingge nodded, took her sister's hand and walked away. Ji Wetong took the initiative to point to a bedroom on the second floor and said, I'm going to live here. Let's go to my bedroom and talk. At this moment, her heartbeat suddenly began to accelerate. She has realized that what Zhang Lin wants is not just a simple chat. Zhang Lin walked into the bedroom first. This is a very ordinary bedroom, with furniture and various appliances, all brand new, clean and tidy. After entering the room, Ji Wetong locked the door, then sat down on the bed and sighed. I'm finally home. I can finally breathe a sigh of relief here. Zhang Lin sat next to her, put his hands on her shoulders, and exerted a little force to make her face him. Ji Wetong giggled and said, Are you so anxious? I thought you would ask first. It seems that curiosity cannot compare to a man's desire. Of course Zhang Lin was not so impatient, but he was indeed not in a hurry to ask at this moment. Ji Wetong knows all the secrets. Zhang Lin must first make sure that she will not lie to him. As for how to confirm her sincerity, it depends on whether she can pass the system's judgment. Wetong, are you willing to marry me and be my wife? Zhang Lin asked seriously. I promise, as long as you are sincere with me, I will protect your safety and let you live a life without worries about food and clothing. You are such a weird person. In the end times, everyone just wants to vent their desires, but you just like to play the true game. Ji Wetong complained, then looked at him seriously and said, I don't have any bad feelings towards you. On the contrary, I admire you. After the end of the world, only ruthless people like you can survive. I am willing to marry you. As long as you can protect me, I will absolutely be your woman sincerely. Congratulations, you have married a wife, your family has become more prosperous, and you have received the following rewards. Self-adaptive extraordinary template awakening gem. There are only 2 rewards this time, and it's the same item, but given in 2 copies. Moreover, Zhang Lin had a hunch that this thing was extremely extraordinary. What are you staring at? After Ji Wetong finished speaking, she closed her eyes nervously, waiting for that moment to come. However, she waited for a long time, and when she opened her eyes, she saw Zhang Lin standing there in a daze. Zhang Lin came back to his senses and looked at Ji Wetong. Her pretty little face, with fair, delicate skin that seemed as if it were a baby's, was now flushed with embarrassment. So she also knows how to be shy. Zhang Lin has always believed that only by going through a lot of things could one develop such a character. You're so pretty. Zhang Lin reached out and gently stroked her face. Ji Wetong usually doesn't buy into this kind of talk, as men's words are always deceiving. But at this moment, her heartbeat quickened and her consciousness gradually blurred, and she just felt that this sentence was so beautiful. So are you going to ask me the secret first, or? She looked at Zhang Lin expectantly. Any man knows what to do at this moment. He put his hands on her shoulders and gave her a slight push, and Ji Wetong lay on the bed. Zhang Lin's breathing began to become rapid. He could no longer restrain himself and pounced on him like a hungry wolf. Chapter 22 Hundreds of Reborn. The temperature in the room seemed to rise due to friction, and Zhang Lin got up to open the window to let in some fresh air. Pull the curtains. I hope there are other people in the city. Ji Weitong pulled the quilt to cover her delicate body. She had just finally experienced Zhang Lin's bravery firsthand. At this moment, I was so tired that I didn't have any strength left. If she wasn't afraid of exposing herself, she wouldn't even want to pull off the quilt. It's okay for Zhang Lin to see it, but not for others. I really didn't expect that you are still a virgin. Zhang Lin returned to the bed and held her in his arms. He always thought that Ji Weitong, this old hand, had experienced a lot of things. But the bright red on the bedsheet proved Ji Weitong's purity. Men are like that. Although I say I don't care about these things, I actually do care. Anyway, Zhang Lin's attitude towards Ji Weitong is completely different now. Although it seems nothing on the surface, her status in Zhang Lin's heart has been raised to an unknown level. Just like in Chinga before. Simply doing it for the reward and truly treating her as a wife are two completely different attitudes. Didn't I tell you? Ji Weitong leaned on Zhang Lin's shoulder and said quietly. Anyone who has experienced the end of the world several times will have a different personality. Zhang Lin doesn't usually smoke, but he lit one up at this time. After a fierce battle, Ji Weitong had told him all the secrets. She is a reborn person. A person who has experienced the rebirth of the apocalypse several times. To be precise, it is the kind of incomplete rebirth. She did not have very detailed memories, but awakened bit by bit. Before the end of the world, her awakened memories were limited, and she did not even know about Hope City. She just instinctively moved towards Hope City. Otherwise, it is impossible for a wealthy woman with a net worth of hundreds of millions to rent a small apartment on the edge of the 4th Ring Road. That's right, Ji Weitong was a wealthy woman before the end of the world. Her wealth came from her parents, who were even richer and worth billions. Before the end of the world, she had bits and pieces of memories in her mind, and at the same time, an instinct drove her towards the direction of Hope City. But the feeling was not strong, so she did not go directly to Hope City, but rented that apartment instead. After the end of the world, her memory began to awaken rapidly. 2 days ago, she remembered the existence of Hope City and began to use a drone to find the way. However, although she had the memories of her previous life, she was a weak woman and could not get through the zombie swarm to come to Hope City. So, later she was so hungry that she was unconscious in the apartment, and was tricked by Wang Jia and others into opening the door. Then she saw Zhang Lin's methods, and an idea came to her mind, that is, to rely on Zhang Lin to come to Hope City. Ji Weitong also said that the end of the world will not happen once, but many times, like an unknown existence's test for mankind. Various disasters will follow one after another. If mankind cannot survive, the whole world will be extinct. Then the world will restart, and give mankind another chance. She had experienced the end of the world 4 times alone. Moreover, she is not the only one who has been reborn. The builder of the City of Hope is the most powerful reborn person, whose memory is the clearest, so he built the City of Hope before the end of the world and opened it to everyone who awakened their memory. She had been to Hope City in her previous life, but according to her, she lived in an apartment for 7 or 8 days in her previous life. When she was about to starve to death, a man named Qin Zibo found her and recruited her into his team, which allowed her to survive. In the previous life, there was no such thing as Wang Jia knocking on the door. As for Zhang Lin, she had never heard of him in her previous lives. It should be a butterfly effect. You might have had bad luck in your previous lives and died a long time ago. Ji Weitong gave her analysis. So, you didn't bring any food upstairs, and Wang Jia didn't see it, so naturally he didn't think of asking me to trick you into opening the door. Zhang Lin guessed that it was because he had not obtained the family prosperity system before, so he would have died long ago. So, I hope that all the people living in the 100 villas in the city will be reborn and have memories of several apocalypses? Zhang Lin asked again, holding the petite Ji Weitong in his arms. This news is shocking. But there are more than 100. Ji Weitong enjoyed Zhang Lin's embrace. She put her face on his chest and whispered. It's just that there are only 100 places in Hope City. In fact, this is one of the reasons why I chose to follow you. She raised her head, looked at Zhang Lin, and said seriously. I hope the city lord will not keep useless people. In my previous life, I had to draw lots to get villa number 16, but the city lord will soon announce an order that the owner of the villa cannot refuse the challenge of others. If someone challenges me and I lose, I have to give up the right to use the villa. Were you driven out in your previous life? Zhang Lin asked. Yeah. Ji Weitong recalled the sad things and said in a sad tone. I used to be a rich lady. I had a bad temper and was very willful. As a result, the end of the world taught me how to be a human being. After experiencing the end of the world several times, I became what I am now. I have experienced many evil people in the past few apocalypses, so after I met you, I would rather be your lover in exchange for your protection. You should thank the apocalypse, otherwise, if it were me in the past, would you be able to get me so easily? What you said is quite interesting. Zhang Lin couldn't help laughing, and then he corrected her. But you are wrong about one thing. You are not my lover, you are my wife, and I want you to give birth to many children for me. If I were your only woman, I would believe it. Ji Wetong looked at him with contempt. Don't think I don't know that you also have feelings for Xiao Wu. Zhang Lin paused and said, Actually, I had no choice but to do this just to survive better. Do you believe me? I don't trust you, Ji Wetong said disdainfully. Zhang Lin was helpless. These days, no one believed the truth. He picked up the petite Ji Wetong and let her sit on him. How is it? Have you recovered a little? Do you want to do it again? You are a beast, Ji Wetong cursed. She was petite and her recovery ability was even worse than Nshinga's. At this moment, she still felt a pain as if her lower body was torn apart. Okay, then you have a good rest and I won't disturb you. Zhang Lin kissed her and then gently put her on the bed. The person has been captured and the secret has been revealed. The next step is to study your reward in detail. Hey, you should think about how to explain this to Nshinga. Ji Wetong suddenly gloated. You've been in my room for so long, even a fool would know what you've been doing, especially Xiao Wu, she's been watching you very closely. You don't have to worry about this. Bye. I'll come to see you after you recover. Zhang Lin patted her little but in annoyance. Then he left her bedroom. The living room was right outside the door. Nshinga and Nqingwu were both sitting on the sofa in the living room. When they saw Zhang Lin coming out, they both looked over. Nqingwu glared at him and clenched her fists. Nshinga's eyes were red and there were 2 tear marks on her fair cheeks. She looked at Zhang Lin sadly with her beautiful eyes, pursed her red lips, and said nothing, as if waiting for Zhang Lin's explanation. Chapter 23 Awakening Gem. Zhang Lin originally wanted to check the system rewards as soon as he came out, but when he saw the insisters like this, he knew that he couldn't check it for the time being. If we don't deal with them, the backyard will be in chaos. Zhang Lin still hopes that Nshinga will give birth to a child for him. Moreover, he also wanted to get another reward from Nqingwu. Need to comfort. Zhang Lin walked over, sat next to Nshinga, and put his arm around her shoulders. But Nshinga just looked at him woodenly, her body motionless, unlike usual when she would lean over to him as soon as Zhang Lin stretched out his hand. Brother-in-law, you've gone too far. Nqingwu couldn't help but speak first. How long have you and my sister been together? You cheated on me, and with that bad woman Ji Wetong. You don't care about my sister at all. Nshinga has a very stubborn personality. Although she is usually gentle and virtuous to Zhang Lin, at this moment, if Zhang Lin does not give a reasonable explanation, she might take her sister away. With her personality, she is capable of doing such a thing. After being with Nshinga, Zhang Lin also learned some of her past. Their mother died young, and their father was a gambler who often beat and scolded them. There was even a time when their father owed gambling debts and wanted to force Nshinga, who was already a teenager, to sell her body. At that time, Nshinga ran away from home with Nqingwu, who was not even 10 years old. She gave up her studies and started working to earn money to support herself and her sister. She was indeed capable, and her income grew higher and higher, and she was even able to support Nqingwu to study music. Her gambler father often came to her house to ask for money. At first, she would spend money to avoid trouble and give her father some money to send him away so that he would not interfere with her and her sister's lives. But later on, her father became more and more excessive, and his demands were always too much for her, which was completely beyond her tolerance. So Nshinga simply stabbed her father with a knife. I don't know if Nshinga's father was scared or something, or if he had a change of heart, but he didn't call the police, otherwise Nshinga would have gone to jail at that time. Later, her father would occasionally come to ask for some money to buy food, but he never dared to force Nshinga again. This woman dared to stab her father and go to jail. Now Zhang Lin has no doubt that she has the courage to take her sister away and live on her own. It's actually like this, Zhang Lin said very seriously. Ji Wetong is a woman with too many secrets. If I don't do this, I don't dare to trust her at all. How is that possible? You are so powerful, what can she do to us? Nqingwu didn't believe it at all. And Nshinga naturally didn't believe it even more. Zhang Lin immediately repeated what Ji Wetong had just said, and then said to them, Think about it, there are hundreds of reborn people, or even more, and they are all eyeing our house. If we don't have a reborn person who sincerely helps us, how can we compete with them? Is that so? and Qing Wu was a little confused for a moment. After all, she is young and is too well protected by her sister, so she is somewhat naive about the ways of the world. And Chinga was different. She was skeptical and mostly disbelieving. This is the only way I can trust her. Think about it, if she is not on the same page with us, she holds so much intelligence about the future, and if she has even the slightest evil intention, she can kill us, Zhang Lin said with a sigh. And Qing Wu's momentum suddenly dropped, and she was somewhat convinced by Zhang Lin. But you can't let my sister down! She pretended to say it viciously, but it had no power. Xiao Wu, go back and rest first. I'll talk to your sister about this. Zhang Lin patted Qing Wu on the back and asked her to go upstairs to rest. He sat next to Qingga and hugged her. I know you blame me, but you have to believe that I really treat you and Xiao Wu as my family. And Qingga spoke for the first time at this time. What you said is all false. My mind tells me so. But in my heart I still have hope for your words. She shed tears. And Qingga couldn't remember how long it had been since she last cried. You are my first man, and you saved Xiao Wu and me. It's all my fault. Zhang Lin picked her up and walked towards the master bedroom on the first floor. I will comfort you. Let's go back to the house. And Qingga didn't want to leave Zhang Lin, but she couldn't accept the relationship between Zhang Lin and Ji Weitong. At this time, she needs to be less sober. Fortunately, Zhang Lin definitely has the ability to make her infatuated. After returning to the room, Zhang Lin locked the door first. Then he threw Qingga onto the bed and pounced on her. Soon, Qingga's sanity completely disappeared. I was already tired after a long day and hadn't had a good rest yet when I found out that Zhang Lin and Ji Weitong were sleeping together. My mood was immediately affected. It was a double blow both physically and psychologically. And now, Zhang Lin is exerting his full strength again. Not to mention that she is in poor condition now. Even if she was in her prime before, she would not be Zhang Lin's opponent. Soon, Qingga's consciousness began to blur. She had completely forgotten all her troubles and was completely immersed in a dreamlike feeling. More than an hour later, Zhang Lin finally had time to check his reward. And Qingga fainted. She lay aside, Zhang Lin covered her with a quilt, and then went to the living room. Ji Weitong was also resting, while Qing Wu was on the third floor. The living room on the second floor was very quiet. Zhang Lin sat on the sofa and began to check the 2 rewards from Ji Weitong. Self-Adapting Extraordinary Template Awakening Gem. This is a purple gem used to awaken the Extraordinary Template. According to Ji Weitong, the Extraordinary Template will be a very important thing in the future. After the zombie wave known as the Resident Evil, there is a month of extreme cold and a month of extremely hot temperatures, which are called the 2 worlds of ice and fire by the reborn. After surviving the biochemical crisis and the 2 worlds of ice and fire, it is the new era for the reborn to show their skills. At that time, all creatures on the blue planet, except humans, will gain extraordinary powers. If humans want to obtain extraordinary powers, they need to hunt these extraordinary creatures and make extraordinary template awakening potions by combining various materials. After using it, humans can obtain a supernatural template that can grow and use various supernatural abilities. However, this awakening potion has limitations. That is, depending on the materials and formulas, the template potion produced is fixed, and only a fixed extraordinary template can be obtained after use. However, the self-adaptive extraordinary template awakening gem is different. This kind of gem is very precious and difficult to obtain. After using it, the extraordinary template obtained is also generated automatically according to one's own talent. In other words, if Zhang Lin uses this awakening gem, he can obtain an extraordinary template that is extremely suitable for his own development. Extraordinary. Zhang Lin played with the purple gem in his hand for a while, then he held the gem and hit his forehead with it. Quietly, without any sound, the gem instantly turned into pure purple energy when it touched Zhang Lin's forehead, and then merged into his forehead. At the same time, Zhang Lin felt that he had undergone drastic changes. Some scales with mysterious patterns appeared on his body. At the same time, an ethereal dragon roar came from somewhere. Chapter 24 Being treated as a weak persimmon. Dragon scales. Dragon roar. Zhang Lin looked at his own changes and seemed to have understood what the template for his awakening was. Descendant of the true dragon. 4 words suddenly appeared in his mind. At the same time, he also knew the various extraordinary powers he had obtained. Dragon bloodline. Long way. Dragon breath. According to Ji Weitong, after the end of the world, most people obtained ordinary supernatural templates, and could only have one supernatural ability at the beginning. The template that can obtain 2 extraordinary abilities at once is a rare one. There is also a legendary template that initially has 3 extraordinary abilities, which may not even be found in one of 10,000 extraordinary templates. And Zhanglin, the awakened true dragon bloodline extraordinary template, is a legendary template. First of all, let's talk about the extraordinary skill of dragon bloodline, which can double Zhanglin's physical fitness on the original basis and increase his resistance to damage and control from various spells. Zhanglin has used genetic modification drugs, so his physical fitness was already high. Now it has doubled, and his physical fitness has reached a level far beyond that of ordinary people. Not to mention the confrontational bonus. If he only had this one skill, then Zhanglin would position himself as a frontline tank in the future. But then he saw the other two skills and knew that he could be a versatile player. Dragon Power. This skill is divided into two modes. One is passive. As long as Zhanglin is alive, his body will always exude dragon power, which can make weak creatures feel afraid and dare not provoke him. But there is also a disadvantage, that is, powerful creatures may be displeased with him and have the urge to kill Zhanglin. If this skill is not used properly, it will become a garbage skill that attracts hatred, but fortunately it can be turned off at any time. There is also a mode of active release, which releases dragon power to a single target, which can instantly stun the target, and the duration of the stun is determined by the target's strength. In general, this skill can be used to attract hatred, to disperse mobs, or to control a single enemy. Dragon Breath. This skill, as the name suggests, allows Zhanglin to spit fire from his mouth. The intensity of the flame depends on his physical fitness. How much he can spit also depends on his physical strength. This skill gives Zhanglin a range damage skill and can also attack from a distance. If we look at it from the perspective of the game, Zhanglin is a tough guy, can resist, has control, and can also deal long-range magic damage. He is super strong. Yutong said that above this purple gem, there is also a golden gem, which can increase the template level after use. I wonder if I can get it in the future. Zhanglin muttered to himself. Now that Ji Wetong has been taken down, if he wants to get the system reward, besides making Enchinga and Ji Wetong pregnant, he has to take down Enqing Wu. However, this is a bit difficult. Brother Lin, I seem to hear some strange noise just now. Ji Wetong suddenly ran out with a limp. Zhanglin looked over, and there seemed to be a fire rising in his heart. She was wearing the suspender nightgown that Enqing Wu brought, and he could see at a glance that the woman was topless. What sound did you hear? Zhanglin asked. Ji Wetong shook her head, a little confused. I don't know either. It sounds a bit like the cry of some creature. It doesn't sound like a normal creature. But we haven't entered the new era yet, so there shouldn't be any extraordinary creatures, right? Oh, I see. Zhanglin understood. She should have heard the dragon roar that sounded out of nowhere when she awakened the extraordinary template just now. Didn't you hear it? Ji Wetong limped to the sofa and sat down next to Zhanglin. Zhanglin glared at her. You're not even well yet, and you dare to seduce me like this? I'm very tired and I'm too lazy to get dressed. Ji Wetong said in a tender voice. Besides, I heard everything just now. You just had a lot of trouble with Enchinga. Do you still have the energy now? Why don't you give it a try? Zhanglin was eager to try. Ji Wetong felt that Zhanglin would not be able to make it. This man was strong, but not to this extent. However, when she saw Zhanglin's confident expression, she did not dare to gamble. When she met Wang Lin for the first time, she felt that she would need at least 3 days to recover. Forget it, you should look for Enchinga or Enqing Wu, she said with a teasing smile. Zhanglin was too lazy to pay attention to her. It would be great if Enqing Wu could be taken down so easily. By the way, I just asked you, didn't you hear the sound? Ji Wetong was interrupted by Zhanglin and almost forgot about it. It was me just now. Zhanglin didn't intend to hide it from her, but just as he was halfway through his words, he heard a man's voice shouting downstairs. Miss Ji, an old friend is here to visit. Please come out and meet him. Hearing this voice, Ji Wetong's face turned extremely ugly. That idiot is coming. Who? Zhanglin asked. The man who took my house away in my last life. Ji Wetong gritted her teeth. However, in my last life, he came to challenge me and took away my house more than a month after I joined Hope City. But in this life, he came so early. Zhanglin wanted to laugh. It was obvious that the man downstairs had tasted the sweetness in his previous life, and continued to take advantage of Ji Wetong in this life. What are the rules of the challenge? Zhanglin asked calmly. He has just awakened the extraordinary template, and is in need of someone to practice with. It can be a one-on-one fight or a team fight, but the choice is up to the other party. There is no need to say more about a one-on-one fight, just one person each. If it's a team fight, either everyone goes together, or we send one person and they send 5, and it's a round-robin fight. Also, firearms are not allowed. Ji Wetong was familiar with it. After she finished speaking, she added, In my previous life, I took in a few sisters. They basically had no fighting power. I went to fight him one-on-one, and I was defeated in 3 moves. In this life, I am here, Zhanlin said in a flat voice. But Ji Weitong heard great confidence in it. Ji Weitong, you don't have to pretend you didn't hear it. I heard the security guards say you were here. If you don't come down, I will wait for you downstairs, unless you never go out for the rest of your life. The man downstairs continued to shout. In other words, the city lord has a rule that one cannot break into other people's houses without permission, otherwise, he would have come here to fight. Although he has reincarnated several times, it is not the new era yet. He will not have extraordinary abilities. You are so powerful, he is definitely not your opponent. Ji Weitong was also very confident in Zhanlin. She held Zhanlin's arms tightly and said, "Carry me back to the house. I need to change my clothes first." After all, she was wearing nothing at all. It was okay for her to show up in front of Zhanlin, but she couldn't go downstairs and let others feast their eyes on her. Zhanlin went over, hugged her petite body, took her to the bedroom, helped her change her clothes, and then carried her downstairs. At this time, at the door downstairs, a burly man was yelling and cursing, and behind him were 4 strong young men. When Ji Weitong saw it, she was shocked. This was completely different from what she thought. In her previous life, she had a one-on-one duel with the man downstairs, and she thought it would be the same in this life. But it was obvious that they had no intention of fighting one-on-one. And on his side, there is only Zhanlin who is capable of fighting. It's over, they will definitely choose a round-robin battle. Chapter 25 Cruel Rules. The mysterious city lord built this city of hope to cultivate strong people, so the rules he set are very cruel. If the owner of the house faces a challenge and the other party has a lot of people, then if the other party chooses to fight as a team and he does not have many people, he can only choose to fight the other group alone. The city lord also didn't want the strong men he trained to be defeated by a crowd fight, so he made a rule that challengers must challenge the owners of the houses one by one, and not all at once, that is, a round-robin battle. There are also regulations on the number of people in the round-robin battle, a maximum of 5 people. Now, the man who was yelling and cursing downstairs, besides himself, brought 4 other people with him. Each of them was no more than 30 years old, and was of strong build. Obviously, although this person intended to pick on the weak, he had also made sufficient preparations and made good use of every rule. As an old hand who had experienced many apocalypses, Ji Weitong could tell at a glance that these people had lives on their hands. The man who was yelling downstairs saw Ji Weitong being carried downstairs by a man and immediately laughed. "Ji Weitong, you are really good. You know how to find a man to protect you. However, the man you found is not very good. Otherwise, just forget it with me. My brothers and I will protect you together." Hearing his words, a person behind him laughed obscenely. "Brotherly, we can protect her, but we can't protect her in vain, you see, we have to get some benefits too." Li Chuan laughed and said, "Of course, our hard work should not be in vain. I'm sure Miss Ji will understand us and give us some benefits." When he mentioned the word benefits, he emphasized the tone. Suddenly, he and the 4 people behind him laughed together. Ji Yuedong's face also turned cold, but she was more worried. There are 5 people on the other side. On his side, the only one capable of fighting is Zhanlin. Even though Zhanlin is very strong, it is still very dangerous for him to fight against 5 people. She suddenly felt unsure. "Ji Weitong, are there any others? If there are, hand them all over and don't waste time." Li Chuan encouraged her with words. In his previous life, when he came to challenge Ji Weitong, there were only a few women in the house besides her, and he easily took over the house. Later, he said that as long as Ji Weitong and those women followed him, he would allow them to continue living there. Of course, they have to give their bodies. Ji Weitong refused outright and prepared to take the women away, but the women hesitated for a long time and chose to stay. Li Chuan also knew that although Ji Weitong was not strong enough, she had a relatively tough character and might make some preparations in this life. And he had also made sufficient preparations. If Zhanlin is the only one there, then the 5 of them will fight him in turns. If there are more than just Zhanlin, then that won't be a big problem, as he has several other subordinates. Li Chuan is determined to get this house. "Of course I'm ready, Li Chuan, I'll give you one chance. Get out of here now, or I'll kill you in the challenge," Ji Weitong said viciously. "Ha ha," Li Chuan laughed loudly. "Ji Weitong, your little trick has no effect on me. Just call out how many people you have. If you can call out more than a dozen people, I will get out of here immediately." Just at this time, Qin Wu came out with Nchinga. She heard the noise outside and woke up her sister to come down to check the situation. Seeing 2 more women coming out, and one of them had to be helped down the stairs, Li Chuan could not hold back any more. "Ji Weitong, what's wrong with you? You really have a short memory." Look at who you're looking for. She's a woman, but she's also a sickly person. And Chinga had just been bombarded by Zhang Lin. His face looked pale and his legs were weak. He even walked unsteadily. He really looked like a sickly person. Ji Weitong was not in a much better condition either. Zhang Lin had to carry her downstairs. In Li Chuan's opinion, they are just a group of old, weak and sick people. Ji Weitong's face was gloomy. She tried to scare Li Chuan away but failed. She could only think of other ways. Li Chuan, the city lord has stipulated that challenges can only be made after the new era. I won't say more to you now. Come back after the new era. Li Chuan was obviously prepared for this. He sneered and said, I have already asked the city lord for permission. He has agreed to change the rules. You can challenge me now. You. Ji Weitong was very angry. It seems that Li Chuan is determined to pick on me, a weakling. Just at this moment, a man wearing a white loose robe and a silver mask walked over, followed by a dozen people in security uniforms. Being strong is not just about strength, it's also about wisdom. Xiao Ji, you have so many more memories of past lives than normal people. You should have been prepared for today's situation. The voice of the silver-masked monster was indistinguishable between male and female. He walked over with his hands behind his back and said lightly, City Lord, but... Ji Weitong was a little unwilling and wanted to say a few more words. She used to be an uneducated rich girl. How could she have such a brain? Li Chuan interrupted immediately. Ji Weitong, stop talking nonsense. I want to challenge you to a team battle. Is there anyone else? If there is, call them out. If not, let's start. Then, he turned around and bowed respectfully to the city lord. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. The city lord said calmly. Whether you can take this house depends on your strength. Thank me after you win. Li Chuan was amused. City lord, you are joking? In this situation, how can I lose? The city lord did not respond to his words, but just nodded slightly, then stepped back a few steps to make way. At this time, because of Li Chuan's loud voice, a lot of people had gathered around him. They were all residents of Hope City. Some of them were reborn people like Ji Weitong, and the other part were people like Zhang Lin who were brought into Hope City by the reborn people. As the city lord retreated, they also retreated a distance. Everyone was waiting to see the excitement with great interest. This was the first challenge in this life. Game recommendation. Zhang Lin, if we lose the duel, we will only be kicked out of the house, not out of Hope City. Otherwise, we should admit defeat. Then we can just set up a tent and settle down. Ji Weitong whispered in Zhang Lin's ear. She said this with great reluctance. She had been reincarnated for several lifetimes and finally managed to move into a house in Hope City, but she was kicked out after living there for not long in her previous life. In this life, she clearly asked Zhang Lin to help her, but she didn't expect that Li Chuan was so scheming and specifically picked on her. Ji Weitong was extremely unwilling to move out as she had just moved in. But she was more worried about Zhang Lin's safety. If it was the day before, she would not have cared so much about Zhang Lin, but Zhang Lin had just become her man. Women are always emotional. She has special feelings for her first man. That's why she persuaded Zhang Lin to give up. Zhang Lin, on the other hand, gently held her hand and said softly, Trust me. Chapter 26, Killing Two People. The Insisters hadn't figured out the situation yet, but they knew that the situation was not simple. They were even more worried about Zhang Lin and wanted to persuade him, but when they heard Zhang Lin say, Believe me, they immediately gave up the idea of persuading him. But I felt a little sour in my heart. After all, I said this to Ji Weitong. Then be careful. If you can't do it, take out your gun. Although this violates the rules, it can at least ensure safety. Ji Weitong said, looking at Zhang Lin's belt. Where's your gun? Zhang Lin said calmly. Don't worry, I have it with me. Ji Weitong looked around again, but still didn't see it. However, she didn't doubt Zhang Lin's words because Zhang Lin suddenly produced a gun last time. Have experience. I accept the challenge. Zhang Lin stepped forward without any fear. Boy, don't show off. It's not glorious to die for a woman. Li Chuan sneered disdainfully when he heard this. He thought that Zhang Lin was the kind of young man who would not even give up his life for a woman. Stop talking nonsense, it's just a round-robin battle. Just come on. Zhang Lin was a little impatient. He had just listened to Li Chuan yelling for a long time. If he hadn't been new to this place and didn't know the various rules, he would have wanted to teach this idiot a lesson. Oh, so arrogant! Li Chuan was so angry that he laughed. Okay, then let me see if you have the capital to be arrogant. The city lord then said. The challenge for the ownership of house number 16 begins now. It's a 5-on-1 round-robin battle. Li Chuan, you can choose the order in which you will appear. Sun Yanping, you come first. Li Chuan casually pointed at one of his men. The young man named Sun Yanping stepped forward and looked at Zhang Lin with a somewhat timid look. He is less than 1.8 meters tall, and not as tall as Zhang Lin. After taking a genetic medicine and being strengthened by a supernatural template, Zhang Lin's body is no longer the bloated state it used to be, but is now full of tight and strong muscles. Coupled with his tall stature, he looks quite intimidating. What are you afraid of? Li Chuan saw that Sun Yanping was a little weak, and said unhappily. You still have a weapon in your hand. Got it, brother Li. Sun Yanping clenched a machete in his hand and suddenly gained confidence. He faced Zhang Lin and shouted, Grandson, start! He had followed Li Chuan all the way here, and he had a life on his hands. At this time, he adjusted his mentality and got into position, and he looked quite intimidating. Especially since he was holding a machete in his hand. But Zhang Lin had nothing in his hands. Behind him, 3 women looked at him worriedly. There were really no weapons at home, otherwise, they would not let Zhang Lin fight the enemy empty-handed. Come! Lin hooked his finger at him. Sun Yanping suddenly felt a surge of anger at being looked down upon. I am not as tall as you, nor as strong as you, but do you think the machete in my hand is vegetarian? He launched the attack angrily, using all his strength from the beginning, swinging the machete in his hand, aiming at the vital points with every blow. However, Zhang Lin's reaction and speed were faster than his. He dodged the knife and then punched him on the arm. Suddenly, there was a clanging sound, and the machete in his hand fell to the ground. Sun Yanping was shocked and immediately wanted to withdraw and take back his machete, but Zhang Lin was faster. He picked up the machete first and chopped it directly at his neck. Puff! A head fell to the ground and blood spurted out like a red fountain. Then, Sun Yanping's body fell straight to the ground. Hiss! There was a sound of people gasping for air all around. Part of it was because of Zhang Lin's swift hand extension, and part of it was because of Zhang Lin's ruthlessness. Behead with one sword. This is so decisive and ruthless. The city lord who was farthest away couldn't help but move closer. What was even more surprised were Li Chuan and others. They had expected and accepted Sun Yanping's defeat. After all, Sun Yanping was the weakest among them and was used to consume Zhang Lin's strength. But they did not expect Zhang Lin to behead him with such a swift and clean blow. Next! Zhang Lin stood with a knife in his hand, bright red blood dripping slowly down the blade to the ground. He had no expression on his face, and his voice was flat. This is before he used his dragon might and dragon breath. He could deal with these people with just his basic physical fitness. It's a good opportunity to keep a low profile. It's not the new era yet. If I reveal that I have awakened the extraordinary template, it will attract too much attention. Li Chuan looked at Ji Wetong in doubt, and was secretly shocked. Could it be that Ji Wetong was not as stupid as before? Did she really find a powerful person to help her? Don't waste time, hurry up and move to the next one, Zhang Lin urged coldly. Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? Li Chuan snorted coldly, then pointed at another of his men. Xiaolong, you go ahead. Brotherly eye. Xiaolong couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Originally, no one was afraid of fighting, but Zhang Lin was too cruel. He beheaded people with one sword. Who wouldn't be afraid? Are you afraid of chicken feathers? Li Chuan cursed angrily. Do you really think killing people is effortless? He is recovering now, and besides, it's not like you haven't killed people before. Brotherly, please keep an eye on it for me. Xiaolong felt a little nervous and asked Li Chuan to help him clear the battlefield. Only after Li Chuan agreed did he dare to step forward with a knife. This time, Zhang Lin took the initiative to attack. Although he had never used a knife, he was very strong and fast. In an instant, he overwhelmed Xiaolong, making him unable to fight back, and he could only dodge in a panic. Xiaolong also understood that his elder brother was just farting. He was so violent, how could he look like he was consuming any energy? Give up, I give up! Xiaolong resisted for a while, but felt that he could not hold on any longer, so he immediately shouted that he gave up. It didn't matter if he shouted it, but it made Zhang Lin speed up his attack. Xiaolong was about to cry. Brotherly, save me! Upon hearing this, Li Chuan immediately shouted. Admit defeat, he admitted defeat! But Zhang Lin had already caught up with Xiaolong. He first chopped off the knife he was blocking with a knife, and then slashed at his neck. Puff! Another beheading. There were 2 headless bodies on the field at this time. Fuck, this kid is so cruel! Hey, Li Chuan hit a wall. Damn it, you bastard, you still want to kill someone even after you admit defeat! The onlookers around were all grinning. Although they had all been reincarnated for several lifetimes and had killed many people, there were not many people like Zhang Lin who could kill without blinking an eye, and so quickly and efficiently. City Lord, he committed a foul! Li Chuan was also frightened by Zhang Lin, and immediately shouted at the city lord. Xiao Long has already admitted defeat, but he still hacks someone to death. This is a foul. I ask you to immediately call him a foul and sentence him to failure. Li Chuan is good at using rules. At this time, he no longer wants to use force to seize house number 16. Fortunately, he has been reincarnated several times and is very familiar with the rules of Hope City. Chapter 27 Trying Your Best. Li Chuan, you are shameless! Ji Weitong couldn't help but curse. Li Chuan was not angry at all, but was very proud. Ji Weitong, you don't have a brain, so don't blame me for scheming against you. The city lord has his own rules, and he has violated the rules. You should prepare to move out of my house. Zhang Lin frowned slightly. He seemed to have heard Ji Weitong mention that there was indeed a rule that those who surrendered would be deemed losers and could not be hunted down. But he had just forgotten about it. He was mainly thinking that since Ji Weitong was treated as a soft persimmon, maybe after Li Chuan, there would be other people who would come to challenge him. If he had to deal with wave after wave of challengers, he would not be able to live in the future. It would be better to kill more fiercely the first time, to shock others, and make everyone learn a lesson and not dare to challenge again. This way, there will be less trouble in the future. One punch is enough to prevent 100 punches from coming. That's the reason. City Lord, since you can change the rules for him and let him challenge Ji Weitong in advance, then can you also change the rules for me? Zhang Lin was certainly unwilling to move, so he also proposed to the City Lord to change the rules. Having finally found a place to settle down, Zhang Lin was unwilling to leave. He had already made up his mind that if the City Lord was willing to change the rules, he would keep a low profile for the time being and follow the City Lord's rules. If the City Lord doesn't want to, he has awakened the legendary extraordinary template, and with his high physical fitness and a gun in his hand, it may not be impossible for him to seize the City of Hope. Of course, as a mysterious man who can awaken memories long in advance and make so many reborn people obey the rules obediently, the City Lord must be a strong man. If it can be resolved peacefully, Zhang Lin does not want to have a conflict with the City Lord. Zhang Lin looked at the City Lord with sharp eyes. Well, the City Lord held the bottom of the silver mask with one hand and lowered his head in a thoughtful look. City Lord, you can't do that. If you change the rules just because of his words, it will seem like you are afraid of him. Li Chuan felt something was wrong and quickly added fuel to the fire. Zhang Lin said calmly, if the City Lord only changes the rules for him and not for me, that would be too bullying. I can't stand this kind of bullying. When the time comes, the City Lord, don't blame me for not following the rules of your Hope City. The whole place was silent. Everyone looked at Zhang Lin with horror. We have all lived for several lifetimes, but this is the first time we have seen someone dare to threaten the City Lord. Li Chuan closed his mouth tightly, for he was afraid that he would burst out laughing. Originally, he felt a little uneasy, but Zhang Lin actually dared to threaten the City Lord. Everyone present knew that the City Lord never accepted any threats. The City Lord raised his head. There were two black holes where the eyes should be in the silver mask. The eyes could not be seen, but Zhang Lin could still feel that he was being stared at by a very cold gaze. It seems that this City Lord is also someone who has mastered extraordinary abilities in advance. Interesting. There was no expression on the City Lord's mask, but everyone could see that he was smiling. City Lord, as long as you give the order, I am willing to take this kid's life for you. Li Chuan quickly expressed his opinion. Although he has no confidence that he can beat Zhang Lin, it does not mean that he cannot flatter the City Lord. If he really cannot beat Zhang Lin, can the City Lord just watch? Li Chuan's mind was clattering with calculations. You are right. I cannot change the rules for just one person. It would be unfair, the City Lord said slowly. However, if you want me to change the rules for you, you have to agree to one condition. What conditions? Zhang Lin asked. If the conditions were normal, he would be willing to make the exchange. I will plan to set up a city guard team, which will be divided into 5 parts. 5 captains will be appointed, each leading a group of people to protect the safety of Hope City and go out of the city to clean up the extraordinary creatures. I want you to promise me that you will be the captain of one of the city guard teams, the City Lord said slowly. Zhang Lin was still a little confused when he said this, but the people around him were all talking about it like a boiling pot. How can this be a condition? This is clearly a benefit. What virtue and ability does this kid have? What's wrong with the City Lord? This kid provoked him, but he gave him benefits instead. Could it be that the City Lord thinks highly of him? I haven't heard of the name Zhang Lin in previous lives. Could he be the dark horse of this life? Li Chuan was now completely dumbfounded. He was completely confused and had no idea what to say. Zhang Lin didn't know what the city guard was, but how could the many reborn people present not know? As an organization, Hope City has the city lord who has the highest status, and the 5 captains who are the most honorable. The 5 captains control all the armed forces of Hope City and can be said to be in high positions of power. The city lord gave Zhang a position that others would beg for. Moreover, the city lord seemed to be afraid that Zhang would not agree, so he used conditions to force him to agree. Brother Lin, agree to it. Seeing Zhang confused look, Ji Weitong quickly stepped forward and told him about the captain of the city guard. Then she said excitedly, "The city lord thinks highly of you. Now you are rich!" Zhang was not very excited. He already knew what the city guard was. He looked at the city lord, and the city lord looked at him as well. "Zhang, do you agree to this condition?" he asked. Zhang glanced at the city lord with some suspicion. Could it be that he saw through his true strength? But after thinking about it carefully, there is no harm in being the captain of the city guard, only benefits. Moreover, the city guard was not formed now. If he feels that it is not feasible in the future, he can still regret it. So Zhang nodded and said, "I agree." "Very good." The city lord nodded, and then said to everyone, "The rules of the challenge have been changed. After the challenger initiates the challenge, unless the challenge loses, it is up to the challenge to decide whether to end the challenge." Suddenly, the whole audience was in an uproar. If this is the case, everyone should think carefully before challenging others in the future. If they misjudge their strength, they may easily lose their lives. On the other side, Li Chuan had come back to his senses, but when he heard the city lord's words, he turned pale and looked as ugly as if his parents had died. "Li Chuan, who will go up next?" Zhang held the machete in one hand, turned his head to look at Li Chuan, and revealed a faint smile. Li Chuan turned around and looked at his 2 men, only to see that they were both scared and retreating. He angrily yelled, "Cowards!" But he did not continue to order his men to go first. He knew that he had no more orders for his men to go ahead, so he could only risk everything. "You are quite strong, but I have never heard of you before, which shows that you are not a reborn person. I have been through the end of the world several times and have much more combat experience than you. Don't think you can really beat me," Li Chuan said harshly, and then glared at Zhang viciously. He plans to fight to the death. Chapter 28, The Second Gem. "Come!" Lin hooked his finger at him. Li Chuan snorted coldly, holding the knife in both hands, and slowly approached Zhang, but he did not rush to attack. Instead, he started to test the water first. Having witnessed Zhang swift killing just now, Li Chuan dared not underestimate Zhang. His only advantage now was his rich experience. Li Chuan is indeed a veteran who has experienced the apocalypse several times. He is completely different from his subordinates. He holds a long machete in his hand and moves around Zhang, swinging the knife to test from time to time, but most of them are feints. Zhang is not experienced enough and is often fooled by him. With a flash of cold light, Li Chuan attacked with another knife. Zhang chopped back with his knife in an instant. However, this move was still a feint. Li Chuan dodged the knife and then took advantage of the opportunity when Zhang was unable to retract his knife and slashed directly at Zhang throat. If this knife hits, Zhang will be dead. But Zhang was not in a hurry. He raised his arm and used his body to block the knife. When the machete came into contact with his skin, there was a dull sound. The blade only scratched his shirt, and only a white mark was left on his skin. Dragon Bloodline is a passive skill. His basic attributes are already high, and with the doubling of Dragon Bloodline, his physical attributes have reached a terrifying level. Li Chuan had been relaxing a little. Zhang was very strong but lacked experience. He had already noticed Zhang shortcomings and was confident that as long as he delayed for a while, he would be able to defeat Zhang with his rich experience. As he expected, after his feint, Zhang immediately became confused. Even if this knife could not cut Zhang throat, it could at least cripple one of Zhang arms. However, when the knife was chopped down, there was no blood spurting out as Li Chuan wanted to see. Instead, it was like chopping off a big tree. Not only did it not hurt Zhang at all, but a huge recoil force almost broke his knife. However, what was even more terrifying was that after Zhang reacted, he slashed directly at his face with a knife. Li Chuan had no time to dodge and the knife slashed directly at his face. There was a sound of breaking bones. Li Chuan's head was not split by a sharp blade, but instead seemed to be smashed by a heavy object. "It's all fancy!" Zhang looked at Li Chuan's fallen body and cursed with disdain. Li Chuan is indeed very experienced and has many tricks when fighting, but in the face of true strength, they are nothing. At this point, the people around were no longer surprised. Having witnessed Zhang decisiveness in killing 2 people in a row and the city lord's kindness to him, they all realized that Zhang was a ruthless person. It can be predicted that, at least for a period of time, no one will dare to take possession of Villa number 16. Zhang Lin looked at the last two people and pointed the knife at one of them. You come! The man knelt down immediately. Brother, we were deceived by Li Chuan. Now Li Chuan is dead. We have no hatred or grudge against you. It is not worth challenging you. Please forgive us. Zhang Lin was not moved at all by such words. Stop talking nonsense. If you don't come, I will go, Zhang Lin said coldly. The eyes of Li Chuan's two men widened. Does it have to be so cruel? Must we kill them all? The two had no desire to fight at all. In their eyes, the extremely powerful Li Chuan was easily killed by Zhang Lin, so they would be dying if they went forward. So I had to continue begging for mercy. Both men knelt on the ground, cowed out to Zhang Lin and begged for mercy, but Zhang Lin was unmoved. He slowly approached them with a knife. The two men realized that something was wrong and wanted to turn around and run away, but Zhang Lin chased them and chopped off their heads one by one. Tisk, as expected, not a single one is left. The crowd of onlookers watched this scene without any surprise. When the city lord saw that Li Chuan and his group were dead, he announced, The ownership of House 16 has been determined. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge? Everyone took a step back quietly. Whoever comes up will be a fool. Some people had heard that the city lord had changed the rules, allowing challenges before the new era. Some were planning to get a house to live in, or exchange their current house for a better one. But at this moment, everyone temporarily gave up the idea. Who knows if there are other ruthless people like Zhang Lin? It is better to find out the strength of the target of challenge before making a decision. Very good, then this challenge is over. If you still want to challenge, come and apply to me. The city lord nodded slightly, then looked at Zhang Lin. After the new era, you will serve under me. Yeah. Zhang Lin nodded casually, not looking like he cared much. The city lord didn't care and left with the security guards of Hope City. There were still quite a few people around the number. Zhang Lin stood proudly with a knife in his hand, looked around, and asked, Everyone, is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? No one spoke. Then let's go back to our homes and don't disturb me casually in the future, Zhang Lin said lightly. This statement may sound a bit arrogant, but most people have no objection. A small number of people who feel unhappy do not dare to speak out. So, all the onlookers went back to their homes and looked for their mothers. Zhang Lin, so handsome! Ji Wetong came running over, grimacing in pain all the way, but she was so excited that she didn't care at all. This woman usually calls Zhang Lin, Brother Lin, in a joking tone, but when she is emotional, she just calls him by his full name. Go back. Zhang Lin put his arm around her shoulders and looked at the two sisters in Qingda and in Qing Wu on the other side. And Qing Wu glared at Ji Wetong and cursed. You are shameless, seducing my brother-in-law. Ji Wetong was speechless. Little girls are like this, they see people in black and white. And Qing Wu thinks Zhang Lin is a good person, and Ji Wetong must be a vixen who seduced her brother-in-law. Therefore, it must be Ji Wetong's fault that this happened, and her good brother-in-law was seduced. She ignored Qing Wu and said to Qingga, From now on, we are a family. In the end times, only unity can keep us alive. And Qingga nodded silently without saying anything, but just looked at Zhang Lin. Zhang Lin said, Wetong is right. Our family should live well and strive to live a better life than before the end of the world. Okay, let's go. She didn't say anything, but Zhang Lin smiled and put his arm around her waist, and together they went up to the second floor from the stairs on the side. And Qing Wu followed silently behind, watching Zhang Lin being hugged by women left and right. She felt strange in her heart, but she couldn't say what. After arriving at the room, Zhang Lin asked the three of them to sit on the sofa in the living room, and he took out a purple gem. Yuetong knows what this is. Explain it to them and then discuss who owns the gem. Chapter 29 Wind Dancer. Awakening Gem! When Ji Yuetong saw the gem, her eyes widened immediately. She immediately jumped in front of the gem and examined it carefully, but she was still not sure. Is it really the awakening gem? Yes. Zhang Lin nodded, then handed the gem to Ji Yuetong and asked her to hold it in her hand and look at it carefully. Oh my god, it really is! Ji Yuetong held the gem in both hands, afraid of breaking it. I have only heard of this thing in previous lives. This is the first time I have seen it. And Qing Wu was quite hostile to Ji Yuetong, but her curiosity was aroused at this moment, and she couldn't help but ask. What is the awakening gem? Zhang Lin had already told them about the new era before. At this time, Ji Yuetong said directly, This is something that will only appear after the new era. It is extremely precious. It can make people awaken and become extraordinary templates of themselves. In layman's terms, it can make you a Superman. And Qing Wu's eyes changed instantly when she looked at the gem. And Qingga asked calmly, This thing is only available after the new era, why is it appearing now? Ji Wetong spread her hands and said, You'll have to ask Brother Lin about this. Hearing this name, Enqingwu glared at her instantly. But Enqinga was indifferent, as if he didn't hear it. Zhang Lin said, Don't worry about how I got these things. I won't tell you. I have 2 of these things. I've used them once. You 2 can decide who should use this one. The awakening gem can only be used once by a person. Unless a golden gem is found, no matter how many purple gems a person has, they will be of no use to him. In order to improve combat effectiveness and increase the chance of survival in the end times, Zhang Lin chose to take one out for his woman. You've already used it? Brother Lin, which template did you awaken? Ji Yuedong's attention instantly turned to Zhang Lin. She suddenly realized. No wonder you are so powerful, that's why. The template's name is True Dragon Bloodline, and it has 3 extraordinary abilities. Zhang Lin did not hide anything and told them about his situation. Game featured recommendation. Legendary template! Ji Wetong exclaimed. The template level awakened by the awakening gem is determined by the awakener's talent. Brother Lin awakened the legendary template. It seems that he has good talent. She felt like she had really found a treasure. I thought I just needed to find someone who was good at fighting, had a gun, and was ruthless to be my backer, but I didn't expect that Zhang Lin got the awakening gems before the new era began, and 2 at once. The most important thing is that he himself also awakened the legendary template. This is simply. Ji Wetong felt that even if Zhang Lin married 10 wives, let alone in Qingwu, she could accept it. After all, she would depend on him for the rest of her life. Have you heard of my template? Zhang Lin asked curiously. Ji Wetong thought for a while after hearing this. I have heard of some templates related to dragons, but I have never heard of a true dragon bloodline. But from your description of your abilities, the development of your template should be relatively comprehensive, and it should have great potential. Zhang Lin nodded, feeling that his template was okay, but nothing amazing. He could only wait for the system to reward him with golden gems to improve it further. Zhang Lin, I want to use this awakening gem, Enqinga suddenly said. Zhang Lin and Ji Wetong looked at her instantly. Logically speaking, this gem is most suitable for Ji Wetong to use. After all, she has had many experiences of the end of the world. But Ji Wetong just didn't want to compete with Enqinga. If Enqinga didn't ask, she might ask Zhang Lin for it, but since Enqinga asked, she immediately said, Then you can use it. Although Ji Wetong was a rich lady with a bad temper before, her values were not a big problem. Enqinga was already with Zhang Lin, and she came to butt in, so she didn't feel comfortable arguing with Enqinga anymore. Zhang Lin, I want to help you. I don't want to be a burden. Enqinga slowly stated his reasons. She had already believed Zhang Lin's lies. Zhang Lin certainly had no choice, so he could only sleep with Ji Wetong. The reason for all this was that there were too many crises in the end times. If he had the ability and could help Zhang Lin, such a thing would not happen again. It has to be said that Zhang Lin's bombardment was effective. He didn't even believe what he said, but Enqinga deceived himself and believed it. Does Xiaowu have any objection? Zhang Lin asked in a very democratic manner. And Qingwu was naturally of the same mind as her sister, and immediately said, I have no objection. After saying this, she glanced at Ji Wetong with pride. Okay then, let Qingga use this gem. Zhang Lin made the decision immediately. Ji Wetong took a deep look at the gem in her hand, and then reluctantly handed it to Enqinga. Enqinga followed Zhang Lin's instructions, holding the gem in her fair palm and patting it directly on her smooth forehead. Instantly, the gem turned into pure purple energy, and immediately merged into her body. A gust of wind came from somewhere in the house, blowing things in the living room into a mess. Slowly, all the wind gathered beside Enqinga. Zhang Lin was quite familiar with this scene. When he awakened the template, dragon scales appeared on his body and there was the sound of dragon roars around him. There was wind around Enqinga, which should be related to her template and wind. After a moment, Enqinga opened her eyes. She raised her hands and a breeze emerged from her hands. This is amazing. Qingga, what template have you awakened? Ji Wetong was more anxious than Zhang Lin and asked impatiently. And Qingga felt the power in his body. The template I awakened is the Wind Dancer. According to you, the Wind Dancer is also a legendary template. I can feel that I have awakened 3 extraordinary abilities. Ji Wetong was full of question marks. What the hell? There were only a few legendary templates I heard of in previous lives. How come everyone around me can awaken now? What's going on with you two? Zhang Lin was a little speechless. Why was this woman always making so much noise? A relieved smile appeared on Enqinga's lips. After the end of the world, she has been under a lot of pressure. She has gone from being an independent woman who supports herself and her sister to a burden who can only rely on men to survive. She can't accept it in her heart. Now that she has awakened the same legendary template as Zhang Lin, she can finally help Zhang Lin. Yue Tong, don't be surprised. Believe me, I will get you an awakening gem later so that you can also awaken the extraordinary template, Zhang Lin said to Ji Huetong with a smile. If it were in the past, Ji Huetong would definitely not have believed this. She had experienced the end of the world several times, so how could she not know the preciousness of the extraordinary template? There are only a few in the entire Hope City. How can a loser like me possibly own it? But now, Ji Huetong believes it. She gradually began to admire Zhang Lin, because from the beginning to now, she had not seen anything that Zhang Lin could not do. Chapter 30, The Second Legend Template. Ji Huetong was so excited that she wanted to throw herself on Zhang Lin immediately, regardless of her own injuries, and have a good time with him. After several reincarnations, she can also try out what it feels like to awaken the legendary template. Unfortunately, Anqingge and Anqingwu were both there, so she didn't dare to get too close to Zhang Lin, for she was afraid that the sisters would beat her up together. Okay, I'll wait. Ji Huetong finally just nodded seriously. Brother-in-law, I want a gem too. And Qingwu, who was standing aside, heard this and spoke with some envy, but after she said it, she felt a little embarrassed. After all, she had a different status and seemed to have no right to ask for things. Don't worry, you have it too, Zhang Lin said without hesitation. And Qingwu raised her head with some excitement. She was a little afraid that Zhang Lin would not give her the awakening gem. Thank you, brother-in-law. Her beautiful eyes were filled with gratitude. It's my duty. Zhang Lin smiled faintly, then looked at his first wife. Qingge, tell me about your abilities. Upon hearing this, Anqingge immediately said, Wind Dancer, as the name implies, my ability is related to the wind. If we follow the game, one of my abilities is a passive skill called Wind Dancer. Wherever I am, the natural wind will bend towards me, speeding me up and slightly deflecting the enemy's attacks on me. As she spoke, she stood up, jumped lightly, and touched the ceiling, which was nearly 3.5 meters high. This was simply impossible for Anqingge in the past. The second ability is an active skill called Wind Fury. I can gather wind energy and launch it to cause damage to the enemy. Similarly, after Anqingge finished speaking, she experimented in public. She waved her hand, and the surrounding wind condensed into her hand. In a moment, a floating, translucent arrow-like object appeared in her hand. She aimed at a target, and the wind arrow was instantly launched, hitting the load-bearing column over there and making a big hole in the solid tiles and cement. If this hits a person, it's more powerful than a gun, and Qingwu exclaimed, applauding her sister. Sister, this move is amazing. The third ability is also an active skill called Transform with the Wind. It can temporarily transform my body into an element, greatly protecting me from physical attacks, and at the same time increasing my speed. After Anqingge finished speaking, her body changed. In an instant, her figure became illusory and her body became blurry. She moved slightly, like a feather blown by the wind, and flew over the sofa and was 3 meters away. I haven't heard of this extraordinary template either, Ji Huetong said at this time. But I have seen similar templates, and I can give you a suggestion. Your abilities are biased towards agility, so you should avoid close combat. You can rely on your passive to maintain flexibility, and then use Fury of the Wind to launch long-range attacks. Use Transformation with the Wind to avoid fatal attacks at critical moments. What you said makes sense. Anqingge didn't show any expression when facing Ji Huetong. Even if Ji Huetong had an affair with her man, she would just talk about the matter and say, I will develop in this direction in the future. Brother Lin, what are your abilities? Ji Huetong looked at him curiously. One is passive, one is active with an aura, and one is a long-range magic attack. Zhang Lin did not hide it. The passive one increases physical strength. The aura can attract hatred, can inflict fear on weak creatures, and can also have a control effect on a single person. The last one is breath. I can spit fire. After saying that, Zhang Lin looked at Anqingge. Qingge, want to give it a try? When using the skill of Long Wei against a single person, one must have a target. Ordinary people would definitely not be able to withstand it, but Anqingge, a transcendent, can give it a try. Okay. Anqingge naturally agreed. Zhang Lin looked at her, and his mind moved, as if a dragon's roar sounded. Anqingge instantly felt a great fear in her heart, which made her stand there for a moment, completely losing the ability to think and act. 3 seconds later, Anqingge recovered. Her face was pale, and she still felt extremely afraid of Zhang Lin in her heart. I have 3 seconds to control a transcendent like Qingge. Zhang Lin was very satisfied. If it's a close combat, 3 seconds is enough for me to kill the enemy. You and Qingge, one is a long-range shooter, and the other is a melee tank with control. If you work together, your power will be even greater. Ji Huetong can obviously be a veteran in the game. The last step is to experiment with dragon breath. This has to go to the third floor, because there is a huge empty space on the third floor. After arriving, John Lin aimed at some construction waste in the corner and directly launched the dragon's breath. His neck, throat, and mouth were covered with scales in an instant, and he seemed to have turned into a mythical dragon. Then, a ball of hot flames spurted out and hit the pile of construction waste directly. Boom! There was a loud bang. Smoke and dust filled the house. Most of the construction waste was burned, and some incombustible materials such as cement and steel exploded along with the scattered ashes. This power is too great! Ji Weitong was stunned. Brother Lin, your template of true dragon blood is considered strong among legendary templates. If I can get the golden gem and upgrade it, I wonder how powerful I will be. Zhang Lin was also very satisfied, but he also desired the golden gem even more in his heart. Golden gems are too rare. I have been reincarnated for several lifetimes, and I have only heard of the legend of golden gems, but I have never heard of anyone actually getting a golden gem, Ji Weitong said with a little regret. Zhang Lin smiled faintly and did not respond. Instead, he said, "It's already dark, let's all go to rest." Well, Brother Lin, Chinga was wrong today, so you should accompany her well. It's okay for you not to come for 3 to 5 days here. Ji Weitong knew what Zhang Lin meant by rest. After she finished speaking, she limped away. She was a little scared. In fact, and Chinga was also very tired. After all, Zhang Lin had bombarded her fiercely before, and she was just an ordinary person and could not bear it at all. However, she has awakened the extraordinary template at this time, and her physical fitness has been enhanced to a certain extent. With extraordinary power in her body, she has recovered faster than before and is fully capable of fighting again. You just had a fight outside, aren't you tired? Don't think of anything bad. But Chinga was also a little afraid of Zhang Lin and wanted to have a real rest. Zhang Lin chuckled and said, "I'm tired, mainly mentally exhausted, that's why I need your comfort." As he said that, he picked up Chinga and carried her downstairs in a princess hug. "You guys!" And Qin Wu watched the two of them go downstairs, feeling extremely angry. What kind of people are they? They can just do bad things secretly, but they have to show their affection in public. I hope the house here has better soundproofing, otherwise, I won't be able to sleep again. And Qin Wu waved her little fist at the two men's backs, then turned around and went back to her bedroom. Fortunately, the house was well soundproofed, and Qin Wu heard nothing. She finally had a good sleep today. Downstairs, I don't know how much time has passed. And Chinga leaned tiredly against the head of the bed. Her whole body looked as if she had been in a sauna. From her face to her slender neck and collarbone, everything was unusually rosy. A few drops of sweat on her face slowly dripped down, across her chin, and dripped onto her collarbone, and finally stopped at the foot of a mountain peak. The mountains are very high, and small drops of sweat do not have the ability to climb over them. Chapter 31 City Lords Development Order. It's finally over. Why do you keep thinking about this all day long? And Chinga secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said unhappily, "You have to make me exhausted, right? You are my wife, this is my legal right," Zhang Lin said seriously, and then he touched Chinga's flat belly. "What's the matter? Your stomach is not moving, who can't we do it?" And Chinga said speechlessly, "It's the end of the world now, we need to stay in the best condition. I think it's better not to have children for now. Go find a convenience store and bring back some of that." "What is that?" Zhang Lin asked knowingly. And Chinga felt a little embarrassed. She also knew that Zhang Lin was joking with her, so she suppressed her shame and said, "Take some. Is that okay? You know a lot. Did you secretly watch movies before?" Zhang Lin teased and then said, "I don't like that stuff. Besides, don't you want to give birth to a child for me? I'm an adult, not a child." And Chinga was speechless. She was like a primitive person who knew nothing. Hadn't she eaten pork before, or seen a pig run? Then she added, "Of course I am willing to bear your child, but isn't the situation special now? Wait until we settle down, okay? Having more children is better than anything else." Zhang Lin wanted to continue persuading her, but suddenly the voice of the system rang in his ears. "Congratulations, your wife Chinga is pregnant. After 10 months of pregnancy, your family will be more prosperous after the baby is born. The reward will be paid in full after your child is born. You can also advance half of it in advance, but the advance reward cannot be selected and will be paid randomly. Would you like to advance it? It's finally here." Zhang Lin was shocked and immediately chose in his mind, "Advance payment? Now is the end of the world, so of course we should advance part of the rewards to increase the chance of survival. Anyway, the rewards are still the same and will not increase or decrease. Reward advance is successful, you get the following rewards. Investigation Heart. Yin Yang Ring. 2 more rewards? John Lin was about to check when he was interrupted by Nchinga. I won't give birth anyway. If you must give birth, let Ji Wetong give birth to the baby for you. I want to stay with you. I'm worried about you going out alone. Nchinga didn't notice John Lin's reaction, and she spoke to herself. Nchinga doesn't want to be a housewife who just stays at home to take care of her husband and children. The character she has developed over the years makes her want to follow John Lin and support the family together. Suddenly, she felt that there was nothing wrong with accepting Ji Wetong. John Lin really wants a child, but he doesn't want to have one himself, so he can let Ji Wetong do it for him. Thinking of this, Nchinga felt much better. Not giving birth? John Lin came back to his senses and looked at her with a smile. It's too late, you're already pregnant. I hope it's a girl. I like girls. As he spoke, he gently stroked Nchinga's lower abdomen. Nchinga enjoyed his touch. Her eyes narrowed slightly, like a cat being stroked, but she said disdainfully, You said there is one? I don't believe it. It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. Just be careful in the future and don't hurt our daughter. John Lin smiled. TSK. Do you think you are the goddess of childbirth? It's a daughter, and they even figured out the gender, right? After Nchinga awakened the extraordinary template, she felt a lot more relaxed. She would never argue with John Lin like this before. The two chatted intermittently. She was so tired that she lay down and fell asleep without finishing her sentence. John Lin, on the other hand, was checking his 2 new rewards. Heart of Detection. 1 detection spirit is produced every week. The detection spirit has a detection range of 100 meters and has an invisibility effect. The host holding the Heart of Detection can view the images monitored by the Eye of Detection. Magical surveillance? John Lin was overjoyed and immediately took out the Heart of Detection and played with it in his hand. It was a small brass box with a small wooden stick inside. On the top of the stick was a movable eye. This wooden stick was the spirit of detection. The inside of the box's lid was polished to be as smooth as a mirror, and it acted like a display screen, showing what the scouting spirit saw. The picture that the reconnaissance spirit saw at this time was the scene inside the house. John Lin could see from the bronze mirror that he was sitting on the bed in the room with a small bronze box in his hand, and next to him was Nchinga, who was sleeping soundly. Her arms were draped over the quilt, and she was as white as jade. John Lin immediately stood up, went up to the 3rd floor, opened the roof passage, and inserted the spirit of reconnaissance into the roof. Suddenly, the picture in the bronze mirror changed, and the situation within 100 meters around the house was reflected in the bronze mirror without any error. Yin Yang Magic Ring automatically absorbs the extraordinary energy scattered around and stores it. When necessary, it can emit Yin or Yang magic power. Yin magic power can hurt the enemy, and Yang magic power has a healing effect. This is a good auxiliary equipment that can be used to supplement the attack power when it is insufficient, and can also heal yourself or teammates when necessary. John Lin immediately put on the bracelet, which was made of 2 jade materials, 1 black and 1 white, intertwined. After getting 2 more pieces of equipment, and confirming that there was indeed no problem with his fertility, John Lin lay down and fell asleep with peace of mind. He had been with Nchinga for several days, basically having sex 2 or 3 times a day, and without any protective measures. As a result, there was no movement in her stomach, and John Lin thought there was something wrong with him. Now that she is pregnant, John Lin can finally feel relieved. The next morning, the first thing John Lin did when he got up was to take out his investigative heart and check. He opened the lid and the bronze mirror inside displayed the surrounding scene. The villas inside Hope are all independent, and they also have shops and back gardens. They are basically not next to each other, and there is a distance between them. The detection range of the spirit of reconnaissance is only 100 meters, and it can probably only see the situation of number 16 itself and 2 or 3 houses around it. Some houses were empty, while others were occupied but very quiet. It was quiet around and nothing happened. John Lin was just about to close his detective heart when he saw a few people walking towards him from a distance. In the apocalypse, they were still wearing the uniforms of the property company, and each of them had a bag full of letters. Every time they passed a house, they stuffed a letter into the mailbox at the door. What is the city lord up to again? This was John Lin's first thought. So, after he saw in the bronze mirror that the property manager had left, he immediately went downstairs, took out the letter and started to check it. City Lord's Development Order. Before the end of the world, the city lords stockpiled a large amount of vegetables and fresh meat. They can be exchanged for contribution points. The way to obtain contribution points is to go out of the city to hunt zombies. Each zombie gives 1 contribution point. Or you can bring a living person back to the City of Hope. Each living person also gives 1 contribution point. Fresh meat and vegetables. John Lin's heart moved. After the end of the world, Although he had no shortage of food, he had been eating packaged foods for a long time. These things were okay as snacks, but after eating them for a long time, he really couldn't stand it. What's more, Anshinga is pregnant now. I have to give her some good things to nourish her body. Chapter 32, Using a Public Vehicle for Personal Purposes. Anshinga woke up early in the morning. This time, she didn't feel sore all over, which made her feel a little uncomfortable. The physical strengthening effect brought by the extraordinary template increased her recovery ability. The first thing she did when she woke up was to turn her head and look to her side. John Lin is not here. So Anshinga quickly got up, put on her clothes and walked out of the bedroom. When she went out, she just saw John Lin and Ji Wetong talking in the living room. The City Lord's development order. Ji Wetong fell into memories and said after a moment, The City Lord's goal is to train strong people so that everyone can survive the end of the world. Of course, he needs more people and a safe environment around them, so he uses vegetables and fresh meat to exchange for people. At the same time, he also wants everyone to fight more and accumulate experience for the new era in the future. I plan to go out and kill zombies and get some contribution points in exchange for vegetables and fresh meat. Chinga is pregnant and needs to eat something good, Zhang Lin said. Ji Wetong was a little surprised, but Zhang Lin was so sure she didn't doubt it, but teased. Brother Lin's shooting skills are not bad, it's only been a few days and Chinga is already here. Don't listen to his nonsense. And Chinga came over and said angrily, I haven't done any tests, how did he know I was pregnant? Ji Wetong also looked at Zhang Lin strangely. She thought Zhang Lin had a pregnancy test stick and had already tested it. And Chinga looked at Zhang Lin with a firm gaze. You want to go out, right? Take me with you. Of course Zhang Lin wanted to refuse, after all, and Chinga was already pregnant, but seeing Chinga's determined look, he couldn't refuse. After thinking about it, he thought that being pregnant shouldn't have much of an impact, so he nodded. Okay. You guys go ahead. Xiao Wu and I will wait for you at home, and we'll clean up the 3 floors while we're at it. Ji Wetong knew that she and Qing Wu had no fighting power, so she didn't go along to cause trouble. Is Hope City safe? Zhang Lin frowned slightly. What should we do if someone comes to challenge us again? With the city lord in charge, I hope the city will be safe before the new era. As long as we stay at home, no one will dare to come in, Ji Wetong said firmly. If someone challenges us, if you don't come back, I can delay you until you come back. Zhang Lin nodded, and he felt relieved. He also had the detective heart in his hand, so he could check the situation at home at any time and come back at any time if anything happened. Then he set off with Nshinga. Along the way, we met many residents of Hope City. Most of them were also leaving the city, and they all looked very familiar with the place and did not seem nervous at all. It was obvious that they were old hands who had experienced several reincarnations. Many people would take the initiative to say hello when they saw Zhang Lin. The impression he left on everyone yesterday was so deep. Zhang Lin responded indifferently to everyone and didn't say much. There are no zombies near Hope City, and basically no living people. If you want to earn contribution points, you have to go somewhere farther away. The city lord made many preparations for the coming of the end of the world. He even prepared many modified vans for sale and rent. But I hope only a few people in the city will buy or rent a car, because the streets are now full of cars. As long as you don't mind the dirt, you can just find one on the main road, open the door, and kill the zombies inside, and you'll have a car. But Zhang Lin still chose to take a look at the car provided by the city lord. He felt that someone like the city lord would not do useless work. The car rental place was right at the door. As soon as Zhang Lin walked over, several property people greeted him warmly. Captain Zhang, welcome. Are you renting a car or buying a car? Renting a car costs 3 contribution points a day, and buying a car costs 100 contribution points. They all knew Zhang Lin and even called up the position that Zhang Lin had not yet taken up. Zhang Lin looked at the car and asked, It's only the beginning of the end of the world, and the city lord has just issued the development order for 1 day. Who can take out 100 contribution points to buy a car? This van is good. It has been modified to have enhanced off-road capabilities and power. The interior of the car has also been greatly changed. Except for the front driver's seat, all other seats can be laid flat to load cargo. At the same time, the outer shell of the car has also been changed, with thickened steel plates and explosion-proof paint, which is estimated to be more durable than a real off-road vehicle. You can tell at first glance that the city lord spent a lot of money to build it. It is much better than any random family car you can find on the street. You're right. Of course, no one has contributed any points. So, you see, we don't have any guests now, the property staff said with a smile. Zhang Lin said, I didn't contribute anything either. The property staff immediately said, You are different from the others. You are the future captain. You have the right to use these cars directly, or you can buy them at half price for your own private use. If you don't have contribution points, we can even buy them on credit. Oh, is that so? Zhang Lin was a little surprised. He didn't expect that he, a captain who hadn't even taken office yet, would have such great power. Then I'll requisition one and go out to kill zombies, okay? Of course you can. This is your right. The property staff immediately took out a form, wrote and drew on it, and handed it to Zhang Lin. Please sign it. Zhang Lin took a look and saw the reason why he was using the car written on it, just a few simple words, official business, clearing out the zombies around Hope City. He signed neatly and got the car keys. Before leaving, he asked curiously, "It's so easy to get a car. Will any of us captains buy a car?" "No one is buying it." The property staff member winked. "Of course, if you have too many contribution points and don't know where to spend them, you can buy one for yourself to play with at home." "Forget it," Zhang Lin said, and drove away from Hope City. On the way, a group of Hope City residents who were hurrying to other places to kill zombies and find living people looked at this stylish van with envy in their hearts. "It's only the beginning of the apocalypse. How can he have a van modified by the city lord?" someone asked indignantly. "He is Zhang Lin." "Oh, that's all right." In fact, some people did drive out, but they were all family cars picked up on the streets after the end of the world. These family cars were obviously not as convenient as the cars specially modified by the city lord. Under the complex road conditions after the apocalypse, many cars cannot run fast. Soon, he was left behind by Zhang Lin. Soon, Zhang Lin arrived near a residential area. There are a lot of zombies here. There are many living people. But Zhang Lin's target was only zombies. Dealing with living people was too troublesome, so it would be more convenient to just chop off the zombies' heads and take their ears back to exchange for contribution points. The city lord stipulates that the left ear of a zombie can be exchanged for 1 contribution point. "Get out of the car and get to work!" Zhang Lin was full of passion. He got out of the car holding the machete that Li Chuan and others had contributed yesterday. And Chinga also got out from the passenger seat holding a machete. As soon as the two got out of the car, 2 zombies on the side of the road rushed over, roaring, "Let me do it!" And Chinga took a deep breath and took a step forward. As someone who had always done clerical work, she felt a bit stressed when suddenly having to kill zombies. But in order not to be a burden to Zhang Lin, she encouraged herself in her heart, and then chopped down a zombie with her knife. With the bonus of the passive wind dancer, her body was very light, and her speed was very fast. The zombie, which was a little more powerful than ordinary people, had just approached Nchinga when Nchinga chopped off his head with a knife. At this time, another zombie also approached and pounced on Zhang Lin. Zhang Lin stepped back. Good support, give experience, don't dirty soldiers. Gain boutique recommendation. Nchinga was some distance away from the zombies. She stood not far away and stretched out her hand to launch the fury of the wind. A wind arrow condensed and flew quickly towards the zombies. With a muffled puff sound, a big hole was blown directly on the zombie's head. Chapter 33 Twin Sisters. The morning passed quickly with one swing after another. For Zhang Lin and Nchinga, this morning was very fulfilling, but for the zombies near the residential area, it was not so good. At the back of the van, Zhang Lin took down a takeaway box from an electric bike on the side of the road. Inside was the bloody left ears of more than 30 zombies. Yuetong said that 1 contribution point can be exchanged for 1 pound of fresh meat or 1 pound of vegetables. Our efforts this morning can be exchanged for a lot of food, Zhang Lin said contentedly. And Chinga also had a smile on her face. Half of the zombie ears in the box were her contribution. After so many days in the apocalypse, she finally contributed her own strength to this family. Although this little family now has 1 more person than she had expected. "There's a convenience store over there. Let's go get some things." And Chinga sat in the car for a while, ate something, and then pointed to the roadside. She was still thinking about taking it. "Go ahead." Zhang Lin didn't care. Just take it. She could take it, but he didn't have to use it. It was for the purpose of having a baby, but he didn't like the feeling of having to take a layer of protection. He immediately drove directly to the entrance of the convenience store. The two got out of the car and started taking things from the convenience store. Although they could exchange food with the city lord, after the end of the world, no one would think that there was too much food. There were also various daily necessities, and Zhang Lin accepted them all with a smile. He had a space ring, and now he took away the things in the convenience store directly in front of Nchinga. The extraordinary templates were all given to her to use, and she also had Zhang Lin's child, so there was no need to hide the space ring. Nchinga looked at him in surprise. "What's this?" "Space ring, 100 cubic spaces. With this thing, we can get a lot of food at a time," Zhang Lin said as he worked. And Chinga looked at his finger. There was a ring on it. The gem on it was shining with a strange light. She had noticed it before, but thought it was a decoration. She didn't expect it to be such a treasure. She didn't ask any more questions. When Zhang took out the gem, she said that the thing could be used, but don't ask. Even if she asked, he wouldn't tell her. She was not the kind of woman who liked to get to the bottom of things. She would not question whether Zhang loved her or not just because he had a secret. At the same time, she also noticed Zhang other hand. On his wrist was a bracelet with black and white jade stones intertwined together. She thought that this thing should also be a treasure. Next, Chinga was guarding the door and dealt with several zombies that wanted to come over for food, while Zhang bought all the things in the convenience store. At this time, there was nearly half of the space left in his space ring. After thinking about it, he even took away the shelves this time. The first floors of the houses in Hope City are all shops. The city lord probably wants people in the city to trade with each other and make perfect use of resources. These shelves can be placed in shops, and some useless things can be put there for sale later. After everything was done, the two prepared to leave. But at this moment, a voice sounded from behind them. You don't leave! Give us back all our stuff! The door of the convenience store's warehouse was opened, and a girl who looked about 17 or 18 years old, with a red face, pointed at Chanlin and Nchinga, her voice full of grief and anger. As soon as she finished speaking, another girl came out of the warehouse with a mop in her hand and stared at the two of them with vigilance. The two girls were the same age, both wearing convenience store uniforms and looking dirty, but in good spirits. Twins? Zhang looked at their dirty little faces and asked in surprise. Nchinga also looked at them carefully and nodded. It's true. Their figures and looks are exactly the same. Brother and sister, can you please leave some of your things for me? Said another girl pitifully. They were indeed a pair of twins, one named Mu Xiya and the other named Mu Xiaoyi. They were both students who worked part-time in a convenience store during the holidays, but suddenly the end of the world came. At that time, there were only two of them on night shift in the convenience store. After the zombies appeared, they hid in the warehouse in time, locked the warehouse door and escaped. For a while afterwards, they hid in the convenience store, listening to the sounds outside all the time. When they felt there were no zombies around, they came out to get some food and then continued to hide in the warehouse. During this time, some people came to get food, but they didn't dare to come out. But this time, the twin sisters couldn't help themselves. If people take it, just put it in a few bags at most. My goodness, Zhang emptied out everything, even the shelves. Mu Xia and Mu Xiaoyi leaned over the door crack and looked out. They were stunned. I've seen ruthless people, but I've never seen anyone as ruthless as this. So, Mu Xiaoyi couldn't help but ran out, angrily called out to the two of them, and asked Zhang and Nchinga to leave their things behind. Mu Xia also came out with a mop. She could naturally see that Zhang and Nchinga were extraordinary, so she didn't dare to say anything threatening and could only beg kindly. Have you been hiding in the warehouse? Zhang had seen the warehouse before, but he was too lazy to look. After all, he had no shortage of supplies. But I didn't expect that there were two people hiding in the warehouse. Mu Xia and Mu Xiaoyi both had dirty faces, so their specific appearances could not be seen clearly, but it could be roughly seen that they had beautiful face shapes and regular facial features. This gave Zhang an idea. Yes. Mu Xiaoyi was angry just now and spoke in a harsh tone, but now she has softened and said pitifully, Brother and sister, don't take all the things away, leave some for us. Seeing their pitiful appearance, Nchinga couldn't help but say, Zhang leave something for them. She was not a saint in the end times, but she was kind by nature. Anyway, she and Zhang had no shortage of food, so it was okay to leave some for them. Zhang face turned cold. Chinga, do you remember that I once fired a gun downstairs from us? It was when I went to the convenience store. I know. Didn't you say you killed a zombie? Nchinga asked curiously. What Zhang said is totally unrelated to what she said. Zhang continued, his tone grim. Actually, that day a man saw me using the space ring, and I killed him. Just killed him. After seeing Zhang decisiveness in killing, Nchinga was very calm about Zhang killing. But her face suddenly changed and she looked at the twins. What do you mean? That's right. Zhang nodded, then took out a pistol, slowly raised it, and aimed it at the twin sisters opposite. On the opposite side, Mu Xiaya and Mu Xiaoyi's expressions also changed. At first, they were wondering why Zhang suddenly changed the subject. But as Zhang spoke, they understood. The last person who saw the space ring was dead. Then they. Chapter 34. Take them home. Brother, don't kill us! Mu Xiaoyi and Mu Xia were stunned. They were twins and had the same reaction. They leaned back at the same time, leaning against the wall and trembling. We didn't see anything. We won't say anything. Please. And Chinga was also a little embarrassed. She originally thought that killing 2 little girls was not a good idea, but considering the importance of the space ring, she didn't want to leave these 2 risks. Zhang Lin had a cold face, like a murderer. Only dead people can keep secrets. Zhang Lin. And Chinga held his hand and said slowly, is there any other way to deal with this? She had no doubt whether Zhang Lin could do it. She had seen it in the past few days. For Zhang Lin, killing people was no different from killing zombies. When Mu Xiaohui and Mu Xiaoya saw this, they hurriedly said to Chinga, sister, please beg brother, we really won't say anything nonsense, we won't even go out of the convenience store, woo woo, we just want to survive. As they talked, the 2 of them started crying. Zhang Lin looked at Chinga and said, what else can we do? We have taken everything from the convenience store. If they want to find something to eat and then go out, if they tell others about it, we will be targeted. How can we guard against thieves for 1,000 days? We might as well be ruthless and get rid of them directly. Woo woo! Mu Xia and Mu Xiaohui cried even louder. And Chinga was also very troubled. What Zhang Lin said made a lot of sense. She couldn't just follow her temper and bring danger to her family. Suddenly, an idea flashed in her mind. Zhang Lin, since you are worried that they will reveal our secrets, how about this, take them home, we will watch them all the time, so that our secrets will not be leaked. Zhang Lin frowned slightly. What can we do with them? It will just add 2 more mouths to feed. They are all grown-up girls, and they can work. And Chinga said immediately. We usually cook and clean at home, and we also need people to grow vegetables in the back garden. When there are more people in the city in the future, we can run our shops, right? They can also work as shop assistants or something. Zhang Lin didn't say anything else, seeming to be lost in thought. The sisters Mu Xiaoya and Mu Xiaohui on the other side saw hope for survival and said one after another, brother, we can work, we can do anything, please take us back. They suddenly felt that going back with Zhang Lin was a good choice. Neither will they be murdered to silence them. There is also a place to eat. Zhang Lin lowered his gun and seemed a little moved. Mu Xiaoya and Mu Xiaohui were overjoyed and ran over quickly. Mu Xiaoya stood in front of Zhang Lin, trying hard to talk about the various part-time jobs she had done, saying that she was very capable, while Mu Xiaohui stood beside Chinga, pleading pitifully. Seeing that Zhang Lin was still thinking, Chinga became nervous, fearing that Zhang Lin would not agree. Moment. Zhang Lin finally said, forget it, since Chinga said so, let's take them back. And Chinga smiled. Thank you, Zhang Lin. Sisters Mu Xiaoya and Mu Xiaohui finally breathed a sigh of relief. They looked at each other and felt relieved. Finally survived. Zhang Lin shook Chinga's hand and said with a smile, we are a family, of course I have to consider your opinion. As he spoke, he was laughing in his heart. He wanted to take the twin sisters back from the beginning. After all, Chinga was pregnant, and Qin Wu was not easy to conquer. Apart from making Ji Weitong pregnant, he had no other mission goals. But if I say it directly, Chinga might not be happy. After all, she was the woman who had given her first time to him, and Chinga would indeed be a good and virtuous wife. Zhang Lin didn't want to have a strained relationship with her. So, he used a little trick and Chinga took the initiative to take them back. Chinga felt very happy after hearing this. She felt that Zhang Lin really liked her, otherwise, with Zhang Lin's cruel and ruthless character, the 2 girls would definitely not survive. As for Ji Weitong, it must be that woman Ji Weitong who used her secret as a bargaining chip to force Zhang Lin to sleep with her in order to survive. Definitely. Next, Zhang Lin took the twin sisters into the car and placed them in the middle row. Then he drove to a relatively open place where zombies were not very dense and started a new round of killing. At this stage, Zhang Lin didn't want to get close to high-rise buildings. If he was surrounded by a large number of zombies, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. There is nothing to be afraid of in such open places. The zombies do not live in groups and can be defeated one by one. The field of vision is also wide. When you see a group of zombies, you can just get in the car and run. There is basically no danger. In the evening, Zhang Lin and Chinga finished work and went home. The last row of seats in the van was folded down, and in a box with a yellow kangaroo pattern, there were more than 70 zombie ears. This was the result of the 2 people's one-day work, and at the same time, Chinga also got some exercise. When she killed the first zombie, she felt so nauseous that she took a long time to recover, but in the end, she had no reaction anymore. Zhang Lin felt that once she killed one more person, she would be able to completely adapt to the end of the world. The van sped all the way to Hope City. Zhang Lin drove the car directly inside, and then followed a few people who had also returned, and came directly to the center of Hope City, the door of Villa number 0. This was the city lord's residence and office, and later people called it the city lord's mansion. This is also where you can redeem contribution points. It was a pergola at the entrance of the villa, with a table on it. Several staff members were sitting behind the table, and on the other side was a long queue. Some of them were carrying bags with a few bloody zombie ears in them, while others were carrying a few people, who were survivors they brought back from outside. There is not much difference between these people. Their daily gains can only be exchanged for a few contribution points. Those who can exchange for more than 10 can cause exclamations from the people around them. After all, it is the early days of the apocalypse. Although everyone has memories of several lifetimes, they do not have any extraordinary abilities before the new era comes. John Lin still dared to go to some places where there were many zombies, but the terrain was open, but they could only go to some remote places where there were not many zombies, so the harvest was naturally not much. John Lin was carrying a takeaway box, and Chinga was standing beside him, and behind him were the two sisters Mu Xia and Mu Xiaowei. The two of them can also be exchanged for 2 contribution points, which cannot be wasted. John Lin was standing in line, listening to the staff in front of him loudly announcing the contribution points of the current person. Suddenly, someone took out more than 20 zombie ears. The staff were all stunned, and immediately stood up to exchange it for him. Resident number 73, hunted 22 zombies, exchanged for 22 contribution points. Suddenly, people around exclaimed, "Fuck, is he so fierce at the beginning? I'm so jealous. I just killed 2 zombies today. This dude is awesome." Facing the surprised voices of the people around him, the resident number 73 had a smug look on his face. After he exchanged the items, he left the queue with a smug look on his face. Just as he was about to leave, he saw Zhang Lin waiting in line holding a large box. He couldn't help but laugh. What's the use of a large container? He just used an ordinary plastic bag to put it in, but wasn't he still the first in the audience? After laughing, the resident of number 77 strode away. But before he could walk far, he suddenly heard a burst of exclamations from behind him, even more enthusiastic than when he had just exchanged the coins. What happened? He couldn't help but look back. I found Zhang Lin standing at the exchange point, opening his takeaway box. Chapter 35. Did you poke the zombie's nest? Fuck, is this true? Why so many? He cut off both ears, didn't he? A group of people were stunned when they saw a pile of zombie ears in the takeout box. Resident No couldn't help but move over to take a look. He was suddenly shocked. Dude, where did you order this takeaway from? John Lin turned around and looked at him as if he was an idiot. The resident of number 77 was a little embarrassed, but he really couldn't understand it. It's only the beginning of the apocalypse and everyone is an ordinary person. How could anyone kill so many zombies? Although Zhang Lin was accompanied by Enchinga and a pair of young twin sisters, no one took them seriously. Enchinga might still have some fighting ability, but the twin sisters were obviously novices and could not kill zombies at all. Zhang, Captain Zhang, did you disturb the zombie nest? The staff who exchanged contribution points also swallowed his saliva. He was also a person who had been reincarnated several times, but this was the first time he had seen such a fierce man. Exchange it. Zhang Lin was too lazy to say so much. Okay. The staff began to count the zombies' ears. A group of people came over and seeing so many zombie ears was indeed spectacular, but they couldn't tell the exact number. 74, 75, 76, 77. The staff member, wearing gloves, counted them one by one. Finally, he spit out a number that he himself couldn't believe. Resident number 16, hunted 77 zombies, and obtained 77 contribution points. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar all around. When we finally knew the number, we found it even more incredible. Just say that Zhang Lin and Enchinga killed 77 zombies in less than a day. You know, real zombies are stronger than ordinary people. The staff handed Zhang Lin something that looked a bit like an old phone and said, "This is a mobile phone connected to the Hope City LAN. It can be used to log into the Hope City internal forum. It also has payment software. Your contribution points are stored in it. You can take it back, enter your information, and do a facial recognition. That's it." In fact, this mobile phone should be given to Ji Yuetong. After all, she is the real owner of house number 16. However, Zhang Lin was a person valued by the city lord, and the staff was very tactful and treated Zhang Lin as the owner of number 16. Thank you? Zhang Lin nodded, and then pulled the sisters Mu Xia and Mu Xiaowei over. They are the living people I brought back. Please help me exchange them for contribution points. The staff started the exchange immediately. Zhang Lin asked another staff member nearby, "Where can I exchange fresh meat and vegetables?" The staff told Zhang that there was a warehouse on the left ahead and he could go to the warehouse to exchange the points. It happened that the contribution points of the twin sisters on the other side had also been exchanged, so Zhang took them directly to the warehouse in front. No wonder the city lord values him so much even though he is not even a reborn person. Someone sighed. Before, everyone just thought that Zhang was ruthless at best, but his strength was not necessarily that strong. After all, everyone was just ordinary people now, and it was a one-on-one fight, so it was not that amazing that Zhang killed Li Chuan and 5 others. At that time, everyone just lamented that he was cruel and ruthless and dared to kill people. But no one thought so now. Killing 5 people is easy, but killing 77 zombies is not easy. This requires hard power. Storehouse. This is a very modern, high-tech cold storage. After Zhang arrived, he found the person and said directly, "A total of 79 contribution points, half of which can be exchanged for vegetables and the other half for cold meat." The warehouse manager was dumbfounded. He knew Zhang and knew that Zhang would be one of the 5 future captains, so he did not dare to neglect him at all. However, he was a little unsure about the number Zhang mentioned. "Well, Captain Zhang, how much did you say?" 79 points. Zhang took out his cell phone and showed it to him. The warehouse officer showed a shocked expression. "Oh my god, there really are 79 points." But then he advised, "Actually, you don't need to exchange them all. The refrigerator in your home is definitely not as good as the professional cold storage built by the city lord. You can use the contribution points and exchange them when you need them." "Thanks for the reminder, but I still choose to redeem all of them." Zhang has a space ring, so of course he doesn't care about the preservation of food. To him, contribution points are useless, and it is most appropriate to exchange them for food and store them. "Okay, it's your power." The warehouse manager shrugged, then turned around and called 2 of his men to move things together. The vegetables were in packages, several kinds of food mixed together, all randomly selected. The fresh meat was pork, and the parts of the meat were also random. There were also fruits in the warehouse. After seeing this, Zhang reduced the portions of vegetables and meat and replaced them with 20 kilograms of fruits. Similarly, the fruits were also random. Afterwards, Zhang returned home with 30 kilograms of vegetables, 30 kilograms of meat, and 20 kilograms of fruit. Because of his status as the team leader, the warehouse supervisor gave him a 0 and gave him 1 kilogram of stuff for free. After returning home, Zhang directly put all the meat, vegetables and fruits into the space ring, leaving only a small portion for today's consumption. And Chinga took the twin sisters to familiarize themselves with the environment. There are bedrooms on the 3rd floor, and 2 sisters live in one room. And Chinga assigned them work, which included cleaning the room and farming in the back garden. Mu Xia and Mu Xiaoyi are both very well behaved. They are the kind of good girls who can work and earn money during the holidays and manage the household frugally. Having experienced a period of apocalyptic life, they now have a stable place to live and food to eat, so they don't mind working more. And Qingwu felt very uncomfortable with the sudden appearance of 2 more people in the house, so she secretly found her sister to ask if Zhang had asked them to be brought back. She was a little scared, fearing that when she woke up one day, she would see Zhang coming out of the twin sisters' room next door. And Chinga didn't think too much about it and told her sister what happened. "I asked your brother-in-law to bring them back. It's a pity for teenage girls to die like this." And Qingwu was speechless, feeling that her sister was courting death. She worried secretly. "My brother-in-law already has a Jiuetong. If he gets together with the twins one day, my sister will be alone but there will be 3 vixens. Will my sister still be favored by my brother-in-law? What to do?" And Qingwu fell into deep worry. And Chinga didn't know that his sister was worried about him. After settling the twin sisters, the whole family started to solve the problem of dinner. At this time, an embarrassing problem arose. There were 5 women in this family, but none of them could cook. On the contrary, Zhang, this grown man, is the best cook. Ji Wetong used to be a lady from a wealthy family, and she had never done any housework. After the end of the world, the only delicacy she learned to make was hot pot. Whatever ingredients you have, just throw them into the pot, add water and cook them. As for Nchinga, she cooked a few meals when she ran away from home with her sister. After she almost poisoned her sister, she focused on making money. She was able to make money, but later she always ate out and took out food. Not to mention Nchingu, Nchinga is absolutely the best sister in the world. She has never been in the kitchen. The sisters Mu Xia and Mu Xiaoyi have been in the kitchen before, but they only cook noodles, fried rice, fried tomatoes and eggs, etc. Xia Xiaoyi, come with me to the kitchen. I will teach you how to cook. You will be responsible for cooking from now on. Zhang Lin called the twin sisters and went into the kitchen together. Chapter 36 Captain of Team 5. After a while, the three of them went out with several dishes. The staple food is rice. Grain and oil are easy to store, so there is some in the kitchen. After using them up, you can also go to large supermarkets and grain and oil stores outside to get them, which is much more convenient than fresh fruits, vegetables and meat. The whole family gathered together. John Lin spoke first. After eating packaged food for several days, I can finally have a normal meal. We are all family, so I won't say much. Let's live a good life from now on, and life will get better day by day. Let's eat! After such a long time in the apocalypse, being able to eat some normal meals, and eating unlimited meals, was simply too luxurious. Everyone remained silent, enjoying the beauty of the moment. But some people are not as happy as Zhang Lin's family. What? Someone has taken over my captain position? Luo Jinxin had just arrived in Hope City when he heard a piece of news that made him furious. He is also a reborn person. In his previous life, he was a captain and ranked 5th among 5 captains. In this life, he awakened his memory relatively late and was quite far away from Hope City, so he only arrived in Hope City now. In order to reach Hope City, he overcame all obstacles along the way, ate compressed biscuits every day, slept in a safe corner, and faced the threat of zombies at all times while on the road. He finally arrived in Hope City and good days were about to begin. However, as soon as he arrived in Hope City, he heard that he had lost his position as captain. Among the 5 captains, he was the last one. The city lord suddenly appointed a new captain but did not expand the city guards. So there was no doubt that he should be the one to go. Luo Jinxin is very confident. As the weakest of the 5 captains, he can only be the one to lead the team. But he refused to accept. Am I not as good as the first 4 captains, and even worse than you, who hasn't even been reborn? Where does he live? Luo Jinxin was in his own residence, and in front of him was a subordinate from his previous life. He roared with a ferocious look on his face. I must kill him! Brother, calm down, calm down! The younger brother was sweating profusely. I think we should take a long-term view. From what I know, the city lord is very optimistic about him. I don't care about that. The city lord only likes strong people. As long as I kill that guy, the city lord will definitely not blame me. Luo Jinxin ignored his younger brother's advice, forced out Zhang Lin's address, and then rushed to Villa number 16 angrily. Along the way, someone recognized Luo Jinxin. Isn't that Captain Luo? Is he in Hope City too? Hey Captain Luo, where are you going? Needless to say, look at the direction he's going, he must be going to settle accounts with that kid number 16. There's just one more captain for nothing. Captain Luo is ranked 5th, so Zhang Linding's position must be his. Hey, there's something exciting to watch. Captain Luo was a martial artist before the end of the world. He knows martial arts and has experience in reincarnation. I wonder if number 16 can keep his position as captain. Let's go to number 16 to watch the fun. A bunch of spectators did not think the matter was a big deal and followed Luo Jinxin with drums and gongs. Especially those who thought Zhang Lin was arrogant, all hoped that Zhang Lin would get into trouble. When Luo Jinxin saw so many people following him, he was overjoyed. He wanted to defeat anyone who dared to challenge his position in front of everyone, so that no one would dare to challenge his position again. For a moment, Luo Jinxin's fighting spirit became even higher. Xiao Luo, what are you going to do? Suddenly a voice was heard. The voice was indistinguishable between male and female, and was distant and ethereal. Luo Jinxin stopped immediately. He did not dare to show any dissatisfaction with the city lord's direct deprivation of his position, and said respectfully, City Lord, I want to prove to you that I am the most suitable captain of Team 5. The city lord smiled and said, You mean you want to challenge Zhang Lin? Luo Jinxin nodded and said, Of course, you let Zhang Lin be the captain because you must think he is better than me, but I refuse to accept it. I want to defeat him and prove myself. Captain Luo, well done! Captain Luo, you are a real man, we support you! There were those who just wanted to watch the fun and cheered on the sidelines without fear of any trouble. The city lord just turned his head and glanced indifferently, and immediately, everyone shut up. He looked at Luo Jinxin again and said calmly, But who told you that I was going to make him the captain of Team 5? What do you mean? Luo Jinxin frowned in confusion. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind and he said incredulously, City Lord, do you mean? Chapter 37 Ranking Challenge. They are all old hands who have experienced the end of the world several times, and none of them is a fool. The City Lord's intention is very clear. He is optimistic about Zhang Lin and has arranged a position for Zhang Lin that is higher than that of the captain of Team 5. City Lord, he is just an ordinary person who has not even awakened the memory of his past life. Do you really think so highly of him? Luo Jinxin asked with a frown. The problem was not solved for him. Even if Zhang Lin replaced someone else's position, as the captain of Team 5, he would definitely be the one to be squeezed out. Being the fifth child is so sad. The city lord stood with his hands behind his back, his silver mask scattering light under the sunlight. He spoke softly. You all know me. I only look at strength. Then may I ask, City Lord, where does Zhang Lin rank in your mind? Luo Jinxin couldn't help but ask. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone around held their breath. To be honest, they were already surprised enough that Zhang Lin, a man who had never awakened his past life memories, could become the captain. After seeing how cleanly and efficiently Zhang Lin killed people, and how he killed zombies crazily today, everyone was quite satisfied with him becoming the captain. But there are differences between captains. According to the city lord's rules, captains can challenge each other at will, and each captain is treated differently. Everyone wants to be the captain with the highest ranking. The captain of Team 5 is even more special than the first four. All residents of Hope City can challenge the captain of Team 5. If successful, they will be promoted to become the new captain of Team 5. If the original captain of Team 5 does not die in the challenge, he will lose all his status and benefits. Only after becoming the captain of Team 5 can you continue to challenge yourself. The captain of Team 5 is the one who changes most frequently. The city lord let a person who came to Hope City for the first time be the captain of the 5th team, and everyone could accept it, but if the first four? Many people don't understand. The captains of the 5 teams change frequently, and the mortality rate is also very high, but the top 4 are different. They can almost maintain their position for a long time. Even if they are challenged, they will only drop 1 place in the ranking. This means that the positions of the top 4 captains rotate among 4 people most of the time. The captain of the 5th team is completely different from the captains of the first 4 teams. Precisely because they understood this concept, everyone present was very curious. In the city lord's heart, where does Zhang Lin rank? Luo Jinxin widened his eyes, waiting for an answer. The city lord did not hide it and said directly, "The second one!" Everyone was stunned, accompanied by waves of gasps. Second place. Before, most people guessed that Zhang Lin would be 4th at most, and no matter how awesome he was, he would only be 3rd. But the city lord directly gave a very high evaluation to the 2nd place. City lord, are you telling the truth? Lord City Lord, can you tell me your basis? City Lord. Some people with impatient personalities couldn't help but ask. The city lord simply said, "If you don't understand, you can challenge Zhang Lin and experience his strength yourself." Well? No one spoke now. Not to mention that Zhang Lin was already very powerful, just the city lord's current evaluation of him was enough to dissuade many people. Luo Jinxin remained silent, his brows furrowed, and no one knew what he was thinking about. He also didn't expect that Zhang Lin had such a high status in the city lord's heart. The potential of being ranked 2nd made him a little apprehensive. However, at this moment, the city lord asked with an air of excitement, "Xiao Luo, what do you think? Do you want to challenge? Zhang Lin is the captain of the 2nd team that I appointed. If you succeed in the challenge, you will be ranked 2nd directly." A group of people stared at the city lord. Didn't you just now express your optimism about Zhang Lin? Why does it seem like we are setting a trap for Zhang Lin now? Even though Li Chuan, the reborn person, was killed by Zhang Lin like a pig, the crowd of onlookers did not think that Zhang Lin could easily deal with Luo Jinxin. Ordinary Hope City residents are different from captains. Even though Luo Jinxin is only the captain of Team 5. No one knows how many cards this captain-level reborn person has. Luo Jinxin also looked at the city lord and was silent for a moment. He asked, "City lord, can I use my extraordinary abilities during the challenge during this period?" As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd of onlookers burst into exclamations. Sure enough, none of these captain-level figures can be underestimated. Before the new era, no one could obtain the extraordinary template. Where did Captain Luo get his extraordinary ability? But there is more than one type of extraordinary ability, the extraordinary template? You won't forget that zombies are also a kind of supernatural creatures. They are the only monsters that have existed from the beginning to the end of the apocalypse. Indeed, I can remember several extraordinary items and potions that can be made using zombies as raw materials. Brother, tell me in detail. Are you stupid? This method has side effects and various hidden dangers. Otherwise, why do you think I don't use it? There were bursts of discussion. But Luo Jinxin didn't care at all. He stared at the city lord, waiting for an answer. He did not dare to underestimate a person who was ranked 2nd by the city lord. He did not dare to challenge him if he could not use his trump card. But if I could use the extraordinary. Then he would challenge Zhang Lin even if it cost him some price. He was the captain of the 5th team and was promoted to 2nd place in one fell swoop. The temptation is just too great. In Hope City, the position of captain is not only an honor, but also represents power and abundant resources. If he could seize the opportunity and become the captain of the 2nd team, even if only for a month, Luo Jinxin would be able to make a fortune and pave a bright road for his future. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. In fact, only 1 or 2 seconds had passed, but in the nervous heart of Luo Jinxin, it felt like a year. He was so eager to be the captain of the 2nd team. Finally, the city lord gave an answer. He still stood with his hands behind his back. He turned around, and his wide white robe fluttered. He said as he walked, "You can use your supernatural powers. Follow me. I will take you to number 16 and be a witness to your duel." Luo Jinxin was overjoyed and hurriedly followed the city lord. A crowd of onlookers also followed over. Now there was something exciting to watch. Zhang Lin, who was ranked 2nd by the city lord, was going to be challenged by the former 5th captain. No matter who wins or loses, it is sure to be a lively battle. And in Villa number 16, Zhang Lin's family had just finished their meal. Mu Xiaowei and Mu Xia were packing up obediently. And Qin Wu and Ji Wetong were also free, so they continued to clean the room with the work they had not finished during the day. And Qingge adapted to her abilities in the empty room on the 3rd floor. After fighting all day, she saw many of her shortcomings. She was eager to improve herself, hoping to keep up with Zhang Lin's pace. In fact, she had a delusion in her heart, that is, she would become stronger than Zhang Lin, and support Zhang Lin and her sister in the future. In this way, Zhang Lin would belong to her only in the future, and Qingge was just thinking about it, and her reason told her that this was impossible. Zhang Lin has too many secrets, and the good things in his hands seem to be endless. And Qingge has no confidence in surpassing him, but the obsession in her heart makes her work hard. In the living room on the 2nd floor, Zhang Lin was thinking about who to sleep with today. And Qingge is already pregnant, and half of the reward has been received. It seems unnecessary to go to him again. Besides, I heard that it is not suitable to have sex after pregnancy. If it were an ordinary person, it might be fine, but with Zhang Lin's strength. And Qingge might be able to bear it, but the baby in her belly couldn't. So, I can only go to find Ji Wetong. Thinking of that petite and tender body in his mind, Zhang Lin couldn't help but feel impulsive. Should he stop Ji Wetong from working first and put out the fire? But at this moment, a voice outside the door interrupted Zhang Lin's thoughts. "Captain Wu, Luo Jinxin, is here to challenge Captain Zhang for the ranking. Captain Zhang, please come out and accept the challenge." Chapter 38 Half-Corpse Potion. Is there really anyone who is not afraid of death? Zhang Lin walked out the door angrily. He was very upset because his good thing was interrupted before it even started. "Zhang Lin is out!" When Zhang Lin walked out the door, a commotion broke out. Zhang Lin also saw a circle of people outside the door, the city lord behind the crowd, and Luo Jinxin standing in front of the crowd. Luo Jinxin looks to be in his early 30s, about 1.78 meters tall, with the standard body of a fitness coach, the kind that looks very stylish. Most people might think he is very strong. But in fact, he is indeed very strong, and he is indeed a fitness coach. His physique comes from his profession, and his strength comes from his many experiences of the apocalypse. After seeing him, Zhang Lin did not underestimate him. After all, the fact that he dared to challenge after knowing his own record showed that he was very confident in his own strength. People like this are either really capable or just complete idiots. Generally speaking, the latter are relatively rare. "Are you Zhang Lin?" Luo Jinxin was a little surprised when he saw Zhang Lin. Based on his first impression, he couldn't connect Zhang Lin with the word expert. "The city lord ranked you 2nd among the 5 captains. I want to see what you are capable of." "What's the 2nd? Zhang Lin asked puzzledly. "You don't know anything?" Luo Jinxin was full of questions. Didn't the city lord tell him about such an important matter? Zhang Lin was too lazy to argue. "You want to challenge me, right? Well, come on, let's fight quickly. After the fight, I have to go back and hug my wife to sleep." Luo Jinxin's face suddenly darkened. Zhang Lin clearly looked down on him. "City lord, I am applying for a challenge, please be a witness." Luo Jinxin turned around and bowed respectfully to the city lord. The city lord took a few steps forward and said, "Zhang Lin, he wants to challenge your captain's rank. According to the rules, you can't refuse. If you want to keep your position, you can defeat him, or kill him. Clear?" Zhang Lin nodded lightly. Before, he had no idea about the position of captain and felt that it didn't matter whether he was the captain or not. But today, he has experienced the benefits of being a captain. If there were no special circumstances, he would really be willing to be the captain of Hope City for a period of time. Xiao Luo, you can start getting ready, the city lord said to Luo Jinxin again. When you are ready, I will announce the start. Luo Jinxin said nothing, took a step back, and then took out two things from the backpack behind him. A syringe filled with light blue medicine. A short sword that does not look like iron or steel. It is golden in color, but not as bright as gold. It may be brass. Brass is generally not a suitable metal for making weapons because it is too soft. After the emergence of iron, copper weapons were quickly eliminated. But for some reason, Luo Jinxin actually chose a weapon made of brass. Zhang Lin watched Luo Jinxin first insert the sword into the ground, then took the syringe and directly inserted the needle into his abdomen. Suddenly his face was distorted, cold sweat poured down, veins on his forehead bulged, and he seemed to be in great pain. This is half-corpse potion. Someone recognized the potion. There were also newcomers like Zhang Lin who were brought into Hope City. They asked the old people around them, "What is the half-corpse potion?" Someone answered, "Zombies are also extraordinary creatures. We can use the cerebrospinal fluid of zombies as the main material, and process it with some common materials that can be found in the early days of the apocalypse, to make this half-corpse potion. As we all know, zombies are stronger than ordinary people. In the early days of the apocalypse, if humans want to become stronger, the half-corpse potion is an option. After using this potion, humans will transform into zombies, but they will not completely become zombies, and then they will gain some zombie abilities. The strength of this potion depends on how much cerebrospinal fluid from zombies is used. If it is made from more than 10 zombies, the potion will be light blue. Luo Jinxin's strength can only be multiplied several times now." Everyone talked at once and soon told the detailed information of the medicine used by Luo Jinxin. "Is this thing so powerful?" Someone was moved. Someone else immediately said, "How can it be so good? This thing has great side effects. After the new era, the extraordinary template is the most important thing and determines a person's future prospects. After using the half-corpse potion, I can only choose to awaken the zombie-type extraordinary template in the future. Among the many zombie templates, there is no legendary template, which is equivalent to limiting my future development. What's the origin of that sword? This sword certainly has a history. If it's according to what's said in the game, this sword is enchanted." Ji Wetong was standing on the second-floor balcony, with the sisters and the twin sisters by her side. They were watching the situation downstairs together. They were naturally the most nervous when Zhang Lin was challenged. Especially after Luo Jinxin took out the half-corpse potion and the bronze sword. Ji Weitong had already explained to them the effects of the half-corpse potion, and then talked about the bronze sword. This sword is also related to zombies. It uses copper as the main material, and incorporates the powder of zombies' nails, bones, and teeth. After being successfully cast using a special casting method, this sword has some peculiar effects. It carries zombie toxicity. Once you are hurt by this sword, will you turn into a zombie? And Chinga's expression was heavy. Yes. And Chinga looked at Luo Jinxin below, with an uncontrollable murderous intent in his eyes. Chinga, this is a challenge, you can't interfere, otherwise you will offend the city lord. Ji Weitong was afraid that she would be impulsive, so she quickly held her hand. And Chinga immediately looked at her with a cold gaze. What if Zhang Lin gets hurt and turns into a zombie? He is no match for Zhang Lin. Believe me, there is no need for us to offend the city lord for nothing. Ji Weitong looked at her without any fear. She knew Chinga might not believe her, so she added, He is not only your man, but also mine. I will not harm him. And Chinga was originally wary of Ji Weitong, but after hearing this, she hesitated a little. What Ji Weitong said made some sense. Could it be that after Zhang Lin slept with her, she really thought about Zhang Lin wholeheartedly? And Chinga was a little unsure. You can help Zhang Lin upstairs to scout the enemy. If there is any problem, you will be able to take action in time with your speed. Ji Weidong continued to comfort her. Believe me, although the half-corpse potion and the bronze sword are powerful, they are definitely no match for Zhang Lin. Ji Weitong, who has been reincarnated several times, understands the power of the legendary template best. She had full confidence in Zhang Lin. On the contrary, Chinga, the owner of the legendary template, has no concrete idea of what he owns. And Chinga looked down and calculated the distance in his mind. If there was any situation below, he would still have time to attack in time, whether he used the wind-following avatar to transform into a half-elemental body, or directly launched a long-range attack with the Wrath of Wind. She nodded and said nothing more, but looked down seriously. Ji Weitong breathed a sigh of relief. She has been reincarnated for several lifetimes and knows the mystery of the City Lord best. Although she also knows that Zhang Lin has many secrets, at least now, it is not appropriate to conflict with the city lord. On the side, the twin sisters were also praying for John Lin. After all, here at John Lin's place, he can use water and electricity at will and eat fresh food at will. At first they were a little afraid of John Lin, but after the meal, they didn't want to leave. And Qing Wu was also staring down all the time, worried about her brother-in-law. At this time, Luo Jinxing downstairs was already ready. He held a bronze sword in his hand, his eyes glowed red, his skin was as pale as a dead person, and he exuded a cold aura. Even his voice became hoarse, like the roar of a zombie. City Lord, I'm ready! Chapter 39 Winning Prizes. The challenge begins! The city lord wasted no time and made the announcement immediately, then stepped back to make room for the middle space. The people around also stayed away. It would be bad if I got hurt by mistake. Everything else is fine, but that brass dagger is really scary. If you get touched and leave a wound, you'll instantly turn into a zombie. When Luo Jinxin was preparing, Zhang Lin heard the conversations of the people around him and learned something about the so-called half-corpse potion and the brass dagger. But he wasn't panicking. After all, he still has the trump card of the extraordinary template. The challenge has officially begun. Luo Jinxin held the brass dagger in his hand, and with a slight movement of his wrist, the dagger moved as fast as a golden poisonous snake and stabbed towards Zhang Lin quickly, aiming directly at Zhang Lin's chest. The chest is a big target, so as long as a small wound is left on Zhang Lin will soon turn into a zombie and he will win the challenge. Zhang Lin swung his sword to block the dagger. The flashing of swords and the clanging of swords made a clang sound. What a powerful force! Luo Jinxin's eyes narrowed, and he was filled with doubt and uncertainty. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back and look at Zhang Lin in detail. After he used the half-corpse potion, his physical condition was greatly enhanced. If an ordinary person were to take such a blow from him, he would probably not be able to hold the knife in his hand. But Zhang Lin's knife almost made the dagger in his hand slip out of his hand. Are you scared? Seeing him retreat, Zhang Lin followed him and chopped him down with his sword. There is a nice way to describe this move. Spitting Manhwa with force. After chopping zombies for a whole day, the blade of his machete had long been blunt. At this moment, he was using it as a blunt weapon. With his strength, if this machete hits, Luo Jinxin would be able to experience the feeling of Li Chuan's skull being broken yesterday. You have no moves at all! Luo Jinxin was a little afraid of Zhang Lin in his heart, but he was very tough on the surface. With just brute force, you are no match for me. Then come and have a passionate fight with me, your father. Zhang Lin was at ease and even had the mood to say dirty words to disrupt the other party's thoughts. As he spoke, he attacked wildly again. Zhang Lin doesn't know any moves. When it comes to fighting, all he has to say is one word, passion. As the saying goes, a random punch can kill a master. Luo Jinxin has all kinds of experience in fighting others, but he can't use any of them at this moment. No, you came here with so much fanfare, and this is the result? Zhang Lin completely gained the upper hand. Brother, are you playing house like a child? Don't you know that someone might die? Luo Jinxin felt a little aggrieved, but he couldn't say a word. He could only move his sword back and forth to block Zhang Lin's attacks. Sudden! With a clang sound. Li Chuan's low-quality machete, which he bought from somewhere, was cut off by Luo Jinxin with one sword. Most of the blade fell to the ground, and Zhang Lin was left with only the handle and a small section of the blade. The opportunity has come. Luo Jinxin was overjoyed and immediately launched a fierce attack with his sword. In an instant, the situation was reversed and he turned from defense to offense. Zhang Lin was also stunned, but then the golden dagger stabbing towards him brought him back to his senses. He looked at Luo Jinxin, who was smiling widely, and raised his wrist to him. Emission! As his mind moved, the yin-yang ring in his hand emitted a gray-white light and shot towards Luo Jinxin at an extremely fast speed. Luo Jinxin was still sighing in his heart that God was helping him, and then he saw a gray-white light shooting towards him. The speed of this light was too fast, completely beyond his reaction speed, and it hit his face directly. Suddenly, Luo Jinxin's face seemed to be splashed with sulfuric acid, and his skin was corroded instantly. Luo Jinxin was no longer able to attack Zhang Lin. He lost control of the dagger in his hand, and it fell to the ground. He covered his face and wailed in pain. But he overlooked one thing. As soon as his hands touched his face, the gray-white light that had not yet completely dissipated was contaminated on his hands again. Suddenly, his hands were also corroded. Luo Jinxin pulled his hands away, and a severe pain made him roar loudly. Everyone could see that part of his face had exposed bright red muscles, and in another part, even the muscles were corroded, revealing the white bones. Fuck, what is that? A group of onlookers widened their eyes. At the beginning, everyone was not particularly surprised when Luo Jinxin was suppressed by Zhang Lin. After all, Zhang Lin was ranked second among the 5 captains by the city lord. Seeing that Zhang Lin had suppressed Luo Jinxin to the point where he could not fight back, everyone thought that Zhang Lin was about to win. But then the low-quality machete in Zhang Lin's hand was cut off, the situation reversed. Luo Jinxin immediately fought back fiercely, and everyone thought that Zhang Lin was about to lose. Some even sighed. Zhang Lin suffered a loss because of his weapon. But what happened next was so sudden that no one could react. Zhang Lin didn't know what he used, but he instantly gave Luo Jinxin a fatal attack. As a superhuman being, disfigurement is not a big deal, but the key point is that important organs such as eyes, ears, and nose are all on the face. At this time, Luo Jinxin was lying on the ground and struggling frantically. His eyes were damaged, and he could not see anything. One of his ears was corroded, and his hearing was greatly reduced. His nose was also mostly corroded, and every breath was accompanied by severe pain. Damn it, don't challenge Zhang Lin anymore. He died miserably. Everyone said a principle in their hearts at the same time. The city lord's gaze was on Luo Jinxin, and there was no fluctuation in his expression. After a moment, he looked at Zhang Lin. No one knew what expression he had under the silver-white mask. Everyone just saw that he stared at Zhang Lin for a long time. As for Zhang Lin, he immediately picked up the golden dagger the moment Luo Jinxin's weapon fell. Seeing that Luo Jinxin was still unable to resist, he looked at the dagger carefully. After looking at it for a long time, I felt that this dagger was actually not very useful. Facing someone who is truly powerful, the dagger cannot hit him, and the zombie poison it carries will have no effect. If used for sneak attacks or assassinations, it might be able to produce miraculous results. Compared to the yin-yang ring, it is far inferior. Zhang Lin touched the magic ring on his wrist with satisfaction. After more than a day of charging, this thing can kill a transcendent who has used the half-corpse potion in one go. It can be said to be very powerful. Zhang Lin, Luo Jinxin has lost all combat capabilities. I can declare him a failure. Do you want to end the challenge? The city lord suddenly spoke and asked in a leisurely tone. Hee hee. Some people laughed. Isn't it useless for the city lord to ask this question? Everyone knows that Zhang Lin likes to kill everyone. Then, as expected, Zhang Lin smiled at the city lord and said, City lord, I think the challenge is not over yet. The city lord nodded. Then continue. Zhang Lin took a few steps forward, cut off Luo Jinxin's head with his dagger, and then asked the city lord to announce the end of the challenge. Then Zhang Lin turned around and prepared to go home. But at this time, the people around did not disperse, even the city lord did not leave, as if he was still waiting for something exciting. Zhang Lin, why are you so anxious? The city lord stopped him and said, Everything that belongs to the loser of the challenge belongs to the winner. Luo Jinxin has property, don't you want it? Zhang Lin, who was about to go back and hug Ji Weitong to play games, stopped instantly. Want? Chapter 40 Mu Xiaoyi and Mu Xiaya accepted their fate. Before, Li Chuan was penniless and had nothing left except a few machetes. Zhang Lin thought that the challenge was just a waste of time. There is no benefit if you win, but you lose everything if you lose. But only then did he realize that there was a reward for winning. Luo Jinxin has a property at number 5 Hope City, 30 contribution points, and some sundries in his house. Now they all belong to you. The city lord was speechless. After saying a few words, he floated away wearing the white robe made from a bed sheet. As he left, the people around him began to disperse slowly. The last time Zhang Lin kicked people out, he didn't give them any face at all. No one wanted to be kicked out by Zhang Lin again this time. A group of people were walking and chatting, and their words were full of envy for Zhang Lin. Another house. There are only 100 houses in Hope City. People who don't have a house can only find an open space to set up a tent or build a wooden house. How can it be as comfortable to live in as a small villa? Moreover, the houses in Hope City are a symbol of status and also have many other benefits. For example, these 100 houses are protected. No one may trespass at any time. After the city guard is established, one of its duties is to protect the house from invasion. Now this duty is performed by the property management. Besides, this house can accommodate more than one person. Just use one of the rooms as bait, and you can attract countless people to serve you. This situation happened in previous lives. Someone converted his villa into a subdivided flat in Hong Kong. He turned the whole house into 30 beds. He gave all these 30 beds to people for free, but only to beautiful women. In exchange, these women had to serve him. He can sleep wherever he wants. Which man wouldn't envy her? If this man had not suffered from kidney deficiency and was defeated after being challenged, it is hard to know how long he could have lived like a god. Even if we don't talk about this, even if it is rented out, it can be exchanged for countless resources. Now Zhang Lin owns 2 houses, and his financial prospects are limitless. Zhang Lin also didn't expect that before the apocalypse, he was forced to break up with his girlfriend because they couldn't afford to buy a house, but after the apocalypse, he actually became a landlord. Soon the zombies will gather together and attack humans crazily. If you survive this crisis, you will immediately experience a month of extremely low temperatures and a month of extremely high temperatures. Ji Yuetong talked to everyone about the benefits of having an extra house. We don't have any trouble renting out our extra house. With a little renovation, it will be no problem for dozens of people to live in it. These are all contribution points. She looked like a money grubber. At this time, everyone was sitting together in the living room on the 2nd floor, talking about the extra house. As I recall, the first 20 buildings are all the same, right? Zhang Lin sat on the sofa, hugging Chinga's shoulders. In that case, let's live here. There's no need to move. We can rent out building 5 later. During the period of ice and fire, humans were unable to go out and could only stay at home, relying on air conditioning and heating to survive. During this period, they could not go out to find food. Therefore, people now can only hurry to collect supplies and store at least 2 months' worth of food. At the same time, you also need to find a place to avoid the cold and heat. Hope City, with 100 villas, is such a great place. Brother Lin, we don't lack food. When renting a house, all we need is contribution points. Contribution points will be the currency of Hope City after the new era. We can use them to buy extraordinary items. Ji Yuetong imagined a wonderful future, and her eyes were almost narrowed into slits. After the ice and fire period is over and the new era comes, I can find someone to sell the 5 houses and make a fortune again. Zhang Lin also laughed. Luo Jinqin, you are a good man. Ahem, Yuetong, we need to study carefully about how to rent a house, otherwise, let's go to your room. He suddenly looked at Ji Yuetong with a mysterious smile on his face. And Chinga was listening with great pleasure nearby. Now that the family is rich, she, as the hostess, should be happy too. Suddenly, when he heard Zhang Lin's words, the smile on his face disappeared instantly. Ji Yuetong felt a little embarrassed. And Chinga silently took away Zhang Lin's arm that was on her shoulder. Zhang Lin smiled and kissed her fair and flawless face. Are you jealous? And Chinga naturally refused to admit it. She had no expression on her face and said in a flat tone. No. Zhang Lin asked. How about we go and study together? Ridiculous. And Chinga couldn't hold it anymore. She stood up, glared at Zhang Lin, and ran back to the bedroom. Sister, I'll accompany you. And Qing Wu glared at Ji Yuetong and quickly followed her sister to the bedroom. What does this have to do with me? Ji Yuetong felt a little aggrieved. Then, seeing Zhang Lin smiling, she said unhappily, You really have a bad taste. Originally, this matter could be discussed in private, but Zhang Lin insisted on saying it in front of Qing Wu and the twin sisters. And Chinga is thin-skinned. How could she bear this? Zhang Lin didn't say anything. He stood up and walked to Ji Yuetong. He bent down and hugged the petite and delicate woman, then took her to the 2nd bedroom on the 2nd floor. And Chinga must be made to get used to it. If Ji Yuetong can't accept it, how can she accept Qing Wu and the twin sisters in the future? The twin sisters on the other side were stunned. Xiaoya, aren't brother Zhang Lin and sister Chinga a couple? Mu Xiaoyi looked at the 2 people's backs with her big eyes, which were full of confusion. Xiaoyi, are you stupid? Mu Xiaoya took a deep breath, her expression a little solemn. I seem to know why brother Zhang Lin brought us back. Why? Mu Xiaoyi asked instinctively. Then she reacted, took a breath, and said in surprise. So, sister Qing Wu is also his woman? It should be. Mu Xiaoya nodded. Oh my god! Mu Xiaoyi's lips stretched into a shape. Then we. Mu Xiaoya showed a helpless expression. I knew there is no such thing as a free lunch in the world. With the work we do, how can we deserve the treatment here? Xiaoya, what should we do? Mu Xiaoyi asked blankly. What else can we do? Mu Xia rolled her eyes. We don't have the ability to resist. At least we don't have to worry about food and drink here. The 2 sisters looked at each other and found that there was a look of acceptance in each other's eyes. Zhang Lin never expected that before he even started his strategy. The sisters Mu Xia and Mu Xiaoyi had already accepted their fate. All we can say is that girls who have been exposed to society since childhood have much stronger adaptability. They have also experienced the hard days after the end of the world, and they have their own choices in their hearts. However, they have just accepted their fate at this point. If you want them to be truly willing, it will probably take a few more days. Chapter 41. Damn, he pretended. 2nd bedroom on the 2nd floor. Ji Wetong lay flat on one side of the bed, her eyes half closed, her face rosy, with a little sweat on her fair skin. Although she is petite, she is not thin. Now she is lying lazily on the bed, forming a graceful line that rises and falls. John Lin was on the other side. He wanted to light a cigarette, but he didn't have the habit of carrying cigarettes with him, and there weren't even any in his space ring, so he had to give up. And Chinga is good in every way except that she is too pretentious. It's not that she was pretending, but she had a burden in front of Zhang Lin, and always wanted to show her best side to Zhang Lin. She usually didn't make a sound. Even at the most intense moments, she clenched her teeth and kept her red lips tightly closed, and only some sounds that could not be hidden deep in her throat could come out. In terms of her movements, she remained almost unchanged, as if she was afraid that if she was too proactive, it would leave Zhang Lin with a lewd impression. Although this is a unique experience, Zhang Lin still feels a little unsatisfied. But Ji Wetong is different. She cooperated very well. When Zhang Lin tapped her lightly, she knew to change her posture actively. Although she was also very unfamiliar with it, she would actively cooperate, and even asked Zhang Lin to change his posture. To quote a sentence that Zhang Lin had seen before, "This is simply a little wild cat." Zhang Lin enjoyed himself very much this time, so he wanted to light a cigarette and savored the wonderful experience while puffing out smoke. On the other side, Ji Wetong was in a miserable state. She hadn't recovered in a whole day, and Zhang Lin bombarded her again. While she felt a sense of fulfillment, her wounds, which had not yet healed, became even more serious. Pain and happiness. This is how Ji Wetong feels now. "Really, let me rest for a few days. If you come a few more times, I'm really going to die." Ji Wetong recovered for a long time before finally having the strength to speak. Zhang Lin immediately turned over, resting his arms on both sides of her body, with his whole body directly above her. "What do you want to do?" Her face turned pale and she looked at Zhang Lin vigilantly. Zhang Lin pointed his right hand with the magic ring at Ji Wetong, and she screamed, "Zhang Lin, you have no conscience. You want to kill people to silence them after you have your fun, right?" She had seen it before. Zhang Lin easily defeated Luo Jinxing with the magic ring. Ji Wetong was deeply impressed by the miserable look on his face after being hit by the magic ring. Zhang Lin rolled his eyes helplessly, too lazy to explain to her, and directly fired a beam of yang magic power at her. A soft white light hit Ji Wetong, and she felt as if she was soaking in a comfortable hot spring. Her whole body was warm, especially the injured part. It felt like Zhang Lin had gently caressed her at the beginning. She had a very comfortable feeling. After a moment, the white light disappeared and the comfortable feeling was gone, but Ji Wetong could clearly feel that there was no pain at all in the part of her body that was injured. She sat up and looked down. "All right." She looked at Zhang Lin again and complained, "Why didn't you give me the good stuff yesterday? I was in pain all day yesterday." That's the good thing about this woman. She is shameless and doesn't consider herself an outsider. "Sleep." Zhang Lin crawled into the quilt and turned his back to her. This made Ji Wetong very angry. "Bad man, you are as holy as Buddha afterwards, right?" She used all her strength to turn Zhang Lin to face her, then she snuggled into his arms and closed her eyes with satisfaction. The next day, Zhang Lin walked out of Ji Wetong's room refreshed, but happened to meet the sisters Mu Xia and Mu Xiaowei. The two of them had already gotten up and prepared breakfast. There was still some fresh food left from Zhang Lin's secret place yesterday, so they cooked a few dishes and put them on the table. "Good morning, brother!" The twin sisters reacted in unison and greeted Zhang Lin in unison. However, they seemed a little different today than they were yesterday. She was no longer so scared, but instead shyly avoided Zhang Lin's gaze. "Good morning." Zhang Lin pinched their cheeks with both hands at the same time. "You are so diligent. It seems that I was right to bring you back. We will do a good job," Mu Xiaoya and Mu Xiaowei said together. And Chinga had woken up. She sat at the dining table, eating in small bites, as if she hadn't seen Zhang Lin, and remained silent. Zhang Lin walked towards her without any sign of embarrassment. He sat down next to her, and put his arm around her shoulders. Give me a bite." And Chinga really wanted to beat this man up. But for some reason, her hands seemed to be out of control and she put the food she had just picked up with chopsticks into Zhang Lin's mouth. "My wife is so nice." Zhang Lin ate the food with a smile, then lowered his head and pressed a stamp on her red lips. Feeling the wetness and warmth on his lips, and Chinga felt that all the resentment that had accumulated from yesterday until now had completely disappeared. "What a loser!" she cursed herself in her heart. Zhang Lin sat next to her, and ate together. After eating, Zhang Lin took Chinga out again in the modified van. "I have to continue going out to kill zombies today. It won't be long before we are hit by a month-long period of extremely cold weather, so I have to save up more supplies. Not only food, but also various daily necessities. In short, Zhang Lin's goal is to live a better life in the end times than before the end times. With yesterday's experience, Enchinga no longer had any discomfort in killing zombies, and he and Zhang Lin worked very efficiently. At the end of the day, they gained even more than yesterday. Resident number 16 killed 91 zombies and exchanged for 91 contribution points. The staff at the exchange office were stunned. Yesterday, Zhang Lin exchanged more than 70 points, which was far beyond everyone else, and today, it was as high as more than 90 points. This is simply a monster. Captain Zhang, do you have any tips? One of the onlookers couldn't help but step forward and asked. Suddenly, everyone looked over, pricked up their ears, and listened attentively. After the new era, contribution points will become the currency of Hope City. Contribution points are required to exchange for various extraordinary materials, extraordinary templates, and extraordinary items. After the Resident Evil period, no contribution points will be earned whether you kill zombies or bring back living people. If they knew Zhang Lin's secret, they could take advantage of this short period of time to accumulate more contribution points. The secret? Zhang Lin looked at the man. Right. The man smiled. Captain Zhang, Resident Evil won't be here for many days anyway. There are so many zombies. There's nothing to lose if you tell us the secret. That's right, Captain Zhang. You can't kill all the zombies. Tell us the trick to kill so many zombies. We will all remember you. At worst, we can pool our contribution points together to buy your secret. The crowd on the side started to make a noise. Killing nearly 100 zombies in a day is something that even Luo Jinxin, who used the half-corpse potion, could not do. Although Zhang Lin was stronger than Luo Jinxin, they also felt that under normal circumstances, Zhang Lin should not be able to kill so many. There must be some trick. Everyone looked at Zhang Lin expectantly. You guys are really interesting. It's just killing a zombie. What's the trick? Zhang Lin looked puzzled. Wouldn't it be enough to have a hand? This is the expression on everyone's face at this moment. At the same time, I cursed in my heart. Damn, he got it. Chapter 42. Otherwise I'll kill you. A group of people looked at Zhang Lin with murderous eyes. Damn, is there anyone who is so pretentious? Just have hands. You mean that everyone has 2 branches growing on their arms, right? Why are you looking at me like that? Zhang Lin shrugged helplessly. It's just a joke. I didn't kill these zombies alone. Who can kill so many? Then how did you do it? It was the same man again. He looked at Zhang Lin with burning eyes and couldn't help licking his lips. Zhang Lin took 2 steps back in disdain, then, under the expectant gazes of the crowd, he embraced Enchinga's slender waist. My wife and I work together to kill him. As long as we work together well, we can be very efficient. Now no one even bothered to curse Zhang Lin in their hearts. They finally realized that by asking this question, they were just giving Zhang Lin space to show off. Haha, Captain Zhang, please do as you please. The man who had been asking questions gave 2 dry laughs and made a gesture of invitation, saying, Go away quickly. I don't want to see you showing off. Zhang Lin took Enchinga and went straight to the warehouse. As usual, all the contribution points were exchanged for fresh fruits, vegetables and cold meat. There were more than 90 kilograms of food, plus yesterday's, which was enough to feed Zhang Lin's family of 6 for a long time. Soon, the warehouse manager delivered more than 90 kilograms of goods to Zhang Lin's van, and then Zhang Lin drove home. I parked the car at the door, moved the things into the house, and then put them directly into the space ring. One advantage of a space ring is that things will come out the same as they were when they were put in. It is much better than a refrigerator or cold storage. Brother Lin, I posted an advertisement at the door of Building 5 today, and some people have already asked about renting a house. Ji Weitong came over to report. What do you think of 2 contribution points a day? Zhang Lin didn't understand the prices in Hope City, so he waved his hand and said, It's up to you to decide. Ji Weitong was thinking happily. If we make some modifications, the 5 villas can accommodate at least 30 people. Each person earns 2 points, so 30 people earn 60 points. In 2 months, we can earn a full 3,600 points. After the new era, it will be enough to buy a rare extraordinary template. She had used potions in her previous life to awaken an extraordinary template, but it was just an ordinary template. However, she had obtained it with great difficulty. In this life, she did not seek to awaken the legendary template like Zhang Lin and Enchinga. She would be satisfied with awakening a rare template. Rare templates are just garbage? Zhang Lin sneered. Just wait, I'll give you an awakening gem so that you can also awaken the extraordinary template. Then how long do I have to wait? Ji Weitong asked expectantly. Zhang Lin glanced at Qing Wu beside him and thought to himself, if you can help me deal with Qing Wu, I can give it to you today. I'm not in a hurry, take your time. Seeing that Zhang Lin didn't say anything, Ji Yuetong thought that she had put him in a difficult position, so she quickly said, You don't have to wait long, 5 days at most, just wait and see. Zhang Lin said confidently. There are also twins. Compared to Qing Wu, they should be much easier to conquer. Speaking of twins, the twins just came out of the kitchen. Now villa number 16 is kept clean and tidy, and there is not much work to do, so the twin sisters have become full-time cooks. They wore plain dresses with aprons on the outside, their hair was simply rolled up, and their sleeves were rolled up, revealing their arms as white as lotus roots. They looked a bit like little maids. Have a meal! As the twin cooks brought dishes to the table, the whole family sat together again. It's amazing that Zhang Lin now really looked like the warlord he used to be, eating alone with a bunch of concubines. This table full of beautiful girls looked extremely pleasing to the eyes. The only problem was that there were only 3 of them and he could only look but not eat. We must speed up the process. After the meal, Zhang Lin called the twin sisters to go to Villa 5, where there were some supplies collected by Luo Jinxin. He wanted to see if there was anything useful. As for why the twins were invited, naturally, the first step is to start the strategy. Sister, couldn't brother-in-law ask us to go to Building 5 to get something? Why did he ask the twins to come? And Qing Wu was full of worries after Zhang Lin left. And Qingge was also a little skeptical, but she had to remain calm in front of her sister. We brought them back to use them for work. What's so strange about calling them? I'm not very reassured. And Qing Wu was worried about her sister. Ji Wetong on the side said with a smile, Are you still worried that your sister will fall out of favor? I'll give you a suggestion. Just follow Zhang Lin. When you 2 sisters join forces, who can compete with you? You are shameless! And Qing Wu's pretty face suddenly turned red, and she pointed at Ji Wetong and cursed, but unfortunately her vocabulary was not rich, and she could only say, You are shameless. This sentence had no killing power on Ji Wetong. She stood up, skillfully picked up the used dishes and chopsticks, and said before going to the kitchen, It's just a joke, don't take it seriously. Sister, look at her! And Qing Wu looked at her back and angrily said to her sister, Her joke was too much. What? She followed her brother-in-law too. What a scene that would be! And Qing Wu was filled with shame and anger, but a scene involuntarily appeared in her mind. That's just the kind of person she is. Don't take it personally. And Qingge hugged his sister and stroked her hair. He appeared to be calm and soothing on the surface, but his heart was filled with thoughts. Although Qing Wu felt ashamed and angry, she did not give up the work she was supposed to do. She was eating and living for free all day, and she would feel embarrassed if she didn't do some work. Ji Wetong went to wash the dishes, and she was outside clearing the table. And Qingge suddenly stood up and walked towards the kitchen. When Qing Wu saw this, she was immediately very excited, and thought that Qingge had gone to cause trouble for Ji Wetong. Let me show you how my sister will deal with you. She wiped the table happily. After Qingge arrived at the kitchen and closed the door, he did not beat Ji Wetong up as Qing Wu had imagined. Instead, she asked calmly, What did you mean by what you just said? Ji Wetong was washing the dishes cheerfully. Nothing, just a joke. And Qingge crossed her arms and said calmly, You don't sound like you're joking. Did Zhang Lin show interest in Xiao Wu in front of you? Ji Wetong looked at her in surprise. This woman is so smart. It was just a casual remark as a joke, but she actually guessed what Zhang Lin was thinking. In order to avoid doing bad things to Zhang Lin, she quickly said, No way, don't think too much about it. I was just making a vulgar joke about my brother-in-law and sister-in-law. And Qingge raised a fair and delicate little hand. Violent wind energy surged in her hand. She looked at Ji Wetong coldly and said with cold murderous intent, Tell me the truth, or I will kill you. Chapter 43 Husband and Wife Follow. With the villa. The layout is similar to Building 16. Zhang Lin took the twin sisters for a tour and actually discovered a lot of things. Luo Jinxin came all the way to Hope City and gathered a group of subordinates, about a dozen people. The supplies needed by so many people were not a small number. After arriving in Hope City, the supplies were stored in his house. After Luo Jinxin failed in his challenge to Zhang Lin and was killed, his subordinates were afraid of offending Zhang Lin and had already hidden away far away. Some even did not dare to return to Hope City. Therefore, this large amount of supplies was left in the 5 villas, and now they all belonged to Zhang Lin. A large number of packaged foods from supermarkets and convenience stores, and a small number of daily necessities. These things are of little use to Zhang Lin, as he has plenty of them, but they can increase his material reserves and make his capital more abundant. Zhang Lin was more interested in some other things. Is this the half-corpse potion? He found another half-corpse potion in Luo Jinxin's bedroom. It seemed that it was of the same grade as the one Luo Jinxin used. In addition to the half-corpse potion, there are also some materials collected by Luo Jinxin, most of which are from zombies, such as cerebrospinal fluid, bone meal, and concentrated blood. I think we should let one of you use the half-corpse potion. Who will use it? Zhang Lin played with the potion in his hand and looked at the twin sisters with interest. Sisters Mu Xia and Mu Xiaowei were curious about the large amount of half-corpse potion, and suddenly they heard Zhang Lin's words, and they were suddenly stunned. They had seen Luo Jinxin using the half-corpse potion. After using it, you become like a zombie. How scary! Brother, we don't want to use it. The two sisters looked at Zhang Lin pleadingly. The end of the world is so dangerous. Zombies will gather together and attack Hope City soon. How can you not improve your strength as soon as possible? Zhang Lin said with a cold face. The two sisters looked at each other. They were twins who grew up together. It could be said that they had a tacit understanding and could communicate with each other through eye contact. For a moment, the two of them staged an emotional drama through their eyes. Xia, let me use it. One of us sisters can just turn into a zombie, and I will protect you from now on. Shall we? No! I'll use it, or I'll turn into a zombie. Xia, no, let me use it. Shall we? Let me do it. Zhang Lin watched with amusement. When the two sisters were struggling with each other and vying to use the half-corpse potion, he said, In the end times, if you can't improve your own strength, you have to choose to rely on the protection of the strong. Do you think I can protect you? The two sisters understood instantly. Zhang Lin was just teasing them just now. Of course you can, brother. You are the most powerful person we have ever seen. The two of them flattered him together. You know what, being flattered by two identical beautiful girls is a unique feeling. Zhang Lin held the half-corpse potion in his hand and said nothing. The two sisters looked at each other. Mu Xia spoke first. She lowered her head, pursed her pink lips, and said softly, Brother, we just want to live safely. Mu Xiaowei pinched the corners of her clothes with her two small hands and said with determination, We will listen to brother in everything. Brother, please don't chase us away. You are talking like I am forcing you. Zhang Lin suddenly laughed, and then said frankly, I won't hide it from you. I like you too very much. However, I don't like to force others. What matters is that they are willing. I will give you a few days to think about it. If you feel that you are willing, come to me, okay? Brother, of course we are willing to do this. The two sisters said quickly. As long as you don't chase us away, we promise to always listen to you in the future. Zhang Lin waved his hand. You don't need to tell me more now. I know you must have some grudges in your hearts, so I will give you some time to prepare yourself mentally, okay? Okay, the two sisters felt that Zhang Lin was a weird person. Everyone has read apocalyptic novels, so everyone understands the process. Isn't it just about exchanging bodies for safety and food? But Zhang Lin not only wants their bodies, he also wants their hearts. Okay, let's go. Zhang Lin put the things into the space ring and returned to Building 16 with the twin sisters. Zhang Lin, come with me, I have something to tell you. And Qingge was waiting at the stairs. As soon as she saw Zhang Lin coming up, she dragged him directly into the bedroom. Zhang Lin was confused, thinking that Qingge was usually graceful. Why did she suddenly become passionate today? Was she jealous of Ji Huetong? He turned his head and saw Ji Huetong winking at him, as if she was giving him some secret signal. Zhang Lin didn't understand, and then Qingge dragged him into the house. What's the matter? We have to talk about it in the house. Do you have any thoughts about Xiao Wu? And Qingge went straight to the point and stared at Zhang Lin seriously. Zhang Lin immediately understood that this was Ji Huetong's secret code. Seeing Ji Huetong's anxious look just now, Zhang Lin was wondering what was going on, and the result was just this. He was not panicked at all. Come on, sit down first. Zhang Lin held her shoulders and pushed her to sit on the bed, then when she wasn't paying attention, he pushed her down. Don't talk to a woman when she is rational. Make her lose her mind first, then everything will be easy to talk about. Zhang Lin has mastered the trick. Zhang Lin, I'm talking to you very seriously. What are you doing? Hold it. At first, Qingge tried to continue speaking, but soon her mouth was sealed by Zhang Lin, and she couldn't say anything. After a while, Zhang Lin didn't need to seal her mouth, and she couldn't say anything. Outside the door, Ji Huetong looked worried. It's over. And Qingge will definitely make things difficult for Zhang Lin, and Zhang Lin will definitely make trouble for me later. After all, I was the one who leaked the information. I don't know how Zhang Lin will deal with me later. How can this woman and Qingge be so cruel? She is just like Zhang Lin, always wanting to take someone's life. She should just follow her husband's lead. She felt like she was going to die. I'm such a jerk. Why did I have to make that joke? It's over. Ji Wedong squatted on her bed, wishing she could bury her head under the quilt and act like an ostrich. She didn't dare to imagine how the angry Zhang Lin would treat her. Maybe it will be ruined. With such worries, Ji Weitong didn't sleep for most of the night. At some point, she couldn't bear it any longer. She felt so sleepy that she fell headfirst onto the bed and fell asleep. In fact, she was worrying too much. Zhang Lin was not panicked at all. And Chinga was rarely conscious during the night. Until she woke up the next day, she looked dazed and her whole body seemed as if her soul had left her body, and she was completely out of shape. Zhang Lin dragged her along and drove all the way out of the city without even having breakfast. She finally came back to her senses when the cold wind outside the car blew. Zhang Lin, I have something to tell you. Chapter 44. And Chinga figured it out. And Chinga sat in the passenger seat of the van with the window rolled down. The cool breeze blew her hair, and her pretty face was filled with resentment. Zhang Lin, standing aside, had a smile on his face. Don't we have nothing to talk about? Tell me. He's so irritating. And Chinga couldn't help but grit her teeth. She was indeed angry and wanted to talk to Zhang Lin yesterday. After all, she was her sister. Zhang Lin already had her, but he was still thinking about Xiao Wu. She couldn't accept it. But after Zhang Lin's crazy output, she forgot everything. Now when the old things were brought up again, and Chinga found that his anger had decreased a lot. I won't say anything about you and Ji Weitong, but Xiao Wu is my biological sister. And Chinga said this, and her anger rose again. I don't allow you to have any ideas about her. Zhang Lin asked in confusion. Do you think I'm not good? Is this a good question? And Chinga rolled her eyes in annoyance. She is my biological sister, I'll say it again. I know, what's wrong? Zhang Lin said with a smile. Once, when he faced the sisters in Chinga and in Qing Wu, although he didn't feel inferior, the rationality in his heart always made him keep a distance from the sisters. But now, Zhang Lin's mentality has changed drastically from before. The confidence brought by his powerful strength made Zhang Lin disdain to hide his thoughts. At the beginning, he was a little cautious, but now, he didn't mind having a showdown with Chinga at all. Zhang Lin, what do you mean? And Chinga was really angry, and at the same time, she felt sad. If you don't like me anymore, I can leave. If you like Xiao Wu, then fine, I'll leave. From now on, you and Xiao Wu will be together, and you two can live a good life. Of course I like you. Zhang Lin stopped the car, turned around, looked at her, and said seriously. But I do this for a special reason, do you want to hear it? What's the reason? And Chinga turned her head away to hide the slightly raised corners of her mouth. When she heard Zhang Lin say that he liked her, she couldn't help but smile. Where should I start? Zhang Lin thought for a while. How do you think I, who is not even a reborn, can suddenly become so powerful after the end of the world? I actually have 2 legendary extraordinary templates that other reborns can't even ask for? Why? And Chinga was full of curiosity about this question, but since Zhang Lin didn't say it before, she didn't dare to ask. Maybe my ancestors couldn't stand it anymore. They thought that if I died, our Zhang family would be extinct, so they gave me a good thing. Zhang Lin said slowly. If Zhang Lin wants to get the system's reward, he will have to marry and have children to develop his family. It will not only be in Qing Wu and the twin sisters, but there will be more and more in the future. At this point, Zhang Lin felt that there was no problem in revealing a little bit. Let Chinga understand his own difficulties. As mentioned before, as his strength increased, Zhang Lin's mentality also changed greatly. He was confident enough that Chinga would not harm him after knowing some of his secrets. What? And Chinga looked at Zhang Lin with her bright eyes, full of curiosity. I can't explain exactly what it is. Anyway, as long as I marry and have many children and make my family prosperous, I can get good things that others can't even if they break their heads, Zhang Lin said frankly. So that's why you slept with Ji Weitong as well? And Chinga's brain was working rapidly. You got your gun and space ring after being with me, and those 2 awakening gems were brought by Ji Weitong? Yes. Zhang Lin spread his hands. So, your extraordinary template actually owes a lot to Yue Tong. And Chinga was speechless for a while, feeling a little uncomfortable. She still has some grudges against Ji Weitong. So, you are with me just for the reward? And Chinga suddenly thought of this, and his face turned pale instantly. She admitted that she had no choice but to be with Zhang Lin at the beginning, but as time went by, she had already given herself wholeheartedly to Zhang Lin. She also truly believed that Zhang Lin loved her. If from the beginning, Zhang Lin just wanted to give a reward. And Chinga suddenly felt his heart twitch violently, and an indescribable pain surged in his heart. No, of course not, I really like you, Zhang Lin said immediately, his tone very firm. Think about it, if I didn't like you, would I tell you so much? And Chinga was silent for a moment. I believe you. What Zhang Lin said made sense. If Zhang Lin didn't care about her, he would just ignore her after getting the reward. There was no need to tell her such a secret. So, in terms of feelings, I will have to put up with you a little bit in the future, but in other aspects, I will definitely compensate you. Zhang Lin took her into his arms and lowered his head to kiss her red lips lightly. Does it have to be Xiao Wu? And Chinga said in a complicated tone. She is my sister after all. From now on, if you are with other women, I won't care. Is that okay? Of course not. Two sisters should be complete. Zhang Lin muttered to himself, and said with a smile. Go back and ask Yue Tong, what kind of chaos has the world become after the end of the world? If you let Xiao Wu be with someone else in the future, you will push her into the fire pit. It's better to let her be with me. And Chinga felt a little confused. She herself found it strange because she actually thought what Zhang Lin said made sense. You, let me think about it. After being in a daze for a long time, she said this. And Chinga did not try to persuade Zhang Lin to give up the future rewards and only be with her in the future. She had been independent since she was a child and was more pragmatic in her thinking. The end of the world was so dangerous, and there would be an even more dangerous new era after that. Reason told her that the best solution was to help Zhang Lin Dodo get married and have children. But when it comes to her sister, she is still a little conflicted. Okay, I won't rush you. You can take your time to think about it. Zhang Lin smiled and restarted the van. He knew it was done. Now it's just a matter of time. As long as Nchinga figures it out, he will get a new reward. 10 minutes later, the van stopped at a square. As soon as Zhang Lin opened the car door and got out, an old zombie in training clothes rushed over. Zhang Lin kicked him away, then used his casual shooting skills to fire more than 10 shots and killed the old zombie. The gunshots attracted more zombies. Zhang Lin held a pistol in one hand and a knife in the other and started chopping the zombies. And Chinga got out of the car later, also holding a machete. She had the passive skill of Wind Dancer and was very fast. Zhang Lin was responsible for the main attack, and she was responsible for the supporting role. The two of them worked together to kill the zombies very quickly. However, this time, it wasn't just zombies that were attracted by the gunshots. Chapter 45 Pink-Haired Pervert. I heard gunshots. Hurry, follow me, there is hope. Chen Zibo was fleeing with his only two remaining team members. After hearing the familiar gunshots, a hint of joy finally appeared on his worried face. Ever since he saw Zhang Lin and three women jumping onto the subway tracks that day, he had been thinking about moving. There are simply too many zombies near the apartment, and food reserves are scarce. It is definitely not a place suitable for long-term survival. So, after 2 days of contact in the same building and forming a team of 12 people, he decisively set out with all the food reserves. Game Boutique recommendation Chen Zibo was a scout and was best at tracking. He followed the various traces left by Zhang Lin all the way to the subway terminal. After arriving, he also met a man named Niu Lei, who learned the direction of Zhang Lin, and then chased him all the way to the vicinity of Hope City. But before he reached Hope City, he met a terrifying guy. Old Chen, run faster! I'm going to catch up, ha 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 ha. A young man with medium-length pink hair followed behind Chen Zibo, holding a spear, and chased 3 people alone. You're a pervert, I don't even know you! Chen Zibo heard the voice and shouted in frustration. Why do you want to kill me? Oh, I forgot, you're a muggle and have never been reborn. How pitiful! The pink-haired man laughed pervertedly. Ha ha! In my last life, you, a muggle who has never been reborn, almost killed me. Muggle was originally the name given by wizards to mortals without talents in the Harry Potter books. After the end of the world, some reborn people used it to describe ordinary people whose memories had not been awakened. Bang, bang, bang. There was continuous gunfire in the distance. Run in the direction of the gunshots! Chen Zibo yelled, then suddenly thought of something and hurriedly said, Don't run in the direction of the gunshots! The pink-haired man is too powerful. There were 12 of them, all of them were armed, but he killed them all by himself until only 3 were left. Even if Zhang Lin had a gun, Chen Zibo couldn't guarantee that Zhang Lin could beat the pink-haired man, and he didn't want to involve Zhang Lin. Do you know the man who fired the gun? The pink-haired man laughed strangely and shot another man to death. Go find him, maybe he can save you! Chen Zibo didn't dare to look back. He didn't dare to look at the bodies of his companions. It was his decision to come out, but he met the pink-haired man, who killed almost everyone. He was too ashamed to face his brothers. All he could do now was to change direction and not run towards Zhang Lin, so as to prevent this pink-haired pervert from looking for John Lin again. But only someone like Shinzibo, who comes from a military background, can remain rational in a critical moment, but his companions can't do that. Ha ha ha, little cutie, there's still a glimmer of hope if you run in the direction of the gunshot. The pink-haired male monster laughed, and stabbed Shinzibo's companion in the butt. Ah! Shinzibo's companion screamed and a flower of blood spurted out from his buttocks. He was filled with fear and actually did what the pink-haired man said. The pink-haired man didn't even look at Shinzibo, who changed direction, and directly followed the direction of his companions. That direction was also where the gunshots came from. I drafted it. Shinzibo's eyes were bloodshot as he watched the pink-haired man go towards his companions, and the pink-haired man went towards John Lin. He stood there for a few seconds, then gritted his teeth and actually chased after them. At this time, if he escaped, he could get rid of the pink-haired man. Although the pink-haired man was strong, once they kept some distance, Shinzibo, who was a scout, could easily make it impossible for the pink-haired man to find him. But if he left like this, it would not be Shinzibo's character. If he hadn't revealed his relationship with the owner of the gunshot, the pink-haired man would not have been interested in John Lin at all. After being chased all the way, Shinzibo finally realized that this pink-haired pervert was just torturing him, as if he had some deep hatred. However, even if he might be killed by the pink-haired man if he chased him, Shinzibo would not run away alone. On the other hand, John Lin and Enchinga worked together to clear out the zombies in the square, about 40 of them. After they were done, he and Enchinga used machetes to cut off the left ears of the zombies one by one. Suddenly, a cry for help was heard not far away. The two looked up and saw a middle-aged fat man being chased by a young man with pink hair. It has nothing to do with us, don't worry about it. John Lin said this lightly, lowered his head and continued to cut the zombies' ears. Enchinga did not look away. After watching for a while, she said, They are coming in our direction. We can't hide from them. Then let's see what tricks they play. John Lin no longer bent his head to cut off the zombies' ears. Instead, he held a pistol in one hand and a knife in the other, looking vigilantly at the two people running towards him. John Lin, run! Shinzibo's roar came from a distance. Hee, old Chen, I knew you would chase me. The pink-haired man laughed strangely, sped up, caught up with the middle-aged fat man, and stabbed him to death with a single shot. Then, he stopped and tilted his head to look at John Lin. Do you know Shinzibo? Get lost! John Lin raised his gun and pointed it at him. John Lin, be careful, this guy is very fast, you may not be able to hit him. Shinzibo also ran over and said to John Lin. Nonsense, is there anyone who could dodge bullets before the new era? John Lin didn't believe it. As a veteran, Shinzibo should have agreed with this statement, but the shadow cast by the pink-haired man was too great, and he felt very insecure at the moment. Anyway, be careful, this guy is a pervert. Ha 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 ha! There's a gun! Come on, shoot your dad and see if you can hit him. If you miss, I'll pierce your skin with the gun. The pink-haired man was not afraid at all. He screamed and stared at the zombie corpses on the ground and Enchinga with a pair of thieving eyes. Looking for death! John Lin's face instantly darkened when he saw his gaze. He dared to attract Enchinga's attention, which touched his reverse scale, so he immediately shot the pink-haired man. It turned out that the pink-haired man was quite capable. He was extremely fast, and John Lin's spear skills were not good to begin with. He took several steps forward, but he missed the target with a single shot. From 7 steps away, your pistol is faster, but within 7 steps, my spear is faster. The pink-haired man got closer and became even more arrogant. He looked at John Lin jokingly. Now I'm only 6 steps away from you. Do you want to try shooting again? John Lin put the gun away. Ha 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 ha, smart guy! The pink-haired man laughed arrogantly. Give me your zombie ears and your woman, and I'll spare your life, how about that? Enchinga, I'm really annoyed with this guy, go kill him! John Lin said to Enchinga beside him with an expressionless face. Chapter 46 I want him to die miserably. Enchinga has become familiar with his abilities after killing zombies in the past 2 days, but he has never seen human blood. This is a disadvantage. In the end times, those who dare not kill will not survive. So, John Lin asked Enchinga to take action. Another point is that this pink-haired man is so arrogant, so John Lin will let a weak and delicate woman kill him to see if he can bear it. As expected, when the pink-haired man heard that John Lin actually asked Enchinga to do it, his face suddenly darkened. Grandson, you are very arrogant, but you let this woman deal with me, aren't you afraid that she will never come back? Enchinga, I want him to die miserably. John Lin hates people who talk nonsense the most. He likes to curse when he fights, but he definitely doesn't like others cursing at him. Good. Enchinga nodded with a solemn expression. It was rare for her man to ask for something from her, so she had to satisfy him. She also understood that Zhang Lin was training herself, and after the end of the world, it was impossible not to kill people. So although Enchinga was a little panicked, she did not resist Zhang Lin's orders at all. Yo yo yo, are you still chatting? The pink-haired man looked at Enchinga greedily and licked his lips. No, are you serious? If you let her fight me, what if I accidentally kill her? I don't like playing with corpses. Zhang Lin, don't be careless. He killed 11 of us by himself. His strength is terrifying, Chinzibo said from the side. Shouldn't it be a righteous 3-on-1 fight at this time, with a gun? Let Enchinga go alone. He couldn't figure out Zhang Lin's train of thought. This idiot is not worthy of my attack. My woman can handle him. Zhang Lin smiled at Chinzibo. His calm look made Chinzibo feel a little more at ease. Sure, you've succeeded in angering me, the pink-haired man sneered. Just wait and see. I'm going to break your limbs and make you watch your woman being killed by me. Shut up, you beast! Enchinga was enraged by his words and chopped at his head with a knife. So fast! The pink-haired man's eyes narrowed and he was shocked. Enchinga's speed was not slower than his, and even seemed to be a little faster. However, he did not dodge or evade, nor did he block, but simply stabbed back with his gun. The gun is longer than the sword, so Enchinga had no choice but to return to defend. Humph, so what if I'm fast? I've killed more people than you've ever seen, the pink-haired man yelled. I'll kill you in 10 moves. Chinga, there's no need to hold back. Old Chen is a man you can trust. Zhang Lin could see that Enchinga didn't seem to want to use his supernatural powers, so he reminded him. He thought Chinzibo was an okay person and there was no need to hide some things too deeply. Upon hearing this, Enchinga's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He immediately ignored the spear that the pink-haired man stabbed at him, and slashed straight at the pink-haired man's chest with his knife. You're looking for death! The pink-haired man's eyes widened with excitement. This beautiful woman was about to be killed by him. A gun is longer than a knife. In his opinion, Enchinga would be courting death if he fought him. However, just as the pink-haired man watched the tip of his spear pierce Enchinga's neck, her body suddenly became illusory, and the spear seemed to pierce into a ball of air and pass straight through. Extraordinary! As soon as this thought came to the pink-haired man's mind, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. He looked down and saw that Enchinga had slashed his chest with a huge wound so deep that the bone was visible. Enchinga on the side quickly dodged to the side and recovered her physical body. With her current strength, the time it would take for her to completely transform into an element was very short. If she didn't dodge, the spear would remain in her body when she recovered her physical body. The pink-haired man had experienced the end of the world several times. At this moment, he realized one thing very clearly: escape. Run away! While Enchinga was recovering his body, he threw away the spear in his hand, turned around and started running for his life. Enchinga did not chase after him. Instead, he raised his hand and condensed the wind element in the shape of a blade, and flew directly towards the pink-haired man. Puff! With a slight sound, the extremely sharp wind elemental blade directly pierced through the pink-haired man's heart. I'm sorry. This was my first time killing someone and I wasn't very experienced yet. I let him die too quickly. As the pink-haired man's body fell into the dust, Enchinga turned around and apologized to Zhang Lin with a slightly pale face. It was her first time killing someone, and she felt a little uncomfortable. Well, just practice more and it will be fine. Zhang Lin didn't blame her at all. He walked over and hugged her in his arms, and gave her a light kiss on her cold face. Chinzibo. Why does he feel that Zhang Lin is also a pervert? What does it mean to just practice more? That's murder. Old Chen, what's wrong with this guy? Why is he chasing you? Zhang Lin comforted Enchinga, then took her hand and introduced her. Enchinga, my woman! Hello, sister-in-law. Chinzibo waved and greeted Enchinga, who nodded slightly. The two of them knew each other. I don't know where this pervert came from, but he said that I almost killed him in my previous life. Chinzibo answered Zhang Lin's first question, feeling very aggrieved. Don't you think he is a psychopath? Zhang Lin paused. It's possible that you almost killed him in your previous life. He heard from Ji Wetong that the reason she was able to come to Hope City in her previous life was because she joined Chinzibo's team. She was protected by Chinzibo all the way to Hope City, otherwise, as a weak woman, she would not have been able to reach Hope City unharmed. Only a good-natured person like Chinzibo can protect the safety of a beautiful and fragile woman like Ji Wetong. What the hell? Chinzibo didn't understand at all. What's the point of past life and present life? Is there really such a thing as reincarnation? Come on, come back with me. I'll explain it to you slowly on the way. Zhang Lin invited Chinzibo to get in the car. Now that he had met his friend, he was no longer in a hurry to kill the zombies. He decided to go back with Shinzibo first, have a meal, and reminisce about the past. After getting on the van, Shinzibo sat in the back seat, looking at the scenery outside the window, and explained the reason for his visit. I thought that a place where a smart person like you goes must be suitable for survival, so I followed you. Who knew that I would meet that pervert? When talking about the pink-haired man, Shinzibo was filled with anger. All 11 of his companions were killed. Fortunately, he was killed by my sister-in-law, otherwise I would have fought him to the death. Shinzibo thanked Enchinga gratefully. You're welcome. Enchinga smiled faintly, then touched the red-tasseled spear. She felt that this weapon was very suitable for her, and was much more comfortable to use than a machete. The pink-haired man died, and his things naturally belonged to Zhang. In addition to a spear, there was also a bottle of light blue potion. Zhang felt that it should be the same as the half-corpse potion, a simple extraordinary potion that could be made before the new era. He quietly put the potion into his space and asked Ji Huetong to identify it when he returned. By the way, Zhang, I have a question. I don't know whether I should ask. Shinzibo thought about Enchinga's powerful strength and thought, if he also had such strength, he would not watch his companions being killed. He was about to ask. But at this moment, a dark shadow quickly passed in front of the car. Chapter 47, The Horrible Corpse King. Zhang slammed on the brakes suddenly, and everyone fell forward due to inertia. He hit his head on the steering wheel, and Enchinga also fell headfirst onto the storage table in front, and Shinzibo also hit his head first onto the front seat, and his words were interrupted in the middle of their speech. Mad, is this a scam? Zhang raised his head and cursed angrily, then he opened his mouth wider, but no sound came out. A huge black shadow was growing bigger and bigger in front of him. It seems that 1 foot? Wang Defa! Zhang cursed, opened the car door immediately and yelled, Get out of the car! He almost rolled out of the car. Enchinga was a little better. She had the passive skill of Wind Dancer, which made her body light and fast, so she got out of the car quickly. Shinzibo was in a miserable situation. He had no time to get out of the car. Just as he opened the door, he saw a dark shadow falling from the sky and stepping on the front windshield and body of the van, deforming them. Old Shin is just unlucky, Zhang said with regret. He was just rescued by us, but he was suffocated to death in the car. It would be worse if he was stabbed to death by the pink-haired guy just now. Enchinga was speechless. The big foot only crushed the front half of the car. Maybe Shinzibo was not dead. Why didn't you go to rescue him? But at this moment, she didn't care about Shinzibo anymore. She and Zhang both looked up at the huge figure in front of the van. This is a zombie. Game Boutique recommendation. It is about 7 or 8 meters tall, with rotten meat piled up on its body, looking bloated. Its movements are slow, but its speed is not slow, because it can take a step of several meters. Every time it takes a step, the ground seems to tremble. It has great power, and no matter what obstacles are on the road, they will be kicked away by it. Zombie King! Zhang face became serious. I heard from Yutong that the appearance of the Zombie King means that the zombies are about to gather together and besiege humans. During the Resident Evil period, zombies were not difficult to deal with at the beginning. As long as a few people united, brought some homemade weapons, and used their brains, they could easily kill zombies. But things are different after the appearance of the Corpse King. Thousands and thousands of zombies formed an army under the leadership of the Zombie King. It was extremely terrifying, like an irresistible steel torrent, or a horrible locust plague. Wherever they went, no grass grew. What to do? Enchinga looked at the huge zombie, her heart trembling. At this time, the Corpse King also lowered his head and noticed the 2 tiny humans. Its fat face made of rotten flesh twitched slightly, as if it was smiling. It made a hoarse hiss sound, stopped, and then grabbed Enchinga with one hand. Enchinga's face turned pale, but his body instinctively floated back. With a loud bang, the zombie slapped the ground with one hand, making a deafening sound. At the same time, a lot of rotten meat fell from its giant hand. The Corpse King should be chasing someone else. I saw a figure before. Zhang face looked ugly. It seemed that someone had used the trick of diverting trouble to others. The Corpse King continued to attack Enchinga. Zhang took out his pistol and fired wildly at the Corpse King. The gunshots instantly attracted the Corpse King's attention. It turned its target to Zhang, clenched its fists, and hammered directly at where Zhang was. Ahem, sister-in-law, go and save Zhang. Ahem. Shinzibo was lucky enough to survive. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw a huge zombie with 2 hammers smashing towards Zhang. He immediately roared with bloodshot eyes. He had seen Enchinga in action and knew that Enchinga was very powerful. Enchinga naturally didn't need him to remind her. After seeing the Corpse King change his target, she held the red tassel spear in one hand and condensed the energy of the Wrath of the Wind in the other. She first threw out a few wind blades, then approached the zombies with the gun and stabbed the Corpse King's calf. As for Zhang Lin, since he dared to attract the zombies over, he was naturally not afraid of the Corpse King. When the two hammers fell towards him, he first rolled over to avoid them, then stood up and glared at the Corpse King. With a thought, a heavy majesty emanated from his body, and the sound of a dragon's roar seemed to come out of nowhere. The Corpse King wanted to continue attacking, but suddenly a trace of fear flashed in his eyes, and he stood still. This was the first time Zhang Lin truly used the skill dragon power against an enemy. The Corpse King was too powerful, and Long Wei could not control it for long. Zhang Lin did not dare to waste time. He opened his mouth wide, and a scorching heat brewed in his mouth. At the same time, his neck, throat, and mouth all transformed into the appearance of a divine dragon. Boom! A fierce flame spurted out of Zhang Lin's mouth and hit the huge Corpse King like a cannonball. The flame was fierce and sticky, like real magma, clinging to the Corpse King's body and burning his flesh and fat. Ah! The zombie let out a deafening roar, and very wisely used his hands to slap the flames on his body, trying to put out the flames. Chen Zibo was stunned. He thought Nchinga was strong enough. The pink-haired man who killed 11 of his companions was easily killed by Nchinga. He had wanted to ask him how such a powerful strength was obtained. But now he realized that his brother was even more powerful. Is this really a power that humans can use? Chen Zibo swallowed his saliva, opened his eyes as wide as possible, and stared at the Corpse King and the flames on its body. On the other side, there was another person looking at Zhang Lin and the Corpse King with an uncertain expression on his face. He's actually a master! But this kind of strength is obviously not something that those simple extraordinary potions before the new era can achieve, right? This man has a huge secret. The Corpse King is not that easy to kill. Maybe I can wait and see if I can get this secret. The mysterious man in the dark was wearing a sports suit, a mask and a baseball cap, and his eyes were greedily staring at Zhang Lin in the distance. Chinga, don't get close to the Corpse King, attack from a distance. After Zhang Lin exhaled a breath of dragon, he felt a little tired. He pulled back and did not fight the mad Corpse King head-on. At the same time, he also reminded Nchinga. Nchinga also realized at this time that his red tassel spear was too short and could not pose any threat to the huge zombie king. On the contrary, the Wrath of the Wind could attack the vital points of some zombies from a distance, and the output from a distance was more efficient than close combat. She pulled back and continued to condense wind blades to attack the Corpse King's head. Zhang Lin also took out his pistol and shot wildly at the Corpse King's head. His shooting skills were casual, but fortunately the Corpse King's target was large, so his hit rate was still quite high. The Corpse King was on fire, and its head was constantly being attacked. It roared angrily and actually started to attack Zhang Lin regardless of the flames on its body. Yes! That's it, we should fight until both of us are injured! In the distance, the man in the mask whispered excitedly. Chapter 48. It was you who lured the Corpse King here? If it were an ordinary person, it would be difficult to dodge the attack of the Corpse King. The Corpse King's movements were slow, but with the blessing of huge force, its speed was not slow. Fortunately, Zhang Lin's physical fitness is far superior to that of ordinary people, and his reaction speed is much faster than that of ordinary people. Every time the Corpse King launches an attack, he starts to dodge. Old Chen, do me a favor. After dodging once, Zhang Lin hid behind a car and quietly came to Chen Zibo's side. He threw the green potion to Chen Zibo and said, "Drink this stuff, and then help me catch someone." The Corpse King lost Zhang Lin's sight and turned to attack Nchinga. Nchinga was faster. She slowly flew a kite to delay the Corpse King and buy time for Zhang Lin. Is there anyone else here? Chen Zibo looked around. The Corpse King's destructive power was too great. The scene was in a mess. His experience as a scout could not find any traces of others. Yes, Zhang Lin said firmly. Do it quietly, don't let anyone see you, and find this person for me. Okay. Chen Zibo agreed without any hesitation. Then Zhang Lin appeared and took over from Nchinga. He was the one who attracted the hatred of the Corpse King. He activated the Dragon Power Halo. The Corpse King was a powerful creature and was not affected by the halo. He instinctively felt angry towards Zhang Lin and attacked him desperately. Chen Zibo drank the green potion without hesitation. In an instant, he felt a stream of air surging in his body. Supernatural power! He understood immediately. Chen Zibo was full of gratitude towards Zhang Lin. The pink-haired man is extremely fast, exceeding the limits of ordinary people, and can even dodge bullets. This bottle of light blue potion was found on the pink-haired man. It is likely that this bottle of potion made the pink-haired man so fast. Zhang Lin originally wanted to take it home and let Ji Wadong take a look before deciding who to give it to. He himself looked down on this simple potion and maybe sold it for contribution points later. But at this time, he gave the medicine to Chen Zibo. Just to find out the person behind this. He actually deliberately led the zombies to Zhang Lin. If Zhang Lin had not braked in time, if the zombie king had stepped on the roof of the car, both Zhang Lin and Enchinga might have died. Zhang Lin did not forget this grudge when he fought the corpse king. That's why he gave the medicine to Chen Zibo and asked Chen Zibo to secretly find the man. Chen Zibo had been in the car before, and after getting out of the car, he hid behind the car. The mysterious man might not know of Chen Zibo's existence. If the mysterious man had not left, he might have been caught by Chen Zibo, who had increased his speed. At that time, Zhang Lin would let him know the price of offending him. Chen Zibo was a scout, and after the potion took effect, he simply adjusted himself to his own strength, and then began to act using the stealth and reconnaissance skills he learned in the army. On the other side, the mysterious man frowned slightly. That's not right. The corpse king has quite good intelligence. Why is it attacking the man regardless of the flames on its body? The corpse king was on fire, and it was right for it to use its hands to put out the fire. But at this moment, it seemed to be completely enraged by Zhang Lin, and it attacked Zhang Lin desperately, completely ignoring the fact that the flames on its body continued to burn. The rotten flesh and fat on its body gave the flames ample space to burn. It won't be long before it is burned into a huge skeleton. But the corpse king, filled with hatred for Zhang Lin's dragon power aura, only wanted to kill Zhang Lin as quickly as possible, even ignoring the fact that his own body was burning. That is the corpse king. If it were any other creature, its whole body would be burned by flames. Not to mention killing someone, it would also die from the pain. Zombies have almost no sense of pain, which is an advantage as they are fearless and unafraid of death, but it is also a disadvantage. For example, now, it has no idea that it is about to die. No, I have to find a way to intervene. The mysterious man couldn't stand it anymore. His best scenario was that the corpse king, Zhang Lin, and Enchinga would fight to a draw, and he would clean up the mess, kill the corpse king, and then force them to reveal the extraordinary secret. But looking at the current situation, even if the corpse king is burned to death, Zhang Lin and Enchinga will not be harmed. The mysterious man doesn't dare to provoke these two extraordinary people who are in good condition. Battlefield. Zhang Lin took advantage of his small size and agility to lead the corpse king around in circles. Victory was imminent, and anyone would be a fool to fight the corpse king head-on now. Enchinga no longer attacked the corpse king at this time. She just stood not far away, following Zhang Lin closely. She was the insurance. In case Zhang Lin went too far and made a mistake, she had to be able to help Zhang Lin in time. Seeing that the flames on the corpse king were getting stronger and stronger, and his attacks were becoming weaker and weaker, the mysterious man became a little anxious. Damn it, I'll just have to take some risks, he murmured. If he left now, Zhang Lin would have no way to deal with him, but people are greedy. The strength they demonstrated is far beyond the simple potions before the new era. They are like real extraordinary templates. I must get the method to awaken the extraordinary templates before the new era. The mysterious man muttered to himself, and finally convinced himself. He began to act. Behind a pile of ruins, he quietly changed his position and slowly approached the direction of Zhang Lin and the corpse king. This caught Chen Zibo's attention. This area is very large. If the mysterious man had been lying still, he could only search for him bit by bit. But the mysterious man took the initiative to move at this time, and Chen Zibo caught him in an instant. I got you! When the mysterious man was crouching close to Zhang Lin and the corpse king, Chen Zibo attacked boldly. At a speed so fast that he was a little uncomfortable, he instantly came behind the mysterious man and hit the mysterious man on the head with the back of the knife with all his strength. Oh my god, there's also Lao Lu! This was the only thought in the mysterious man's mind before he fainted. Chen Zibo grabbed the mysterious man by the collar and walked towards Zhang Lin. And Zhang Lin finally killed the corpse king. The huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang, with only a few pieces of flesh left on it. The white bones were burned red and black, and only the head was relatively intact. Chinga, cut off the corpse king's ear and bring it back to the city lord to claim the reward, Zhang Lin shouted. An ordinary zombie's ear could be exchanged for 1 contribution point, so what about the corpse king's? And Chinga walked to the corpse king with a red tassel spear in one hand and a machete in the other, and started working. Zhang Lin waved to Chen Zibo and asked him to bring the mysterious man to his side. The mysterious man is still in a coma. Zhang Lin was too lazy to wait for him to recover, so he just grabbed his hair and pa 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 pa. There were just a dozen big slaps. After a while, the mysterious man slowly woke up. He felt a sharp pain in his cheek and looked forward in confusion, just in time to meet Zhang Lin's eyes. John Lin couldn't help but slapped him twice more, cursing. Damn it, you were the one who led the Corpse King here? Chapter 49. What driving skill can flatten the car? Shirkun had just woken up when he was hit twice in the face. He shook his head and stared to observe the situation. He saw two men standing in front of him, one of whom was the man who was suspected to have an extraordinary template. Shirkun did not know the other man. He had not seen him before, but he could guess at this time that it was this unknown man who ambushed him and captured him. What are you talking about? I don't understand at all. I'm just passing by here. Shirkun's mind gradually became clear. He knew that he must never admit that he was the one who brought the Corpse King here. Old Shin, go and castrate him. John Lin threw the machete in his hand to Chinzibo. Chinzibo took the machete and hesitated. He thought, don't be so ruthless right away. Shirkun looked at the saw-toothed machete, which was not very sharp at first glance, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. If he used this knife to castrate himself, what would it feel like? He trembled all over and said quickly, It was me, the Corpse King was chasing me, but I didn't mean to lead him to your side, it was an accident. Really? I don't believe it. Zhang Lin sneered. I don't want to waste time talking to you. Just tell me what your purpose is in bringing the Corpse King here. You only have one chance. No matter if what you say is true or false, after I listen to it, if I don't believe it, I will castrate you. Shirkun. Is this the devil? The judging criteria are entirely up to you. I'm afraid that even if I tell the truth, I'll be castrated by you. He couldn't help but look at Chinzibo, his eyes full of pity, hoping that Chinzibo could be more normal. Chinzibo did think Zhang Lin's interrogation standards were weird, but he didn't dare to say anything. What I say doesn't count. You'd better behave yourself. He gave Shirkun a helpless look. Yes, it's like this. After the Zombie King is born, it will soon command all the zombies around it and form a zombie army to sweep away everything. I accidentally ran into the Zombie King, and it hasn't started to form a zombie army yet. If I take this opportunity to get rid of it, I am no match for the Corpse King, so I plan to lure him to Hope City and use the power of all the experts in Hope City to get rid of him. As for you, I underestimated the Corpse King's strength. It will catch up with me soon, so I want to use you to delay the Corpse King. Shirkun lowered his head and spoke as if he had accepted his fate. I believe half of what you say. I'll give you another chance. Tell me the rest. Zhang Lin looked at him and said calmly. Shirkun was silent for a moment and continued. I was watching from a distance and saw you use extraordinary abilities, which was a bit like the extraordinary template after the new era, so I became greedy, so... He didn't say the rest, but everyone knew what he meant. I've told you everything, just don't kill me. Shirkun shouted in fear when he saw the coldness in Zhang Lin's eyes. Zhang Lin, do you want to kill him? Chinzibo asked from the side. He felt that this person had originally wanted to eliminate a scourge for mankind, and even if he became greedy later, his crime did not deserve the death penalty. Old Chen, you're a good person, but you need to change your good-natured character. If you don't, you won't know when you will die. Zhang Lin scolded without any politeness. Chinzibo looked embarrassed. But this is not a bad thing. If you don't have this kind of personality, I won't be friends with you. Zhang Lin said again. Thank you. Chinzibo smiled slightly. But I must kill this man. Not to mention the fact that he lured the Corpse King here, he has already seen Shinga and I using the super template. If I don't kill him, once he tells others, Shinga and I might be in trouble. Zhang Lin said this, and regardless of Shirkun's horrified look, he chopped off his head with a knife. The reason for interrogating Shirkun was to find out whether he had any other conspiracies or accomplices. Now all was known. He was completely worthless, so Zhang Lin acted very efficiently. Shirkun's head fell to the ground, and blood gushed out from his neck. Watching this scene, Chinzibo was silent for a moment and sighed. Hey! I know what you did is right, I will listen to you. That's right. Zhang Lin patted his shoulder and said with a smile. Old Chen, I have an idea. Let's discuss it when we get home. Chinzibo nodded. Okay. At this time, Nshinga also cut off the ears of the Zombie King. The Zombie King was huge, and his ears were also big, bigger than an elephant's ears. Fortunately, the takeaway box was big enough, and not many other zombies were killed today, so they could barely fit into the takeaway box. The car broke down, how are we going to get back? Nshinga walked over with a rifle in one hand and a takeaway box in the other. The van definitely couldn't be driven because the two front wheels were blown out. Fortunately, it is the end of the world now and there is no shortage of cars on the roadside. Zhang Lin didn't want a car with zombies in it because it was too dirty, and it wouldn't be good if he was infected with the zombie virus. So he found a car parked on the side of the road, but there was a problem. There were no keys in the car. Old Chen, you used to be a scout. Have you ever learned how to connect wires? Like in the movies, where you take out two wires and they can light a fire as soon as they are connected? Zhang Lin turned his head and asked Chen Zibo. We learn investigation, not car theft. He explained helplessly and then said, but I really can do it. Let me take a look at the car first. Some of the models can be connected, and some can't. As he spoke, he walked forward, looked at the model of the car, then sat in the driver's seat, opened the dashboard, fiddled with it for a while, took out two wires and connected them, and the car started instantly. For the rest of the journey, Chen Zibo was the driver, Zhang Lin and Enchinga sat in the back seat, and the takeaway boxes were thrown into the trunk. 20 minutes later, Zhang Lin and his party arrived at Hope City. Looking at the Hope City, which was still prosperous in the end times, with people coming and going and no one looking hungry, Chen Zibo was shocked. In the end times, there is actually such a pure land? It's not a pure land. There are few people here now. When there are more people in the future, both living space and food will become scarce resources. By then, this place will become like a slum. Zhang Lin asked Chen Zibo to stop in front of the car dealership. Manager Xia, my car is broken. Can I apply for another one? He jumped out of the car and looked for the manager of the car dealership. Any family car you find on the roadside is not as comfortable to drive as the minivan specially modified by the city owner. Retail boutique recommendation. Broken? The car dealership manager Xia ran out and looked around. Where's the car? Let me see if I can fix it first. The car didn't come back. Zhang Lin spread his hands. To be precise, the car couldn't be brought back because it was flattened. Flattened? Manager Xia stared, pondering the word flattened carefully. What kind of driving skills can flatten a car? Chapter 50 Mysterious Reward. In the end, Zhang Lin applied for a new modified willing car. If he is the captain of Team 5, it probably won't work. However, the city lord has publicly stated that he is the future captain of the second team. Although manager Chihensha feels that this move is somewhat irregular, he ultimately did not dare to reject Zhang Lin. Zhang Lin took Chen Zibo to the exchange office to exchange contribution points and introduced Hope City to him. Then he asked Enchinga to go back first and notified the twin cooks to cook a few dishes and prepare some wine, as he would entertain Chen Zibo in the evening. Since you are here, you can stay in Hope City from now on. This place is much safer than the outside world. When they arrived at the exchange office, Zhang Lin said to Chen Zibo while waiting in line. Okay, I'll follow your arrangements. Although Chen Zibo is a good guy, he is not stupid. At this time, he can roughly understand Zhang Lin's thoughts. Hey Captain Zhang, you're back so early today? The Hope City residents who were queuing together made way for Zhang Lin when they saw him. Come on, go and exchange your money directly. Don't queue up. Everyone took the initiative to make way. Every time Zhang Lin came to exchange, it was a blow to others. For others, killing a dozen zombies is already very impressive, and they don't even think about showing off. However, Zhang Lin would always take out dozens of zombies' ears. Just let Zhang Lin exchange it first, and then let him leave quickly after the exchange. Out of sight, out of mind. Then I'll be welcome. Zhang Lin smiled slightly, walked directly to the exchange counter, and placed his takeaway box on the table. Chen Zibo followed behind Zhang Lin, and was amazed in his heart. Zhang Lin's status in this place is so high that others took the initiative to give up their seats to let him exchange first. It seems that everyone respects Zhang Lin very much. Captain Zhang, how many zombies have you killed today? The staff at the exchange office asked with a smile. After the previous two experiences, he felt that no matter how many zombie ears Zhang Lin took out, he would not be surprised. The people around also looked over. Many people speculated whether Zhang Lin would take out more zombie ears this time than before. There are only 20 or 30 zombie ears today, Zhang Lin said as he opened his takeaway box. 20 or 30? Everyone frowned in confusion. Although Zhang Lin came back early today, he only killed 20 or 30 zombies in half a day. This is obviously not his style, right? Could it be that Zhang Lin really had some trick before, but now his trick has lost its effect, so he can't kill so many zombies? Many people felt gloating. People are like this. Zhang Lin was quite high profile before, and with the city lord's high regard for him, he seemed a bit too aggressive. Many people were unhappy with him, but they didn't dare to express it and could only keep it in their hearts. At this time, seeing that Zhang Lin's performance was not as good as before, he naturally laughed in his heart. Captain Zhang, your trick is not working? I asked you to buy the secret yesterday, but you refused to sell it. Do you regret it now? Some people even asked directly. Although they did not dare to sound sarcastic, the meaning of their words was secretly mocking Zhang Lin. Haha. Zhang Lin was too lazy to pay attention to the man and said to the staff at the exchange office. Brother, exchange it for me. Okay, okay. The staff member stuttered a little. Others may not be able to see what is inside the takeaway box, but he might be able to see it. Indeed, zombies don't have many ears, only about 30. But there's one that is completely different from the other zombie ears. Zombie ears that were bigger than elephant ears were stuffed into the takeaway box. They were bloody and terrifying. The staff swallowed their saliva and said, Captain Zhang, kill 31 zombies, in exchange for 31 contribution points. How much is this worth? John Lin asked, pointing at the huge corpse king's ear. The staff hesitated for a moment. Well, I have to ask the city lord for instructions. The city lord never thought that someone could kill the corpse king alone, so he didn't set any rules regarding the exchange of the corpse king's ears. What's going on ahead? When the team behind saw that the staff member had actually run away, they immediately started talking about it. Another staff member took over and smiled apologetically at Zhang Lin. Captain Zhang, can you wait a moment and let others exchange, okay? Zhang Lin smiled slightly, moved to the side and made room for the exchange. Thanks. The staff nodded to him gratefully, then shouted. Next! A man behind Zhang Lin stepped forward and threw the plastic bag on the table. 12, count them. After saying that, while the staff was counting his ears, he glanced at Zhang Lin's takeaway box. He couldn't help but screamed. Fuck this, is this the corpse king? Good eyesight. Zhang Lin glanced at him and said, Is it really the corpse king? The man widened his eyes in disbelief and wanted to get closer to take a look, but he didn't dare to. Corpse king? The people around also heard the word zombie king and were confused at first, but as they came closer and saw the huge zombie ear in the takeaway box, everyone exclaimed. Fuck, it's really the corpse king! He killed the corpse king alone before the new era. What kind of operation is this? I'm convinced. I'm really convinced this time. He did kill fewer zombies, but this zombie king is worth 1,000 zombies. Brother, take my knee! Everyone had a look of shock on their faces. They looked at the corpse king's ears, then at Zhang Lin, as if wondering what kind of monster could have killed the corpse king alone before the new era. Make way, the city lord is here! The staff member who ran away before came back, and behind him was the city lord in a white robe and a silver-white mask. The city lord was as ethereal and calm as usual, with a steady pace and no panic. However, no one present could tell that the city lord's steps today were slightly bigger than usual. Zhang Lin, you really can bring me surprises! The city lord's androgynous voice sounded, and then he came to the takeaway box, lowered his head and looked over carefully. After a moment, it really is the corpse king's ear. City lord, how many contribution points can this corpse king's ear be exchanged for? Zhang Lin asked indifferently. Contribution points? The city lord couldn't help but sneered. Zhang Lin, when you're with Xiao Ji, don't just think about how to get into bed. Let her tell you more about her memories of her past lives. Zhang Lin. He continued. You killed the corpse king, which is equivalent to eliminating a great enemy for the future of Hope City. Such a feat cannot be rewarded with just contribution points. Zhang Lin showed an interested expression. Oh, then what will the city lord reward me with? Chapter 51 Auction News. Before the new era, I didn't have many good things to show for it. The city lord shook his head slightly. I didn't expect anyone to be able to kill the corpse king alone, so I didn't prepare anything. Zhang Lin, if you trust me, I'll give you your reward after the new era. How about that? You're just making empty promises for me? Zhang Lin frowned slightly and said, City lord, if you don't want to give it, forget it. Just give me some contribution points. The city lord's pair of long and thin eyebrows under the silver-white mask were slightly raised. He really couldn't see through Zhang Lin. The other reborn people all respected and trusted him immensely, but Zhang Lin, who had not awakened his past life memories, had never been polite to him. But the city lord was not really angry. His purpose in preparing the City of Hope was to cultivate more powerful people. Human beings have been extinct many times. If someone among the reborn can survive the end of the world will not be reincarnated again and again. Perhaps hope lies in people like Zhang Lin who have never awakened their past life memories. The city lord himself has awakened memories far more times than anyone else, and he knows more secrets, but the real good things can only be obtained after the new era. Zhang Lin has shown great potential, and he is not stingy in helping Zhang Lin get those good things. I have to give you contribution points and rewards. The city lord smiled faintly. I'll have someone top up your account with 1,000 contribution points in a while. Take them first. I'll definitely pay you the real rewards after the new era. Then I'll believe you this time. Zhang Lin smiled. As a senior worker, he could not digest the promises made by his boss. He did not care about the subsequent rewards and was already satisfied with 1,000 contribution points. The city lord nodded speechlessly. What does it mean to trust him once? What he means is that Zhang Lin never believed him before. The appearance of the Zombie King also means that the Resident Evil era is about to end. We will soon face the danger of a zombie army besieging the city. Next, you must start to stockpile food, improve your strength, and find more living people and bring them to Hope City to prepare for the zombie siege and the subsequent ice and fire. The city lord stood with his hands behind his back and spoke to everyone in a calm tone. Yes, city lord! Everyone was very respectful. The city lord felt a little comforted, knowing that not everyone was as rude to him as the founder of Hope City as Zhang Lin. Zhang Lin, although you have good strength, you don't have that much experience after all. Go back and communicate more with Xiao Ji, okay? He instructed Zhang Lin again. This made everyone present envious. No one has ever seen the city lord show such concern for someone alone. No, Zhang Lin said perfunctorily, but he was thinking in his heart that he would definitely communicate with Ji Weitong when he returned, but the place for the communication would be on the bed. Humph! The city lord saw through Zhang Lin's perfunctory attitude, snorted unhappily, and turned away. The city lord left. Everyone's eyes were focused on the corpse king's ears. The person who had secretly mocked Zhang Lin before suddenly said, Captain Zhang, I want to buy the corpse king's cerebrospinal fluid from you. How many contribution points do you want to sell it for? Cerebrospinal fluid of zombies? Recommended food and beverages. Zhang Lin knew that cerebrospinal fluid of zombies was the main material for making half-corpse potions, but he had never thought of collecting it at that time. I don't have the corpse king's cerebrospinal fluid, he said lightly. No? Wei Qiliang was stunned for a moment, then suddenly his eyes widened and he said in an uncertain tone. Captain Zhang, you didn't collect the cerebrospinal fluid of the corpse king? No. Wei Qiliang was speechless for a long time, and suddenly his tone became a little excited. Tell me the location of the corpse king's body, and I will go get it. As soon as he said this, other people around him also reacted and immediately understood Wei Qiliang's idea. Captain Zhang, tell me the location. I'll go get it and give Captain Zhang half of it. A group of people gathered around Zhang Lin and asked about the location of the corpse king's body. This shows that the cerebrospinal fluid of the corpse king is a good material. What's the use of this thing? Zhang Lin was also a little curious. Could it be that I just threw away some good things? The cerebrospinal fluid of the corpse king is the main material for making zombie-type extraordinary templates. It is almost the only awakening potion that can be successfully produced before the new era, Wei Qiliang said truthfully. The main thing is that he can't tell lies now. There are too many people around. Even if he doesn't say it, others will, and it will anger Zhang Lin. A zombie-type extraordinary template is boring. Zhang Lin felt relieved. If he really lost something important, he would be very sad. When Wei Qiliang heard Zhang Lin's words, he looked at him with complicated eyes and continued to plead. Since you don't need it, then tell me the location. Every stage of the apocalypse is extremely dangerous. Even with the memories of several lifetimes, no one can guarantee that they will survive. Too many people have awakened their memories, and under the butterfly effect, each doomsday crisis is different. Although the upper limit of the zombie template is not high, for most ordinary people, this is the only way for them to awaken the extraordinary template in the early days of the apocalypse. If you can awaken the extraordinary template before others, not only can you increase your chances of survival in the early days of the apocalypse, but you can also seize the initiative after the new era and compete for more resources by taking advantage of your strong initial strength. People like Zhang Lin who directly awakened the legendary template naturally look down on the zombie template. However, for ordinary people like Wei Qiliang, the zombie template at the beginning of the apocalypse is a treasure. Haha! But Zhang Lin did not forget that someone in the crowd had laughed at him before, and it seemed to be this person. I don't need it, why should I tell you? Captain Zhang, Wei Qiliang regretted his decision so much that his face turned red. He cursed himself in his heart, wondering why he had to be so mean and say those two sentences. Captain Zhang, I have always admired you and am your diehard fan. Just tell me the location of the corpse of the zombie king. After the zombie template awakening potion is successfully produced, I am willing to share it with you, someone shouted. Zhang Lin just rolled his eyes at the man. What bullshit, all the brainless fans are out. A group of people were bustling around and shouting. Everyone wanted to know the location of the corpse king's body, which made Zhang Lin very annoyed. Shut up and listen to me! Zhang Lin suddenly yelled, shocking everyone, and then slowly said, Now you bid for the auction, starting from 1 contribution point, there is no upper limit, the highest bidder wins. As soon as these words came out, everyone shut up. The corpse of the zombie king was discarded randomly in the wild, and it might be eaten by other zombies or taken away by passers-by. If you spend money to buy, easy to lose money. Seeing that no one was talking, John Lin laughed and said, since no one wants to buy it, let's keep the corpse of the zombie king for other zombies. After saying this, he pushed the crowd away and was about to leave. Suddenly, Wei Qiliang stopped him and said, Captain Zhang, I'll buy it. I'm willing to pay the contribution points. Chapter 52, Grab Both Hands. In fact, Zhang Lin was just trying it out. To be honest, he himself felt that if he spent contribution points to buy the position of the Corpse King, he would probably lose money. There are so many unexpected things that could happen out there. He just doesn't want to give it to others easily. If there is an acquaintance who needs the position of the Corpse King, he can even give it away for free. He didn't want to be harassed by these people, so he came up with the idea of an auction. Zhang Lin really didn't think anyone would buy it. I didn't expect that there are people who have too much money and have nowhere to spend it. How many contribution points do you want to give? Zhang Lin looked at Wei Qiliang strangely. Wei Qiliang hesitated slightly. You also know that this is the early stage of the apocalypse. We don't have many contribution points. We can't compare with you. Stop talking nonsense, just name your price, Zhang Lin said unhappily. Now he was the only one who made an offer, so he would sell it no matter how much it was. Every penny earned is a penny earned. 30. Wei Qiliang tentatively offered a price. Buy. Zhang Lin just left. Although I hold the idea that any money earned is any earned, 30 is too little. How can I give it to a beggar? Wait. Wei Qiliang quickly grabbed Zhang Lin's clothes and said, I'll add more money. Is 50 okay? In fact, although these ordinary people have awakened some memories of their past lives, they are not truly reborn. They just have scattered memories in their minds. Plus, the apocalypse is changing every time, and the crises are different, so they are actually just a little stronger than ordinary people. Zhang Lin arrived at Hope City neither too early nor too late. Those who arrived earlier, even if they killed zombies every day, would only have a few dozen contribution points in their savings. He can come up with 50 at once, which is not a small amount. Zhang Lin thought about it for a moment, and felt that this was it. If he asked for more, Wei Qiliang probably wouldn't be able to afford it. I'll give you 60. A middle-aged man with a full beard nearby suddenly roared. Zhang Lin looked over instantly and said, Brother, you have good vision. Let's make a deal. I'll bid 65. Wei Qiliang looked at the man with murderous eyes and had no choice but to raise the price. He knew the method of making a rare zombie template awakening potion. If he could get the cerebrospinal fluid of the zombie king, it would be easier for him to survive in the early and middle stages of the apocalypse. Otherwise, he would not take the risk to buy the location where the corpse of the Corpse King was. 70. The bearded man shouted again. Seeing that there was competition, other people couldn't help it and started to raise the price. There were not many rich people, so most of them raised the price little by little. Seeing that the situation was getting worse, Wei Qiliang shouted, I'll give you 100. Let's see who dares to compete with me. Suddenly, the scene fell into silence. 100 contribution points is an astronomical figure for most people at this stage. Wei Qiliang looked around and saw that no one dared to speak, so he quickly said to Zhang Lin, Captain Zhang, let's make a deal. Zhang Lin also looked around and saw that no one dared to bid again, so he could only agree. Okay. Afterwards, both of them took out the special mobile phones for the elderly customized by the city lord, added each other's account, and completed the transfer. Good brother, there are not many people as courageous as you. I believe your future is limitless. Come on. Zhang Lin was in a good mood with the unexpected gain. After telling him the location of the Corpse King's body, he patted Wei Qiliang on the shoulder and brought him a bowl of hot chicken soup. Wei Qiliang was greatly encouraged. Zhang Lin is a person valued by the city lord. He is the second captain of Hope City after the new era and can be said to be the third most important person in Hope City. The fact that such people are optimistic about him, doesn't this just show that he has a great future? Thank you for your encouragement. In this life, I must live my own life. Wei Qiliang's cheeks turned red with excitement. He clasped his fists towards Zhang Lin, turned around and left. A group of people followed immediately. There are basically no good people among these people who have awakened the memories of several lifetimes. Although they did not buy any information from Zhang Lin, they can follow Wei Qiliang. By then, maybe I can get a piece of the pie. Wei Qiliang naturally knew this, so he went straight to the car dealership, rented a car, and immediately drove towards the direction of the Corpse King. He had to get the Corpse King's cerebrospinal fluid before everyone arrived and leave safely. And hope in the city. Zhang Lin took Chen Zibo back home. The twin little cooks had already prepared a table full of dishes and took the food to their neighbors to exchange for a few bottles of white wine. Zhang Lin was very sincere in entertaining Chen Zibo. As soon as Chen Zibo entered the room, he saw a table full of beautiful girls sitting around the dining table. He was speechless for a moment, and looked at Zhang Lin with a strange look. When Zhang Lin left the apartment, he was followed by 3 women. In just a few days, 2 more women joined the group, a pair of young and beautiful twin sisters. Even though Chen Zibo was usually upright, he felt a little jealous at this moment. "Old Chen, this is what I think." After 3 rounds of drinks, Zhang Lin and Chen Zibo got down to business. "I'm used to fighting alone, but it would be nice if I could have a strong team under me that could help me at a critical moment." "I think I understand what you mean. Please continue." Chen Zibo's face was ruddy and he was a little drunk, but his mind was still clear. "I will provide the money and supplies, and you go to recruit some reliable people to form a team. You will do what you are supposed to do on weekdays and obey my orders at critical moments. What do you think?" Zhang Lin asked. "You mean you can just be a hands-off manager?" Chen Zibo thought for a moment. "I think that with your ability, leading the team yourself will definitely be more effective than me." "Haha. I don't have time." Zhang Lin smiled and declined. He was still busy getting married and having children. "If you trust me, I can help you build a reliable team." Chen Zibo was really drunk. He held Zhang Lin's hand and was very moved by Zhang Lin's trust. In the end times, resources are the most scarce thing. Zhang Lin can give him supplies without any suspicion. Doesn't this mean he treats him as a brother? Zhang Lin first pulled his hand out, but was held by a big man, which was disgusting. Then he smiled and said, "Good brother, keep drinking." After eating, the women went back to their own places. Zhang Lin drank with Chen Zibo for a while and studied the details of team building. He had this idea a long time ago. Ji Wetong told him that after the new era, although there are still powerful Lone Rangers, if there is a team, not only will the chance of survival be greater, but it will also be easier to seize various resources. Zhang Lin was too lazy to set up his own team, but he could use Chen Zibo. He knew Chen Zibo, and Ji Wetong also knew Chen Zibo in previous lives. Both of them thought that this was a good man and could be trusted, so Zhang Lin had the idea of recruiting Chen Zibo for his own use. Others either become a Lone Ranger or focus on improving their own strength. The Lone Ranger is free, but when facing a team, he is outnumbered and has to give in. Or run a team and develop the overall strength of the team. However, developing a team is more time-consuming and laborious. The advantage is that more people means more power, and it is easier to grab various resources. Zhang Lin wants to grab it with both hands, and both of them must be hard. Chapter 53 Dehydration. This is what Zhang Lin envisioned. The reward he got for marrying and having children was first used on himself and his woman to improve his own strength, and that of Enchinga and the others. Afterwards, some unused things were given to Chen Zibo and his team for use. In terms of strength, Zhang Lin himself is definitely the strongest, followed by the woman around him, and then Chen Zibo and the cannon fodder team. If someone wants to be an enemy of Zhang Lin in the future, they will probably be desperate. If it is a strong Lone Ranger, Zhang Lin can handle it by himself. If it is a strong man with a team, Zhang Lin can first test Chen Zibo's cannon fodder team, and then go up himself and the women. In this way, it can be said to be foolproof. If there are abundant resources in the future, he can set up a few more cannon fodder teams. In this way, Zhang Lin will have more trump cards. However, there are too few people like Chen Zibo who can be trusted. If Zhang Lin just gives supplies to other people, he is afraid that the goods will be wasted. Therefore, Zhang Lin thinks that he can have more cannon fodder teams, but he needs to be cautious. At night, Zhang Lin sent Chen Zibo to Villa number 5 to rest, and then after returning to Villa number 16, he went directly to the second bedroom on the second floor. Enchinga already has a baby in her belly, and she has already taken out half of the reward for having a child in advance. Now is the time for her to work hard on Ji Wetong. When I opened the bedroom door, Ji Wetong was already asleep. She woke up after hearing the noise. She turned on the light and rubbed her sleepy eyes. You're here! She was a little scared. She made a joke out of rudeness, but Enchinga discovered Zhang Lin's feelings for Enching-Wu. She didn't know how Zhang Lin would deal with her. When she was eating just now, she didn't dare to look at Zhang Lin, and she didn't dare to say hello when she met her old acquaintance Chen Zibo, for fear of being noticed by Zhang Lin. "Are you afraid of me?" Zhang Lin was a little puzzled. Hasn't this woman always been carefree? No way. Ji Wetong forced a smile, thinking that a short pain is worse than a long one, so she took the initiative to ask. "There is no conflict between you and Xinga?" "What's the conflict?" Zhang Lin looked puzzled. "It's just that you have feelings for Xiao Wu." After Ji Wetong finished speaking, she looked determined and felt that she was doomed. In fact, she had no idea that what she thought was a big problem was not a problem at all in Zhang Lin's opinion. There is nothing between him and Chinga that cannot be resolved with a fierce attack. You let it slip, didn't you? Zhang Lin finally realized what he was talking about. Chinga is considering it. What are you considering? Ji Wetong looked confused. She could see that Chinga cared deeply about her sister. Could it be that Chinga was not angry at all that Zhang Lin was planning to take advantage of her sister? How was it done? Ji Wetong widened her beautiful eyes as wide as she could and tried hard to think, but after thinking for a long time, she couldn't come up with an answer. If it were her, she would have no idea what to do. Consider whether to let Xiao Wu come with me. I think Chinga will figure it out. Ji Wetong. She suddenly wanted to ask, brother, how did you do it? Even though she was a woman, she wanted to learn Zhang Lin's methods. If she really asked, Zhang Lin could only say, sincerity is always the ultimate weapon. After confessing, Chinga had a better understanding of Zhang Lin. She thought to herself, Zhang Lin had no choice, it was all for the sake of this family. Okay, let's not talk about this. Chinga is already pregnant, so you should show some strength for me. As Zhang Lin spoke, he had already sat beside her, pressing his hands on her jade white and smooth shoulders. With a little force, she was lying flat on the bed. Hate it, it's so late, I want to sleep. Ji Wetong twisted her body a few times on the bed symbolically to express her refusal, to prove that she was still very reserved. Then, after Zhang Lin pounced on her, she began to take the initiative. The night is dark. The wind is very noisy. Chinga, who was in the master bedroom on the second floor, was in a very uneasy mood. She hoped that the sound insulation of the house in City was good enough, but the noise from next door was too loud and she could still hear some noises. Zhang Lin didn't come to see her. This made Chinga feel a little sad. Although she already knew that Zhang Lin did not belong to her, and this would be the norm in the future, she was still unhappy and could not deceive herself. Feeling depressed, she began to think about what Zhang Lin had said to her during the day. It's okay for others, but Xiao Wu. After all, she is my sister. It's not that Zhang Lin is a bad person. If it weren't for her relationship with Zhang Lin, she would definitely support her sister and Zhang Lin being together. But now that she is Zhang Lin's woman, if Xiao Wu follows Zhang Lin, both sisters will, what will happen then? Chinga spent the whole day thinking about this matter, except when he was fighting. If it was said that Zhang Lin was simply courting Qing Wu out of lust, then Chinga would never agree. But with the cover of getting a reward, although she still resisted in her heart, this resistance had been alleviated a lot. How about? I'll go ask Xiao Wu for her opinion. If she's willing, then I won't say anything. In the middle of the night, Chinga, who couldn't sleep, put on a thin nightgown, went upstairs and knocked on her sister's door. The next morning, while having breakfast, Zhang Lin felt that Qing Wu looked at him strangely. When he wasn't paying attention, she stared at him in a daze, as if thinking about something. When he looked over, she panicked and looked away. Could it be? An idea suddenly occurred to Zhang Lin's mind. Has Chinga already told her? He looked at Chinga. Chinga's fair cheeks showed a slightly embarrassed red, and she put her red lips close to Zhang Lin's ear and said, Let Xiao Wu think about it, she will figure it out. Last night, she woke up her sleeping sister and chatted with her for a long time. She first asked Qing Wu in a roundabout way about her opinion of Zhang Lin. After getting a good answer, she got straight to the point. Chinga's personality is similar to Zhang Lin's, and he likes to be straightforward. Qing Wu was stunned at that time. She could never have imagined that her sister would talk to her about such a thing. Before this, Qing Wu dared to guarantee that she only admired her brother-in-law and did not have any romantic feelings towards him. But after her sister mentioned this, a strange thought arose in her mind. There are too many bad women. If I don't help my sister, will she fall out of favor? You know, there is also Ji Weitong at home, and there are also sisters Mu Xiya and Mu Xiaoyi. But if I also... So shameful. Qing Wu ate the whole meal in a dazed and distracted manner. She was in a daze until Zhang Lin and Chinga left. Xiao Wu, what are you thinking about? Ji Weidong came over, looking like a caring sister. Why don't you tell me about it? To be honest, Ji Weitong really didn't want to help Zhang Lin persuade Qing Wu. Isn't this adding more competitors to yourself? But I feel helpless. It's just Zhang Lin's mission. If she hadn't said yes last night, she might have been dehydrated by now. Chapter 54 Good Things Will Happen. Walking out of Hope City again, Zhang Lin found that there were far fewer zombies than before. The Zombie King is a natural zombie leader. When the Zombie King appears, the zombies will gather under his command. Unlike wandering on flat terrain in the past, Under the command of the wise zombie king, they will go upstairs, search each room one by one, and then eat all the living people. Game boutique recommendation then. Human gathering places like Hope City will be surrounded by zombie armies. This is the first difficulty faced by humans after the end of the world. If they cannot overcome it, humans will soon become extinct. There are more and more people driving on the road. The main task of the survivors of the apocalypse is now to collect supplies and find living people. Supplies can keep you alive, and bringing more manpower to Hope City can increase everyone's chance of survival. This time, Zhang brought not only Nchinga but also Chenzibo. He came out not to look for supplies or to collect living people, but to investigate the situation. Last night, he didn't just play games with Ji Weitong. He also got to know Ji Weitong in depth about the situation at the end of the world. Dead rising. Anyone can die. So fair. Even Zhang Lin doesn't dare to slack off now. Zhang Lin, look over there! Nchinga was sitting in the back seat, looking at the situation outside through the car window. Suddenly, when she saw an office building in the distance, her eyes fixed and she immediately pointed it out to Zhang Lin. Chenzibo was driving, and Zhang Lin was in the back seat. After hearing the sound, he looked over and was also startled. Old Chen, change direction, don't drive that way. Oh my god! Chenzibo also looked over, and after just one glance, he immediately turned the steering wheel and changed his position. I saw a small commercial plaza below the office building, which was filled with a dense army of zombies. There was no end in sight, as if it was endless. At the center of the zombie army is the tall zombie king. The zombies have begun to gather and start attacking the city, clearing out the living people in the buildings one by one. For zombies, living humans are their food and also their source of soldiers. In the past, without the command of the zombie king, they only knew how to hunt like wild beasts. But now, united under the command of the zombie king, the zombies have erupted with terrifying fighting power. At this time, even though Chenzibo was a good man who would definitely help others when he saw them in danger, he didn't dare to say that he would go to the office building to save people. Zhang Lin, can humans really survive this horrific zombie army? Chenzibo only took a look, and after a long while, his hands were still shaking slightly. Humanity has experienced this kind of crisis many times, Zhang Lin said calmly. Although many people will die, as long as we don't die, it's fine. Oh. Chenzibo sighed and stopped talking. In this kind of crisis, all humans can do is to save themselves. If they still think about others, they are not dying fast enough. After driving around Hope City and collecting a lot of food and supplies, the three returned to Hope City. Zhang Lin brought all the supplies and food back to Villa number 16. He asked Chenzibo to recruit people as soon as possible, and then they would come to him to collect the supplies according to the number of people. Although Zhang Lin believed in Chenzibo's character, he would not easily hand over the power over a team's logistics and supplies. After returning home, Zhang Lin didn't even bother to ask about Nchingu's situation. Instead, he called Ji Weitong out and told her what he had just seen. This time the zombie siege came much earlier than in the past. According to the previous rules, we still have at least 1 week to prepare. But now, I estimate that the zombie army will be here in just 3 to 5 days. Ji Weitong also showed a worried look. Zhang Lin was not at all panicked. There is too much food stored in his space ring, and they are all fresh fruits, vegetables and meat. If the city cannot be defended, he will find a place to hide and still live well. Although he is a captain in Hope City after all, Zhang Lin has never thought about working for others. It is even more impossible to fight to the death with zombies in Hope City. If this zombie siege is really unstoppable, Zhang Lin will leave first. Then, Zhang Lin followed the city lord's previous instructions and did not play games with Ji Weitong. Instead, he carefully asked her about the various memories she had awakened about the end of the world. At the very least, plan a route and a destination where you can live and survive. Zhang Lin was thinking hard, but before he could come up with a good idea, he was disturbed by the noise outside. He stood by the window and looked out, only to see that Hope City was bustling with people, with a great many people crowded in every corner. They built tents with all kinds of simple materials to create a place for themselves to live. I hope there will be more and more people in the city. Ji Weitong also followed and said as she looked at the situation outside. This is the city lord's purpose. He accepts so many people but doesn't provide them with food. If these people want to survive, they can only hunt zombies to earn contribution points or bring more people. In this way, before the zombie siege comes, the city will hopefully be able to gather enough people, and most of them will have combat experience. The city lord's method is indeed good. Zhang Lin nodded in approval. A large population has its disadvantages, Ji Weitong said with a wry smile. A large population will lead to chaos, especially when it comes to food. During the time you were out during the day, many people died near our home. When there are so many people, it's inevitable that some people don't want to live in tents, so they will challenge those who have houses. No matter who wins or loses, many people will die. And Qingwu also came over. In the morning, Ji Wetong persuaded her again. She was already wavering, but she would definitely not take the initiative to speak up about this matter. John Lin came back and was busy with work, so she couldn't help but feel anxious, so she came over to show her presence. While speaking, she secretly glanced at John Lin. When John Lin turned around to look at her, she quickly shifted her gaze. This shy look. John Lin could conclude that the matter was settled. Just die. I guess this is one of the city lord's purposes. Only after seeing blood can a person be a qualified warrior, he said lightly. Well, you guys chat, I have something to do, so I'll go back to the room first. Ji Wetong slipped away very tactfully. Xiao Wu, come here. John Lin waved to her and asked her to come to him. Brother-in-law. And Qingwu walked to John Lin shyly, with her head lowered, not wanting John Lin to see her blushing cheeks. Xiao Wu, Qingga has told you everything she needs to say. What do you think? John Lin asked bluntly. Chapter 55 Convinced. And Qingwu opened her pink lips, too embarrassed to speak. She looked out the window, and the scene outside attracted her attention. A reborn person stood at the door of his villa, holding a few small loaves of bread in his hand. Just like feeding animals in the zoo, he threw the loaves in his hand casually, and the loaves flew out. Several women rushed over like monkeys fighting for food. They fought against their own kind. Just for these junk foods that they might not even have looked at in the past. In Hope City, most of the young and strong men have no shortage of food. Several of them go out together to kill zombies. If they are lucky, they can bring back a few living people, exchange them for contribution points, and then exchange them for food. So they have no problem with food and clothing. Weak women and old people can't do that. Not many days after the end of the world, a very ancient industry has emerged in Hope City. Many women make a living by selling their bodies. The men in Hope City hunt zombies all day long and need some entertainment to relieve their mental stress. And Qingwu knew all of this. Ji Wetong had told her about it, and she could see it herself. Sometimes she would be upstairs looking outside and see a man handing a bag of instant noodles to a woman, and the woman would follow the man into the woods. At this time, the reborn person next door was doing the same thing. He teased those women with food, and those women also tried to please him like animals without any dignity. The reborn laughed. A few small loaves of bread were not enough to fill one up. After the women finished eating the bread, they came to the reborn man one after another. The reborn man looked at them carefully. After a moment, he pointed at two girls who were pretty and asked them to follow him into the villa. The other women left dejectedly like defeated dogs. And Qingwu suddenly realized that her life now was not much worse than before the apocalypse. Except for a few days of hunger at the beginning of the apocalypse, she never lacked food. After arriving in Hope City, she even ate fresh food every day. Compared with the life before the apocalypse, her life now was just lacking some entertainment, but compared with those women out there, her life could be said to be like heaven. Xiao Wu, do you have any grudges in your heart? John Lin approached her, held one of her small hands, and stroked her hair with the other hand. I won't force you. Otherwise, I'll give you a few more days to think about it. And Qingwu's entire body tensed up. Because Nqingga was almost forced to sell her body by her father, she took protecting herself and her sister very seriously. And Qingwu had never had such close contact with a man since she was a child. Brother-in-law, I don't have so many thoughts. Just be nice to me and my sister in the future. And Qingwu only felt her face burning, and she didn't know how she had the courage to say this. John Lin was overjoyed. He looked down into her eyes and asked seriously, Then are you willing to be my wife? And Qingwu felt dizzy. Wasn't Zhang Lin's wife his sister? Could she still be considered his wife in this state? I do. After hesitating for a moment, she lowered her head and spoke in a very small voice. Anyway, it sounds much better than lover or any other name. Those women out there give everything for food, and they are not even considered playthings. Congratulations, you have married a new wife. Your family has become more prosperous. You will receive the following rewards. Self-adaptive extraordinary template awakening gem. The moment the system's voice sounded, Zhang Lin knew that Nqingwu was willing to be his woman. These are 2 more gems, just right for Nqingwu and Ji Wetong. The system seems to know Zhang Lin's needs. Basically, it gives rewards based on what Zhang Lin wants or what he lacks. Zhang Lin had thought before that it would be great if he could get 2 more gems as a reward this time, so that Ji Wetong and Nqingwu could both awaken the extraordinary template and improve their combat effectiveness. Sure enough, Zhang Lin got what he wanted this time. In the subsequent zombie siege crisis, Zhang Lin had more cards up his sleeve, Good boy. Zhang Lin smiled and pinched Qingwu's smooth and elastic face, then leaned close to her ear and said, Don't lock the door at night. I'll come find you. I understand. And Qingwu felt anxious and her face was hot. She kept her long legs tightly together. Especially the hot air coming from Zhang Lin's ears made her almost completely lose the ability to think. After standing blankly by the window for an unknown amount of time, Qingwu was brought back to her senses by a gust of cold wind. At this moment, she discovered that Zhang Lin had disappeared. When she thought that Zhang Lin would come to see her at night, she felt very panicked. After hesitating for a long time, she decided to go to her sister's room and have a chat with her. And the other side. Zhang Lin has left his small villa and is strolling around Hope City. Beside him is the petite Ji Weitong. Hope City is now crowded with people. But after the zombie siege, the number of people here will be reduced by at least 2/3. The end of the world is so cruel. Without strength, you can't even live a humble life. The purpose of Zhang Lin's coming out this time was to familiarize himself with the terrain of Hope City, so that he could escape in case he really had no chance to fight zombies in the future. As an old resident of Hope City, Ji Weitong was responsible for leading him. But to outsiders, the two were just wandering around aimlessly, looking here and there. Of course, in the bustling city of Hope, no one paid attention to the whereabouts of the two people. Except for those who know Zhang Lin. In the distance, Zhang Lin was seen passing by the door again. The owner of a house couldn't help but wonder. He deliberately wandered around in front of my door. Is he trying to provoke me? Li Jing couldn't help but speak angrily. He looked to be in his 20s, with a strong body, ruddy complexion, and full of energy. He was in a completely different state from those hungry people outside. Brother Zhao, how about we go out and kill him? Next to him, there was another young man called Brother Zhao, who looked to be about 27 or 28 years old, with a regular build. He didn't look anything special, but he had a calm expression and an aura of authority without even getting angry. I was the one who was deprived of the position of captain of the second team. Why are you so anxious? Lu Dazhao glanced at him with a very calm tone. But you are the captain of the third team now, and your position has been squeezed out by him. Li Jing was furious, as if he was even angrier than Lu Dazhao. Lu Dazhao was not moved at all. I am naturally unhappy when my position is challenged, but if it is him, I will be convinced. Brother Zhao, you. Chapter 56. Everyone understands. Li Jing was extremely unwilling. Of course, he was not unhappy because Lu Dazhao's status was downgraded, but because his own status was also affected by Zhang Lin. Li Jing has always been the fourth-ranked captain and his position is relatively stable. With the goalkeeper Luo Jinxing around, no one can challenge him, and the top 3 captains will not challenge someone with a lower status than themselves. His life can be said to be very comfortable. Just be on guard against the challenge from Luo Jinxing, or wait until someone else successfully challenges Luo Jinxing before challenging him. Even if it is the latter, with Luo Jinxing as a buffer, he will have more time to prepare for the challenge. And now, Zhang Lin was directly parachuted by the city lord to be the second-ranked captain. Except for the boss, the status of others will be postponed. Lu Dazhao was originally second, but now he is third. Li Jing was originally fourth, but now he has directly become fifth. He became a goalie. How happy he was before, how frustrated he feels now. Therefore, whenever Li Jing was free during this period, he would go to see Lu Dazhao, secretly fanning the flames, hoping that Lu Dazhao would take the initiative to challenge Zhang Lin. If Lu Dazhao could kill Zhang Lin, he would be able to return to the familiar fourth position. Unexpectedly, Lu Dazhao remained unmoved. Brother Zhao, don't think I don't know that you have a trump card. Zhang Lin hasn't even awakened the memory of his past life. He can't beat you at all. I really don't know why you are so. Li Jing's face was full of depression, but he didn't dare to say the word cowardly. Coward? Lu Dazhao said calmly. I do have a trump card, but why should I use it to fight for power? Zhang Lin killed the Corpse King and proved his strength. If I want to go further, I should get the biggest result than Zhang Lin. If I can kill 2 Corpse Kings, it goes without saying that the City Lord will naturally raise my status, and it will also eliminate the threat to mankind. Isn't that good? Li Jing's situation was completely crushed, and he was speechless for a moment. Zombies are about to surround the city. Li Jing, I advise you to make preparations early and not to waste your time on this. Lu Dazhao glanced at him. I thought you invited me here for something. If I had known, I would not have come. After saying that, he left. Brother Zhao. Li Jing wanted to say the relationship, but Lu Dazhao didn't even look at him, and just walked out. This made him so depressed that he couldn't help but curse. Fuck idiot! He had great difficulty understanding people like Lu Dazhao. Your own interests have been affected, why the hell don't you go back? What's the point of killing 2 corpse kings and removing the threat to mankind? Bah! What does the life and death of mankind have to do with me? When the zombies surround the city, ordinary people die, but I can't die. No, I have to think of a way. Li Jing could not tolerate his own interests being damaged, so he had to find a way to get rid of Zhang Lin. Of course, he didn't dare to do it himself, and before the new era, his strength was limited. But he could think of some solutions. As for whether it is appropriate to fight internally before the zombie siege, Li Jing said that he hoped that there would be chaos in the city before the zombies surrounded it so that he could fish in troubled waters. If everything was peaceful, it would be difficult for him to take action. Soon, Li Jing thought of a solution. He observed that Zhang Lin went out almost every day and his hours were very stable, just like he was at work. The time when Zhang Lin is away is his opportunity. Hanf Lu Dazhao, if you don't want to do it, I will force you to do it. Li Jing smiled coldly. He wanted to set up a trap to force Lu Dazhao and Zhang Lin to take action. That way, no matter which of them died, he could return to his most comfortable 4th position. On the streets of Hope City, Lu Dazhao was standing at an intersection waiting. After a while, Zhang Lin and Ji Weitong came over talking and laughing, and he stepped forward to stop them. Hello? I'm Lu Dazhao. You must have heard of my name, right? He stood in front of Zhang Lin, his face calm and confident. Zhang Lin was full of questions. Suddenly a man appears and says he must know his name. Is he sick? When the zombies are besieging the city, it is not appropriate for humans to engage in civil war, but we can compete with each other in another way. Lu Dazhao said seriously. Kill the zombies. When the zombies are besieging the city, who of us kills more zombies? That's when we'll decide who's better. Zhang Lin wanted to ask, who are you? But Lu Dazhao smiled at him like a hero appreciating another hero, and said, an expert like you will definitely not refuse such a challenge. In this case, let's make it a deal. From now on, the winner will be decided by the city lord. After saying this, Lu Dazhao turned around and left without any hesitation. He was of course not convinced that the position of the 2nd captain of Hope City was unilaterally taken away by the city lord. However, Lu Dazhao had a sense of the overall situation and would not waste human strength in internal friction before the zombies surrounded the city. However, he also wanted to prove himself in another way. So, he deliberately waited for Zhang Lin here and issued this special challenge. As for whether Zhang Lin will accept this challenge, Lu Dazhao was not worried at all. He just wants to prove himself. Whether Zhang Lin accepts the challenge or not, he will try his best to kill zombies and save humanity. The strong are always lonely. At this moment, Lu Dazhao only felt that his back must be particularly elegant, full of the aloof demeanor of a master. Is he ill? Zhang Lin looked at Lu Dazhao's back and couldn't help but look at Ji Weitong beside him, with a strange look on his face. Well, maybe a little. Ji Weitong was a little uncertain. She naturally knew Lu Dazhao. After all, he was the 2nd captain before and the 3rd person in Hope City. Lu Dazhao, your previous 2nd-ranked captain, he came to you, maybe he was dissatisfied? Forget it. Zhang Lin smiled indifferently. The route has been planned almost, let's go back, I have something good to give you. What good stuff? Ji Weitong was puzzled at first, but suddenly, she came to her senses and asked with wide eyes. It can't be that? Let's talk about it when we get home. Zhang Lin would not show the awakening gem outside. He brought Ji Weitong back home, called all the family members out, and then took out 2 gems emitting mysterious colors. Oh my God! Ji Weitong was almost dumbfounded. After so many reincarnations, the closest she had ever been to the awakening gem was when the city lord took one out as a reward to the 1st captain. At that time, she was a spectator, and relying on her petite stature, she squeezed to the front row to take a look. And now, she can also use this precious treasure. Chapter 57 Fighting Needs BGM. Brother-in-law, do I have a share too? And Qin Wu couldn't help but ask. She felt that she had made no contribution to the family. She really hoped that she could be as strong as her sister and go out with Zhang Lin. You all have them. Zhang Lin nodded. He did not correct in Qin Wu's way of addressing him. At certain times, different addresses have different feelings. The address of brother-in-law can increase attack speed at critical moments. The purple gem was the size of a palm and exuded a magical color. Everyone's eyes were attracted by it, even the twin sisters stared at it intently for a long time. They didn't see Nshingo awaken that day, and didn't know what the awakening gem could bring, but based on Ji Yuedong's attitude, they knew that it was a good thing. For a moment, Mu Xia and Mu Xiaohui were both a little envious. We are all family, you will have it too. Zhang Lin seemed to notice their gazes and said with a smile. Mu Xia and Mu Xiaohui were like frightened rabbits, and they quickly waved their hands and said, "We don't want such a precious thing. You have to take it even if you don't want it. We all have it." Zhang Lin thought to himself, "The wool comes from the sheep, and the reward comes from you. If you don't use it, who will?" "Okay, no more nonsense, Yuetong, you go first." Zhang Lin casually grabbed a gem and threw it to Ji Yuetong. The gem was thrown in an arc and landed quickly on the ground. Ji Yuetong's eyes widened and turned red. She jumped up instantly and caught the gem with both hands. Then she said helplessly, "Be careful. What if it breaks?" Zhang Lin shrugged without comment, said nothing, and looked indifferent. Ji Yuetong felt even more helpless. He really doesn't know how precious this thing is. In fact, the gem is very strong and it would be fine if it were to fall normally. But for Ji Yuetong, this thing is a rare treasure, and she doesn't want to take any risk at all. In order to prevent Zhang Lin from doing anything weird again, Ji Yuetong didn't even dare to look at the gem carefully. She just raised her little hand and patted it on her smooth forehead. The gem instantly turned into an illusory purple energy and poured into Ji Yuetong's body. At the same time, some strange phenomena occurred around her. When Zhang Lin woke up, the sound of a dragon's roar was heard around him. When Enchinga woke up, there was a gentle breeze around him. The visions that appear are all related to the extraordinary templates they have awakened. At this moment, a soft white light appeared beside Ji Yuetong. A white light seemed to appear out of thin air above her head, covering her entire body from top to bottom. At this moment, she actually looked somewhat holy. After a moment, the white light around Ji Yuetong disappeared, and she closed her eyes to sense her own abilities. After a moment, she opened her eyes, and her small, rosy lips couldn't help but outline a brilliant arc. "I am also a legendary template. Tell us what abilities you have." Zhang Lin was very calm. "Isn't it just a legendary template? Everyone is like this. Is there any need to be surprised?" Ji Yuetong slowly stopped smiling, but there was an unfading joy between her eyebrows. "My extraordinary template is called Holy Sister, and my main ability is healing." Then, she excitedly talked about her 3 extraordinary abilities. Holy Sister Template. Radiant Shield. It can add a shield of light energy to the target. Before the shield energy is consumed, the target protected by the shield will not be harmed. Holy Ritual. Rituals can be performed on food or water to bless the food and water with holy power. Eating these foods and water can help people quickly recover from physical injuries. God promises immortality. When a holy nun receives fatal damage, as long as her body's integrity is not less than 50%, she will enter a state of suspended animation. After a period of time, her body will be fully restored and the holy nun will be resurrected. This is a purely auxiliary extraordinary template, and it comes with a life-saving skill. If you look at it alone, it is not very powerful, but if you cooperate with the team, it is very powerful. The Holy Shield can make Zhang Lin stronger and more resistant, and can also save the lives of teammates at critical moments. The Holy Ritual can produce various types of recovery food at a low cost. If you are caught in a long battle, eating a bite of food with holy power will instantly restore your status to full, and the enemy will probably be desperate. Food and Beverage Boutique Recommendation. There is no need to say more about the life-saving God Su Bushio. Anyone who has played the game knows that supports can easily be cut to death, but Ji Yuetong doesn't have that worry. As long as she's careful not to get chopped into minced meat, she won't die. And Qin Wu watched with envy from the side, but also felt a bit of pressure. Zhang Lin, her sister, and Ji Yuetong are all awakened legendary templates. It would be embarrassing if she didn't awaken a legendary template. She heard it from Ji Yuetong. There is also a chance when the awakening gem awakens. The lowest is a rare template, but it is not necessarily a legendary template. "Brother-in-law, I'm beginning to awaken too," and Qin Wu said quickly when she saw that Zhang Lin wanted to try out his abilities with Ji Yuetong. "She can't wait any longer. The longer I wait, the more anxious I become. A short pain is worse than a long one." "Well, then you awaken first, and you two can experiment with your abilities together later." Zhang Lin was not in a hurry. He pointed to another gem on the table and asked Qin Wu to use it. She followed Ji Yuetong's example, picked up the gem with both hands, and pressed it on her forehead. Just like before, illusory purple energy entered her body. A moment later, a vision appeared. There was a faint sound of singing. The sound was ethereal and distant, like a dream, and people couldn't help but indulge in it as soon as they heard it. Zhang Lin and Enchinga couldn't help but listen attentively, while sisters Mu Xia and Mu Xiaoyi were completely mesmerized and completely immersed in the music. Fortunately, this was just an abnormal phenomenon that occurred during awakening and disappeared after a moment. Everyone came to their senses and looked at Qin Wu. She showed a relieved smile. Her fair cheeks and tender pink lips were tightly pursed. She didn't want to laugh, as that would seem unreserved. "Sister, brother-in-law, I am also a legendary template, named Siren Song. After saying this, she still couldn't help showing an excited expression. Especially when she looked at Zhang Lin, her beautiful eyes were filled with anticipation. She hoped that Zhang Lin would praise her so that she could contribute to the family in the future. Tell me about your abilities. However, Zhang Lin was very calm and had no intention of praising her at all. And Qing Wu felt a little disappointed, then slowly spoke of her abilities. Siren Song Template. Throat of Deception. Transform the throat of the Siren Song Template owner, making the throat of the Siren Song Template owner have magical effects. Every song sung will grant various buffs to yourself and your companions depending on the style. She only mentioned the first ability, and Zhang Lin was stunned. Will I be the one leading the fights in the future? Chapter 58. The correct use of gems. Judging from the first ability alone, and Qing Wu's future positioning is similar to Ji Weitong, also a supporting position. And Qing Wu continued to talk about her second and third abilities. Mirror Image. Use water element to create 2 mirror images of yourself. The mirror images have the same appearance, smell, temperature as the original body, are not self-motivated, cannot attack, and have the same physique as the original body. The mirror images disappear after receiving fatal damage. Corrosive Web. Use water elements to construct a large web with corrosive power that can trap the target and cause minor corrosive damage. After talking about the 3 skills, Zhang Lin was already certain that Qing Wu could only play a supporting role in the future. Her 3 abilities basically cannot increase her combat effectiveness. The Awakening template may also be related to personality. And Qingge has a strong personality and is determined to help Zhang Lin, so he awakens the extraordinary template for the direction of combat. Ji Weitong is just an old salted fish. She only wants to live comfortably, and doesn't mind becoming Zhang Lin's exclusive toy in exchange for Zhang Lin's protection. So what she awakened was the more mixed Holy Nun template, specializing in support, and also having a strong life-saving ability. And Qing Wu, who has been well protected by Qingge since she was a child, does not have much desire to fight, but she also wants to help Zhang Lin and her sister, so she awakened the abilities of gain and control, and also has a mirror image, which is also used to confuse the enemy and save her life. And Zhang Lin. He was eager to have children at that time, which might be in line with the characteristics of a dragon. After all, according to legend, the nature of dragons is that they can leave offspring like any other species, so the template for his awakening was related to the dragon. Brother-in-law, is my awakened ability powerful? And Qing Wu looked at him expectantly, hoping to get praise. Zhang Lin thought about it and decided to comfort the child. Not bad, next time when I fight you can sing for me from behind and bless me. Okay, I happen to be studying music, and you will definitely like listening to it, brother-in-law. And Qing Wu was greatly encouraged and said happily. Could it be that the awakening template is also related to this? And Qing Wu studied music before, so her awakened ability is also related to music? Weitong, have you awakened a supernatural template before? Zhang Lin turned to look at Ji Weitong and asked. What type was it? I told you so, Ji Weitong said in a dissatisfied voice. It's an ordinary template, for treatment purposes. Didn't you listen carefully at the time? I was probably eating in the baby cafeteria at the time and didn't pay attention. Having said that, Ji Weitong used to be a healing type template, and her current abilities also have certain healing and recovery effects. There should be some connection between the two. Zhang Lin smiled and changed the subject. So, everyone's awakened template is related to themselves. Can we train a certain skill in advance, and then use the awakening gem to achieve the purpose of awakening the template we want? You mentioned these things. I really haven't thought about them. Ji Weitong hesitated slightly. The main reason is that awakening gems were too precious and too rare in the past, so it was impossible to experiment and summarize these things. My guess is about right. Zhang Lin stroked his chin and thought. You and Qing Wu are enough as assistants. It would be better to awaken the combat template in the future. As he said that, he looked at the twin sisters and said, in addition to cooking, you two should also train your combat skills. In this regard, go and ask Weitong for advice. Don't think that Ji Weitong is an old hand who would rather stay at home if possible. But in terms of combat experience, she is better than Zhang Lin. After all, she is a veteran who has experienced many apocalypses and has killed more than one person. The twin sisters looked surprised. Brother, I'm afraid we can't do it. We don't even dare to kill a chicken, how dare we fight? The two sisters spoke together, their words and intonations were exactly the same, very synchronized, as if they were one person. In the end times, if you don't have the ability to fight, you are just lambs to be slaughtered. If you don't dare to kill people, then go and practice. You also have to contribute to this family. And Qingge spoke at this time, and said to the twin sisters very sternly. She already knew Zhang Lin's secret, and also knew that the twins would be Zhang Lin's dish sooner or later. She couldn't stop this, and she couldn't stop it. Ji Wetong said that after the new era, the strength of many people will advance by leaps and bounds. After all, with awakened memories, the reborn can take the lead. In addition to the dangers of their own kind, there are also various dangerous supernatural creatures after the new era. For the sake of Zhang Lin, herself and her sister, and to continue living a safe and comfortable life, she had no choice but to accept this. In her heart, Zhang Lin and her sister are her family. The other women were all tools used by Zhang Lin to get rewards. At the same time, they can also contribute to the family and add bricks and tiles. That is because she has the sensibility of a woman. Otherwise, out of rational considerations, she would like to help Zhang Lin find a few more women. Got it, sister. The twin sisters were startled. They looked at each other, and could only agree helplessly. Before coming, they were more afraid of Zhang Lin and like the kind Inchinga, but since they knew Zhang Lin's thoughts, they became even more afraid of Inchinga. If Zhang Lin wanted them, he would definitely not kill them. But as Zhang Lin's woman, Inchinga would definitely not like them very much. The twin sisters are young but very mature mentally, and this is very obvious. Okay, Chinga, don't scare them. Zhang Lin smiled, and then said to the sisters Mu Xia and Mu Xiaohui. This is just to increase your strength in case of emergency. As your man, I will not let you take action unless it is necessary. When Mu Xia and Mu Xiaohui heard this, their faces turned pale and they quickly looked at Inchinga, their hearts trembling with fear. However, they saw that there was no expression on Inchinga's smooth and fair face, and the two sisters were stunned. They just felt that Inchinga must have been cruel to them. Inchinga was indeed unhappy, but he could only accept it helplessly. And Qin Wu, at this time, was still immersed in the joy of having acquired extraordinary abilities, humming a little tune with the extraordinary voice brought by her newfound enchanting throat. As for Ji Wetong, she was also numb. Judging from the way Inchinga directly threatened her that day, this woman was also a ruthless person. She really couldn't understand how Zhang Lin had trained Inchinga to be like this. Zhang Lin and Inchinga had no idea what Ji Wetong was thinking, so Zhang Lin took everyone to the third floor to test Ji Wetong and Inchinga's abilities. After a busy period, it was already dark outside. Zhang Lin simply told the twin cooks not to cook and just to eat some packaged food. Then, under everyone's gaze, she went to Inchinga's bedroom. Chapter 59. It's your fault that you're in the way. Sister. And Qingwu looked at her sister in panic. Her brother-in-law went to her bedroom in front of everyone. The meaning was obvious. How could she face everyone in the future? Before, she said that Ji Wetong was a bad woman who seduced her brother-in-law, but now she is also. She didn't even dare to look at Ji Wetong. Zhang Lin is a good person, and she has the ability to protect us and lead us to a good life. Don't be afraid, go. And Chinga said this to her sister in a daze, then touched her sister's hair and watched her walk into the bedroom. She didn't know if what she did was right or not, but since things had come to this point, she could only accept it and hope that Zhang Lin would be nicer to her and her sister in the future. Chinga, do you want me to chat with you? Ji Wetong asked. She felt that Chinga must be in a bad mood right now. Then go to my room. And Chinga did not refuse. She really had to find something to divert her attention, otherwise her mind would always be filled with thoughts of what was going to happen between her sister and Zhang Lin. The two of them went downstairs together. Mu Xiaohui looked at Mu Xia. Xia, what on earth does Sister Chinga mean? Sister Qin Wu is her younger sister, and she didn't say a word. It's obvious that Sister Chinga has already agreed. Mu Xia looked like she saw through everything. That's good. At least Sister Chinga won't hate us anymore. Then, are we really going to go find Brother Zhang Lin? Mu Xiaohui lowered her head slightly, rubbing the corners of her clothes with her two small hands. It seems we have no other choice. Mu Xia sighed. It's good to follow Brother Zhang Lin. We won't have to worry about food and drink in the future, and no one will bully us. Moreover, he can help us awaken the magical extraordinary template. Anyway, all the women in this house belong to Brother Zhang Lin, and we will follow him. No one will laugh at us. Mu Xiaohui really accepted her fate at this moment. Then, when are we going to find Brother Zhang Lin? Mu Xia asked embarrassedly with a blush on her cheeks. Mu Xiaohui was also speechless. For the two girls, it was really hard for them to take the initiative to find Zhang Lin. The other side. In Qingwu's bedroom. Zhang Lin sat on the soft big bed covered with pink sheets and looked around. Although they have only moved in a few days, this bedroom has been transformed by Qingwu in her own style. Some cute dolls are placed in the room, and the overall decoration is in pink, which is more girlish. It is clean and tidy, and has a faint fragrance. And Qingwu sat next to Zhang Lin, with her legs together and her hands on her legs. Her posture was very stiff, she was too nervous. Don't be nervous, I don't eat people. John Lin approached her with a smile, and put one arm on her shoulder. And Qingwu's body trembled slightly. The heaviness and warmth of the man's arms were too unfamiliar to her, and John Lin's identity was different. This was a bit too stimulating for a girl who had never had any emotional experience or physical contact between men and women. I promise your sister that I would treat you well in the future. John Lin spoke softly while he had already held her in his arms. Feeling the warmth of this petite and lovely girl in his arms, the blood in his body began to flow faster. And Qingwu became even more nervous. Her mind went blank and she completely lost the ability to think. Next, she was like a big figurine that could be manipulated by anyone, cooperating completely with John Lin and doing whatever he told her to do. Until a sharp pain came. And Qingwu finally came back to her senses. She opened her eyes and saw John Lin's face. At this moment, he pursed his lips, as if he was enduring something. The night is still long. The physical bonus brought by the legendary template makes Qingwu's resistance to damage much stronger. At the same time, the voice blessed by the passive skill of Throat of Bewitching World also plays a beautiful piece of music. It's dawn. John Lin walked out of the house refreshed. First, he went to number 16 to call Chinzibo, and then the two of them went out of the city together to see if they could kill some lone zombies. And Qingwu's body was soft, and her voice was charming, making him feel a new version of himself that he had never felt before. At this moment, he thought the zombies on the roadside were cute. The zombie siege is coming soon. You have to hurry up with the team's work. It's not just for me. You are not strong enough. If you don't have a team, your chances of survival are too small. After killing the last zombie around with a few shots, John Lin sat in the passenger seat to rest, while speaking to Chinzibo, who was harvesting zombies' ears everywhere. Hope City is full of mixed people, and many people are untrustworthy. I dare not be hasty when selecting people. Chinzibo returned to the car with a bag of zombie ears. However, I also have a few potential candidates. Before the zombies surround the city, I can recruit 6 people. Yeah. John Lin nodded, and then asked Chinzibo to drive, avoiding the majority of zombies that had already assembled into an army, and look for scattered zombies to hunt. The zombie siege is coming, and the city lord has raised the price of zombies. Now 1 zombie is worth 3 contribution points. Almost all the people in Hope City came out, looking for lone zombies to hunt. This is the preparation made by the city lord for the zombie siege. Before the zombie siege arrives, mobilize the entire city of Hope to weaken the zombies' vitality as much as possible. Of course, few people have this pattern. Most people hunt zombies for more contribution points. For example, John Lin. He admired the city lord's vision and was willing to cooperate when it was beneficial to him. After all, the contribution points he earned could be exchanged for food to increase his reserves. In this way, John Lin also has some vision. However, some others simply have no vision at all. John Lin has gone out. Let's start the plan. Xiao Lu, go to the city gate and watch. If Shan Lin comes back, send me a message in advance. Haipeng, Lao Jia, come with me to Villa number 5. Remember, don't let anyone see us, otherwise the city lord will not forgive us. Li Jing, who had no vision, took advantage of Zhang Lin's absence and started the action with his men. The captain's power cannot be fully demonstrated at this time, but Li Jing, as a person with awakened memory, is very clear about the captain's power after the new era. He had to act now. Zhang Lin was so strong before the new era. After the new era, Li Jing couldn't imagine how strong Zhang Lin was. If he didn't take action now, Li Jing was afraid that he would never have another chance. To a recommendation. If you want to blame someone, blame you for blocking my way. Li Jing smiled coldly and climbed over the backyard wall into Villa number 5 with 2 of his men. After arriving at the backyard, Li Jing went straight to the 2nd floor of the villa. He had already done some investigation before coming and found out that there were only 5 women in the villa, and they looked very weak. Chapter 60. Teacher Ji opened his mouth. Li Jing's plan was very simple, which was to stir up conflict between Zhang Lin and Lu Dazhao and make the two fight. Zhang Lin and Lu Dazhao are both masters, and there is also a conflict over status. Once they start fighting, it will definitely be a fight to the death. At that time, no matter who dies between the two, he will be able to return to the 4th position. To do this requires some planning. After knowing that Zhang Lin was the 2nd captain appointed by the city lord, Li Jing began to secretly follow Zhang Lin. After observing for a while, he made a plan. While Zhang Lin was out, he sneaked into Villa number 16, knocked out several of Zhang Lin's women, and took them away to Lu Dazhao's home, where he brutally abused them. Because Zhang Lin took Lu Dazhao's place, it was reasonable for Lu Dazhao to take revenge on Zhang Lin and abduct his women, and no one would suspect anything. Li Jing knew Lu Dazhao very well. He had a strong sense of justice, but his personality was a bit immature, and his brain was not very bright. Zhang Lin's woman was abducted and brutally raped. When he found Lu Dazhao, he was definitely not in a good mood. Lu Dazhao's character caused him to not explain too much, especially when Zhang Lin was very rude. In this case, there will definitely be a big fight between the two. If Zhang Lin challenges, Lu Dazhao will definitely accept the challenge. Such was Lu Dazhao's nature. This is Li Jing's plan. Simple yet effective. He took advantage of Lu Dazhao's personality and knew how to stimulate Zhang Lin's emotions, making it completely impossible for the two to communicate and resolve the misunderstanding. At that time, as soon as the two met, they would fight to the death like enemies. You two are in luck. All of Zhang Lin's women are beauties. We'll knock them out and take them to Lu Dazhao's house. Then we'll have fun with all of Zhang Lin's women at his house, Li Jing said to his two men in a low voice as he went upstairs. Hee, Brother Jing, you come first when the time comes, and we just need to drink some soup. Old Jia is middle-aged and very knowledgeable about the ways of the world, he said to Li Jing with a smile on his face. Hai Peng was already lost in fantasy. Before the end of the world, he was just a poor loser. He had only seen beauties like Enshinga and others on short video websites, and every time after watching them, he would open the browser to reward himself. And after the end of the world, having followed Li Jing, he can now experience it for himself. Even though I'm just eating other people's leftovers, it's better than making glue myself. As he thought about it, Hai Peng felt himself getting hot and thirsty. Brother Jing, they are just a few women. We don't need to be so careful, right? Let's go up earlier so we can enjoy it earlier. He couldn't help but urge. Li Jing thought about it and realized that this was the truth, so he quickened his pace and quickly went up to the second floor. At this time, several women from Villa number 16 were in the living room on the second floor. Under the leadership of Enshinga, Ji Yuetong began to train all the women some experience and knowledge about the end of the world, to prevent them from running away like little white rabbits when they really encountered danger. Ji Yuetong said eloquently, in the end times, the most important thing is to always be vigilant. For example, our current house may seem safe, but if a desperate criminal really breaks in, She saw three men suddenly coming up the stairs. On one side, Enshinga sat with her sister. She held her sister's hand, and the two listened to Ji Yuedong's story together. On the other side, Mu Xiuya and Mu Xiaohui also sat on the sofa on the other side, listening carefully to teacher Ji's class. Suddenly, Ji Yuetong paused. They felt something strange and followed Ji Yuedong's gaze, and happened to see Li Jing and others who had just gone upstairs. Is my mouth open? Ji Yuetong muttered to herself. Enshinga's eyes narrowed, his expression instantly turned cold, and he asked, Who are you and what do you want to do? And Qingwu felt her sister's nervousness, and looked at the three people vigilantly. The twin sisters were a little scared and shrank back slightly. Hey, what a coincidence! Li Jing was also slightly stunned when he saw the five women sitting in the living room, and then he showed a ferocious smile. Now we don't have to look for them one by one, we can just catch them all in one fell swoop. Ji Yuetong did not forget to continue teaching at this time. See, there are too many emergencies like this in the end times. You have to get used to it, and avoid being caught off guard. Qingga performed very well and reacted quickly. Just kidding, there are 5 women in this room, 3 of whom are people who have awakened legendary extraordinary templates. Who can hurt them before the new era comes? Ji Yuetong was not afraid at all. Instead, she looked at the 3 people with a teasing look, thinking that there was finally something fun to watch. She stayed at home all day, without any entertainment activities. The only pleasure for her as a woman was when Zhang Lin came back at night, and it might not be her turn. Without the pressure of survival, the demand for entertainment has increased. Now Ji Yuetong is a pure fun-loving person. Xiaoya and Xiaohui, you two should hide behind us. And Qingga arranged calmly. Yuetong, you should not take action. Xiaowu and I will deal with these 3 people. Just in time, someone came to offer a head to her, and she used it to train her sister. And Qingwu was a little nervous. Sister, I have never killed anyone. And Qingga stroked his sister's hair and said, It's okay, don't be nervous, you'll get used to it after killing a few more times. Ji Yuetong. She really thinks Qingga and Zhang Lin are a perfect match. The mentality changed too quickly. She still remembered that when she first experienced the apocalypse, it took her several months to change her mindset. Li Jing's face darkened as he listened to the conversation between the women. He suppressed his anger and said coldly, It seems that you still don't understand what is going to happen. Hai Peng, Lao Jia, you block the stairs and windows, I'll do it. He has been reborn many times and knows a lot of secret things. Like Luo Jinxin, He also created simple potions that could be made during the Resident Evil period to improve himself. In terms of strength, it is stronger than Luo Jinxin's half-corpse potion. They are just a few women. Li Jing doesn't think they can be his opponents. How dare you look down on him like this? Li Jing decided to catch one and operate on him right away, to let them know what fear feels like. He strode towards the women with a grim smile on his face. Don't scream later or I'll get even more excited. Mu Xia and Mu Xiaowei had already hidden behind the sofa. Ji Weidong sat there calmly, and took out a bag of potato chips. With a slight sound, she unscrewed the cap of a bottle of carbonated drink, and placed it in front of her. Food and beverage boutique recommendations in Qingge and in Qingwu stood up to meet the enemy. Xiao Wu, let me ask you, what is the first step? She asked in a gentle tone, just like when she was helping her sister with homework when she was a child. Chapter 61 in Qingwu's first combat. Catch him first? And Qingwu had no combat experience at all and could only express her understanding of the game. That's right, let's do it! And Qingge smiled slightly and spoke to her sister in an encouraging tone. And Qingwu gained a little more confidence. She looked at Li Jing, raised a plain little hand, and began to condense water elements. Web of corrosion. What the hell are you doing, bitches? Li Jing felt something was wrong. He didn't understand why Qingge and the others didn't have the slightest fear of him. Then, he saw Qingwu raised one hand, and dark elements like ink condensed in her hand. In just less than a second, a palm-sized fishing net-like object appeared in her hand. Then, Qingwu threw a palm-sized fishing net over and flew towards him. The closer the net got to him, the bigger it became. This is not a visual effect, but the fishing net is really getting bigger. Moreover, Li Jing also felt a dangerous aura from this fishing net. Extraordinary! Li Jing's eyes were bloodshot, and he yelled loudly. This is definitely an extraordinary power. Before the new era, most of the simple potions they made were just simplified versions of extraordinary potions. After using them, they could only improve some physical fitness or some simple ability bonuses. For example, the green potion used by Chen Zibo was mainly used to increase speed. The medicine that Li Jing made himself was only used to improve physical fitness. But it only improves physical fitness. Like in Qingwu at this moment, directly throwing out an elemental fishing net is definitely an extraordinary ability. Damn it, how is this possible? Li Jing was horrified. How is it possible that someone could make an extraordinary potion right now? But before he could figure out the result in his mind, the fishing net had already covered him. A huge fishing net enveloped Li Jing, with the end fitting tightly against the ground. He was trapped and unable to move. At the same time, the corrosive water element came into contact with his skin, instantly burning out a puff of green smoke. Li Jing couldn't help but screaming in pain. Sister, what should we do next? And Qingwu looked at her sister, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. When she played games before, she played the role of a support, standing at the back and throwing a few skills, and then being killed by the enemy. At this moment, she had no idea what to do. Xiao Wu, take this gun and kill him! And Qingge's pretty face was full of coldness. She took out her red-tasseled spear and handed it to Qingwu. And Qingwu's hands were shaking slightly. She was very scared, but she did not refuse. Her sister would not harm her. Since her sister asked her to do it, she would overcome everything and do it. She held the red-tasseled spear in both hands, her body trembling slightly, but she still walked towards Li Jing firmly. Li Jing was controlled and unable to move. He could only wait for death, but he still had two subordinates. When Haiping and Lao Jia saw that the boss was trapped, they rushed over immediately. They had never awakened their memories and did not understand the horror of supernatural powers. Although they were a little horrified by the huge net that appeared out of nowhere, they were not very afraid of Qingwu, who looked delicate and tender, even though she was holding a spear. Both of them had weapons in their hands, which were traditional Han swords found in handicraft shops. They had polished and sharpened them. Then, they waved their swords and rushed towards Qingwu. And Qingwu's mind went blank in an instant, and she stood there in a daze for a moment. Xiao Wu, use your mirroring ability! And Qingge reminded her from behind. But she did not step forward. If Qingwu was really in danger, she could take action at any time, but unless it was a critical moment, she still hoped that her sister would deal with them herself. Yes, mirror image! And Qingwu came back to her senses, and with a thought, the sound of tidal waves rang out around her. At the same time, the ground became wet and water splashed everywhere. Her body disappeared out of thin air for a moment, and then 3 and Qingwu appeared in the living room. These 3 and Qingwas are exactly the same, with the same appearance, the same decoration, the same smell and temperature, and they all hold spears. Haiping and Lao Jia couldn't help but slow down their pace. How did one person suddenly become three? They didn't know which one to hit for a moment. The duration of your net is limited. Get rid of the controlled enemy first. Ji Wetong drank a sip of ice-cold Fat House happy water, burped happily, and did not forget to direct in Qingwu from the back. The three and King was held spears and stabbed at Li Jing at the same time. Haiping and Lao Jia didn't have time to worry about this. They just picked a target at random and stabbed it with their swords together. The three and King was paused for a moment, but immediately ignored the attacks from Haiping and Lao Jia. With a puff sound, 3 spears pierced into Li Jing's body at the same time, but only one sound was made, and only one wound appeared on his body. Ah! Along with Li Jing's shrill screams, the one among the three in Qingwu who was stabbed by 2 long swords turned into a pool of water and fell to the ground. The 2 in Qingwu drew out their spears, their faces pale as they took a step back. Li Jing's screams put some psychological pressure on her. Xiao Wu, well done, but you have to finish off the enemy. Only dead enemies are good enemies. And Qingge encouraged from behind. You must overcome your fear. Otherwise, you will not be able to help Zhang Lin in the future and will become a useless person. When Qingwu heard this, her face changed and she immediately stabbed Li Jing again. Oh! I drafted it. Haipeng, you too, hurry up and save me! Li Jing was shot twice, but no vital parts were injured. He was shaking with pain, but he didn't dare to move. If he struggled, the contact area between the corrosion net and him would become larger, causing greater damage. Brother Jing, don't worry, we are here! Having just easily resolved one of Qingwu's fantasies, the 2 men were no longer afraid of Qingwu. Haipeng and Lao Jia looked at each other, and simply chose a target each and attacked with swords. Court death! Qingge finally took action at this time. She condensed violent wind energy in her hands, and instantly, 2 sharp blades condensed from wind energy flew towards the 2 people. With 2 puff sounds, 2 heads fell to the ground. His sister had already seen blood, which was considered as training, and she didn't have any fighting ability, so Qingge didn't force his sister to get rid of everyone. At this time, Li Jing was not dead yet. He was expecting Haipeng and Lao Jia to come and rescue him, but he saw Qingge use his superpower to kill the 2 men in an instant. For a moment, he ignored the severe pain on his shocked face. Another extraordinary one! Damn it, who are you guys? Why were you able to awaken the extraordinary template before the new era? And more than one? At this point, Li Jing completely collapsed. Chapter 62, Good Wife. It's no wonder that Li Jing collapsed. These women are so powerful, and no one knows how powerful the more mysterious Zhang Lin is. It was because he was afraid of Zhang Lin's strength that he did not dare to challenge Zhang Lin himself, but chose to use tricks in secret to provoke Zhang Lin and Lu Dazhao to become enemies. But Li Jing never expected that Zhang Lin was hiding so deeply. Not to mention Zhang Lin's own strength, Lu Dazhao is no match for these 2 women. His plan is like that of a clown. Yue Tong, ask him if he has any accomplices. And Qingge made careful arrangements. Ji Wetong jumped off the sofa, came to the corrosion network, and said with a smile. Captain Li, long time no see. As you can see, you have no hope now. Tell me the truth, do you have any accomplices? And Qingge meant that if Li Jing didn't tell her, he would be tortured. Only Ji Wetong may have experience in this area. But Ji Wetong knew that there was no need to use torture. She had experienced countless life and death crises and knew very well what it was like to be a person who had completely lost hope. Li Jing was now hopeless and did not resist. He said directly, I have a little brother who will help me keep watch at the door. Then, he first told Ji Wetong the purpose of his visit, and told her the appearance of the younger brother who was watching at the city gate. Then, he said with a look of resignation, I am very cooperative. Just give me a quick death. Ji Wetong nodded and gave Qingge a look. But Qingge had some concerns. Can you trust his words? How about trying to torture him first? Last time I saw Zhang Lin use a trick that worked really well. She recalled the way Zhang Lin interrogated the mysterious man Shirkuan after killing the corpse king. There's no need. I can see that he has no intention of resisting at all and he won't lie. Ji Wetong waved her hand. It wasn't that she trusted Li Jing so much. As Li Jing was the captain of the previous 4 teams, she knew Li Jing and knew that Li Jing was not a good person and did not have any particularly strong strength or plans. Such a person really has no conspiracy to come up with. Xiao Wu, let's do it. Since Qingge wants to train his sister, he has to train her thoroughly and let her see blood on her hands, so that she can participate in various battles in the future. At the same time, she called Mu Xia and Mu Xiaowei over and asked them to watch Li Jing being killed with their own eyes so that they could adapt themselves first. Under the gaze of everyone, Qingwu, holding the red-tasseled spear, stabbed it into Li Jing's chest again. He had a strong physique, and the previous 2 shots plus the damage from the corrosive web did not kill him, but this time Qingwu stabbed him in the vitals, and eventually his heart stopped beating in pain. And Qingwu, who had killed someone with her own hands, turned pale. She stood in a pool of blood in the living room in panic, not knowing what to do. Mu Xiuya and Mu Xiaowei at the back also felt very uncomfortable, but due to their fear of Inchinga, they could only endure it. You must adapt as quickly as possible. Soon, zombies will besiege the City of Hope. Then there will be a big battle. Not only will we fight zombies, but we will also have to be on guard against our own kind. Inchinga no longer doted on his sister at this time. Instead, he said to Qingwu and the twin sisters with a serious expression. We are a family. For the sake of our family's future good life, each of us must contribute. Otherwise, I won't let you off easily. At this moment, even Ji Weitong was a little afraid of Inchinga. She quickly expressed her position. Sister Chinga, from now on you will be our eldest sister, and we will all listen to you. Sister Chinga, we got it. We will adapt as soon as possible. The twin sisters also quickly expressed their opinions. And Qingwu said, Sister, don't worry, if anyone dares to hurt you and your brother-in-law, I will definitely not show mercy. And Qingga nodded in satisfaction and clapped his hands. Alright, let's clean up the house together, and then go to the city gate to get rid of Li Jing's little brothers. On a street somewhere near Hope City, Chen Zibo was harvesting the ears of zombies. The two found a group of lone zombies. After a simple cleanup, they obtained the ears of more than a dozen zombies. Zhang Lin sat in the car, staring at a brass box. Open the lid, and the back of the lid, which is as smooth as a mirror, is like a surveillance screen, showing what is happening in the back garden of the villa. And Qingwu and the twin sisters dug a hole in the garden, while Inchinga and Ji Weitong dragged several corpses to the back garden. Then they dug a huge deep pit together and threw the corpses into it. Instead of rushing to fill the pit with soil, they went out together and came back a moment later to find another body in the pit. Finally, they filled the space with soil, and a tall pile of soil appeared in the backyard of Villa number 16. There are really people who don't want to live. Zhang Lin sighed, closed the brass box and put it in his pocket. This is the reward given by the pregnancy system to Inchinga. The box produces a scout spirit every week. After placing the scout spirit, the lid can be used as a screen to see what the scout spirit sees. When Zhang Lin goes out, he often takes out his detective heart to check to avoid any problems at home. Just now, when Chen Zibo was cutting off the zombie's ear, he took it out to have a look, and just in time he saw Li Jing and others climbing in from the backyard. At first he was a little nervous, wondering whether to go back immediately. But after thinking about it, I felt relieved. There are 3 people in the house who have awakened the extraordinary template, and there is also Ji Weitong, an experienced reborn person. If someone can still rob the house, it can only be said that Zhang Lin and his women have chosen the wrong person. So Zhang Lin suppressed the urge to go back and looked carefully for a while. Sure enough, he saw Inchinga and others burying the body in the backyard. He was particularly pleased when he saw Inchinga and others bringing back another corpse from outside and throwing it into the pit. They have also grown up and will become his helpers in the future. Zhang Lin, let's retreat. After Chen Zibo harvested the zombie's ears, he saw a huge zombie army coming at the end of the wide road and quickly reminded Zhang Lin. Zhang Lin looked up and immediately made a decision. Retreat. In just one morning, more than 30 zombies were killed, which was just a drizzle for Zhang Lin. However, the current situation is like this, and others are not as good as Zhang Lin. A large number of zombies gathered under the command of the Zombie King. It is difficult to find a lone zombie, and one must also be on guard against being surrounded by the zombie army. Many people have completely retreated into Hope City and no longer go out. Zhang Lin thought about it and decided to go back with Chen Zibo. There won't be much to gain from staying outside, and the risks are getting bigger and bigger. It's better to go back. Besides, an accident happened at home, and Zhang Lin also wants to go back quickly to find out what happened. Chapter 63. More cannon fodder is always good. Chapter 63. It's always better to have more cannon fodder, Hope Chengyai. Ji Weitong was doing business in the city lord's mansion. The current 5th captain, Li Jing, challenged me and was killed by me. I will take his place. Also, his house and everything he owns will belong to me. After Zhang Lin came back, she called Zhang Lin and went to the city lord's mansion. Since Li Jing was killed, it cannot be in vain. According to the city lord's rules, if Li Jing challenges and is killed by Ji Weitong, then everything he has will belong to Ji Weitong. Although Li Jing was killed by Qingwu, for the women in the family, they are all family members, and it doesn't matter who replaces Li Jing's position, so the most experienced Ji Weitong was allowed to come. The reason why she called Zhang Lin along was because she was afraid that someone would challenge her after she took over Li Jing's position. Only with Zhang Lin, a well-known ruthless man in Hope City, around, did she dare to come out with confidence. The fifth captain challenges you? Everyone in the city lord's mansion was stunned. Ji Weitong has no status and no property. The house that originally belonged to her is now under Zhang Lin's name. Li Jingxian is so annoying that he will challenge her. Why, do you have any objection? Zhang Lin stood up at the right time and asked with a stern look on his face. In fact, according to the city lord's rules, Li Jing broke into a private house and was killed in a counterattack, which did not count as a challenge. In this case, everything he had would be taken back by the city lord. But Li Jing was already dead, and the dead cannot speak. Whether he was killed for challenging or for trespassing, it all depends on what Ji Weitong says. If Zhang Lin was not there, the people in the city lord's mansion might use the excuse that Ji Weitong had no evidence to refuse Ji Weitong from inheriting Li Jing's things. But now, when the retail boutique recommendation staff saw Zhang Lin's unfriendly look, he immediately shrank his head and said, No opinion. How dare he say anything? So far, no one who has offended Zhang Lin has survived. Moreover, he is someone the city lord has high hopes for. In the city lord's heart, he is second only to the first captain. But the first captain is the city lord's absolute confidant. In every reincarnation, her position as the first captain is very stable and no one dares to challenge her. Before Zhang Lin, only the first captain had enjoyed this level of treatment. So, there is no need to say more about Zhang Lin's position in the city lord's heart. The more the staff thought about it, the more they felt comfortable. Their mentality instantly calmed down. They smiled and said, Captain Zhang, you've already spoken, how can we not believe it? Wait a moment, we'll process the formalities for Captain Ji right away. Well, Ji Weitong hasn't taken her seat yet, but the staff has already called the captain. A moment later, Ji Weitong's identity changed. As long as she waits until the new era and the city guard is established, she will be the sixth person in Hope City. On the way back, Ji Weitong still lamented the impermanence of the world. An old and insignificant person has now turned over a new leaf. Come to my place tonight, I will thank you very much. When they returned home and stood in front of the door, Ji Weitong said to Zhang Lin with charming eyes and rosy face. No! Zhang Lin refused with a righteous look on his face. I'll go accompany Chinga today, you wait until tomorrow. Ji Weitong was almost mad to death. This man was too boring. It's just today. It will be different tomorrow if you come. What's the difference? Zhang Lin asked. Service. She looked at Zhang Lin confidently. Come or not, come here today and play however you want. Zhang Lin looked at her small, pink lips, and felt a little moved. He slowed down his tone and said, Be good, let's postpone it until tomorrow. Ji Weitong was sulking and didn't say anything. Zhang Lin chuckled, he knew that she had already agreed. As a man with principles, I have to treat everyone equally, 1 day per person, and no one is allowed to break the rules. If you really don't want to wait, you can choose to be together. Zhang Lin has absolutely no objection. After returning home, Zhang Lin called everyone together and told them his plan. All our contribution points have been exchanged for food, and they are all here with me. In the next few days, we will prepare for the zombie siege. If we can fight, we will repel the zombie army. If not, you should be prepared to follow me. Everyone agreed with Zhang Lin's choice. Even Ji Weitong, a long-time resident of Hope City, would not choose to fight to the death for Hope City. Others can only stay in Hope City because they cannot leave, but they have Zhang Lin, and they still have a way out. I'm just telling you in advance so that you can be prepared. That's it, Xiaya and Xiaowei, go and cook. Zhang Lin had the aura of the head of the family. After resting for a while at home and having dinner, Zhang Lin hugged Chinga and returned to the master bedroom on the second floor. Zhang Lin, why don't you go and keep Xiaowu company? She just followed you yesterday. And Chinga said hesitantly. You each have 1 day, it's fair and just. Zhang Lin said righteously. I'll go to Xiaowu's place in 2 days. If you're worried about her, call her over and we'll go together. What are you talking about? And Chinga's pretty face suddenly turned red. She called her sister over and, what happened? After being interrupted by Zhang Lin, she didn't want to bring up the matter of asking Zhang Lin to accompany in Qingwu. Then, she talked about Mu Xiaya and Mu Xiaowei. The zombie siege is too dangerous. Are you keeping a close eye on the twin sisters? After Chinga said this, a feeling of grievance suddenly surged in his heart. She actually took the initiative to urge Zhang Lin to find another woman. However, she had no choice. In the face of a crisis, anyone could die. She didn't want Zhang Lin and her sisters to die, so she could only find a way to improve her strength. Well, Zhang Lin hugged her, feeling her snow-white and delicate skin, and said helplessly, The main thing is to make them willing. If they have any resistance in their hearts, they won't get the reward. I can't force them too much. Hey. And Chinga leaned on Zhang Lin's chest, feeling helpless. I'll talk to them tomorrow. Chinga, you are really my good wife. Zhang Lin couldn't help but exclaim in praise. And Chinga was silent with some resentment. If possible, who would be willing to be such a good wife? However, these were the conditions for Zhang Lin to get the reward, so she could only help Zhang Lin. After they flirted with each other for a while, Zhang Lin couldn't help himself. And Chinga became pregnant, and Zhang Lin was forced to become much gentler. However, Chinga really couldn't bear the conquest. Even though he became much gentler, it didn't take long before she was defeated by Zhang Lin's gentle offensive, and all the resentment in her heart disappeared. The next day, Zhang Lin did not leave Hope City, but went to number 5, delivered some supplies to Chinzibo, and urged him to recruit people quickly. When zombies are surrounding a city, it's always good to have more cannon fodder. Chapter 64 Pre-War Rewards. Zhang Lin went to look around Hope City during the day and found that the zombie army had already gathered. There were 4 zombie kings in total and countless ordinary zombies. The densely packed zombies make me dizzy just looking at them. For the next 2 days, Zhang Lin did not go out again. He did not even need to go out to investigate the situation, because from inside Hope City, just by standing on a rooftop, he could see that dense swarms of zombies had surrounded Hope City. No one thought of escaping. There are more than just these zombie kings. There are now armies of zombies everywhere. I hope that there are at least many people in the city and there is still a glimmer of hope. If I am alone outside, unless I have the strength of Zhang Lin and abundant food reserves like him, leading the crowd would be seeking death. In Hope City, under the order of the city lord, everyone gathered together, received a simple training, and then weapons were distributed. Everyone was ready for battle. The location chosen by the city lord to build Hope City is good, with mountains on 2 sides and water on 1 side. In other words, as long as the people in Hope City hold their own, they can resist the zombie army. Zhang Lin! Lu Dazhao suddenly came to the door. As the captain of Hope City, you must shoulder your responsibilities. The city lord has divided it into 5 defense areas. You are responsible for leading people to guard the most important gate. Zhang Lin was a little confused. Shouldn't the most powerful person be the captain of Team 1? Why should I be guarding the gate? The boss hasn't arrived at Hope City yet. Lu Dazhao shrugged and said, If she doesn't come, you are the person with the highest status in Hope City except the city lord. Of course, such an important place as the gate will be handed over to you. Zhang Lin was puzzled. Is she so irresponsible? She doesn't even come to such a big event as the zombie siege? Lu Dazhao explained. It is said that she has an ex-boyfriend. Every time she reincarnates, she will look for her ex-boyfriend first. If she can't find him, she will come to Hope City. Sometimes she will come back before the zombie siege, and sometimes she will be delayed for some time and arrive after the zombie siege. Zhang Lin was speechless and couldn't help but complain. How come your boss is still in love? What a crap ex-boyfriend, is it worth her going through so much trouble? Although it's not nice to criticize the boss in this way, I also want to say. Lu Dazhao also looked very upset. She can't find it every time, but she has to look for it every time. I don't know why she is so persistent. Zhang Lin was a little worried. He didn't want to guard the gate. If he was guarding some other place, he could just retreat if he saw the situation got bad. But if he was guarding the gate, the pressure would be too great, and it would be difficult to retreat if the situation got bad. What's that expression on your face? Don't you want to guard the gate? This is the best position to establish merit. Lu Dazhao looked confused. He still wanted to compete with Zhang Lin, hoping to kill more zombies and eventually make the city lord change his mind and let him return to the second place. And guarding the gate is a good job in his eyes. The gate has a big loophole, which is where the zombies mainly attack, and it is also the most suitable place to kill zombies. You like it? Zhang Lin glanced at him and asked. How about I give it to you? Before the boss came, I was the one guarding the gate. Do you think I'm not capable? Lu Dazhao asked back coldly. Okay, let's switch. Where is your defense zone? Zhang Lin was very happy. He didn't expect that there was someone better than him for such a tough job as guarding the gate. Since you don't know how to cherish the opportunity, then I won't be polite. Lu Dazhao sneered. I hope you won't regret it when you lose to me. Zhang Lin thought to himself, when did I agree to accept your challenge? I may not lose, Zhang Lin said lightly, imitating his cold and arrogant tone. Lu Dazhao just fell for it, and his fighting spirit immediately rose. He turned around and left without even looking back, saying, The zombie siege is about to begin. Go and familiarize yourself with your defense zone. The decisive battle between you and me has begun. Zhang Lin got goosebumps all over his body. He's almost 30, right? Why is he so immature? This question was asked to Ji Wetong. Don't even mention the question of whether he is a middle school student or not, Ji Wetong said with a sad face. I am now the captain of Team 5 and I also have my own defense zone. What should I do? When she first became captain, she was quite happy when she thought about the power she would have in the future. But only then did she realize that being a captain not only means power but also responsibility. She has never been a captain before, so she doesn't know. Your defense area is small. I'll let Qingge and Xiaowu follow you. Also, let Lao Qin and his people follow you as well. Nothing will happen to you. Zhang Lin was helpless with her. What about you? Everyone is with me, wouldn't you be in danger? Ji Wetong finally had some conscience, and started to worry about Zhang Lin. You have a conscience, Zhang Lin said unhappily. My side is not the main defense area, and there are people from Hope City following me, so it's not a big problem. If possible, he still hoped that the city could be defended. After all, it was not easy to find such a suitable place to live. Considering that Hope City had survived into the new era in previous reincarnations, Zhang Lin felt that there should be no surprises this time. But considering that this time the zombie siege started earlier and there were more zombie kings, Zhang Lin estimated that a lot of people would die this time. But Zhang Lin and several women are people who have awakened extraordinary templates, and their chances of survival are much higher than those of ordinary people. Not only does he have the extraordinary template, but he also has the yin-yang magic ring and a pistol with unlimited bullets, so his chances of survival are greater. Therefore, he chose to put all his remaining strength on Ji Yuedong's side. Next, Zhang Lin familiarized himself with his defense zone. It was a fence wall. The city lord had arranged nearly 1,000 people here and distributed weapons to them. They were all under Zhang Lin's command. Then I went to see Ji Yuedong's defense zone. She was the captain of Team 5, the weakest team, and her defense zone was the smallest, which was a water passage. There are not many zombies on the waterway, but there will always be zombies that will launch a sneak attack from here, so the city lord arranged Ji Wetong to guard here, and at the same time arranged more than 200 people, who also had weapons and were under the command of Ji Wetong. She also has the sisters in Qingge and in Qingwu, as well as Chen Zibo and his dozen or so newly recruited men, who are enough to guard the river and ensure the safety of the three of them. Chapter 65 Double Happiness. Hope outside the city. Looking around, there was no sign of a living person. Dense swarms of zombies rushed towards Hope City like violent waves. In Hope City, the 5 major defense zones have been prepared. The first defense zone is naturally the most important gate. Today, the gate is closed, and the people behind the gate are guarding the gate with spears, crossbows, simple bombs, and other weapons. The gate is made up of solid metal cylinders with gaps in the middle. Before the gate is breached, people standing behind the gate can use weapons to attack the zombies outside. As for the other defense zones, except Ji Yuedong's 5th defense zone, which is a river, the remaining 3 defense zones are the city walls of Hope City. The city wall is also made up of iron fences. This was the plan made by the city lord before building the City of Hope. This is when people can stand behind the wall and attack zombies. Human beings' advantage lies in their wisdom. If they do not use various tools to create advantages and simply fight zombies in hand-to-hand combat, they are seeking death. Zhang Lin's defense zone is the 2nd defense zone, which has the longest fence wall. In addition, the commanders of the other 2 defense zones are already in place. At the 1st defense zone, the city lord and Lu Daozhao looked at the zombie army outside that was getting closer and closer, and glanced at the 2nd defense zone nearby. Where is Zhang Lin doing at such a critical moment? The city lord was a little dissatisfied. The zombies are about to attack, and Zhang Lin, the commander of the 2nd defense zone, is not there. This is simply irresponsible. Well, maybe he has something more important than the zombie siege. Lu Daozhao was very willing to believe Zhang Lin. Are you stupid? The city lord was almost mad at him. He tricked you and you took over the defense zone that should have belonged to him. Now you are still speaking for him? This is exactly what I wanted. It's the most dangerous place, but it's also the best place for me to establish merit. Lu Daozhao smiled confidently. The city lord couldn't help but roll his eyes under his silver-white mask. He wanted to say something, but then he saw Lu Daozhao pointing in a certain direction. Look, isn't he coming over here? The city lord turned his head and saw Zhang Lin walking slowly towards him from a distance with a somewhat ruddy face. He looked outside again and saw that the zombies were getting closer. He could already hear the zombies' roars and smell the stench emanating from them. Zhang Lin also saw the city lord, waved from afar, and headed towards his own defense zone. City lord, you have to be a witness for us this time. If I kill more zombies than Zhang Lin, you have to restore my 2nd position, Lu Daozhao said with high morale. The city lord glanced at him and said, If you can kill 4 corpse kings, I will let you be the first. Lu Dajia was silent for a moment, then said helplessly, "No, second place is enough. The eldest is too violent. If I take her place, she won't know how to deal with me." Alas, Xiao Xia is not here again this time, otherwise I would be under much less pressure. When mentioning the first captain, the city lord could not help but sigh. Second defense zone. Zhang Lin returned to his position and promoted a few team leaders from among his own people to facilitate command. Then, he stood behind the fence wall, staring blankly at the zombies that were getting closer and closer. Not scared by zombies. As Zhang Lin recalled the incident, he had an urge to go back again. "I can't think about it." Looking at the zombies outside that were getting closer and closer, he shook his head and said, "Think about the reward I just got. With this thing, I can say that I am invincible." Chapter 66. The War is Coming. After double the happiness comes double the reward. It may be because Zhang Lin, Mu Xiaya and Mu Xiaoyi were together this time. Afterwards, Zhang Lin asked them if they were willing to be his wives. After getting affirmative answers, their rewards were combined and distributed together. Zhang Lin did not get the awakening gem he wanted, and the twin sisters could not awaken for the time being, but he got a secret weapon. A Miao Dao. As shown in the picture, the one used by Mr. Jiaqian was the Miao Dao. The system reward at that time was a weapon embryo. Zhang Lin could freely choose the specific weapon. Miao Dao is a traditional weapon of the Han nationality. It is called Miao Dao because of its slender blade and shape like a seedling. Legend has it that it originated from the ring-handled sword of the Han dynasty. Accessories and clothing recommendations. Zhang Lin didn't know much about cold weapons, but on the eve of the end of the world, he happened to see a popular science video about the Miao Dao, and learned that the Miao Dao was more advanced among cold weapons and had great power. In the Ming dynasty, Qi Jiguang even used an improved Miao Dao to defeat the Japanese pirates. So, he finally chose to turn the weapon embryo into the Miao Dao. The rewards of two people are combined into one weapon. This Miao Dao is of course not that simple. This knife has another feature. Netherworld. The Miao Dao possesses the power of the Netherworld. When it kills an enemy, it devours the enemy's spirit, permanently enhancing the power of the Miao Dao and providing a certain degree of recovery effect for the owner of the Miao Dao. It's a bit like the equipment with blood-sucking properties in the game. In this way, Zhang Lin would basically not be afraid of a protracted battle. With the Miao Dao, he would hardly be exhausted. Moreover, the Miao Dao can increase its power unlimitedly. It can be said that this weapon becomes stronger the more it is used. The ability to grow infinitely is extremely incredible no matter where you put it. Especially now facing the situation of zombies besieging the city, those densely packed zombies are simply the best targets for sacrificing the sword. After a big battle, as long as Zhang Lin is not dead, the power of the Miao Dao may increase to a terrifying level. Now, the Miao Dao is still in the system space and has not been taken out yet. Zhang Lin is not in a hurry. He has already learned from Ji Wetong that in the early battles with zombies, there are not many opportunities for hand-to-hand combat, and the Miao Dao is not very useful. There are only a limited number of humans in Hope City, which is nothing compared to the seemingly endless zombie army. The city lord will not choose to fight the zombies head-on, and he has made a lot of preparations for today's zombie siege. There are densely packed explosives buried under the land outside the city. Now the city lord is waiting. When all the zombies are crowded outside the City of Hope, he will detonate the explosives all at once to cause the greatest damage. In Hope City, people whom the city lord can trust also have explosives. Although there are not many, the city lord will not order hand-to-hand combat before these explosives are used up. Of course, no one dared to fight the zombies in hand-to-hand combat. The 5 major defense zones in the city, including Zhang Lin, are tasked at this stage to prevent scattered zombies from breaking into the city. After 2 rounds of explosions, the real mission of the captains of the 5 defense zones began, taking advantage of the zombie army's disorganized formation. They had to turn defense into offense, raid out immediately, kill the zombie king, and leave the zombie army leaderless. Normally, the zombie kings are very cunning and hide in the center of the zombie army. If you want to kill them, you have to get rid of the zombie army first, which is almost impossible. Only by taking advantage of the chaos caused by the 2 rounds of explosions can we seize the opportunity to kill the zombie king. After the raid, the situation got completely out of control. Zombies will pour into the city. Except for the current combatants in the 5 major defense zones, everyone else in Hope City will have to fight the zombies. At that time, it depends on whether the people in the 5 major defense zones can kill the corpse king. After killing the zombie king, the zombie army is out of control. Humans can unite their forces, divide the battlefield, and eliminate the zombies one by one. If the zombie king cannot be killed, the zombie army, under the command of the zombie king, will in turn divide humans and eventually devour them all. Now that he understood the process, Zhang Lin was no longer in a hurry. Now is not the time for the Miao Dao to see blood. Inside the iron fence, Zhang Lin stood at the front, surrounded by dense crowds of people, and in front of him were even denser crowds of zombies. Most of the people who can join the defense zone have awakened their memories and are very experienced in killing zombies. Some of them are the city lord's confidants, and have weapons such as explosives in their hands. After all, the society before the end of the world was peaceful and stable. Although the city lord had connections, he couldn't get too many hot weapons. It was already very good for him to get some explosives for mining. There are guns in Hope City, but they are few and the bullets are limited. In the end, victory will still have to be won through hand-to-hand combat with the zombies. The zombies are getting closer! Someone screamed in fear. Although some people have experienced many zombie sieges, they will still tremble with fear and have cold hands and feet when facing this terrifying zombie army. Captain Zhang, you have to be prepared, a man in a Hope City property uniform said. Captain G should have told you the specific procedures, right? I know. You detonate the explosives later, and I will lead my men out to kill the Corpse King, Zhang Lin said calmly. That's good. The man holding the button to detonate the explosives nodded and said with some admiration. This is your first time experiencing a zombie siege, and you can remain so calm. No wonder the city lord thinks so highly of you. Zhang Lin didn't want to respond. He continued, I remember the first time I did it, I even wet my pants. At that time, I just stared at the zombies outside. I was dumbfounded. When the zombies came to kill me, I fought them with my pants wet. This statement resonated with everyone around. Haha, everyone is like this. When I killed the first zombie, I completely lost consciousness. It wasn't until a zombie almost jumped on my face that I reacted. A burly man who was appointed as the team leader by Zhang Lin laughed. The people around started talking at once. The war was about to come, and they used this to ease the tension in their hearts. Zhang Lin didn't say anything, but he had a smile on his face. It was quite interesting to listen to each guy talking about his own embarrassing moments. His calm and relaxed attitude also infected many people and made many of them relax. Suddenly, a loud voice sounded from the loudspeaker at the back. The zombies are approaching. People in all major defense areas, be prepared. Use the walls to block them. Make sure the zombies are crowded together so that the explosives can cause the greatest damage. Zhang Lin looked at the zombies outside the iron fence, took a deep breath, and shouted to the people around him. Be prepared. No zombies are allowed to rush in before the explosives explode. Yes. This is a life and death crisis faced by everyone. Even if everyone has a myriad of thoughts at other times, at this moment, all of them become one thought to stay alive. Finally, the first zombie touched the iron fence. It roared, squeezed its body into the gap in the iron fence, stretched out its arms, and attacked the people in the city. Chapter 67. What a big capitalist. Die for me! The rough-faced captain swung his knife and cut off the zombie's arm, then stabbed the zombie's eye socket with his knife. The zombie that tried to squeeze through the fence died. However, the death of one zombie has no effect at all on the zombie army. The zombie army at the rear continued to rush forward, as if trying to break through the steel wall with their bodies. When the city lord built the City of Hope, he had already made preparations for today. The gap between the iron walls of the fence is very small, so a complete zombie cannot get in at all. The iron walls are also very high, so a single zombie cannot climb up at all. Zhang Lin led all the people in the second defense zone and waved their weapons behind the iron fence, killing the zombies through the gaps. However, this kind of hacking had no effect on the zombie army. When one zombie died, 3 or even 5 zombies would come back. Dead zombies will also become stepping stones for other zombies. As the zombie corpses accumulate, the position of the zombies in the front will become higher and higher. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before the zombies in the front row would flip over the top of the iron fence. At this moment, Zhang Lin was a little nervous. Fuck, a zombie fell down! Suddenly, someone yelled in fear. It turned out that the zombies in the front row of the piled-up zombies outside had been pushed to the top of the iron fence by the zombies behind them, and then climbed into the city. When the zombies came in, they were immediately hacked to death. Captain Zhang, he's been captured by zombies! A young man pointed at his companion in horror. The infectiousness of zombies is extremely terrifying. A small wound can turn a person into a zombie in just over 10 minutes. Captain Zhang, it's just a small wound. The person caught by the zombies looked terrified. Let's kill him, otherwise when he turns into a zombie, it will have a greater impact on us, someone suggested. People around me expressed this view. They are all veterans and will not show mercy at this time. Captain Zhang, the man caught by the zombies pleaded. It's just a small wound, it'll be fine. He is also an experienced person. If it were someone else, he would definitely suggest killing the person, but he was the one who was caught by the zombies. "I won't kill you!" Zhang Lin suddenly spoke, and everyone around him was surprised. Everyone knows that Zhang Lin is a ruthless man. Why is he so soft-hearted now? The person caught by the zombies immediately showed a look of surprise. Thank you, Captain Zhang! You're going to die anyway, so why not make some contribution to everyone?" Zhang Lin pointed to a place that had been breached by zombies. There were already more than a dozen zombies there. "Go over there now and kill a few more zombies. Your death won't be in vain!" "Captain Zhang, He was dumbfounded. The people around also showed surprise. "You are the big capitalist, right? Squeeze out every last drop of value before you die, right?" Zhang Lin said coldly. "I am just giving you a suggestion. If you don't go, I will kill you right now. If you go, you can make more contributions to us. It's your choice." I'll go." The man gritted his teeth, turned around and ran towards the group of zombies. "I would die if I didn't go. Instead of being hacked to death by Zhang Lin, I might as well kill a few more zombies. You guys follow him and let him take the first wave of damage. You take the opportunity to wipe out this wave of zombies." Zhang Lin pointed at a few people around him. "Yes." Several people responded and followed immediately. Zhang Lin continued to lead everyone to clear out the zombies nearby. The pressure was even greater at the gate. Lu Dazhao, holding a long-handled knife and wearing simple protective gear, rushed to the front and slashed wildly. He was covered in blood, but not a drop of it was his own. "Kill! Only by killing more can I regain my position. I can't beat the boss, I can't beat the city lord, and I can't beat you, Zhang Lin." With this idea in mind, Lu Dazhao became more and more courageous as the battle went on. Over at the 5th Defense Zone, and Qingge and Ji Weitong stood at the edge of the river, staring at the water flowing slowly along the river. At the beginning, when other places were fighting zombies, this place was very quiet, but as time went on, perhaps some smart zombies really discovered this waterway. They actually jumped into the stream and drifted into the City of Hope along the river. "Kill the enemy!" And Qingge stood at the front with her long hair fluttering and a red-tasseled spear in her hand, giving orders calmly. Although Ji Weitong is the captain here, the one who actually gives the orders isn't Qingge. No one present was dissatisfied. After all, Ji Weitong always listens to her. At Qingge's command, the people on the shore began to attack with various long-handled weapons, bows and crossbows and other long-range weapons in their hands. The zombies were not good at fighting in water to begin with, and now they had become sitting ducks. Before they even got ashore, a large number of them were killed by the people on the shore. But as time went on, more and more zombie corpses piled up in the river, and the subsequent zombies were already stepping on the corpses of their companions, running in almost the same way as on land. The real crisis of the 5th Defense Zone has arrived. "Kill!" And Qingge held a spear and rushed to the front. Her slender figure exuded a heroic aura. If we use an idiom to describe it, the word heroic would be the most appropriate. The others followed behind her. Especially Chinzibo and others, he brought his recruited men and followed in Qingge desperately. After all, she was the big boss's woman. If something happened to her and the big boss got angry, who could bear it? Of course, and Qingge just doesn't want to reveal her true strength now, otherwise these zombies can't hurt her at all. And Qin Wu and Ji Weitong were positioned a little behind. After all, their roles were to assist, so they didn't need to rush to the front to kill the enemy at this time. Ji Weitong stared at Qingge, ready to put on the Holy Glory shield for her at any time. And Qin Wu wanted to sing a song, something like Against the War, to cheer everyone up, but her sister had told her not to reveal her strength until the crucial moment, so she had no choice but to give up, and followed the crowd with a knife in her hand. When the people in the 5th Defense Zone saw Qingge charging so fiercely, they all followed him. For a moment, the 5th Defense Zone became the defense zone with the highest fighting spirit. Over at the 2nd Defense Zone, the pressure is really increasing. More and more zombies poured into Hope City from the top of the iron fence. Zhang Lin and his thousands of men were busy clearing out the zombies everywhere, and many were killed and injured. He could see the situation in the 1st Defense Zone from here. The situation over there was even worse. The gate was broken through by zombies, leaving several big holes, and zombies poured in like a stream of water. "Fuck! The wall is falling!" someone yelled. Zhang Lin looked over and was immediately shocked. The zombies were pushing against the people and the zombies in the front row were squeezed into a paste. Under this huge force, an entire iron fence wall was collapsed. Chapter 68. Time is running out. Why hasn't the city lord detonated the explosives yet? Zhang Lin cursed angrily. Just as he finished speaking, a voice came from the loudspeaker at the back. 10 seconds left. Everyone please find shelter to avoid the shock wave of the explosion. Here we come. After detonating the explosives, the final battle begins. John Lin dodged and hid behind a wall. A loudspeaker behind him read out the numbers word by word. 76543. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and in an instant, the zombie's broken limbs, flesh and blood covered the sky, and rocks were flying. John Lin could only feel his head buzzing, and he leaned against the wall, feeling the huge aftermath of the impact that made the walls shake. Immediately afterwards, there were several scattered explosions. The city lord's men were cleaning up the scattered zombies. Game Boutique recommendation. Hearing this sound, John Lin was already prepared. He took out the Miao Dao from the space. This is a Miao Dao that is about 160 centimeters long and weighs about 20 kilograms. The overall lines are smooth and sharp, and it also has a cold and chilling aura. This knife was made with some extra ingredients by John Lin. The longest ancient Miao Dao was only about 1.6 meters long and weighed only 3 or 4 kilograms, but this one weighed 20 kilograms. An ordinary person would run out of strength after just a few swings and would not be able to fight for a long time. But for John Lin, that was not a problem. Weight was lethality. He had extremely high physical fitness, and with the recovery effect of the Miao Dao Yuming, he could fight a protracted battle. The unsheathed long sword appeared directly in John Lin's hand. He faced the remaining aftermath of the explosion, dodged out of the area behind the wall, and rushed out. Where did he get the knife from? The people following John Lin looked at each other and asked questions. John Lin has been here for so long, but no one has seen him carrying any weapons? And it's such a long knife. But there is no time to think so much now. As John Lin took the lead in charging, everyone followed. Now is the time to fight desperately. If they don't take advantage of the opportunity to kill the Corpse King, the Corpse King will come to kill them soon. The same thing happened in other defense zones. Under the leadership of the captains, everyone rushed out, and all the residents in the city, except for those who were too cowardly to go out, also rushed out. At this moment, there is no need for anyone to mobilize. Anyone with a brain knows that if they don't kill zombies desperately now, they will be the ones to die soon. Lu Dazhao took the lead. His weapon was a bit like the Green Dragon Crescent Blade, even more fancy than Guan Eri's sword. He also gave this weapon a very cool name, Ling Yan Saw. Well, I just used the nickname of Green Dragon Crescent Blade. He was already strong and had used potions to enhance his strength. At this moment, he swung his sword like a wheel, and any zombie that approached him would be chopped into pieces. Ha ha! Lu Dazhao had completely lost his usual calmness at this moment. He laughed wildly. When he rushed out for dozens of meters and stopped for a while, the path behind him had become a bloody road paved with the flesh and blood of zombies. When he turned his head, he saw John Lin rushing out. John Lin held a Miao Dao in his hand. Although the blade of the Miao Dao was slender, it was not short, 1.6 meters long, taller than some people. John Lin held the handle with both hands, and every time he swung the sword, he could chop a zombie directly into two halves. That knife! Lu Dazhao took a quick glance and was slightly shocked by the Miao Dao. For some reason, he felt that the Miao Dao was more stylish than his own Ling Yan Saw. The appearance of the knife was nothing special, but the Miao Dao had a unique cold aura. Damn it, it looks so ordinary! He was not convinced and shouted. John Lin, weapons are important, but the most important thing is the person who uses them. Just wait and see. I will prove today that I am better than you. After shouting, Lu Dazhao rushed out again waving his sword. This time, his target was a Corpse King in the distance. John Lin had a head full of question marks. What did you say? I didn't even look him in the eye. Why did he suddenly go crazy? But at this time, John Lin had no time to care about Lu Dazhao's mental state. He saw Lu Dazhao choose his target, and he followed him. The originally densely packed horde of terrifying zombies was blown apart by explosives, killing a large number of them, and a large number of them had broken arms and legs, losing their combat effectiveness. A large area was left between the Zombie King and the people of Hope City. This is a good time to kill the Corpse King. Although the Corpse King is positioned as the commander of the zombie army and is quite intelligent, they are also very powerful, and it is difficult for John Lin to kill them alone. The most important thing to do at this time is to concentrate your strength and eliminate the Corpse Kings one by one. It is better to cut off one of the enemy's fingers than to injure all 5 of them. This is a truth understood by all Chinese people. Kill! Everyone let out a deafening roar. John Lin swung the slender Miao Dao in his hand, and he was able to take away at least one zombie every time. Sometimes, with one slash of his sword, 3 zombies were cut in half at the same time. The people from the 5th defense zone followed John Lin. Seeing how brave John Lin was, they all sped up. At this time, the distance to the Corpse King was less than 20 meters. Roar! The Zombie King also saw the people charging towards him. He looked at everyone with his red eyes, then his two giant hands picked up a few zombies from the ground and threw them directly at everyone. Lu Dazhao had just killed 2 zombies, but he didn't pay attention to his head and was knocked to the ground by a zombie. Zhang Lin reacted more quickly. After seeing the flying zombie, he drew his knife and chopped it upwards. The flying zombie was directly broken into 2 halves and fell heavily to the ground. But the people behind Zhang Lin were not so lucky. When the zombies flew over, they were caught off guard. 2 of them were knocked down by the zombies. The rest of them dodged in a panic and then managed to kill the zombies that were thrown over. Damn, this corpse king is so smart! Lu Dazhao angrily hammered the zombie that fell on his head to death, then stood up, only to see that Zhang Lin was not affected at all and had actually rushed to the vicinity of the zombie king. Damn it, I'll let you win a small game! He picked up his Lingyan saw and shouted to the people behind him. Follow me, this corpse king must be killed by our first defense zone. The people behind were all speechless. At this point, it was good enough to kill the corpse king. Who cared who killed him? Although they were complaining in their hearts, everyone quickened their pace to catch up. On the side of the corpse king, Zhang Lin held the hilt of the knife without any skill and swung it vigorously. The 7 or 8 zombies in front of him were cut in half at the same time. Then, he rushed forward again, finally breaking through all obstacles and facing the corpse king. In the distance, other zombie kings also noticed the situation here. They commanded the zombie army to surround this side, and they also followed the zombie army to rush here. There is not much time left for Zhang Lin and others. They must kill the corpse king as soon as possible. Chapter 69 Gasoline, Explosives. The corpse king looked down at the tiny human, roared, and smashed down angrily with his fists like hammers. How dare you, a tiny human being, face yourself alone? Boom! It seemed to be louder than the sound of the explosives exploding just now. The corpse king hammered his fists on the ground. Zhang Lin dodged nimbly. The corpse king raised his fists again, leaving 2 large fist-shaped holes on the ground. After dodging the zombie king's fists, Zhang Lin counterattacked with a knife, which just hit the zombie king's calf. With a muffled puff sound, the blade penetrated into the zombie's rotten flesh and blood. Then he pulled the knife out, and dark green liquid began to ooze out of the zombie king's calf. Oh! The corpse king roared angrily. The wound on his calf had no effect on it. Instead, it sped up and punched Zhang Lin again. The punch was so fierce that Zhang Lin couldn't dodge it. He could only raise one arm and use the other hand to control the blade against his arm and take the blow. Bang! Zhang Lin flew backwards for more than 10 meters. After landing, there was a large group of zombies around him. Go save Zhang Lin first! Lu Dezhao saw this from a distance, and immediately changed direction with his men. Although he regarded Zhang Lin as a competitor, and was very unwilling to accept it, he would never watch Zhang Lin die like this. He just wanted to defeat Zhang Lin fairly. But when Lu Dazhao and his men arrived, Zhang Lin had already stood up. Those ferocious zombies posed no threat to him at all. When he flew out, his Miao Dao was still in his hand. After rolling up and standing up, he immediately slashed several times, killing an unknown number of zombies. In an instant, a large area around him became empty. Lu Dazhao had just arrived when he saw Zhang Lin killing zombies like a god of war. What are you doing here? Zhang Lin cleared the zombies next to him, turned around and saw Lu Dazhao, and asked in confusion. Well? Lu Dazhao looked up at the sky and said after several seconds. I plan to attack the corpse king from this direction. Is it your business? After saying that, he snorted coldly, turned around and rushed towards the corpse king. He was too embarrassed to say that he was here to save Zhang Lin. There's something wrong! Zhang Lin was a little puzzled, and then followed Lu Dazhao and rushed towards the corpse king. At this time, people from several other defense zones also came out. Seeing that Zhang Lin and Lu Dazhao had selected their targets, they also rushed over. The idea is the same, concentrate on killing a zombie king first. Zhang Lin, let me help you! And Chinga brought the people from the 5th defense zone to meet up with Zhang Lin. After hearing the explosion, she ignored the river and rushed directly out of the city. The zombies coming in from the river will be dealt with by other people in Hope City. Her goal is to help Zhang Lin. Accompanying Chinga were Qing Wu and Ji Weitong, as well as Chen Zibo and several of his recruited men. Follow me! Zhang Lin held the knife in both hands and rushed towards the corpse king quickly. He jumped up and stabbed the knife into the corpse king's abdomen. However, the corpse king was too huge, and the knife did not cause fatal injuries to the corpse king after stabbing into its abdomen. The knife only cut through the corpse king's flesh and fat. The netherworld Miao Dao was very sharp, like a hot knife cutting butter. Zhang Lin slid down the corpse king's abdomen with the knife, leaving a horrible wound on it. If it were a human, this kind of injury would definitely kill him, but for the zombie king, this zombie was no big deal. John Lin, you hit the wrong place, watch me. Seeing his failure, Lu Dazhao couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. Then, he jumped with all his strength and was actually level with the zombie's head. Then, he used all his strength to chop it down with a knife. Crack! The knife directly cut into the Corpse King's skull, and the Qinglong Yanhua sword was stuck in the bones of the Corpse King. Lu Dazhao held the knife with both hands, and his whole body was hanging in the air. Roar! The Corpse King stretched out his big hand and grabbed towards Lu Dazhao. Lu Dazhao had no choice but to let go of the knife handle. He fell to the ground with the knife still stuck on the Corpse King's head. After landing, Lu Dazhao rolled a few times to avoid being trampled by the Corpse King. When he reached a safe distance, his expression looked a little unhappy. He was just busy pretending to be cool and failed to control his strength. Now, he had no weapon. However, he had no time to take care of his weapon. As soon as he dodged an attack, the Corpse King stepped on him again. The Corpse King is 7 or 8 meters tall and weighs an estimated 7 or 8 tons. It does not need weapons at all, it itself is the biggest weapon. If he could step on Lu Dazhao with this kick and keep his body intact, Zhang Lin would think he was awesome. Lu Dazhao stared at the Corpse King intently. When the Corpse King stepped towards him, he quickly dodged. Zhang Lin took the opportunity to chop directly at the Corpse King's calf that was lying on the ground with a knife. The knife directly cut into the Corpse King's bones. In other words, the netherworld Miao Dao was sharp and strong enough. This blow directly cut off half of the Corpse King's shin bone. It staggered and fell to the ground in an instant. Kill him while he's sick! Zhang Lin immediately called on everyone to attack the Corpse King together. Originally, the people who came to support had no chance to deal with the huge zombie king, so they could only help Zhang Lin and Lu Dazhao clear the surrounding zombies to create a fighting space for the two. At this time, Zhang Lin almost cut off the Corpse King's calf with one knife, and the Corpse King's ability to move was greatly restricted. Everyone finally found the opportunity to take action. Gasoline! Pour gasoline on the Corpse King, and bring the remaining explosives! Zhang Lin and a group of people were entangled with the Corpse King, while on the other hand he began to order the city lord's men to prepare. This was all planned in advance. As human beings, of course it is impossible to fight the Corpse King recklessly, so we still have to make use of the tools that can be used. The guy who was responsible for detonating the explosives ran over immediately, and a group of people poured gasoline on the zombie king, while the others continued to restrain the zombie king. Lu Dazhao hadn't taken back his knife yet. He stood there anxiously, watching Zhang Lin and his men deal with the Corpse King. He had no choice but to go up and punch the Corpse King twice. Damn it, the death of this Corpse King obviously owes a lot to Zhang Lin. I lost another round, he thought dejectedly, and at the same time calculated in his mind. Zhang Lin killed one before, so this one can also be considered as his kill. I have to kill 3 Corpse Kings to surpass him. There were a total of 4 Corpse Kings, and now this one was about to be killed, so there were only 3 left. In other words, if he wanted to defeat Zhang Lin, he had to kill all the remaining 3 Corpse Kings. Everyone back off! Seeing that the zombies had been covered with gasoline, Zhang Lin immediately led his men to retreat, while the city lord's men lit the explosives in their hands and threw them at the zombie king. With a loud boom. After the explosion, flames suddenly rose up, illuminating everyone's faces. Chapter 70 Brutal Competition. The Corpse King roared wildly, and its arms moved like pendulums, madly turning any object around it into pieces, but it only had one leg and moved slowly. Except for 2 unlucky guys who didn't have time to dodge and were killed, the rest of the people evacuated to a safe place. The reason why we didn't use gasoline and explosives to deal with the zombie king before was because the zombie king was able to move at that time, and gasoline and explosives might not be able to reach it. Moreover, even if it was really set on fire, its crazy and indiscriminate attacks would be unbearable for everyone. To deal with the Corpse King, you can either chop off its head or kill it with one blow. Or first destroy its ability to move, and then burn it to ashes with fire. What Zhang Lin is doing now is the second one. Don't worry about this one, go kill the others. Seeing that the flames on the Corpse King were burning more and more vigorously, Zhang Lin issued a new order. Everyone around him followed suit. Putting aside Zhang Lin's identity, no one present was dissatisfied with Zhang Lin's bravery in killing the zombies, his achievement in challenging the zombie king alone and destroying the zombie king's ability to move. Just then, the other 3 Corpse Kings also surrounded him. Zhang Lin knew that he couldn't let the 3 Corpse Kings join together, so he shouted, "Expand the battlefield, give me some space!" As soon as he gave the order, the people around him immediately began to disperse in all directions, gathering in 2s and 3s to fight the zombies that surrounded them. Game Boutique Recommendation. It was so difficult to kill one zombie king. If these 3 were to unite, even if Zhang Lin used all his strength, he would not be a match. Left Corpse King, follow me! Those who went to clean up the ordinary zombies around were all of average strength. Some of the stronger ones did not move because they knew that their task was more difficult. Zhang Lin shouted, and the third captain Lu Dazhao, the current fourth captain Zhou Weibing and several of their elite men followed him. Before leaving, Lu Dazhao looked at the burning Corpse King reluctantly. His impressive green dragon crescent blade was still hanging on the Corpse King's head. Unfortunately, the Corpse King was now in a state of madness, and he didn't dare to get close to it at all. Moreover, as the flames burned, the temperature near the Corpse King was very high, and normal humans couldn't get close at all. Following Zhang Lin were Chinga, Ji Yuetong, and Qing Wu, as well as Chen Zibo and several of his men. In the eyes of Lu Dazhao and Zhou Weibing, and Chinga and others were a burden, but considering that they were all Zhang Lin's men, they couldn't say anything. A group of people hacked and killed the zombies that blocked their way forward, and broke through to the second zombie king. The Corpse King roared, and first ordered the zombies around him to consume the physical strength of Zhang Lin and others, and then he rushed up angrily, wanting to hammer Zhang Lin and others to death. Having had this experience once, Zhang Lin commanded everyone very skillfully this time. He was not in a hurry to kill the Corpse King, but instead tried to destroy the Corpse King's ability to move. As long as the Corpse King lost its ability to move, he could attack at will with gasoline and bombs. Just when Zhang Lin unknowingly became the commander of the entire battlefield, the city lord was also watching him from a high ground in the city. Xiao Xia is strong, but not good at leadership. Xiao Lu is just okay and can convince others, but has character flaws. Xiao Zhou and the previous Xiao Li and Xiao Lu are just there to make up the numbers, so there's no need to say more. The city lord murmured. Now it seems that Zhang Lin has the potential to be the person I want. City lord, are you so optimistic about him? An old man beside him said puzzledly. Zhang Lin has never awakened his memory, which means that he didn't show much in his previous reincarnation. Everyone who is familiar with Hope City knows that this old man is named Wu Zhihui. He is the city lord's aide. He handles all the miscellaneous affairs in Hope City on a daily basis and is the city lord's true confidant. Whether the memory is awakened or not doesn't mean anything, the city lord said in a calm tone. As the person with the most awakened memories, he has a clearer understanding of awakening memories. In fact, I have already found some rules for awakening memories. Really? What's the pattern? Wu Zhihui asked curiously. It's very simple. When awakening memories, what matters is not your strength, but how long you survive. The city lord smiled faintly. Like Xiao Ji, I knew her in previous lives. She didn't have much strength, but she was lucky. She was able to meet people who could protect her in every stage, so she survived to the end. After the new reincarnation began, she was able to awaken some of her memories. Wu Zhihui touched a few hairs on his chin. He had experienced the end of the world several times before. He was old and weak and had no fighting ability, but he was able to survive. Therefore, he could live for a long time. Until the complete extinction of mankind and the world restarted, when a new cycle came, he would be able to awaken certain memories. It seems to be just as the city lord said. The longer you live, the more memories you awaken. The city lord sighed. For someone like me who has lived to the end and witnessed the greatest terror, my memory can be awakened several years before the end of the world. That's why I was able to build the City of Hope. As the city lord's confidant, Wu Zhihui naturally knew the city lord's purpose in building Hope City. After reincarnation, people like the city lord have already realized that they cannot survive the new era on their own, because if they could, they would have survived it long ago with the blessing of so many memories. Therefore, the city lord has been looking for new variables. At the moment, it seems that Zhang Lin is the variable. The city lord had no memory of Zhang Lin before, which proved that Zhang Lin was an unknown person in the past, but in this life, Zhang Lin appeared and showed his potential. This is the hope that the city lord is pursuing. This is why the city lord values Zhang Lin. It is precisely because Zhang Lin has not awakened his memory that you value him so much. I understand. Wu Zhihui, who had figured this out, nodded in sudden realization. But if you change your main training target, Captain Xia. Speaking of the first captain, Wu Zhihui's mind emerged with the extremely cold face of a woman. She always seemed to have no emotions at all, and everyone was like a straw dog in her eyes. Of course Xiao Xia will be dissatisfied. After all, this concerns the ownership of countless resources. The city lord's narrow eyes under the mask narrowed slightly. But isn't this better? Only through brutal competition can we select the strong who can lead mankind through the new era. But Captain Xia and Captain Zhang both have great potential. Wu Zhihui hesitated slightly. Should you control their competition a little to avoid internal friction? No need. In this world, the more brutal the competition, the more likely it is to produce truly strong people. the city lord said coldly. Wu Zhihui was secretly shocked, thinking that Hope City would never be peaceful again. At the same time, he also secretly felt sorry, two strong men, but one was destined to fall, how sad it was. But he did not dare to refute the city lord, so he looked outside the city and changed the subject. City lord, look, Captain Zhang has killed another corpse king. Chapter 71. The corpse king is destroyed. Battlefield. Zhang Lin cut off the corpse king's two legs. The corpse king was forced to kneel on the ground, unable to move freely. He could only struggle and crawl on the ground. The old trick, pouring gasoline and lighting explosives. The corpse king burst into flames. Awesome! Captain Zhang is mighty! Everyone cheered, even the people who were cleaning out ordinary zombies in the distance made cheerful noises. In the past, without a strong player like Zhang Lin, Hope City could have killed the corpse king, but many people would have died. Especially this time, for zombie kings appeared unprecedentedly, and many people felt desperate, thinking that Hope City could not even survive the Resident Evil this time. But no one expected that Zhang Lin was so powerful that he could actually fight the corpse king head-on, and destroyed the corpse king's ability to move twice, allowing the city lord's men to easily get rid of the corpse king twice. I hope that fewer people will die in the city this time because of Zhang Lin's presence. Stop talking nonsense and move on to the next one. Zhang Lin was also a little annoyed. Fighting on the battlefield was not as comfortable as going home and hugging his wife to sleep. He quickly dealt with the 4 corpse kings and went home to experience the twin sisters. With this thought in mind, Zhang Lin immediately led his men to look for the next corpse king. But the corpse king is intelligent. Before, the corpse king was distracted by other people and led to other places, which gave Zhang Lin the opportunity to defeat him one by one. Now, seeing that 2 of their companions had died, the remaining 2 corpse kings no longer fought alone, but joined forces. They moved towards one direction, and at the same time, the zombies near them began to desperately attack everyone, in order to hinder humans and create an opportunity for them to meet. Game Boutique Recommendation. Zhang Lin, are you okay? Lu Dazhao had already taken back his Qinglong Yanhua sword, and he said proudly, "One for you, one for me." Watching Zhang Lin kill 2 zombies in a row, Lu Dazhao felt that Zhang Lin was not killing zombies, but himself. People were cheering, shouting Zhang Lin's name. What about me? Where is Lu Dazhao? Oh, my knife got stuck on the first zombie's head, and I was just doing nothing afterwards. This feeling of being ignored made Lu Dazhao feel more painful than killing himself. No, with such a good opportunity and such a crucial decisive battle, I can't let Zhang Lin take all the credit alone. Ahem. No, the glory can't be enjoyed by Zhang Lin alone, I also have to share a part of it. Lu Dazhao made up his mind and decided to use his trump card to kill a corpse king alone with his own strength. No matter what, this honor must belong to him. Can you do it? Zhang Lin looked at Lu Dazhao with some suspicion. Humph, just watch. Lu Dazhao snorted coldly, turned around and rushed straight towards the corpse king. When he got close, he took out a syringe and stabbed it directly into his thigh to push the medicine into his body. Then, without caring that the needle was still stuck in his leg, he just leaped over and slashed at the corpse king with a knife as before. TSK, ruthless guy! Zhang Lin didn't pay attention to how he was fighting the corpse king. His attention was all on the syringe on his thigh. The needle was stuck in the muscle, and there was a syringe hanging down. Does it really not hurt? Facing the attacking Lu Dazhao, the corpse king punched him head-on. At this time, Lu Dazhao's blood was boiling, his muscles were bulging, veins were popping out, and his strength was greatly increased. He ignored it and faced the corpse king's huge fist head-on and chopped it down with a knife. Kacha! The sound of breaking bones was heard, and a part of the corpse king's hand bones was actually cut off by him. The sound of breaking bones rang in everyone's ears. Are you sick? Why don't you chop off his legs? Zhang Lin cursed speechlessly, then looked at everyone. Leave this corpse king to him, you all follow me. At this time, Lu Dazhao's strength increased dramatically, and he was extremely fast and flexible, like a monkey jumping up and down beside an elephant, constantly causing damage to the corpse king. Although these wounds were not fatal, at least he successfully entangled the corpse king. Now Zhang Lin can copy the previous routine and deal with the corpse king more easily. He fought with the corpse king, constantly attacking its lower body. When he ran out of energy, he killed 2 zombies to recover, and then continued to attack the corpse king. In a short while, under Zhang Lin's repeated attacks, the corpse king's ankle, which had been cut many times, finally broke. With a bang, the huge body fell down. The corpse king struggled to get up, but his movements were greatly restricted. Zhang Lin performed better, and after a moment, he cut off the corpse king's other leg. Now, it can only crawl on the ground. Gasoline, dynamite! After giving the order, Zhang Lin looked towards Lu Dazhao. The battle over there was even more brutal. Lu Dazhao was covered in blood, and the corpse king was covered in wounds so densely that Zhang Lin almost had a phobia. The most injured part of the corpse king was the head, especially the neck. Lu Dazhao was staring at its neck. Now, half of the flesh and blood was missing from the corpse king's neck, and its cervical vertebrae could be seen with the naked eye. What a ruthless person! Zhang Lin sighed, and then prepared to go over to help. However, he didn't expect that Lu Dazhao was staring at him all the time during the battle. Seeing that he was coming, Lu Dazhao instantly increased the speed of his attack. You have to pretend this yourself. Die! Lu Dazhao gritted his teeth and flew towards the corpse king's neck. The corpse king was 7 or 8 meters tall, and it was very troublesome for him to attack the corpse king's head every time. He needed to jump high, but he chose to attack the corpse king's head and neck every time. Under his desperate attack, the corpse king's cervical vertebrae made a breaking sound and fell down suddenly. The last bit of flesh and skin could not withstand the force of the falling head, and was torn apart alive. Then the corpse king's head fell to the ground with a bang. Lu Dazhao fell to the ground, stuffed the blade into the soil, and held the handle with both hands. If he had no support, he might not be able to stand. Although it was very tiring, Lu Dazhao was very happy. He finally killed the corpse king alone. Moreover, he was killed by chopping off his head. Zhang Lin happened to come over. He immediately cleared the weak expression on his face, forced himself to smile proudly, and said, "How about it? I'm not bad, right?" Zhang Lin really wanted to say, "If you have this much time, find a way to cut off the corpse king's legs, and send gasoline and explosives here, you won't be so tired." But he didn't say it. He has realized that he and Lu Dazhao may not be from the same world. So Zhang Lin gave him a thumbs up and said, "You are awesome, super awesome. I admire you so much." Upon hearing this, Lu Dazhao could no longer hold back and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise up. Then his head felt dizzy and he fell directly to the ground. Zhang Lin. Chapter 72, The Power of the Netherworld. Find a place to put this guy. Zhang Lin had no choice but to call Qin Zibo and asked him to transport Lu Dazhao back to the rear. Everyone else, follow me to clean up the zombies in the city. I just came to kill the corpse king, but didn't kill many ordinary zombies. Now that there is no threat from the corpse king, I can just increase the power of the Miao Dao. Zhang Lin held the knife in both hands and rushed towards the place where the most zombies were. There was a strange look in Chinga's eyes. But she knew Zhang Lin. Under normal circumstances, now that all the zombie kings had been killed and the danger to him had disappeared, the most likely thing he would do was to go home, or find herself or someone else, and do something happy together. In any case, he would not go through the trouble of killing zombies. And now that Zhang Lin has done this, there must be a reason. She looked at the weapon in Zhang Lin's hand and seemed to understand something. She had never seen the Miao Dao before. It should be the reward she got after asking for Mu Xiya and Mu Xiaowei. It might also have the property of becoming more powerful the more people killed. Guessing this in his heart, Chinga turned around and said to his sister and Ji Weitong, "Let's follow Zhang Lin and assist him." The 3 girls followed immediately. Far away, the city lord stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes fixed on Zhang Lin's position. He could see Zhang Lin fighting bloody battles, killing one zombie after another. And Chinga fought alongside him, while Qing Wu and Ji Weitong followed him and helped him find out the gaps. It seems that Zhang Lin is not as aloof and unkind as I thought. Look, isn't he clearing zombies for Hope City now? Wu Jihui also stroked his beard, feeling a little relieved. Before I thought that Zhang Lin was a lone wolf, so he was so murderous. Now it seems that it must be because he had just arrived in Hope City and had no memories of the past, so he had no sense of belonging to Hope City, which is why he behaved so coldly and unkindly. Now that he has lived in Hope City for a while, he finally feels a sense of belonging to Hope City, so he has started to take the initiative to do things for Hope City. The city lord nodded slightly. Yes, I was a little worried before. Although Zhang Lin is powerful and has the wisdom and courage to be a leader, he is too eccentric and irresponsible. He is not suitable to be a leader of mankind. But now it seems that his previous behavior was just a lack of trust in us. The two chatted with each other, and it seemed that they had completely seen through Zhang Lin's character. If Zhang Lin were here, he would probably be confused himself. If it wasn't for the sacrifice of the knife, he would rather go home and sleep with his twin sisters in his arms. Who would want to go through the hard times of chopping zombies? However, they did not expect that his behavior made Zhang Lin become a responsible person in the eyes of the city lord and Wu Jihui. At this time, Zhang Lin was madly hacking and killing zombies. As he killed more zombies, the power of the netherworld Miao Dao became stronger and stronger. First of all, its sharpness. Now the Miao Dao was so sharp that Zhang Lin could cut through the zombie's bones directly without any effort. The strength and toughness of the blade are also increasing. This aspect has not been reflected yet, but Zhang Lin estimates that the strength of this knife is probably stronger than modern alloys. Another blow of the knife chopped the zombie in half alive. As a stream of warm air rushed into his body, Zhang Lin's tired body seemed to be soaked in a hot spring, and his fatigue was instantly relieved a lot. At the same time, Zhang Lin also felt that the Miao Dao had undergone a strange change. Hiss! A zombie pounced at him from behind, and Nchinga shot the zombie directly in the eye socket, killing it instantly. But Zhang Lin still turned around and chopped with his knife, chopping off the zombie's head. After finishing, he went to check the zombie's body. I saw a cold and icy force attached to the wounds on the zombies caused by the Miao Dao. The power of the underworld? Zhang Lin muttered to himself. The Miao Dao absorbed enough power and evolved for the first time. Now the blade of the Miao Dao is attached with the power of the netherworld. If it causes damage to a living creature, the power of the netherworld will attach to the wound of the creature and prevent the wound from healing itself. At the same time, the power of the netherworld will continue to destroy and expand the wound. This is a vicious move, I like it. He nodded with satisfaction. And Nchinga saw him smile, and for some reason, she couldn't help but smile. Then she stood beside him, holding a red-tasseled spear, and continued to attack the nearby zombies to protect Zhang Lin's safety. Not far away, when Zhou Weibing was killing zombies, he couldn't help but glance at Zhang Lin, his eyes full of envy. He noticed it when Nchinga and others first came. He was very disdainful at the time, thinking that it was ridiculous for Zhang Lin to bring a few women with him during such a dangerous battle. But as the fight progressed, he admitted he was wrong. These women are more than just eye candy. Needless to say, Nchinga's physical fitness has been improved by the extraordinary template, and he has several days of combat experience. Moreover, he dares to fight for Zhang Lin's safety, so he is quite efficient in killing zombies. And Qin Wu and Ji Weitong are slightly less experienced, but they have high physical fitness and are also willing to fight for Zhang Lin. 3 beautiful women, each with great strength and loyal to Zhang Lin, which man would not be envious and jealous? Especially at this time, Zhang Lin squatted down and didn't know what he was doing to the zombie's body. 3 beautiful women were guarding him around him, protecting him tightly. Damn, are these women blind? Zhou Weibing killed the zombie with one knife, but in his heart he thought this zombie was Zhang Lin. It would be fine if there was only one woman. The key is that Zhang Lin has 3. Moreover, these 3 women have no conflicts, and are all devoted to Zhang Lin. In other words, he couldn't beat Zhang Lin, otherwise Zhou Weibing would want to kill Zhang Lin and take these 3 women for himself. As an old man who has awakened many memories, Zhou Weibing is very experienced in combat. At the same time, his physical fitness is far superior to that of ordinary people. In the absence of the threat of the Corpse King, he can fight while usually paying attention to observe the situation on Zhang Lin's side, and feel envious and jealous in his heart. You deserve to die! He cursed as he killed the zombies. After a short while, he had killed more than a dozen zombies. He felt much better because he thought these zombies were Zhang Lin. But before Zhou Weibing could continue to kill the zombie as if it were Zhang Lin to vent his anger, he suddenly felt a deadly threat approaching him. As a person who has walked on the brink of death many times, Zhou Weibing trusts his intuition very much. Before his brain makes a decision, his body moves instinctively. Leap forward. Boom! Something broke out of the ground, raising a cloud of dust and flying rocks. What? Zhou Weibing landed on the ground and looked at the big hole on the ground. An idea suddenly occurred to him. Could it be? But before he could open his mouth, there was a dull, puff, sound, and a pale hand pierced through his chest. A bloody, still beating heart was pulled out. Blat pat! The sound of chewing echoed in the dust. Chapter 73 Thousand-Legged Corpse. Zhou Weibing's body fell to the ground, his eyes wide open, full of unwillingness. The noise of the mysterious monster breaking out of the ground and the dust all over the sky attracted everyone's attention. Zhang Lin no longer had time to study the zombie corpse. He quickly stood up and looked in the direction of Zhou Weibing. After a moment, dust floated all over the sky, and there was nothing on the ground except Zhou Weibing's body. A group of zombies smelled the scent of fresh flesh and blood, rushed over excitedly, and lay on his body to eat. What happened? Zhang Lin looked around vigilantly, but found nothing except zombies everywhere. Zhou Weibing is quite powerful, how could he die suddenly? He had just fought side by side with Zhou Weibing for a period of time. Although this guy was a little slick and not as brave and aggressive as Lu Dazhao in battle, his strength was still pretty good. Much stronger than Luo Jinxin and Li Qiutou. But such a master died suddenly. There's a big hole in the ground. And Qingge looked into the distance, and saw the situation beside Zhou Weibing's body. The enemy comes from underground. Zhang Lin glanced down and felt as if something would burst out of the ground at any time and give him a severe blow. Stand a little further apart, don't let the monsters catch us all. He was still relatively calm. He waved his hand and asked Nshinga and the others to move a little further away from him. The people around also dispersed. Without Zhang Lin's explanation, everyone knew that this was the right thing to do. Some experienced people had almost guessed the identity of the monster. Ji Wetong looked at the big hole on the ground. Her heart sank, and she couldn't help but whispered, "Could it be that monster?" "Wetong, do you know what this is?" Zhang Lin asked immediately. Ji Wetong shook her head slightly, her face solemn. "I'm not sure, but I do know of a monster that digs holes underground and attacks by surprise, but that monster only appears after the new era. It's a thousand-legged corpse." The city lord had arrived here at some point and said the name of the monster in an affirmative tone. Thousand-legged corpse? Zhang Lin was puzzled. He had never heard of the name of this monster. "I also suspect it's a thousand-legged corpse, but I'm not sure. After all, it's too early now." Ji Wetong heard this and no longer doubted her own judgment. She explained to Zhang Lin. "The millipede is also a type of zombie. It is transformed from corpses buried deep underground. They are trapped underground and cannot come to the surface to hunt humans. Under long-term resentment, they mutated. Because there are often millipedes accompanying corpses, the millipede merged with the millipedes and became a monster like the millipede. The thousand-legged corpse has the ability to move underground, and because it has multiple legs, it moves very fast, making it hard to defend against." The city lord took over the conversation and said carefully, "Zhang Lin, you should pay attention to your own safety from now on. A monster like the thousand-legged corpse is not something you can deal with." "City Lord, do you want to take action yourself?" Ji Wetong asked excitedly. During the biochemical crisis, the City Lord would not take action unless a fatal crisis occurred. Historically, there were only a few times when he took action. But everyone knows that the City Lord's strength is unfathomable. The thousand-legged corpse is indeed terrifying. But if the City Lord takes action... "Xiao Ji, I'm not a god. Before the new era, my strength was limited. I'm not sure I can deal with a thousand-legged corpse." The city lord understood Ji Wetong's meaning and interrupted her directly, saying coldly, "Don't be careless." Ji Wetong was in a trance for a moment. Once upon a time, she had seen the city lord kill thousand-legged corpses like slaughtering dogs, but she had forgotten that it was the new era. She suddenly realized that the city lord was not as powerful as she had imagined. "Now, we are all people who have awakened the legendary extraordinary template. Even the city lord doesn't have this." Ji Wetong couldn't help but look at Zhang Lin, the man who changed her destiny. "You guys go back first." The city lord glanced at the three beautiful women beside Zhang Lin, and the corners of his mouth twitched. "Zhang Lin, you stay and help me." Just as he finished speaking, there was a loud noise in the distance, followed by dust and chaos flying around, blocking everyone's vision, but the shrill scream still let everyone know what had happened. After a while, the smoke and dust dissipated, and a body without a heart appeared on the ground. Everyone present felt as if their heart had twitched. Although some were still fighting the zombies, more attention was focused on the ground. "City Lord, at this time, one more person means more strength. They should stay." Zhang Lin looked at the newly appeared hole in the ground and rejected the City Lord's suggestion in a flat tone. "When it comes to killing the thousand-legged corpses, the more people there are, the better," said the City Lord, frowning. "I think it would be better if there were more people." Zhang Lin was not moved at all. Nshinga and the other two were people who had awakened their extraordinary templates. Although it was not easy to expose them, Zhang Lin could not care less at this time of life and death crisis. The thousand-legged corpse can attack from underground and is hard to defend against. Zhang Lin won't be able to sleep well until he gets rid of this monster. If the city lord is not capable of this, he doesn't mind exposing his strength to get rid of the thousand-legged corpse. "You!" The city lord was very dissatisfied. For so many years, except for Xiao Xia, who dared to disobey his orders. But now, he found that he had no way to deal with Zhang Lin's disobedience. He had never seen Zhang Lin reveal his extraordinary template. So far, based on the strength Zhang Lin had shown, he felt that he could defeat Zhang Lin. But what time is it now? The thousand-legged corpse is underground. Do we have to engage in internal strife with Zhang Lin when we are facing a powerful enemy? Hee, it's up to you, but you're such a pretty woman, just don't feel sad when she dies. The city lord had no choice but to sneer to save his face. Zhang Lin shrugged and did not argue with the city lord. Instead, he asked, "Are there any techniques for dealing with this kind of monster? It has been hiding underground. If we suddenly come up and kill one, we will be too passive. There is no good way to deal with it. We can only wait until it reaches the ground and then kill it. The city lord was also helpless. He had many means, but he could not use them now. As soon as he finished speaking, the same routine happened again not far away. A millipede broke out of the ground, and under the cover of smoke and dust, people couldn't see its appearance clearly. Then, screams were heard. Zhang Lin reacted the fastest. He immediately drew his gun and fired. Bang, bang, bang! More than 10 shots in a row, shooting towards the place where the screams came from. But as the smoke and dust dissipated, nothing was left on the ground except a hole and a corpse. For a moment, everyone was shocked. People were in a panic and no one cared about anything else. They instinctively moved together. At the same time, the ordinary zombies scattered inside and outside the City of Hope also began to surround everyone. Chapter 74. Who is the City Lord? There are thousand-legged zombies below who are constantly attacking and killing people, and there is a zombie army surrounding them outside. Although there is no zombie king to command them, the zombie army is still terrifying. With the double pressure from both inside and outside, everyone's heart was suddenly cast into a shadow. The rules of the apocalypse are like the matching mechanism of a game. The strong meet the strong, and the weak meet the weak. The thousand-legged corpse that was supposed to appear after the new era has appeared now. Could it be that some super strong person has appeared in other regions? The city lord couldn't help but mutter to himself. When Zhang Lin heard this, his expression was slightly stunned, and a strange feeling suddenly arose in his heart. He couldn't help but glance at the city lord. If what the city lord said is true, then is it because of his appearance that monsters like the thousand-legged corpse appeared in the early days of the Resident Evil? Ji Weitong was also stunned. She had heard this statement before, but it was not confirmed by everyone. Now that the city lord suddenly mentioned it, she couldn't help but think of Zhang Lin. There are 4 legendary extraordinary templates, and Zhang Lin has other trump cards. It seems, the appearance of monsters like the thousand-legged corpse is reasonable. City Lord, it's already this time, why are you still talking about this? Quickly think of a way to deal with the thousand-legged corpse. Ji Weitong didn't want the City Lord to suspect Zhang Lin, so she quickly changed the subject. Do you think I doubt Zhang Lin? The City Lord saw through Ji Weitong's thoughts at a glance, and then smiled faintly. In the past, at most 2 corpse kings appeared, but this time there were 4. Why do you think I didn't take action? He looked very confident. Because he had carefully observed Zhang Lin's strength, and at the moment, he was only worth about 2 corpse kings. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to take action at that time. According to the rules, since there are 2 more corpse kings, Zhang Lin must have the strength to match them. But at this time, there was not only the corpse king, but also the thousand-legged corpse. In terms of hard power, the thousand-legged corpse cannot compare to the corpse king. But the role of the corpse king is mainly to command the zombie army, while the thousand-legged corpse has the difficult ability to burrow into the ground and is extremely fast. Although its killing efficiency is not as high as that of the zombie army, the fear and panic it causes is greater than that of the zombie army. Now we can see it from everyone's performance. With the zombie army in front of them, everyone would die if they did not resist. But now all the zombie kings are dead, the fatal threat is gone, but there is still a thousand-legged zombie, and they may die from its sneak attack at any time. This is completely different. Now everyone has lost the will to fight and just wants to protect themselves. That's not right. If a super strong person appeared in other areas, why would the difficulty here in Hope City increase? The city lord completely ignored the situation on the scene and was completely immersed in his own thoughts. It's already this time, and you're still thinking about this? Zhang Lin was a little confused. Shouldn't the city lord be trying to find a way to kill the thousand-legged corpse right now? But he couldn't help but realize that the city lord's thinking was completely different from theirs. The city lord has awakened his memories many times. To a certain extent, he is immortal. His death now is just accumulating experience for his future self. For him, it doesn't matter how many people are killed by the thousand-legged zombies. Instead, the most important thing is to understand the various rules of the end of the world. In this regard, Zhang Lin's idea is completely different from that of the city lord. For Zhang Lin, he only has one life, and he will not think about his past or present life. Even if he dies and the world restarts and his memory awakens, Zhang Lin will not think that is himself. Only the present self is yourself. So, while the city lord was thinking about whether new rules had emerged in the end of the world, he was thinking about how to get rid of the thousand-legged corpse. According to the rules stated by the city lord, the thousand-legged corpse appeared because of himself, so Zhang Lin must deal with the thousand-legged corpse. Since it appeared for him, its ultimate target must also be himself. If you don't want to be killed by a thousand-legged corpse suddenly appearing from underground while you are sleeping with your wife in your arms, you must kill the thousand-legged corpse first. Having made up his mind, Zhang Lin began to look for a way to kill the thousand-legged corpse. It is known that the millipede has two major characteristics. 1. The ability to burrow. 2. Extremely fast speed. If you want to kill the thousand-legged corpse, you must first limit its two abilities. Zhang Lin observed the positions of the people who were killed, and then found a characteristic. The thousand-legged corpse must have a good intelligence. The targets it chooses are all those who are alone and have good strength. Not to mention Zhou Weibing before, he was originally the third captain, but was later squeezed out by Zhang Lin to fourth place. The position of captain proves his strength. As for the few people killed afterwards, as long as Zhang Lin had some impression of them, they all had performed well in the previous battles. In other words, it chooses to attack those who are powerful and threatening to it first. The reason why it didn't choose us is because we are standing closer and it can't find an opportunity. Zhang Lin has already understood the killing pattern of the thousand-legged corpse. At this moment, another scream was heard. When the dust settled, there were new victims. "Brother!" A young man ran over and cried while hugging the body. Then, the centipede emerged from the cave again, ambushed the young man, killed him with one blow, and drilled back into the cave with the man's heart. Zhang Lin finally saw the millipede's full appearance. It was a zombie more than 2 meters tall. Its upper body was human, and its lower body was a bit like a centipede. Its densely packed lower limbs were covered with sharp claws. It could kill people, but it was better at digging holes. Its overall color was earthy yellow, and it had almost no human features. Its mouth was full of sharp teeth, and the gaps were filled with dirt. "Everyone, stand together!" Zhang Lin yelled. Everyone instinctively followed his orders, shrinking the formation and gathering together. Although there was still a large army of zombies surrounding them outside, the real threat at the moment was the centipede underground. Zhang Lin also thought so. The zombie army without a commander was not scary, but if the centipede was not dealt with first, once the morale of the human camp collapsed and they were defeated, the zombie army would become scary. As long as the thousand-legged zombies are dealt with, the surrounding zombie army will be easy to deal with. Now it all depends on whether he can get rid of the centipede before the zombie army completely surrounds him. Before, Zhang Lin asked Nshinga and the others to separate from him and not stand too close to each other, for fear that they would be attacked from underground by the thousand-legged zombie and be killed in one fell swoop. But now, Zhang Lin asked everyone to stand together, and the situation was completely different. It might dare to launch a sneak attack when there are only 3 or 5 people, but now there are 2 or 3,000 people gathered together. Does it still dare to launch a sneak attack? "Zhang Lin, your trick is useless." The city lord was disturbed by his voice. He came to his senses and shook his head and said, "It is true that it dare not attack with so many people, but we can't stay together all the time. There are still zombies outside." What he says makes sense. But Zhang Lin had his own ideas. "Why waste your words?" Zhang Lin grinned. "Now I'll give you a task. You will command everyone on my behalf. Keep the formation in order, clear out the zombies around, and create space for me. Can you do it?" The city lord stared at him. "You give me a task? Command everyone for you? Damn it, who is this city lord?" Chapter 75, Fighting the Thousand-Legged Corpse. The city lord was a little confused for a moment. Zhang Lin's tone of command was so matter-of-fact that he was a little dazed. Could it be that he was actually Zhang Lin's subordinate and he was the city lord? "You!" The city lord wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Zhang Lin. "Thousand-legged corpse, I'll deal with it!" After saying that, he actually strode away from the crowd. Nshinga and others did not stop him. They knew Zhang Lin best. He would never do anything to die. Since he dared to go out at this time, he must have been well prepared. The city lord stared blankly at Zhang Lin's back, his mouth open for a moment, but he didn't know what to say. "Thousand-legged corpse, I'm right here, come and fight me if you dare!" Zhang Lin stood away from the crowd in an open space and yelled. Since the millipede would choose to attack someone who was strong and alone, Zhang Lin would take the initiative to give it the opportunity. In short, he had to lure the millipede out so that he could find a chance to kill it. If we let it hide underground all the time, there would be no chance of killing it. "Zhang Lin!" The city lord's eyelids couldn't help but twitch, and he shouted, "You are too impulsive, the thousand-legged corpse is not as simple as you think." He was a little angry. Zhang Lin is a person he is optimistic about and wants to train to become a future leader of mankind, but now, Zhang Lin is taking such a risk. Zhang Lin ignored him. After shouting, Zhang Lin focused all his attention on his feet to prevent possible sneak attacks from the thousand-legged zombies at any time. "Why don't you try to persuade him?" The city lord received no response and could only look at Nshinga and the others. Nshinga replied calmly, "All we can do is trust our men." The city lord snorted coldly and looked at Ji Wetong again. Xiao Ji, she doesn't understand. Don't you understand either? What is a thousand-legged corpse? Don't you understand? Well, I think maybe, perhaps, it should be possible that Zhang Lin can defeat the thousand-legged corpse, Ji Weitong said hesitantly. She didn't know what to say, for fear that if she said too much, she would reveal something and make Zhang Lin unhappy. But she really had nothing to worry about. Not to mention Zhang Lin's strength and trump card, she also has the ability to put on a shield for Zhang Lin. She was staring at Zhang Lin, and once Zhang Lin was in trouble, she would immediately put on a shield for Zhang Lin. When Zhang Lin just left, he patted her little butt, which should be what he meant. You guys. The city lord was really helpless this time. He didn't know where Zhang Lin's confidence came from, but now he had no choice but to cooperate with Zhang Lin. Everyone, join forces to strangle the zombies. Prioritize those near Zhang Lin and create space for him. Now he really becomes Zhang Lin's subordinate. Xiao Xia, please come quickly. I may not be able to control this guy by myself. The city lord muttered in his heart in frustration, and at the same time, began to lead people to clean up the ordinary zombies. Although they were fighting with zombies, the eyes of the city lord and others would often drift towards Zhang Lin. Zhang Lin's decision to fight the thousand-legged zombie alone made him look like a hero. Especially when he stood in the open space, carrying a black Miao Dao on his shoulder, with his head held high and his chest puffed out, he was truly full of heroic spirit. At this moment, the city lord felt from the bottom of his heart that although Zhang Lin's move was a bit risky, it was also full of heroism. The leader and savior of mankind requires such courage. Damn, why hasn't the thousand-legged corpse come out yet? Is it because I'm not attractive enough? Zhang Lin stood there for a while and began to wonder in his heart. All his energy was focused on the thousand-legged corpse at this moment, but he didn't know that the city lord regarded him as a hero, otherwise he might have laughed his head off. Suddenly, he felt a slight vibration in the ground. I looked down, but couldn't see anything. The ground was exactly the same as usual. But Zhang Lin believed in his feelings. The dual physical growth from the physical enhancement potion and the template, as well as the further enhancement of his dragon bloodline, brought his overall physical fitness to a very impressive level. At the same time, his perception abilities in all aspects were much stronger than those of ordinary people. He trusts his own judgment. Here it comes! Zhang Lin swallowed his saliva, and gripped the knife handle more tightly with both hands. At the same time, an excited smile appeared on his face. He was very nervous, and the huge pressure also aroused his desire to win. Isn't it just a small thousand-legged corpse? Do it! But where will it come up from? Zhang Lin lowered his head and looked around. According to past experience, the millipede will break out of the ground from under people's feet. The sudden attack will make people lose their balance, and then the millipede will take the opportunity to kill the target. That is to say. Zhang Lin looked down at his feet, and the way he held the knife with both hands changed to holding it with his backhand, with the tip of the knife facing downwards. Suddenly, the ground under his feet suddenly bulged up, rocks flew, dust rose, and a monster suddenly jumped out. Zhang Lin had already made preparations. Although his lower body was out of control and he could not even stand steadily, he still thrust his knife down with all his might. Buzz! It let out a cry of pain similar to the buzz of a mosquito. Zhang Lin's knife hit it right on the shoulder. It wanted to take the opportunity to reach out and take out Zhang Lin's heart, but was knocked back by the knife. The thousand-legged corpse wanted to escape underground, but Zhang Lin knew that this opportunity could not be missed. Once the thousand-legged corpse decided to escape underground, he would never have another chance to kill it. On the contrary, he will have to guard against sneak attacks from the thousand-legged zombie every day in the future. Come back to me! The thousand-legged corpse drilled downwards, but Zhang Lin was quick and grabbed one of its long legs and sharp claws under its belly in an instant. Regardless of the fact that his palm was cut and bleeding, he pulled it hard and threw it upwards, and the thousand-legged corpse was thrown out of the hole directly. The thousand-legged corpse flew into the sky. For a creature that lives underground, this was an unfamiliar experience. Its dozen or so pairs of long legs were tossing in the air, as if trying to control the direction, but to no avail. Finally, it fell heavily to the ground with a loud bang. Buzz! It had already formed an intention at this point. After landing, it turned around instantly, with more than a dozen pairs of long legs touching the ground and its sharp claws quickly digging. In just 1 second, it dug a big hole. If it continued like this, it might be able to disappear back into the ground in less than 5 seconds. Of course, Zhang Lin couldn't just watch it dig a hole and escape, so he immediately rushed over with a knife in hand. Halfway through, he did not forget to use the yin-yang ring to heal his wounds. By the time he rushed over, the centipede had already dug a hole more than 2 meters deep. Its entire body was buried in the hole, covered with a thin layer of soil. John Lin stabbed a knife into the hole. There was a muffled puff sound. Buzz, 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 buzz. The thousand-legged corpse let out a rapid cry. Then Zhang Lin raised his long sword and the